Chapter 001, Transcending the Pirates, Lighting a Cigarette with Berries. Greetings, everyone. I am a wielder of the brain fruit. In the world of pirates. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the Judicial Department's courtroom, the presiding judge, adorned with 3 heads, sat at the highest position, his 6 eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as they fixated upon the defendant's seat. To the judge's left, Admiral Sengoku wore a grave expression as he scrutinized a pile of documents before him. The jury was comprised entirely of high-ranking officers from the Marine headquarters. In the front row sat 2 of the 3 admirals, the pinnacle of the Marines' combat prowess, Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kazuru. Flanking them were their respective vice admirals, Vice Admiral Gion and Vice Admiral Kachi. A multitude of rear admirals, including those known as the Weasel, the Demon Spider, the Doberman, and the Fire Mountain, were present, seated behind the 2 admirals and their vice admirals. Much like Sengoku, both admirals and the majority of the rear admirals bore solemn expressions, all eyes trained on the empty defendant's seat. On either side of the Grand Hall, dozens of Marine officers congregated, engaged in hushed whispers as the trial had yet to commence. Silence. Suddenly, the judge raised his gavel and brought it down with a resounding thud. The trial begins. After a brief pause, the tri-headed judge turned his gaze towards the doors and spoke in unison. "Bring them in." Meanwhile, outside the courtroom doors, Rear Admiral Xiaoyu, clad in the uniform of the Marine headquarters, found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the closed entrance. Unbeknownst to him, 6 years had elapsed since he unexpectedly traversed into the world of pirates. During this time, he diligently honed his skills, mastering the Marines' 6 powers, armament haki, and observation haki, elevating his swordsmanship to the level of a grand swordsman, and a year prior he had inadvertently awakened the Conqueror's haki. Yet, these accomplishments paled in significance. What truly mattered was that when he initially joined the Marines, it was not out of any lofty sense of justice, but rather a simple desire to prolong his existence in this world. Thus, he dedicated himself to enhancing his abilities while striving to foster amicable relations with his colleagues. He firmly believed that regardless of the world be it one dominated by the strong, in the pirate realm human connections were universal. Through his interactions with fellow Marines, he gradually discerned that the lower-ranking soldiers endured considerable hardship, perpetually poised to confront formidable pirates while burdened by the struggles of daily life. The salaries of Marine soldiers were almost negligible, as the higher-ups often invoked justice in their deliberations. As a time traveler in this world, he found himself without kin. The amount he earned was of little consequence to him. All he required was a place to rest and a mess hall to satiate his hunger. However, his fellow Marines were unable to afford such luxuries, struggling to provide for their families. Upon realizing this plight, he resolved to assist his colleagues whenever payday arrived, directing his earnings towards those in need. Gradually, an increasing number of naval soldiers became his friends. Each time they accompanied their superiors on missions to apprehend pirates, those he had aided were always the first to rush forward, erecting a formidable wall to ensure his safety. As his strength grew and his reputation within the headquarters began to spread, he soon caught the attention of the officers. After a year of executing tasks, he entered the officer training camp. Upon completing the 6-month training, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, gaining not only his own subordinates, but also a significant increase in salary. Taking advantage of his position, he began to amass wealth and distributed all his illegitimate gains to subordinates in need of assistance. Furthermore, he covertly colluded with bounty hunters, deliberately allowing certain pirates to escape so that the hunters, already aligned with him, could swiftly capture them, splitting the bounty thereafter. As time passed, his power escalated rapidly, along with his military rank, and within a few short years, he ascended to the position of Rear Admiral. During this time, over tens of thousands of soldiers had benefited from his assistance, many of whom, free from worries, dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the cause of justice, standing by his side. Some became his subordinates, while others, grateful for his help, regarded him as a figure of faith. However, this fortunate period was not to last. When he misappropriated a considerable sum of public funds to assist certain needy officers, he drew the attention of the internal investigation team of the naval headquarters, ultimately leading to his arrest and imprisonment. As he stood there, momentarily lost in thought before the closed doors of the courtroom, they suddenly swung open. Two bailiffs swiftly approached, saluting him with respect, undeterred by his current status as a prisoner. Their eyes filled with admiration. Lord Xiaoyu. Before he could respond, dozens of officers who had been standing orderly behind him stepped forward in unison. Hearing this, Xiaoyu turned his head, and his gentle gaze swept over the fervent expressions of the officers, revealing a soft smile. Without hesitation, he raised his head and strode into the courtroom. As he entered, the officers seated on either side of the hall nearly all stood, turning to face him. Some wore expressions of fervor, others clenched their fists, while many looked on with eager anticipation. A few, however, were visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on their brows. The fervent and expectant officers were those who had benefited from Xiaoyu's kindness, while those who appeared nervous were individuals who had maintained collaborative relationships with him over the years. Should Xiaoyu reveal their dealings during his trial, they would, like him, face the prospect of imprisonment. Xiaoyu did not acknowledge the standing officers, but walked directly to the defendant's stand, raising his gaze slightly toward the presiding judge, who bore three insignias of authority. Upon this sight, all standing officers turned their attention to the judge. Rear Admiral Xiaoyu, feeling the sudden, intangible pressure bearing down upon him, the presiding judge discreetly swallowed, then raised his gavel and intoned gravely, "The evidence of your embezzlement and bribery is irrefutable. According to the findings of our internal investigative team, you have misappropriated a staggering 200 billion berries since your induction into the Navy headquarters. Do you acknowledge this?" Yes, Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Excellent. The judge internally exhaled in relief and continued. However, after an exhaustive investigation spanning 3 months, scouring every conceivable location, we have only uncovered 120,000 berries within your household. Pray tell, where has the 200 billion berries you embezzled vanished? Are there others complicit in your malfeasance, sharing in the spoils? At this pronouncement, the courtroom descended into an immediate hush. Some were visibly moved upon hearing that Xiaoyu had embezzled 200 billion, yet possessed a mere 120,000 berries at home. They were well aware of how Xiaoyu had aided them over the years, but were astonished to discover that after siphoning off such an immense sum, he had retained almost nothing for himself. While some were touched, others were gripped by anxiety, nearly suffocating at the judge's inquiry regarding any accomplices. No one else was involved in the spoils. At that moment, Xiaoyu's voice resonated like a thunderclap, crystal clear in the ears of all present. It was I who indulged in extravagant consumption. You lie. The judge's voice rose sharply, declaring, according to the investigative team's findings, you possess no assets whatsoever. You reside in government-issued accommodations, and the furnishings in your home have remained unchanged for 6 years. How could a solitary individual possibly expend 200 billion berries? Xiaoyu remained unperturbed, his expression steadfast. I enjoy using berries to light my cigarettes. Chapter 002. The mutiny and the seizing of the Marshal's position. You could not have anticipated that Xiaoyu would unearth such a pretext, leaving the presiding judge nearly speechless with fury. Seated beside him, Marshal Zhonghua silently shook his head, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded Xiaoyu, who stood in the defendant's dock. The officers implicated in Xiaoyu's corruption collectively exhaled in relief, casting grateful glances toward him, suppressing the wrath bubbling within. The judge intoned gravely, "This sum is sufficient to escort you to Judicial Island, where you shall face the scales of justice. Contemplate your response carefully. Should you cooperate with our investigation and disclose all officers involved in the corruption, we may consider mitigating your punishment." Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoyu replied resolutely, "No one was involved." Very well. The judge repeated the word thrice, then, seizing another document, coldly remarked, "Last year, you authorized your subordinates to procure 3,000 tons of beefsteaks from the supply officer? Pray, do not suggest that you consumed it all by yourself." "Indeed." Xiaoyu nodded once more. "I have quite the appetite." The audacity of Xiaoyu's claim took the judge aback, prompting him to rise abruptly, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Xiaoyu, are you truly prepared to bear all the blame alone? If this is the conclusion you desire, then I shall oblige. Guards, take Xiaoyu into custody and prepare him for transfer to Judicial Island by dawn." "Your Honor." Upon hearing the judge's decree, Marshal Zhonghua, who had been an attentive observer, turned sharply, his voice grave. "This matter requires further investigation. Do not hastily render a final verdict." "Marshal Zhonghua, the case is exceedingly clear." The judge waved his hand dismissively. "Had you not been dozing off, you would have heard Xiaoyu's unambiguous confession to his crimes. The facts are so lucid that further inquiry is unnecessary. After a brief pause, the judge raised his gavel and brought it down with force. Vice Admiral Xiaoyu is hereby found guilty of embezzling 200 billion berries and bribing numerous officers within the headquarters. On behalf of the Judicial Department of the World Government, I hereby sentence Xiaoyu to death, to be executed at Judicial Island tomorrow. As the judge's words reverberated through the courtroom, chaos erupted. Officers seated on either side of the hall rose almost in unison. And apart from the two admirals and their candidates in the front row, many of the rear admiral ranks also stood. Disbelief etched on their faces as they looked towards the judge. Your Honor, you lack the authority to condemn Vice Admiral Xiaoyu to death. I confess. Since I have been under Vice Admiral Xiaoyu's command, I have received a total of 70 million berries from him. Whoever dares to take Lord Xiaoyu away must first step over my corpse. He is a good man. If it were not for his generosity in providing us with double salaries every year, we would never have endured this long. His corruption was for our sake. As more officers rose to defend him, the courtroom descended into a tumultuous uproar. Amidst the chaos, two officers seized the opportunity to rush to the defendant's stand, intent on rescuing Xiaoyu. As the assembly of officers erupted into chaos, the presiding judge narrowed his eyes and exclaimed with fervor, General Xiaoyu, do you see? This is irrefutable evidence. Not only have you embezzled and accepted bribes, but you have also engaged in factionalism. Even the esteemed Commander Kong cannot rescue you now. Just then, General Porcellino, seated in the front row of the jury, suddenly rose. An invisible yet immense pressure emanated from him, silencing the tumultuous hall. Without lifting his gaze, Porcellino leisurely checked his watch once the noise subsided and declared, Time's up, it's time to adjourn. With that, he turned and strode out without a moment's hesitation. Observing this, General Sakazuki also stood, his piercing gaze sweeping across all present officers. He furrowed his brow slightly and intoned, This is a court of justice. Silence the clamor. The facts of General Xia's embezzlement are undeniable, and the evidence is ample. This matter concludes here. Anyone who dares to disrupt will find me unyielding. With those words, he too departed swiftly, following Porcellino out of the courtroom. Simultaneously, General Candidate Jiuan rose, casting a glance at the defendant Xiaoyu, who was being protected by several officers. Before turning silently to exit, one by one, the remaining officers among the jury, including several majors and lieutenant generals, rose in an orderly fashion and left. Before long, only General Candidate Jiuan remained in the jury seats. He did not leave but slowly stood up as the eyes of the assembly turned towards him. Calmly, he addressed the judge, Your Honor, it is indeed true that General Xia has colluded with bounty hunters to profit from bounties. We have no objections to your lawful handling of this matter. However, unfounded accusations must not be levied casually. If General Xia is guilty of factionalism, then I too must be deemed his accomplice. After all, during my missions over the years, it has always been General Xia who has cared for my family in my absence. At this juncture, Jiuan glanced at Xiaoyu and then directed his gaze towards the officers who had rushed in front of him. I implore you to remain calm. Unless the Marshal himself speaks, or unless a direct order is issued from the Holy Land, no one can condemn General Xia to death. I stake my entire future on this guarantee. Should anyone dare misuse their authority to accuse General Xia of factionalism, not only will I object, but so too will this blade at my side. The uproar subsided due to the departure of the two generals and the words of General Candidate Jiuan. Bound by Jiuan's rank and the silence of the warlord, the presiding judge refrained from further outbursts. He ordered that Xiaoyu be confined to prison pending future proceedings, thus discreetly concluding the trial against him. As evening fell, in the solitary cell designated for Xiaoyu in the main prison, he sat cross-legged, surveying his surroundings before shaking his head and smiling. From the moment the internal investigation team commenced their inquiry into him, he had anticipated the challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, a colleague had sent him a communication, urging him to escape from Marineford before the internal investigation team reached a conclusion, yet he refrained from doing so. Deep down, he was acutely aware that should he flee the headquarters, he would be branded a deserter, a target of the world government's bounty. Most importantly, after years of diligent service at the headquarters, he believed that even if he were found guilty of embezzlement or bribery, his extensive network would merely result in the loss of his vice admiral rank and perhaps a year and a half of imprisonment. However, he never anticipated that this trial would not be overseen by the Marshal of the Warring States. but rather that the presiding judge from Judicial Island would be dispatched to the headquarters. Of course, upon witnessing the judge, whose 3 heads were actually the disguises of 3 individuals, he realized that someone was conspiring against him. Over the years, while he had fostered goodwill, he had also encroached upon the interests of many genuinely corrupt officers within the headquarters. This signified that what awaited him was not merely the revocation of his vice admiral title and a brief confinement, but rather a very real possibility that someone would seize this opportunity to eliminate him entirely. Suddenly, the iron door of the cell creaked open. A group of 7 or 8 Navy colonels and brigadiers swiftly entered. Lord Xiaoyu, Vice Admiral Xiaoyu. Upon reaching the cell where Xiaoyu was held, the officers stood to attention and saluted him. Immediately, the leading officer, visibly agitated, stepped forward and grasped the iron bars, exclaiming, "Lord Xiaoyu, I have just learned that the reason the Holy Land dispatched the judge from Judicial Island is due to a clandestine arrangement between CP9's supreme officer, Spandam, and the judge. Their intent is to see you perish." Spandam? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. He had suspected it might be the ghostly spider, the vice admiral who had opposed him for years, or those officers who had never benefited from him. However, he had never anticipated Spandam, the supreme officer of CP9. The moment he heard the name, realization dawned upon him. Although CP9 had few members, they operated as an elite espionage agency directly under the world government, on par with the Navy. While these details were significant, what mattered more was the long-standing close relationship between CP9 and the Navy, often collaborating to accomplish tasks, thereby forming a complex web of mutual interests, especially in the realm of corruption and bribery. Spandam was a man who would stop at nothing to ascend the ranks. Over the years, he had garnered immense benefits through cooperation with the Navy, but as he climbed higher and consolidated power, many Navy officers began to withdraw their allegiance from Spandam, instead aligning with him. Faced with such a scenario, it was expected that Spandam would seek every possible means to eliminate him. Naturally, it was not just Spandam involved in this scheme. Numerous officers within the Navy headquarters were likely complicit as well. Lord Xiaoyu. Just as Xiaoyu fell into contemplation, the officer gripping the iron bars suddenly raised his head, fervently declaring, "They will undoubtedly devise various charges against you and send you to Judicial Island for execution. Rather than awaiting our fate passively, we must take the initiative." Indeed, at the mere command of Lord Xiaoyu, my brethren would readily traverse fire and water without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes burning like torches as they fixated on the several officers standing beyond the iron bars. At that moment, a delicate chime echoed unexpectedly in his mind, followed by a cascade of notifications. Blessings beget blessings. Love begets love. Congratulations, host, for your dedication over the years has finally borne fruit. The selection system has been successfully activated. It has been detected that all naval soldiers and officers who have benefited from your kindness are sharpening their swords, preparing to rescue you from prison. You now have 2 options. First, await the arrival of your subordinates to stage a prison break. Successful escape will reward you with a naval vessel for your flight. Second, instigate a mutiny to seize the position of Marshal. Should the mutiny succeed, all abilities you possess will be elevated to their utmost pinnacle. Chapter 003. I care not even if I stand against the whole world. Xiaoyu, of course, would not sit idly by. Even in the absence of a system, and despite the collusion between the chief judge and the highest-ranking officer of CP9, he refused to resign himself to such a fate. The most crucial aspect was that, after years of diligent effort, he had transformed from a mere rookie focused solely on survival into a cunning strategist, quietly laying the groundwork within the Navy headquarters. As a time traveler, how could he remain beneath others for long? With the timely emergence of the system, he felt no hesitation and decisively committed to his resolve. After a brief silence, Xiaoyu gradually rose and approached the iron bars, observing the 7 or 8 officers outside, eagerly awaiting his words. He spoke slowly. "I have a plan that requires your immediate execution." Upon hearing this, the officers present displayed expressions of joy, stepping forth to draw closer to the bars. Spandam and the 3 judges masquerading as monstrous beings on Judicial Island were not his targets. As he scanned the faces of the officers, a flicker of ambition ignited within his eyes. If he was to act, he would act decisively. His goal was to usurp the position of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The officers were momentarily taken aback, but soon, each one fervently raised their hand in salute, exclaiming in unison, "Loyalty! Fidelity!" At the Navy headquarters, Officer Dormitory Building No. 8 housed officers of the rank of second lieutenant and above, but below colonel, except for those attending officer training camp who were crammed into shared quarters. The remainder enjoyed their own private rooms. On the third floor, room 301, a young officer clad in a colonel's coat stood gravely at his desk, his gaze fixed intently upon a substantial stack of berries amounting to precisely 12 million. Although he had attained the rank of colonel and commanded his own warship, he was acutely aware that his ascent to this position had not been achieved solely through his own merit. Prior to this, he had merely been a major in a branch of the Navy in the West Blue, and his transfer to the headquarters had resulted from a recommendation by a fellow townsman serving there. Through this acquaintance, he learned much about the esteemed General Xiaoyu, who was known for his generosity and willingness to assist anyone truly in need, regardless of rank. When he initially contacted this townsman via a transponder snail, it was with the hope of securing aid for his ailing mother, whose medical expenses far exceeded his modest salary. During this desperate time, he sought help from numerous individuals, only to be met with indifference. Even the colonel of his branch threatened to dismiss him due to his frequent absences to care for his mother. In his despair, he recalled his acquaintance at headquarters. With nothing to lose, he reached out, and through this connection, he received a response from General Xiaoyu. Upon learning of his true circumstances, Admiral Xiaoyu personally departed from headquarters to appear at the branch base in the Western Sea, where he took it upon himself to escort his mother to the finest hospital, covering all expenses. Thanks to Admiral Xiao's assistance, his mother began to show signs of recovery. As he contemplated how to repay Admiral Xiao, an order suddenly appeared before him, directing him to bring his mother to the naval headquarters. Upon arrival at the headquarters, he not only received a promotion to colonel, but also became a subordinate of Admiral Xiao. His mother was further accommodated in the Marin Van Du family housing area, under the dedicated care of the medical team from headquarters. "Stock, do you understand why I chose to aid you?" Admiral Xiao inquired at that moment. He shook his head, genuinely perplexed as to why such a prominent figure would extend such generous support to a mere branch major. The Admiral's response has lingered in his mind ever since. "It is because you refrained from considering unjust actions even in your most desperate hour. Naturally, as a righteous member of the Navy, one should embody such principles. However, Stock, justice must often be contextualized. If my mother were gravely ill and I found myself at a loss for help, I would unhesitatingly abandon the notion of justice. For in this vast world, nothing surpasses the importance of a mother. For her sake, I would confront the entire world without a second thought." Admiral Xiao's words imparted a profound understanding. If one cannot protect their dearest loved ones, what significance remains in the justice they uphold? From that moment forward, he cherished his gratitude towards Admiral Xiao in silence, finding his footing at the naval headquarters, where he met many like-minded colleagues. Under Admiral Xiao's protection, he established a solid presence within the organization. However, this fortuitous situation was short-lived. Before he could join Admiral Xiao in significant endeavors, the admiral was imprisoned. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed unexpectedly. The door behind him was forcefully flung open. "Colonel Stock, the time has come for Admiral Xiao to require your service." At these words, Stock swiftly turned. Upon seeing the two officers who had burst into his bedroom, his initial confusion transformed into fervor. He straightened his posture instantly, raising his hand in salute. Embodying loyalty. As Stock called out the rallying cry, the voice of loyalty resonated throughout Building 8, emanating from one officer's quarters to another, coalescing into a powerful wave beneath the night sky, swiftly spreading toward the other officer dormitories and the enlisted barracks. Simultaneously, in the area designated for senior naval officers, dozens of young officers rushed toward the independent courtyards under the cover of darkness. Among them, 2 young officers reached the gate of the outermost courtyard without hesitation and rang the doorbell. As the chimes sounded, the door of a 3-story building within the courtyard swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a naval cap and dark red suit. This man was none other than Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu, one of the 3 highest-ranking officers of the naval headquarters, renowned for his formidable combat prowess. Possessing the formidable power of the magma fruit, he adheres to an unwavering sense of absolute justice. Unhesitatingly willing to designate both comrades and civilians as targets to fulfill his mission, he instills a sense of trepidation among many soldiers within the headquarters, prompting most officers and soldiers to maintain a respectful distance. However, 2 young officers standing outside the gate displayed no signs of fear. even as he emerged with a furrowed brow and a displeased countenance. Stepping forward, the duo raised their heads and proclaimed in unison, "Admiral Sakazuki, General Shiryu wishes to see you." Sakazuki's gaze sharpened as he fixated intently on the two young officers, an invisible pressure emanating from him, instantly locking onto them. As they sensed the overwhelming force released by one of the highest combat powers of the headquarters, both young officers felt a moment of suffocation, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Yet, despite this, they stood resolute, maintaining their salute with unwavering postures. Truly, they are a testament to the caliber of troops trained by General Shiryu. Observing their reactions, a fleeting glimmer of appreciation flickered in Sakazuki's eyes, and he decisively stepped forward, leading the way. Chapter 004, Subverting the Red Dog. This glory shall not be mine alone. As Sakazuki departed the small courtyard accompanied by two young officers, heading towards the headquarters prison, he observed that numerous residences in this district, inhabited by rear admirals and vice admirals, were guarded by at least two young officers at each door. Some appeared to disregard the presence of the admiral entirely, moving with an urgency reminiscent of a significant crisis. What is Shiryu up to? Witnessing this scene, Sakazuki's expression darkened. The trial concerning him had not yet reached its conclusion, and should a major incident arise, not even Fleet Admiral Sengoku would be able to save him. Nor would I show him any mercy. The two young officers in front remained silent, seemingly oblivious to their superior's presence as they quickened their pace. This behavior irked Sakazuki. Yet he chose to suppress his displeasure. After all, Shiryu was not only a vice admiral under his command, but also a junior disciple, having been trained by his own mentor, Admiral Zephyr, known as the Black Arm. Initially, when Shiryu was promoted to vice admiral and assigned to his command, Sakazuki harbored reservations regarding his subordinate. Shiryu's approach, particularly his adeptness at navigating the intricacies of the Navy's inner workings, left Sakazuki bewildered. As a stalwart leader of the righteous Navy, it was unfathomable to him that one would prioritize social maneuvering over the pursuit of pirates and the eradication of evil. Nevertheless, despite his initial incredulity and even disdain, Sakazuki soon recognized that Shiryu exhibited a ruthless efficiency akin to his own when confronting the heinous pirates of the treacherous seas. In fact, Shiryu often preferred to execute pirates on the spot rather than merely apprehending them. His rationale was that the funds allocated by the world government should not be squandered on detaining these criminals, but rather invested in enhancing the salaries and welfare of the naval soldiers and officers responsible for. This very methodology allowed Sakazuki to overlook certain seemingly trivial missteps made by Shiryu, even opting to remain uninvolved during the investigative processes. Before long, Sakazuki exited the residential area and arrived at Marineford Square. Upon stepping into the square, he abruptly halted, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the throngs gathered under the cloak of night. As he discerned that a significant number of the figures congregated were officers and soldiers who had previously served alongside Shiryu, a foreboding sensation gripped his heart. Even before Shiryu was subjected to an investigation and subsequently imprisoned, Sakazuki had sensed that trouble was brewing. Over the years, Shiryu's influence within the headquarters had grown immensely, leading many officers to regard him as a figure of devotion in numerous critical situations. Unless Shiryu himself offered his approval, not only would Sakazuki's authority be disregarded, but even the commands of Fleet Admiral Sengoku could be selectively ignored. The reasons behind the unwavering support of these officers and soldiers for Shiryu elude him. He only knows that whenever Shiryu leads his fleet into encounters with criminals, the Vice Admiral Shiryu is invariably the one standing resolutely at the forefront. A sense of foreboding overcame him as he gazed upon the dense throng gathered in the square. Even Sakazuki felt his heart race. Should unrest arise at this moment within the headquarters, it would deliver a colossal blow to both the Navy and the world. Shiryu's influence within the Navy was undeniably immense, and if not swiftly curtailed. He believed that the assembly of these individuals under the cover of night in Marineford was not merely an endeavor to extricate Shiryu from imprisonment. With this thought, Sakazuki hastened his steps, surpassing two young officers ahead of him, and arrived at the prison with utmost urgency. Upon entering the prison, Sakazuki's heart tightened once more. At that moment, dozens of officers from various ranks had gathered, including a vice admiral from the headquarters. Most alarmingly, the prison guards, who were originally tasked with maintaining order, had donned the uniforms of Navy officers and now stood orderly outside the iron bars. Admiral Sakazuki. Without waiting for Sakazuki to respond, The numerous officers within the prison turned simultaneously to face him and saluted. "What are you attempting to do?" His piercing gaze swept across all present. Sakazuki stepped forward to the cell where Xiaoyu was confined and commanded in a deep voice, "All of you, leave this place now." As his words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the prison. All officers remained frozen in their positions, motionless. "Do you intend to revolt?" Sakazuki's fists clenched tightly as he spoke gravely. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Vacate the prison at once, or it will be deemed an act of rebellion." No sooner had he uttered these words than the heavy door of the cell swung open with a loud clang. Following this, Xiaoyu, who was expected to be shackled in handcuffs and leg irons, emerged with an air of ease, standing before Sakazuki. "Xiaoyu." To his astonishment, Xiaoyu not only appeared free of restraints, but also strode confidently from the cell, causing Sakazuki's pupils to constrict in shock. "Are you truly instigating a rebellion?" If it were merely Xiaoyu alone, as the highest combat force of the headquarters, he would not be particularly concerned about the magnitude of the turmoil Xiaoyu could incite. However, the current situation was dire. Not only had loyal officers to Xiaoyu gained control of the prison, but outside in Marineford Square, tens of thousands had gathered. Such a large-scale insurrection would be exceedingly difficult to quell, even for one of the foremost powers within the headquarters. Moreover, he could not predict how many more would join their ranks, especially considering the intriguing reaction of Admiral Borsellino during the trial earlier in the day. Additionally, the admiral in training, Gun, had made his stance clear, asserting that he would not permit the presiding judge to transfer Xiaoyu to Judicial Island. "Admiral Sakazuki, it cannot yet be classified as rebellion," Xiaoyu said, slightly raising his gaze to meet the imposing figure of Sakazuki, who towered over 3 meters, emanating an indescribable aura of pressure. He continued lightly, "Failure is what is termed a rebellion. Success is what we call a revolution." Without waiting for Sakazuki to respond, Xiaoyu continued with unwavering determination, "Tonight, I shall ascend to replace the warring states as the new admiral of the Navy headquarters, rooting out the true malignancies concealed within our ranks, and allowing the light of justice to banish all darkness from the world. Should this mutiny fail, I shall bear the full weight of the consequences alone. If it succeeds, this glory shall not be mine to claim alone. Admiral Sakazuki, would you stand beside me?" Chapter 005. Seizing the Marshal's position is merely a part of the plan. As Xiaoyu's voice faded, the naval officers surrounding him, of various ranks, swiftly produced crimson silk scarves, adorning their left arms with fervent enthusiasm. They cast fervid glances towards Sakazuki, as though ready to pounce at the slightest hint of deviation from him. However, Sakazuki regarded them with indifference. Although the assembly comprised officers of lieutenant rank and above, including a rear admiral, he alone could obliterate them all if combat ensued. Naturally, he preferred not to resort to such measures. He was intrigued by the audacity Xiaoyu exhibited in daring to utter such treasonous words as to claim he would usurp the position of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, especially in the presence of one of the Navy headquarters' foremost powers. Xiaoyu was acutely aware that his mere utterance could not only fail to persuade Sakazuki to stand beside him, but might also provoke the admiral's wrath. Observing Sakazuki's lack of significant reaction, Xiaoyu pivoted and seated himself in a chair nearby. 2 prison guards, now donned in officer uniforms, promptly fetched a chair and positioned it behind Sakazuki. Without hesitation, Sakazuki took his seat, facing Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu wasted no time, delving straight into the matter. Under normal circumstances, allegations of corruption among senior officers should be investigated by a task force led by the chief inspector of the Navy headquarters. However, this investigation against me is not spearheaded by the chief inspector, but rather executed by Judiciary Island. The moment the presiding judge from Judiciary Island appeared in the Navy headquarters court, I knew that, regardless of the outcome, my demise was all but assured. Initially, I naively believed that it was Vice Admiral Ghost Spider orchestrating this behind the scenes, thinking his meager tricks would pose no substantial threat, so I paid it little mind. Yet, based on the intelligence I currently possess, the one truly intent on my downfall is none other than Spandam, the highest authority of CP9. Admiral Sakazuki, you are likely more familiar with Spandam than I am. He is a coward at heart, having ascended to the pinnacle of CP9 through unscrupulous means, trampling over the corpses of his colleagues in his quest for power. His sole focus is advancement. Any obstacle in his path, he will eliminate by any means necessary. Now that they have set their sights on me, I shall not allow him to achieve his desires. Of course, to me, Spandam and his ilk are merely buffoons. The reason the presiding judge from Judiciary Island has come to the Navy headquarters to pass judgment upon me is not solely due to their collusion. Their combined efforts are insufficient to undermine my influence within the headquarters. The true orchestrators of this matter are the power room. As for the reason, at this point, Xiaoyu slightly shook his head and smiled, for it was evident that the power room did not wish for the Navy headquarters to present a united front in solidarity against external threats. Once the formidable naval war machine unites in unwavering solidarity, the threat it poses to the world government will far surpass that of the unruly pirates roaming the Grand Line and the revolutionary armies stirring unrest across the globe in recent years. Imagine if the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, all vice admirals, and officers of every rank, along with the 100,000 elite soldiers, were to pledge their loyalty solely to one individual. What a sight that would be. Without this colossal naval apparatus, how could the world government contend with the ever-growing legion of pirates that have proliferated since the dawn of the age of exploration? How could it confront the precarious balance of power among the 4 emperors newly established in the New World? How could it tackle the revolutionary armies inciting upheaval worldwide? The world government must undergo a thorough reshuffling. The celestial dragons, who bask in privilege yet contribute nothing, should not exist. And the burgeoning pirates across the Grand Line and the 4 seas must be eradicated. This decision does not stem from a mere life and death dilemma I currently face. Rather, it has been the culmination of my clandestine machinations since my promotion to ensign. To be frank, the funds I have embezzled and acquired through illicit means are not merely 200 billion. I have not meticulously accounted for the total, but I can assure you it far exceeds that sum. Naturally, such a vast fortune is beyond my personal expenditure. Nor do I seek the decadent lifestyle that wealth can afford, for that is not my aspiration. This is precisely why the investigation team found only a little over 100,000 berries in my residence. I have distributed the majority of these berries to my comrades in genuine need, such as those present here today. At this juncture, Xiaoyu turned to a brigadier general standing to his left, Brigadier General Madwa, a man of righteousness, resolute in his willingness to sacrifice for justice, and who has resisted all temptations. However, despite his efforts to protect those who required safeguarding, he was unable to shield his wife and daughter. During a mission, his hometown fell victim to a pirate attack, and both his wife and daughter perished at their hands. Upon learning of this tragedy, he rushed home and pursued the pirate crew responsible for the deaths of his loved ones. Yet, due to this pursuit, he was accused of dereliction of duty by his commanding officer and imprisoned. I was the one who aided him. Not only did I ensure he avenged his family, but I also facilitated his transfer to headquarters, where, through his own determination, he rose to the rank of Brigadier General. There are many officers like Brigadier General Madwa at headquarters, and indeed, across the various naval bases in the 4 seas. At least half of the colonels are aligned with me. Should I issue the command, they would converge from all corners to support my ascension to the position of Fleet Admiral. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's expression darkened instantly. Are you threatening me? No. Xiaoyu waved his hand, his tone as composed as ever. This is not a threat, but a sincere invitation extended to you. I trust you have observed my conduct during our numerous missions over the years and have garnered some understanding of my methods. In my view, in times of chaos, one must resort to severe measures. The myriad of criminals spawned by the age of exploration must be eradicated. For this, even some sacrifices are deemed necessary. Thus, even though many officers in our ranks regard you with trepidation, I have consistently held you in high esteem and aspire to work alongside you to achieve something monumental. For the sake of justice. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Xiaoyu, and solemnly inquired, "Is your notion of justice to incite rebellion and seize the position of admiral?" Xiaoyu smiled and gently shook his head. "I have stated that I shall not bear this glory alone. The usurpation of the admiral's position is merely a facet of the grand design." Chapter 006. The infallible command of the Holy Land. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Navy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku gazed sternly at the uninvited presiding judge. Unlike the courtroom, the 3-headed judge had transformed into 3 separate individuals, Base, Cabal, and another whose name Sengoku did not know, only that he referred to himself as Your Highness the Princess. As the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku was well aware that the presiding judge was not an oddity with 3 heads. He had always known that they were 3 individuals masquerading as one. Thus he was not taken aback by their transformation. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I believe you have already surmised the purpose of our visit, Base stated as he took a seat on the left. Indeed, we have come regarding the matter of Rear Admiral Xiaoyu. The investigation and trial concerning Rear Admiral Xia are not a result of Judicial Island's coercion. We at Judicial Island have no direct authority to intervene, as we are all subordinate to the world government, sharing the same status. As he spoke, Base produced a document from his pocket and presented it before Sengoku. Sengoku's pupils narrowed slightly as he fixated on the document placed before him. He understood that the intervention of Judicial Island in the Navy's investigation and trial of their own Rear Admiral was sanctioned by the Authority Chamber. Yet he was perplexed as to why the Authority Chamber sought to eliminate Xiaoyu. Though Sengoku had limited interactions with Rear Admiral Xia, he recognized that Xia's ascension to the rank of Rear Admiral was not merely due to amiable relations with officers of various ranks. It was significantly attributed to Xia's formidable prowess and a performance that could only be described as resplendent. In his inaugural year as a major, Xia single-handedly apprehended over a dozen notorious pirate crews. While it was true that many of these pirates met their demise at Xia's hands through extreme measures, it was precisely this ruthless approach that ensured that wherever Xia had ventured, be it towns or villages, there had been a notable absence of piracy in subsequent years. As Xia would articulate, in chaotic times, strict measures are imperative. Imprisonment and reform are largely ineffective against pirates. When it is time to execute, one must do so without hesitation, otherwise, it is the impoverished populace who suffer the consequences. Most crucially, the methods employed by Admiral Akainu were far more extreme than those of Xia. If he could tolerate and even condone Akainu's tactics, it was only natural that he would turn a blind eye to Xia's methods of apprehending criminals. As for the allegations of Xia's corruption, Sengoku viewed them as mere youthful indiscretions typical of his age group. As Fleet Admiral, his role was to offer appropriate warnings at opportune moments. What mattered most was that Xia's illicit gains were not squandered on indulgences, but rather utilized to accomplish what the world government had failed to do, providing assistance to those truly in need. As the Fleet Admiral, and often referred to as the Sage General, Sengoku was undoubtedly aware of the persistent issue of corruption within the Navy. However, he understood in his heart that while some corruption must be eradicated, the kind exhibited by Xiaoyu represented a positive developmental trajectory for the Navy as a whole. As the esteemed Admiral Sengoku merely gazed at the document without lifting it, Base wasted no words. He produced yet another investigative report from his pocket, his expression grave as he addressed the Admiral, Marshal Sengoku. This report is not from the Internal Investigation Unit, but rather from CP0. According to this report, Xiaoyu has been amassing wealth through various illicit channels for over 5 years, distributing his ill-gotten gains among his associates. In just 1 year, his illegal earnings exceeded 1 billion berries. In the subsequent year, rather than showing restraint, he intensified his efforts, acquiring more than 80 billion berries after his promotion to lieutenant. It was also during this year that he ascended to the rank of major and received accolades for capturing and executing numerous pirate crews, becoming a hero and idol in the eyes of the younger generation of officers and naval soldiers. The CP0 investigation reveals that it was from this year onward that matters began to spiral out of control as he started to consolidate power with the illegally obtained berries, turning countless officers and soldiers, desperate and in dire straits, into his loyal followers. It was from this year that a phrase began to circulate among the naval headquarters and various branch bases across the seas. Major Xia, you will grant any request. At this point, Base lifted his gaze to the increasingly serious expression of Sengoku, inquiring whether he should continue. Marshal Sengoku, I believe you are already acutely aware of certain matters that need not be elaborated upon. For the Holy Land, the Navy stands as the most formidable and efficient department under the world government, yet it is also a double-edged sword. The only way to ensure this sword does not pose a threat to the world government is to maintain a system of checks and balances among officers at all levels within the naval headquarters. However, Xiaoyu's actions are rapidly slipping beyond the control of the Holy Land, if not curtailed promptly. He will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Holy Land in the future. You have already witnessed in the judgment hall today that at least half of the officers present during the trial disregarded your authority as Admiral. Even more so, they defied our judgment to protect Xiaoyu. This indicates that in their eyes, it is only Major Xiaoyu who matters. I harbor no doubt that had Xiaoyu called for rebellion at that moment, not only would the officers within the hall have revolted on the spot, but those outside would have rushed in as well. Even if Xiaoyu harbors no intentions of insurrection, He possesses both the capability and strength to do so. Observing the incessant discourse from base, Sengoku exhaled deeply. The implication was straightforward. Xiaoyu must be eliminated. Otherwise, the Holy Land would remain unsettled. Base's visit was not a proposal for discussion, but rather a directive for him not to intervene in this matter. After a brief silence, Sengoku glanced at the documents on the table, shaking his head in resignation. Why must the Holy Land choose this moment? Are they unaware of the precarious situation in the Grand Line? Should unrest arise within the Navy, the external circumstances will undoubtedly become even more uncontrollable. Was Admiral Sengoku truly concerned about the situation in the New World? Base chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. The New World is merely characterized by two significant developments. First, the rise of Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, who now stands alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido as one of the new emperors of the sea. Second, the Elbaf incident. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, the balance of power among the four emperors is precisely what the Holy Land aspires to witness. As for the Elbaf incident, it is the covert operations of the Knights of God dispatched by the Holy Land. At that moment, Sengoku's pupils narrowed in disbelief as he gazed at Base. Just then, the transponder snail beside him began to ring with urgency. A frantic voice emanated from the device. Admiral Sengoku, we have grave news. Over 10,000 soldiers and hundreds of officers have gathered at Marineford Square, and the prison holding Rear Admiral Xiaoyu has been overtaken by dozens of headquarters officers. Chapter 007. The coup unfolds. The obstructors fall. What? The sudden report caught the warring state's Marshal off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief as he swiftly rose to grasp the communicator. BAS, however, maintained a calm demeanor. A subtle smirk barely visible at the corners of his mouth. Marshal of the warring states, it appears that the concerns of the Holy Land have come to fruition. Meanwhile, at Marineford Square, the headquarters officers and thousands of soldiers, motivated by Xiaoyu's imprisonment, stood in formation. Each soldier and officer wore a red scarf draped over their shoulders. In front of them stood a dozen brigadier generals and over 30 colonels. Facing these officers and soldiers were 3 lieutenant generals from the headquarters: General Weasel, General Stalaberry, and General Bastille. General Weasel? How splendid. I never anticipated that Lord Weasel would be one of us. General Stalaberry? The hero who once pursued the Sun Pirates. What brings him here? Lord Bastille, will you also fight for Lord Xiaoyu? This is marvelous. As voices of enthusiasm echoed from the ranks of soldiers, the 3 lieutenant generals displayed little reaction. After surveying the crowd, General Weasel slightly raised his head to gaze at the night sky. He was a long-standing lieutenant general, having risen to rank long before Xiaoyu was even a second lieutenant, and he had participated in numerous significant events, earning immense respect within the headquarters. However, due to his rigid demeanor, even after his promotion to lieutenant general, he had few colleagues willing to engage with him, often facing ostracism from other lieutenant generals for his overly serious and inflexible approach. Yet, in his eyes, these social dynamics mattered little. He did not join the Navy for the sake of camaraderie. His sole ambition was to ensure that more individuals received the protection of justice. Thus, he devoted all his focus to his work, taking part in every major event, including the Battle of Eightwall. However, during one mission, he received word that his elderly father was gravely ill and wished to see him one last time. Unfortunately, the headquarters failed to relay this urgent news promptly. In desperation, his brother sought the assistance of an officer known for fulfilling requests. To their astonishment, upon learning of their father's dying wish, Xiaoyu, then a mere major, immediately set sail to his hometown, bringing his father before him. When he witnessed Xiaoyu descending from the ship, carrying his father, he believed he was dreaming. Even more astonishing was that Xiaoyu not only brought his father to him, but also a medical team to ensure they could share a few final words. Though his father ultimately passed away, a profound friendship blossomed between him and Xiaoyu. In their spare moments, they would engage in discussions about the future of the Navy, exploring the shortcomings and corrupt practices within the world government and the Navy itself. Hey, what are you all doing? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind the 3. Following the sound, one could see the inebriated figures of Ghost Spider and Dauberman, 2 generals from the headquarters, clearly having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Even before they approached, the scent of liquor wafted through the air, causing Squirrel to wrinkle his brow in distaste. Is that not General Squirrel? Ah, haha, Stalaberry and Bastiu are here too. Come, let us share a drink. With arms draped over each other, Ghost Spider glanced at the soldiers standing orderly in the square, then staggered away from Doberman, making his way towards Squirrel, ready to whisk him away. Squirrel, however, remained unmoved, casting a sidelong glance towards the direction of the headquarters prison. At that moment, lights suddenly illuminated the prison area, revealing a line of officers adorned with red scarves, who promptly formed two rows. Observing this, Squirrel hesitated not a moment, breaking free from Ghost Spider's grip. Turning to face the more than 10,000 soldiers assembled in the square, and declared in a commanding tone, "All personnel, target the prison gates. March at a run." In unison, the thousands of soldiers pivoted and sprinted towards the prison gates. The unexpected scene caused both Ghost Spider and Doberman to change their expressions, and they exclaimed in unison, "Squirrel, what are you doing?" Indeed, the times have changed. Before Squirrel could respond, Bastiu, wielding a hefty machete, abruptly turned around, stating with unwavering resolve, "The Navy requires a more distinguished commander, and that person can only be General Xiaoyu." "What?" Ghost Spider and Doberman echoed in disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, both regained their composure. Ghost Spider, stepping back as if facing a formidable adversary, fixed an intense gaze on Bastiu and said sternly, "Bastiu, how dare you utter such treasonous words?" "Damn it!" Doberman fully awakened at that moment, exclaiming, "Ghost Spider, stop them. They aim to break the prison." Bang, bang, bang. Before Ghost Spider could react, a series of sharp gunshots rang out unexpectedly, the whistling bullets instantly piercing through the bodies of Ghost Spider and Doberman, who had just drawn his telephone bug. Immediately, a throng of soldiers surged forward, closing in on the two without hesitation, emptying their magazines. However, being generals of the headquarters, even with their bodies perforated, neither fell dead on the spot. "Damn it, who ordered you to fire?" Seeing Ghost Spider and Doberman sprawled in a pool of blood, Squirrel hurriedly shouted, "Do not waste time here. Go meet General Xiaoyu." Bang, bang, bang. Just as Squirrel's words fell, the crisp sound of gunfire erupted again. Two officers, having approached Ghost Spider and Doberman unbeknownst to anyone, aimed their guns at the heads of the two men and unflinchingly emptied their magazines. "General Squirrel, this is war." After executing Ghost Spider and Doberman, one of the officers, adorned with the insignia of a major general, looked up at Squirrel with fervent eyes and declared, "Anyone who stands in the way of Lord Xiaoyu, regardless of who they are, is our enemy." With that, the officer wasted no more time, turning and racing back into the main force, swiftly heading towards the prison. The heart of the flying squirrel sank as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the two generals lying in a pool of blood, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. His allegiance to General Xiaoyu was unwavering, however. He harbored a deep-seated hope that this incident would not culminate in the bloodshed of numerous officers from their ranks. What surprised him most was the demise of the formidable generals Deo Bowman and Ghost Spider in such a tragic manner. At that moment, the sharp crack of gunfire reverberated through the air, echoing through the various dormitories and residential areas of the naval headquarters. It was evident that loyal officers and soldiers, devoted to General Xia, were purging dissenters, igniting a campaign to assist him in his bid for the position of Marshal. As the gunfire suddenly pierced the skies above Marinfando, the blaring of alarms was triggered in tandem. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire and alarms intertwined, forming a harbinger of death, heralding the commencement of a coup that had been meticulously planned for 6 years. Chapter 008. Engage in a new war under the command of the Major General. Simultaneously, at the Navy headquarters armory, the air was rent with the cacophony of gunfire echoing over Marineford. The soldiers tasked with guarding the armory were abruptly roused from their slumber and hastened towards the entrance. However, just as they reached the door, a tide of adversaries surged forth. In an instant, a barrage of bullets erupted, swiftly decimating the soldiers within the armory. Damn it! Inside the armory, several officers who had been reveling in merriment were jolted to their feet by the shrill gunfire. Yet, they were too late. As they burst through the door, the entrance was violently blasted open. Almost immediately, a major general clad in a distinguished coat dashed before them with astonishing speed. "Gentlemen, the armory is now under my command." Before the officers could react, the major general tossed a document at them and coldly declared, "You now have two choices. Either join Lord Xiaoyu in waging a new war, or meet your demise." Amidst the blaring alarms, a throng of over 1,000 individuals surged into the Navy headquarters building like an unstoppable tide. Although it was the dead of night, Numerous personnel remained on duty within the headquarters. The moment the team stormed into the main hall, they barely had time to disperse before the patrolling soldiers raised their weapons. With the foremost among them, a colonel clad in an official coat, sternly demanding, "Whose subordinates are you to dare intrude upon the headquarters? I command you." Before the colonel could finish his sentence, a figure darted through the shadows like a specter. The next moment, gunpoint. With a chilling voice, the colonel froze. Glancing down at the hand that had pierced through his chest, disbelief etched upon his face. Before he could process the shock, a relentless barrage of gunfire erupted, swiftly claiming the lives of the soldiers behind him. The piercing gunfire jolted the colonel back to reality. Despite the searing pain from the wound, he gritted his teeth and lifted his head. Upon recognizing the face of his assailant, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Hound! Major General!" The one who had slain the colonel was none other than the disheveled-haired Hound, a major general from the Navy headquarters and a user of the dog fruit's canine form ability. "I apologize," Hound replied with an impassive expression, his tone devoid of emotion. "My intention to kill you is not born from any deep-seated grudge. Rest in peace, Colonel." With that, Hound decisively withdrew his hand and swiftly drew his gun, aiming directly at the Major General's forehead and pulling the trigger. In the meantime, a contingent of soldiers equipped with buckets and various cleaning tools filed in immediately. After the colonel and other personnel were dragged away, they promptly set about cleansing the floor with utmost haste, laying down a crimson carpet in their wake. Without pausing, Major General Hound strode towards the elevator. Each floor he traversed in the elevator erupted in fierce gunfire, accompanied by various shouts and reprimands. Yet, Hound remained unfazed, his expression cold as he stood in the elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. As he stepped out of the elevator, the soldiers who had arrived at the top floor ahead of him stood in an orderly manner along the corridor. Observing this, General Hunting Dog exhibited no hesitation, swiftly traversing the corridor until he stood before an office door. Inside the office stood General Borisellino, adorned in a general's cloak. With his back to the door, Borisellino gazed up at a plaque on the wall inscribed with the words "Ambiguous Justice," seemingly oblivious to the gunfire outside, his body utterly still. "General Borisellino." The Hunting Dog raised his hand in salute as he approached the door, then boldly entered the office to stand behind Borisellino. Straightening his posture, he declared, "Lord Xiaoyu has sent me to convey a message to you." "How terrifying," Borisellino remarked, adjusting the frames of his glasses before turning to face the upright Hunting Dog and the soldiers standing vigil outside. With a languid tone, he said, "I knew Xiaoyu would not remain idle, but I did not anticipate he would cause such an uproar." After a brief pause, Borisellino glanced at the communicator on his wrist and casually remarked, "Speak. Let me hear how he intends to persuade me to refrain from intervening in this matter." "Lord Xiaoyu states that he will bear all the blame should he fail, and if he succeeds, he will not keep this glory to himself," the Hunting Dog continued. "He also mentioned that he has always been one to grant requests and repay favors, as long as you, General Borisellino, do not interfere. You would be doing him a great service." "Not enough," Borisellino shook his head. "To expect a general to remain passive based solely on such verbal assurances is naive. Even if you ultimately fail, as a general, I would still bear the responsibility." The Hunting Dog seemed to anticipate Borisellino's response, promptly producing a document from his pocket and presenting it to him. Upon seeing this, Borisellino first hesitated, but then his expression shifted dramatically as he perused the contents of the document. "Impressive," Borisellino stated with rare seriousness after reading the document. "It appears Xiaoyu is not acting on a whim. He has meticulously arranged everything in advance, and astonishingly, he has uncovered my secrets with such precision." He paused briefly before suddenly leaning down to scrutinize the Hunting Dog, a hint of menace in his voice. "How many people are aware of the contents of this document?" The Hunting Dog shook his head, replying, "Lord Xiaoyu has stated that if you, General Borisellino, discover that the seal on this document has been tampered with, you may eliminate both me and all soldiers present." At this, the murderous intent in Borisellino's eyes gradually dissipated, and he stated calmly, as expected of Xiaoyu, "As he wishes, I shall refrain from intervening in this matter." Just as Borisellino finished speaking, two young officers suddenly burst into the office and doused him with buckets of seawater. "Forgive us, General Borisellino." The Hunting Dog was not idle either, promptly producing sea-stone handcuffs to restrain Borisellino, stating, "This is to ensure that you can provide an explanation to the Holy Land should we fail. Moreover, should we falter, The contents of this document would be eternally shrouded in silence, sealed away with our execution. As he spoke, the hound deftly seized the document from Borsalino's grasp and, before his very eyes, set it aflame. Soaked to the bone and rendered powerless by the sea-stone handcuffs, Borsalino slumped to the ground, his expression comically absurd, evoking stifled laughter. Yet, the hound dared not chuckle. Their ability to elicit such compliance from Borsalino did not stem from their formidable strength, but rather from the document entrusted to him by Xiaoyu, compelling Borsalino to acquiesce. Otherwise, not only would the individuals present be incapable of overcoming Borsalino, but even the officers and soldiers involved in this coup would stand no chance against him. It is crucial to remember that Borsalino is one of the highest-ranking generals of this unit, a paragon of strength who has honed the abilities of the natural type glint fruit to their utmost potential. Chapter 009. In my heart, there is no justice, only Admiral. Casting a glance at Borsalino, who was slumped against his desk, the hound immediately took a step back, saluted him, and decisively turned to command. Leave 2 men to accompany Admiral Borsalino. If the coup fails, you know what must be done. Loyalty. The 2 soldiers raised their hands in fervent agreement. As they watched Admiral Hound exit the office, the 2 soldiers swiftly turned to Borsalino, simultaneously raising their guns to their own heads. Witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Borsalino's eyes. Upon hearing Hound's declaration of "if the coup fails, you know what must be done," he had anticipated that these soldiers would choose to perish alongside him. However, their reactions clearly indicated otherwise. What is this? Borsalino blinked in confusion. Are you preparing to take your own lives, should the coup fail? Indeed. One soldier replied, raising his head with unwavering resolve. From the moment we chose to follow Lord Xiaoyu, we have been prepared to lay down our lives for him. If the coup fails, we will not survive. Borsalino shook his head, perplexed. What has Xiaoyu done for you to inspire such fervent loyalty? In response, the other soldier stepped forward. Admiral Borsalino, I was once your subordinate. 2 years ago, I accompanied your fleet to the New World to combat pirates. However, I doubt you remember me, or even knew of my presence, as I was merely a private at that time. Yet, Lord Xiaoyu not only knew my name, but also saved me from despair in my darkest hour. Oh, Borsalino raised his gaze to scrutinize the soldier, striving to recall any information related to him, but ultimately conceded defeat, for he had no memory of this soldier at all. After a brief silence, he inhaled deeply, summoning his formidable strength to endure the torment of the sea prism stone handcuffs as he rose and seated himself at his desk. Do tell, how did Xiaoyu rescue you from dire straits? The soldier stepped forward earnestly. I was born in the South Sea, and before joining the Navy, I served as a soldier in the Royal Army of a nation there. In this land, for a soldier, nothing is more honorable than protecting His Majesty when danger looms. Yet, if His Majesty were to be harmed while saving a soldier, what would the soldier think? At this juncture, the soldier's emotions surged, his gaze fixed intensely upon Borsalino. 2 years ago, I followed your fleet to the New World to eradicate pirates, alongside Lord Xiaoyu's vessel. The battle was fierce. We charged into the fray amidst a hail of cannon fire, engaging in close combat with the pirates. I witnessed my comrades fall one after another, either slain or cast into the sea by those damned marauders. In my fervor to avenge my fallen brothers, I recklessly charged toward the enemy captain. But I was too weak. The adversary was utterly indifferent to my existence, and with a mere shockwave, I was hurled into the sea. It was at that moment that you intervened, utilizing your fruit abilities to vanquish the enemy captain, while their pirate ship succumbed to the destructive force of your powers, disintegrating and plunging into the depths. As I floated on the surface, I could only watch helplessly as the wreckage of the pirate ship bore down upon me. I did not hold you accountable, for war is invariably accompanied by death, and as a righteous navy, one must always be prepared for sacrifice in the name of justice. Just as I resigned myself to embrace death, Lord Xiaoyu's warship arrived, rescuing me from the impending debris and personally tending to my wounds. From that moment on, my heart was devoid of justice. It was filled solely with devotion to Lord Xiaoyu. When Lord Xiaoyu apprehends pirates, I vow to follow him to the ends of the earth. Should he stand against the world, I shall offer him my loyalty and life. Within the confines of the headquarters prison, the cacophony of sirens persisted, punctuated by the sporadic bursts of gunfire. Sakazuki's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he fixed his attention on Xiaoyu. Without needing to glance outward, He was acutely aware that the naval soldiers and officers who had congregated in the square were now employing ruthless measures to regain control of the headquarters. Must you escalate matters to such an extent, Xiaoyu? After a brief silence, Sakazuki rose slowly, his voice grave. It is not too late to cease. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. Eliminating you is the only way to quell this insurrection. As soon as Sakazuki finished his declaration, the telephone bug cradled in the arms of the rear admiral beside Xiaoyu began to ring. The piercing sound resonated throughout the prison, and the admiral, not daring to delay, promptly retrieved the telephone bug and spoke. Go ahead. I am Vice Admiral Hound. The voice emanating from the telephone bug carried an unmistakable excitement. Please relay to Lord Xiaoyu immediately that Admiral Borisellino has been captured. Upon hearing the information relayed through the telephone bug, Sakazuki's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment, disbelief flooding his features. Within the entire naval headquarters, Borisellino was not only his closest ally, but also his most trusted brother. Thus, no one understood Borisellino's capabilities better than he did. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that unless Sengoku and Garp sided with Xiaoyu, Borisellino alone could have quelled this rebellion. Yet now, the message from the telephone bug proclaimed that Borisellino had been captured. After a brief moment of shock, Sakazuki let out a silent sigh. He could not fathom Borisellino being captured. The only explanation for such a predicament was that Borisellino, who adhered to ambiguous notions of justice, had chosen to stand idly by. Just then, the telephone bug, which had just concluded its call, rang again. Before the rear admiral standing beside Xiaoyu could respond, the other officers present also found their telephone bugs ringing in unison. Report. The armory has been secured. Report. The dormitory building number 7 has also been taken. Reports indicate that the scientific division has also been compromised. It is further noted that General Kaki has been obstructed by General Shiryan. Additionally, Major Tina is now under control. The external communication lines of the headquarters have been thoroughly monitored. A series of alarming reports has left Sakazuki's countenance increasingly grave. He had never anticipated the swiftness of this insurrection, nor did he foresee that even the esteemed General Shiryan would choose to align with Xiaoyu, actively thwarting General Kaki's efforts. While he is yet to receive any updates from the warlord, he is acutely aware that if this rebellion is not promptly quelled, the headquarters may soon witness an unprecedented massacre. Not all within the headquarters are loyal to Xiaoyu. At least half of the officers and soldiers are likely to rise in opposition to prevent the insurrection from escalating. Should that occur, the stability of the Navy headquarters would be irreparably shattered. Regardless of who ultimately prevails, the Navy would suffer an unparalleled blow, potentially leading to its irrevocable decline and disrupting the balance and order of the entire world. Most critically, the officers from various branch bases along the Grand Line and the Four Seas may be racing towards the headquarters at this very moment. Should the ships involved in the insurrection arrive in conjunction with the rebel soldiers within the headquarters, even if Xiaoyu fails to secure the position of warlord, he could still orchestrate a devastating blow that would render the Navy headquarters a mere shell of its former self. Chapter 010. Am I not a great admiral? How much do you look down on me? Time is running out, Admiral Sakazuki. After attentively absorbing the incessant reports emanating from the telephone bug, Xiaoyu slowly lifted his gaze towards the towering figure of Sakazuki and remarked calmly, You have 30 seconds to contemplate whether to stand alongside me and share in this glory or to persist in serving the decaying world government with your so-called absolute justice. To my mind, your notion of absolute justice is nothing short of a grand jest, for you fail to grasp the essence of true justice. True justice demands that even the celestial dragons be treated equally, yet you are incapable of such impartiality. Not only are you unable, but you also endure the oppression and reprimand from the power-hungry elite. In truth, you harbor a profound disdain for the celestial dragons and a deep-seated dissatisfaction with the 5 elders of the Holy Land. You simply lack the courage to resist. Or perhaps you have yet to discover the opportunity to do so. That opportunity now lies before you, at this juncture. Xiaoyu glanced at his wristwatch and shifted his tone. You have 10 seconds remaining. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, the officers surrounding him took synchronized steps forward. What followed was an unforeseen spectacle for Sakazuki. Each officer bore a bucket filled with seawater, reeking of the ocean, evidently a premeditated strategy to subdue him. While this seawater alone would not entirely incapacitate him, any restraint would afford Xiaoyu a chance to eliminate him. It is worth noting that although Xiaoyu is the youngest vice admiral in the headquarters, Both his armament hockey and observation hockey surpassed those of his fellow vice admirals. Moreover, his swordsmanship is formidable, rivaling that of even the most promising candidates for admiral. Furthermore, several officers produced iron hooks forged from sea prism stone, clearly poised to launch a decisive attack should he choose to confront Xiaoyu. 3. Xiaoyu spoke again, his tone unhurried, too. Clang suddenly. The massive iron door of the prison swung open with a resounding creak. Following this, Vice Admirals Wussmaus, Bastille, and Stolo Bellary rushed into the prison, with a cadre of officers of various ranks forming two lines behind them. Vice Admiral Wussmaus, Bastille, Stolo Bellary? How is this possible? Even you have joined this rebellion? As he beheld the three vice admirals arrayed behind Xiaoyu, a flicker of astonishment crossed Sakazuki's eyes. It is known that both Wussmaus and Bastille, along with Stolo Bellary, represent the backbone of the Navy headquarters, venerable vice admirals with whom Xiaoyu has had the briefest of associations, spanning merely 6 years. He understood that the officers who had risen through the ranks during Xiaoyu's 6-year tenure might waver in their commitment to justice. Yet he could not fathom what compelling reason could have led these esteemed vice admirals to defect to Xiaoyu's side and wholeheartedly participate in this rebellion. Lord Xiaoyu. Upon reaching Xiaoyu's side, Wussmaus stepped forward and bowed. May I converse with Admiral Sakazuki for a moment? No need. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively and said, Admiral Sakazuki has already made his choice. As soon as the words left his lips, Xiaoyu's aura suddenly surged to an unprecedented intensity. Xiaoyu, do you intend to subjugate me by force? Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiaoyu, a glint of cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes as he solemnly replied, Very well, let me see if you possess the strength to become the Marshal of this division. Without hesitation, as a user of the magma fruit, he unleashed his powers, and torrents of molten lava began to drip from his arms onto the ground. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, his massive, magma-formed fist hurtling towards Xiaoyu at an astonishing speed. Hellhound! His commanding voice echoed, and the once cold prison was instantly engulfed in an intense heat due to Sakazuki's powers, as the enormous fist expanded in Xiaoyu's vision, almost too fast for the eye to perceive. However, despite the formidable speed of Sakazuki's assault, Xiaoyu was well prepared. At the moment the searing fist approached, he decisively released all his strength as the Navy's 6 styles quietly activated. Paper drawing, a soft, breezy voice resonated, and Xiaoyu's body floated like a delicate sheet of paper, effortlessly evading the oncoming colossal fist. At the same time, the officers of the headquarters, without hesitation, began to hurl the seawater from their buckets towards Sakazuki. With a thunderous splash, torrents of seawater cascaded down upon Xiaoyu and Sakazuki, leaving the latter trapped in the narrow confines. Navi! Sakazuki scoffed at the deluge of seawater. He unleashed the full extent of his magma fruit, and as the seawater struck him, it was instantaneously vaporized by the terrifying heat radiating from his body. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xiaoyu, having evaded Sakazuki's attack with paper drawing, swiftly appeared before him, launching a spear hand from the Navy's 6 styles, transforming his palm into a precise point aimed directly at Sakazuki's chest. Anticipating Xiaoyu's counterattack, a cruel smirk flickered across Sakazuki's lips as he coldly remarked, A mere trick. Before he could finish, Xiaoyu shouted fiercely, Armament. At that moment, the spear hand hardened with haki and accelerated abruptly, piercing into Sakazuki's body with a resounding impact. Yet, Xiaoyu did not pause. He activated Shave from the Navy's 6 styles, vanishing from Sakazuki's sight. When he reappeared, he was positioned behind Sakazuki, holding a hook forged from sea stone. Now is the time. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu proclaimed, Let's do this. As soon as the words left his mouth, the iron hook in his hand swept towards Sakazuki like a bolt of lightning. Following this, several officers around him also hurled their sea stone hooks into the fray. The Flying Squirrel, Stolo Berry, and Bastille were not idle. They unsheathed their weapons and gazed at the unfolding scene with a sense of impending confrontation. In the face of the hook sweeping towards him from all directions, Sakazuki remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place, just as the sea stone hook was about to ensnare him. His figure flickered and vanished into thin air. Do not forget, I am a general of this unit. As Sakazuki's presence dissipated, his voice echoed from behind the crowd, infused with an indescribable wrath and murderous intent. How dare you underestimate me with such tricks? Chapter 011. The awe-inspiring conqueror's haki shock Sakainu. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately turned to look. There stood Sakazuki like a guardian deity blocking the entrance, his body emanating searing magma due to his elemental transformation. The oppressive aura unique to a Marine admiral left the various military officers within the prison gasping for breath, with some of the weaker officers trembling uncontrollably under Sakazuki's formidable presence. "Have you brought me here to confine me within this prison?" After casting a cold gaze over the assembled officers, Sakazuki stepped forward decisively and said, "A commendable thought. But it seems this place may very well become your final resting ground." No sooner had he spoken than he raised his molten arm high without a moment's hesitation. Dog bite Red Lotus. In an instant, his arm transformed into a massive head of a dog, ablaze with roaring flames, which then extended and lunged forward at an astonishing speed, carrying with it a terrifying wave of energy, and appeared before Xiaoyu in a heartbeat. Faced with the oncoming colossal dog head, Xiaoyu did not flinch or evade. Instead, he swiftly grasped the hilt of his sword at his waist, drawing it with the swiftness of lightning. As the sword was unsheathed, a low-frequency vibration rippled through the air before him. In the blink of an eye, visible flames entwined and engulfed the blade, while an immense and invisible pressure surged forth from within Xiaoyu, causing another wave of low-frequency vibrations to ripple through the void. With a thunderous roar, the enormous dog head collided fiercely with the long sword. The impact unleashed a wave of terrifying shockwaves that sent all surrounding officers sprawling to the ground. Even the formidable trio of rear admirals, including Squirrel, Bastille, and Stolarberry, were uncontrollably tossed aside. Finally, the ground could no longer withstand the clash of two violent energies, erupting in a deafening roar. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface beneath Xiaoyu's feet, rapidly spreading outwards like a colossal spider's web, ensnaring everyone present. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the prison trembled violently and collapsed, as the intertwined, terrifying energies surged upward, breaking through the prison's roof and shooting into the night sky. Sakazuki, astonished that Xiaoyu could withstand his strike head-on while causing the entire prison to collapse, stared in horror at Xiaoyu, who stood with one hand gripping the sword, his aura reaching its zenith. The impact waves billowed his garments, presenting him as a true conqueror. After several seconds of stunned silence, Sakazuki finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Conqueror's Haki." As he spoke, his eyes fixated on the long sword in Xiaoyu's hand. Unlike an ordinary sword, Xiaoyu's blade was now entwined with a ring of ominous, energy-infused flames. Although Sakazuki, as an admiral, was familiar with such flames, he found it difficult to accept what he was witnessing. Due to Xiaoyu's awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, which he entwined around the blade of his long sword, it was astonishing that his direct superior was entirely unaware. Most importantly, while formidable individuals possessing Conqueror's Haki abound in the latter half of the Grand Line's New World, those capable of entwining it are exceedingly rare. Masters of this intricate technique are either the sovereigns of the seas commanding vast territories in the New World or have become part of legend. Even more remarkable is that Xiaoyu not only mastered this entwining, but also managed to conceal it from everyone. Such power and such cunning. It is no wonder that Xiaoyu faced this rebellion with unwavering confidence. Equally astonished were the various military officers and the likes of Weasel, Bastille, and Stolarberry, who lay overturned on the ground. Since Xiaoyu ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral, they had grown closer to him through various forms of assistance he provided, engaging in numerous joint missions. Despite each having their own subordinates and ships, they maintained constant communication and often found time to share drinks or spar in the training grounds. They were aware that Xiaoyu had honed both armament and observation haki to unattainable heights, while possessing swordsmanship that rivaled even that of the esteemed Ji Yuan. And his mastery of the Navy's 6 styles could only be described as unparalleled. Initially, they believed this to be the extent of Xiaoyu's capabilities, only to discover that he had long since awakened the Conqueror's Haki. "Do you question my strength to become Fleet Admiral?" Xiaoyu declared, stepping forward and releasing his Conqueror's Haki to deflect Canine Bite Red Lotus, fixing his piercing gaze on Sakazuki, who blocked the prison door. "Sakazuki, you underestimate me. I have stated that becoming Fleet Admiral is merely a part of my plan." With that, Xiaoyu strode forth, raising his sword high. "Lord Xiaoyu." As the tension rose with the imminent clash between Xiaoyu and Sakazuki, Weasel, recovering from the shock of Xiaoyu's sudden revelation of his Conqueror's Haki, quickly interjected, "May I have a word with Admiral Sakazuki?" Xiaoyu turned his head toward Weasel, seemingly anticipating what he was about to say. "Weasel, Now is not the time for such discussions. No, it is precisely the time. Weasel stubbornly stepped forward to stand before Xiaoyu, raising his head to meet Sakazuki's gaze. Declaring loudly, Admiral Sakazuki, a portion of the funds that Lord Xiaoyu has maneuvered over the years includes your share. Weasel, cease your nonsensical claims. Sakazuki advanced slowly, his voice grave. Look outside. Your rebellion has thrown Marineford into chaos. As an admiral, it is imperative to prevent further deterioration of the situation. Seemingly undeterred by Sakazuki's words, Weasel continued to raise his voice. Admiral Sakazuki, your mother is still alive. Before Sakazuki could respond, Weasel produced a document from his pocket and waved it. 3 years ago, when Lord Xiaoyu was still a rear admiral, he fought against a pirate ship during a mission. As he vanquished the pirates aboard, he discovered numerous civilians imprisoned by them. Although the majority of the civilians were returned to their hometowns by Lord Xiaoyu, one elderly woman, having completely lost her memory and her derangement, could only be brought back to the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's pupils contracted slightly. However, his expression quickly darkened as he sternly exclaimed, Marmot, my mother was murdered by pirates when I was but a child. I buried her with my own hands. That elderly woman could in no way be my mother. Marmot offered no explanation, dismissively tossing the documents before Sakazuki, stating that this was the result of the investigation commissioned by Lord Xiaoyu. Chapter 012. Marshal, times have changed. As he stared at the documents cast at his feet, Sakazuki found himself momentarily paralyzed, uncertain whether to pick them up or leave them be. Memories of his childhood surged forth, some faded with the passage of time, others completely forgotten. Yet, the image of his mother closing her eyes in his embrace remained vividly etched in the depths of his memory. He had been but a mere child of 7 or 8, his parents alive, and life was manageable. However, that blissful existence was abruptly shattered one fateful day when a pirate ship docked at his hometown's harbor. In an instant, the pirates descended upon the shore, unleashing a torrent of violence and plunder. His father, in a desperate bid to shield him and his mother, fell victim to the merciless blade of a pirate, while his mother, in a selfless act of protection, was pierced through by a pirate's weapon. Even so, she used her remaining strength to shield him beneath her body, leading the pirates to believe he too had met a tragic end. In truth, he was paralyzed by fear, hiding beneath his mother, scarcely daring to breathe. It was only after the pirates had completed their rampage and departed that he found the courage to crawl out from beneath her. Though decades have passed, he still recalls the image of his mother's fading warmth as she caressed his cheek with the last remnants of her breath. With the villagers of his hometown having perished at the hands of the pirates, he could only bury his mother in the backyard, clutching a profound hatred for pirates that propelled him on a reckless journey toward the naval base, vowing to eradicate every pirate in existence. Years have slipped by, and countless pirates have fallen to his hand, with many more imprisoned under his watch. Yet, he has never forgotten the solemn vow made at his mother's grave to annihilate the scourge of piracy. After a brief silence, though he was certain that Xiaoyu had made an error, he found himself unable to resist the impulse to bend down and retrieve the documents. Upon opening them, a photograph immediately captivated his unsuspecting gaze. The image revealed a frail, wrinkled elderly man, seemingly nearing his 70s, seated on a sofa in a living room, adorned with a gentle smile. Beside him stood Xiaoyu, draped in the uniform of a rear admiral. He had heard whispers of Xiaoyu's recent mission to rescue an elderly man, yet he had never inquired further. Even after Xiaoyu's promotion to vice admiral and subsequent assignment under his command, he had not visited Xiaoyu's home, knowing only that Xiaoyu had devoted the past 3 years to caring for this elderly gentleman. Given his nature as a workaholic, rarely venturing into the family quarters, he had never laid eyes on the elderly man Xiaoyu had brought home. The moment he beheld the figure in the photograph, he felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he hastened to peruse the investigative report contained within the documents. The deeper he delved, the more his hands quivered with agitation. Upon finishing the report, he could no longer contain himself and lifted his gaze to look at Weasel and Xiaoyu, his voice hoarse and disjointed as he stammered, "No, this cannot be. Years ago, I personally interred my beloved mother. She cannot possibly be alive." As he uttered these words, he lifted the photograph once more. Though decades had elapsed, the visage captured within the image did not align with his recollections of his mother. Yet an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, nearly leaping into his throat. This tumultuous surge of emotion shattered the composure he had maintained as a general for decades, prompting him to exclaim with uncharacteristic fervor, "Xiaoyu, where is the elder now?" In response, Xiaoyu calmly sheathed his sword, casting not a glance at Sakaski, and decisively stated, "We shall depart." "No, you cannot leave," Sakaski interjected, swiftly stepping in front of Xiaoyu, his voice low and commanding, "Take me to see her." Observing this, Xiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly. The nearby weasel quickly approached. Bowing respectfully, "Lord Xiaoyu, allow me to escort General Sakaski." Xiaoyu nodded in acquiescence, then strode past Sakaski, exiting the prison that had been reduced to ruins. Upon crossing the threshold, thousands of naval soldiers standing in 2 rows almost simultaneously brought their legs together, raising their hands in unison to declare, "Loyalty." The resounding chorus echoed through the night sky, reverberating over Marineford. Upon hearing the sudden proclamation, soldiers stationed at various dormitories, the armory, scientific divisions, and major fortifications paused, turning towards the Marineford Square. Clearly, an unprecedented rebellion had come to a close at the moment Xiaoyu stepped beyond the prison gates. Gazing at the meticulously arranged ranks of officers and the multitude of soldiers, Xiaoyu slightly nodded before marching forward with an upright posture. Meanwhile, having rushed from his residence upon receiving the news, Admiral Sengoku had just entered the headquarters building when a pungent scent of blood assailed his senses. Before he could react, Vice Admiral Hound, accompanied by hundreds of soldiers, surged forth. "Admiral Sengoku, please hold," Hound called as he reached Sengoku. Saluting before continuing with a chilling declaration, "Marineford is now largely under our control. If you desire to prevent its utter destruction, I implore you to remain still and await Lord Xiaoyu's arrival." "Excuse me?" Sengoku's expression shifted, and he quickly surveyed the surroundings. Upon realizing that the familiar figures in the lobby had vanished, replaced by soldiers pointing their weapons at him, he could no longer contain himself. His admiral's coat billowed without wind as he admonished Hound. "Hound, how dare you treat your comrades with such brutality? Confess, have the duty officers within the headquarters been slain by you?" Before Hound could respond, Base and 2 others, who had been at Sengoku's side, suddenly emerged, pointing accusingly at Hound and vehemently cursing. "This is treason. You traitors will pay dearly for your actions." As Hound regarded the sudden intrusion of Base and his companions, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. "Silence." Before he could finish, several soldiers behind him lunged forward, their triggers ready to be pulled at the trio. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of gunshots, Base and his companions were reduced to mere riddled corpses before they even had the chance to scream. "Damn it, Hound, how dare you?" To his astonishment, Hound ruthlessly eliminated Base and his compatriots without hesitation, nearly causing Warlord to cough up blood on the spot. It is worth noting that Base and his associates held the position of Chief Justice of Judicial Island, ranking equally with him in status, as long as they remained alive. Warlord held a glimmer of hope for salvaging the rebellion. However, with their untimely demise at the hands of chaotic gunfire, the situation had irrevocably spiraled out of control. "Commander, the times have changed." Hound gestured for the soldiers to stand down and then calmly declared, "Lord Xiaoyu has stated that in times of turmoil, stringent measures are necessary. The blood of the sacrificed must begin with our generation. The Navy must undergo reform, and the corrupt elements and parasites within the world government must be eradicated." Chapter 013, Warring States. Have the 3 great generals been subdued? Hound, you are utterly audacious. Glancing at Base and his companions sprawled on the ground, Sengoku disregarded the weapons aimed at him and swiftly approached Hound, gritting his teeth as he declared, "The execution of the Chief Justice of Judicial Island means there is no turning back from this insurrection. However, I can assure you that if you cease your actions promptly, I will negotiate this matter with the Holy Land." Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Hound interjected decisively, "Marshal Sengoku, this is warfare, not a drill." Lord Xiaoyu stated that only failure equates to rebellion. "We are not only far from failure, but have effectively seized control of the situation with minimal sacrifice. By the way, Admiral Borsalino has already been subdued by us. If Marshal Sengoku intends to delay for the other 3 admirals to intervene, you may find the outcome disappointing." "What did you say?" Upon hearing that Admiral Borsalino had indeed been taken, Sengoku's pupils constricted slightly. He had intended to buy some time to allow the admirals and other officers, who had not yet allied with Xiaoyu, a chance to reverse the tide. In his view, the The reason the various officers participating in this rebellion had succeeded so swiftly was due to the prompt and decisive actions of the loyal officers and soldiers to Xiaoyu, who had launched this insurrection at the break of dawn, catching many off guard. Once the admirals or others realized what was happening, this rebellion would swiftly be quashed. After a brief silence, Sengoku sighed inwardly and then turned to face the ominous, alarm-ringing Marineford Square, his expression grave as he remarked, "Borsalino, even now, do you still cling to your ambiguous sense of justice?" As the chief marshal, he could hardly believe that Hound and a few hundred Navy soldiers could truly have subdued Borsalino. It is crucial to remember that Borsalino is a user of the light fruit, a natural type devil fruit power, should Borsalino apply himself, even slightly. Both Hound and the hundreds of rebels who entered the headquarters could easily be vanquished in a single encounter. Borsalino's choice to be subdued clearly indicates he was merely observing or waiting for the outcome of this rebellion. The current conflict in Marineford is not a battle between good and evil, but rather a power reshuffling within the Navy headquarters. What about Sakazuki? Suddenly, Sengoku, unwilling to concede, turned back to Hound and asked in a low voice, "Has he also chosen silence?" Hound shook his head and replied, "My duty is solely to control Admiral Kizaru and await your command, Marshal. However, judging by the current circumstances, Admiral Sakazuki should also be subdued." Enough. Sengoku waved his hand, somewhat exasperated. "You believe you can control two admirals simultaneously? Such childish talk suffices for one round." Hound smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. It is undeniable that if both admirals were to act at the same time, their rebellion would surely come to a swift end. For neither he nor any other vice admirals, even in unison, would stand a chance against the might of the two admirals. However, matters are not as straightforward as they may seem at first glance. If sheer strength could accomplish everything one desired, there would be no need to label the marshals of the warring states as wise strategists, nor would the world require any cunning schemes. A simple display of power would suffice. Pausing momentarily, General Zhanghua spoke solemnly. "Xiaoyu wouldn't he expect me, his old superior, to stand here waiting for him, would he?" The Hound turned slightly, responding plainly, "Your Excellency, you may proceed to your office." "Humph." Zhanghua scoffed, flicked his sleeve, and strode past the Hound. The Hound, not daring to lag behind, promptly followed him into the elevator. As the two entered the lift, soldiers stationed in the lobby rushed forward, dragging away the bodies of Base and his companions. Immediately afterward, soldiers assigned to clean up expertly wiped the bloodstains from the floor and swiftly rolled out a red carpet. General Zhanghua. At that moment, an officer burst into the lobby, loudly calling out to Zhanghua, who had already entered the elevator. Strangely, the soldiers involved in the insurrection did not stop him, allowing him to reach the elevator door. Casting a glance at the aide who had approached the elevator, Zhanghua shook his head with a wry smile. "Is there a situation worse than the one we currently face?" The soldier looked at the Hound, his voice trembling as he said, "All communications from headquarters have been severed. Marinvondo is now completely cut off from the outside world." Hearing this, Zhanghua was not taken aback and replied calmly, "It seems Xiaoyu has been preparing for this day for many years. Even without this trial, he would have instigated a rebellion at the opportune moment." Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, in the female officers' dormitory, the entire building was surrounded by a throng of naval soldiers, led by the formidable Rear Admiral Guillaume, who bore the famed sword Kinpyra at his side. The tall Guillaume stood at the forefront, her cloak billowing in the wind, her expression a complex mixture as she gazed intently at the entrance of the dormitory. Although she had joined this insurrection, she hoped to avoid excessive bloodshed, particularly in this dormitory where she wished for all female officers to remain safely inside. "Guillaume, what is the meaning of this?" Just then, a voice laced with despair reached her ears. Following the sound, she saw a middle-aged man draped in the uniform of a rear admiral being pushed forward by two soldiers. This man was none other than Vice Admiral Kaki, a fellow candidate for promotion alongside Guillaume. Kaki's influence within the headquarters rivaled that of Xiaoyu, as nearly everyone knew of his affection for Guillaume. Despite being rejected countless times, he never relented, always seizing opportunities to present her with flowers and profess his love. Tonight marked the 90th time his declarations had ended in failure. Yet, he had not anticipated that this time, not only would he face rejection, but he would also stumble upon Guillaume amidst the rebellion. In a bid to prevent Guillaume from making further missteps, he immediately stepped forward to intervene. However, in the face of Cheyenne and the various military officers accompanying him, no matter how formidable his strength, he was swiftly subdued, even being handcuffed by Cheyenne himself. The individual brought before him, Gaki, appeared utterly despondent, his vacant gaze fixed on Cheyenne as if the most vital essence of his existence had been siphoned away. Within the female officer's dormitory on the third floor, room 201, a female officer clad in a naval major's coat stood by the window, a cigarette delicately pinched between her fingers, her captivating eyes unwaveringly observing Cheyenne, who commanded hundreds of soldiers to secure the entire dormitory building. Behind her, 7 or 8 flustered female officers stood in the dormitory, clearly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Tina, what on earth is happening?" inquired a female officer in a robe, edging closer to the major with a trembling voice. "Why is Major General Cheyenne surrounding the dormitory with troops? Could it be?" Before she could finish her thought, the officer named Tina stirred, inhaled from her cigarette, and shook her head, saying, "Tina does not comprehend either. However, it is evident that a grave situation has unfolded, as the alarms are blaring throughout the headquarters." After a brief pause, Tina abruptly turned, her expression grave as she asked, "Have we made contact with Mr. Karp?" Chapter 014, The New Marshal of Headquarters, Reshaping the Navy. Unable to establish contact, the female officer shook her head and continued, "All communication devices are down. It seems the headquarters communications have been severed." Upon hearing this, Tina's expression gradually turned grave. What could be the reason for this? Tina was perplexed. "I must go down to inquire with General Shigeyama." "Wait, Major Tina," the female officer hastily interjected. "Did General Shigeyama not just instruct us to remain in our quarters? Anyone defying orders will face immediate execution." Disregarding the warning, Tina resolutely turned and walked out. While the other female officers hesitated to challenge General Shigeyama's orders, Tina felt unafraid. Setting aside rank, she shared a cordial rapport with Shigeyama and was confident he would not hastily resort to violence against her. As Tina approached the entrance, she was quickly surrounded by a dozen female officers who had been hiding inside, all clamoring with questions. "Major Tina, what is happening? Has the headquarters been invaded?" "An invasion is impossible. If that were the case, General Shigeyama would not have allowed us to remain in our quarters." "Betrayal? Could there be a traitor among us?" "Wait, could this be related to the matter concerning General Xiaoyu?" Colleagues from the courtroom reported that the presiding judge announced the intent to sentence General Xiao to death and transfer him to Justice Island this morning. "Major Tina, do you know what is going on?" Gazing at the crowd of female officers encircling her, Tina furrowed her brow and replied coolly, "I am equally in the dark. Please step aside. I need to consult with General Shigeyama." With that, Tina stepped forward. "Tina, don't go out." As Tina exited the door, Shigeyama's voice echoed from afar. "What you need to do now is to stay out of this and remain in your quarters until the situation is resolved." "General, am I not permitted to leave my quarters either?" Tina pressed on, ignoring Shigeyama's warning. "If the headquarters is under attack, why are we not allowed to participate in the fight?" Tina was bewildered. "The headquarters is not under attack." Shigeyama placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression stern. "Tina, return at once. This is for your own good." Having approached within 5 meters of Shigeyama, Tina halted, surveying the soldiers at the ready around her before fixing her gaze on Shigeyama. "If the headquarters is not under siege, why this display? Is it because of General Xia? Are you trying to prevent his transfer to Justice Island?" Indeed, Shigeyama did not conceal the truth, his expression complex as he regarded Tina. "Tina, do not make this difficult for me. Return to your quarters. Once this matter is resolved, you shall still be a naval major." Just as Tina was about to respond, the soldiers standing in formation behind Shigeyama suddenly turned in unison, saluting with raised hands and shouting in unison, "Loyalty." Startled by the synchronized display, Tina's eyes widened in shock. Before her stood Admiral Sakazuki, adorned with a navy cap and clad in a dark red uniform, seemingly in haste, accompanied by General Weasel. Without casting a glance at the gathered crowd, he strode purposefully towards the family quarters. It was astonishing that Admiral Sakazuki remained oblivious to the unfolding events, hastily departing as though nothing had transpired. A flicker of confusion crossed Tina's eyes as she softly inquired, "Guion, is Admiral Sakazuki involved in this? What is happening?" Guion remained silent, his gaze fixed on Sakazuki, who was making his way towards the family quarters with General Weasel. A heavy burden lifted from his heart. It was evident that Sakazuki had been swayed by Summer, or had perhaps reached some form of accord with him. This development would diminish a significant obstacle in their endeavors. Otherwise, given Sakazuki's temperament and his unwavering commitment to absolute justice, he would undoubtedly take drastic measures to quell the rebellion. At that point, Tina could scarcely fathom the number of lives that would be lost due to such an intervention. As she watched Sakazuki and Weasel disappear from view, Gion quickly redirected his attention to the perplexed Tina, gently stating, "Tina, after tonight, a new marshal will succeed Lord Sengoku, marking the countdown to a new era for the Navy. What transpires tonight is not the result of external invasion, but rather a transformation orchestrated by Lord Summer." In the Navy headquarters, at the family quarters, accompanied by General Weasel, Admiral Sakazuki arrived at the entrance of a modest two-story abode. Surrounding the entrance, a contingent of armed soldiers stood vigilant, clearly a precautionary measure arranged by Summer to safeguard the area amidst the unfolding operations. The courtyard lay in disarray. The ground was excavated, and various flora lay strewn about, withered and decayed. This was Summer's small estate, and the digging had been conducted by an investigative team, intent on uncovering any illicit treasures buried by Summer. However, Sakazuki was not inclined to concern himself with such trivial matters. Upon reaching the entrance, his gaze fell upon a frail figure in the yard, trembling as it gathered the scattered remains of the plants while muttering incantations, seemingly cursing the members of the investigative team responsible for the devastation. Though the figure's back was turned, the moment Sakazuki laid eyes upon it, his heart raced uncontrollably. General Weasel, standing beside him, was equally taken aback to discover another figure in the courtyard, laboring under the cloak of night to salvage the destroyed plants. He paused momentarily, his expression shifting dramatically, and without further thought, he swiftly maneuvered past the fence to stand before the elderly individual. "Old man, why are you still awake?" he exclaimed, urgently taking the wilted flowers from the elderly man's hands and offering his support. The old man looked up, bewildered by the sudden appearance of General Weasel, and hoarsely inquired, "Who are you?" "Squirrel, I am Squirrel." The squirrel carefully assisted the elderly man in turning around and walking towards the two-story building in the courtyard, exclaiming, "I am your grandson's colleague." Upon hearing the term grandson, the old man suddenly grasped the squirrel's arm, his emotions surging as he articulated with remarkable clarity, "Where is my grandson? Where has he gone? In recent days, nefarious individuals have been coming to our home to wreak havoc. You are in the Navy, right? Hurry and apprehend those villains." All right. I shall go forth and capture them all, sending them to prison." The squirrel nodded repeatedly. Just then, Sakazuki entered the scene. Gazing at the elderly man before him, Sakazuki hesitated, his words caught in his throat, ultimately refraining from uttering a single word, yet fixated on the old. "I am hungry." The elderly man seemed oblivious to Sakazuki's presence, appearing to have forgotten his previous statements, as he looked up at the squirrel like a child. "Please, come inside and sit for a moment." The squirrel guided the elderly man into the house, and continued, "I shall go prepare for you." Before the squirrel could finish his sentence, Sakazuki had already turned and entered the kitchen. Chapter 015. Sakazuki's mother upon entering the kitchen. Sakazuki took a deep breath and turned to glance at the figure seated in the living room. The sharp gaze that had long been devoid of emotional fluctuation beneath the military cap gradually softened. Although he could not yet be entirely certain that the elderly woman before him was indeed his mother, who had perished in his arms all those years ago, the profound sense of maternal connection between them intensified. However, he refrained from recklessly revealing his identity, relying on his fading memories. He resolved to prepare a dish that his mother had once cherished. To be precise, it was a dish he had come to adore. Hailing from the cold climate of the North Sea, he had developed a fondness for rice accompanied by chili peppers since his earliest recollections. This preference was not merely a matter of taste, but a consequence of his circumstances. He had maintained this habit throughout the years, and gradually, his subordinates and even colleagues with whom he seldom interacted became aware of his penchant for rice and chili. Yet, considering the elderly woman's current hunger, he abandoned his initial plan of testing her and skillfully prepared a bowl of ramen for her. Before long, he presented a steaming bowl of ramen before her. He then swiftly returned to the kitchen, carrying a bowl of rice and a few fresh chili peppers. Taking a seat across from her as he began to devour the meal with great enthusiasm, as if he had not eaten for 3 days. This spectacle prompted a flurry of questions to arise above the head of the squirrel accompanying the elderly woman. Sakazuki's actions soon caught the elderly woman's attention. After observing him for a moment, it seemed she had momentarily forgotten her own hunger and cautiously inquired, "Are you also a colleague of my grandson?" Sakazuki nodded affirmatively. Instantly, the elderly woman's spirits lifted, and she leaned closer, tentatively asking, "Could you share some of your rice and chili with me?" Taken aback for a moment, Sakaski then placed the bowl of rice before her. Upon seeing this, the elderly woman, as if fearful that Sakaski might retract his offer, quickly took the bowl and the chili peppers, concealing them beneath the table, and whispered mysteriously, "My son adored rice and chili." However, as she spoke, her expression suddenly fell, and her voice grew choked with emotion. "But I cannot find my son." Before her words fully faded, she turned her gaze towards the squirrel. Could you help me find my son?" "Of course," the squirrel nodded vigorously. "We have been searching all these years." "Ah, yes. What is my son's name?" The elderly woman pondered for a moment, then sprang to her feet in a flurry, her face etched with urgency. "I forgot who my son is." Who is my son?" Yes. Rice and chili." After pacing back and forth, the elderly woman retrieved the hidden bowl of rice and chili from beneath the table, handing it to the squirrel. "My son loves rice and chili. Will you help me find him?" The squirrel accepted the bowl and chili, placing them in front of Sakaski, and tentatively suggested, "Elderly lady, do you think he resembles your son?" "His name is Sakaski, a general of the Navy headquarters." "Who is Sakaski?" The elderly man glanced at Sakaski and shook his head, saying, "How could he possibly be my son? My son is not that old. He is merely 8 years old." The squirrel, feeling helpless, shrugged and explained to Sakaski, "I apologize, General Sakaski. The old man's dementia is worsening. He often forgets even Lord Xiaoyu. All he knows is that Xiaoyu is his grandson, but he cannot recall who Xiaoyu is." Before he could finish, a flicker of astonishment crossed the squirrel's eyes as he looked at Sakaski in disbelief. At that moment, Sakaski had pulled his hat down low, obscuring his eyes from the squirrel, but the squirrel could see 2 streams of silent tears cascading down Sakaski's face. Sakaski's emotions were tumultuous and complex. He was certain that this elderly man before him was the mother he had once held in his arms when she died. Yet, he hesitated to acknowledge it, for it was he who had buried his still-living mother in the yard. Had he dug the grave deeper back then, he would have become the true perpetrator of his mother's demise. The thought of his mother awakening beneath the earth sent a sharp pang through his heart, nearly suffocating him. Most importantly, despite the passage of decades, while his mother had forgotten who he was, she had never forgotten her favorite white rice and chili peppers. After a brief silence, Sakaski suddenly stood up, disregarding his usual demeanor, tears streaming down his face as he rushed behind the elderly man and quickly lifted the hem of the old man's clothing. As the garment was raised, a deep gash on the man's back came into view, still vividly apparent after all those years. With years of experience, he immediately recognized the wound as one inflicted by a blade penetrating the front and exiting through the back. The sight of the scar instantly conjured memories of his mother being pierced by a pirate's weapon during his childhood. "Let me go?" The old man was evidently startled by Sakaski's actions, swiftly turning to slap him across the face, then tremblingly retreating behind the squirrel, clutching the squirrel's arm anxiously. After receiving the blow, Sakaski stood still, tilting his head slightly as he took a deep breath. He then knelt before the elderly man, trembling as he called out, "Mother." Before he could finish, he bowed deeply, his shoulders shaking violently as he struggled to contain his emotions and refrain from weeping aloud. The Marine headquarters at Marineford was filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Although the situation had been largely controlled, a few officers still sought opportunities to rebel. In stark contrast to the gunfire and explosions echoing through the major fortresses of Marineford, the courtyard where Xiaoyu resided was serene. Sakaski had calmed himself, relying on the remnants of his memories and an innate sense of familiarity, finally ceasing to doubt the elderly man's identity, quietly remaining by his side. The elder's memory was severely muddled. Just moments ago, he clutched the white rice and chili peppers tightly. Yet now, upon noticing the tear-streaked visage of Sakaski, he relinquished the rice and peppers back to him. Sakaski remained silent, engrossed in his meal. Although it was merely simple white rice and chili, it was the first time in decades that he savored such exquisite flavors. "You enjoy white rice and chili as well," the elder remarked, not touching his chopsticks. His gaze fixed intently on Sakaski, his voice gentle. "Just like my son. If you happen to find my son, please do not bully him. He has always dreamed of becoming a sailor. By the way, what is your name?" Hearing the incessant chatter of the elder, Sakaski was transported back to the moment he had buried his own mother, still alive, beneath the earth. Tears once again welled in his eyes, yet he promptly replied, "Sakaski." "Sakaski?" The elder blinked, deep in thought. "My son. By the way, do you know my son's name?" Sakaski responded once more, "Sakaski." Chapter 016. Akaino. Mother has never been a matter of choice. The elderly man seemed to regain his memory, nodding repeatedly as he said, Yes, yes. My son is also named Sakazuki, but he is only 8 years old. No, he must have grown up by now. Otherwise, how could I have a grandson? As he spoke, a look of confusion returned to his eyes, and he turned to the weasel, curiously inquiring, "Who is my grandson?" I seem to have forgotten." With a lament, he hurriedly stood up and dashed towards the bedroom. Observing this, the weasel did not intervene but instead cast a serious gaze upon Sakazuki. Seizing the moment, Sakazuki set down his bowl and met the weasel's eyes, asking, "Has Lord Shiyu been taking care of mother all this time?" The weasel nodded, explaining that when on mission, Lord Shiyu would enlist the help of Tenzin, but he would usually stay with the elderly lady, for often a mere turn of his back could make her forget who he was, and she might even mistakenly think him a villain and chase him away. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki turned his gaze towards his mother, who was searching the house for her grandson, his expression growing resolute. He did not believe Lord Shiyu acted with ulterior motives. Having reviewed the investigation report, he knew that prior to discovering his mother's identity, Lord Shiyu had no knowledge of their connection. This implied that Lord Shiyu's care for the elderly lady was devoid of any ulterior purpose. With this thought, Sakazuki resolved without hesitation, "Can your phone bug be used? Help me contact Lord Shiyu." The weasel produced the phone bug and dialed. Shortly, the connection was established. Before the other party could speak, the weasel cut straight to the point. "Put me through to Lord Shiyu." A few seconds later, Lord Shiyu's voice emanated from the phone bug. "Weasel, you have 10 minutes. Regardless of what choice Sakazuki makes, you must return immediately to accompany me to meet Sengoku." Sakazuki held the phone bug close, speaking firmly. "This is Sakazuki. I have only one question. If your answer aligns with my desires, I shall assist you in ascending to the position of Fleet Admiral." Without waiting for a response from the phone bug, he swiftly altered his tone. "Since you have already uncovered my mother's identity, why not leverage that as a condition for our transaction? You must understand, this is my only vulnerability. No reason." Lord Shiyu's voice came steadily from the phone bug. "I believe that upon learning of the elderly lady's identity, you will inevitably compromise regarding tonight's events, perhaps even reluctantly fighting for me. Because at no time has a mother ever been a question of choice. However, I shall not act in such a manner, for to me, family is not a bargaining chip." Meanwhile, en route to the naval headquarters, Lord Shiyu cast the phone bug aside to Strawberry and looked up at the towering headquarters building, his eyes gradually narrowing. Though he did not speak much with Sakazuki, the mere act of Sakazuki reaching out to him via phone was sufficient to convey his stance. For this formidable general, Xiaoyu did not require him to stand alongside him at this moment. As long as Sakazuki chose to remain an observer, the significant event of the night could still unfold. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by a bullet tearing through the air, hurtling directly towards Xiaoyu's face. Before he could react, Bastiu, who had been silently following him, swiftly drew his blade. The massive shark-slaying sword arched through the air, severing the oncoming bullet with precision. Without hesitation, Bastia stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura from his weapon, and slashed toward the direction of the bullet's trajectory. In an instant, a devastating wave of energy surged forth, slicing through the rooftop of a building hundreds of meters away, accompanied by a piercing scream from above. The neatly severed rooftop tilted and collapsed, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiaoyu did not falter in his stride. As Bastiu executed his aerial strike, he advanced into the headquarters building, flanked by major generals, brigadier generals, and hundreds of soldiers. "Xiaoyu, you naval disgrace." Just as Xiaoyu crossed the threshold into the hall, a thunderous roar erupted. Following this, a figure from the guard stationed on the first floor lunged towards Xiaoyu with lightning speed, pointing gun. As the assailant closed in, Storlowberry swiftly stepped forward, executing one of the Navy's 6 styles, piercing the intruder's chest with unerring accuracy. "Damn it!" The officer, halted by Storlowberry, narrowed his eyes and then widened them in fury, glaring at Storlowberry with unbridled rage. "Storlowberry, what is the meaning of this? You were once the hero who pursued the Sun Pirates, the most trusted subordinate of Admiral Kazuru. Why have you chosen to betray alongside this naval disgrace?" Without a change in expression, Storlowberry seized the officer by the neck and stated coldly, "Discussing right and wrong is meaningless now. All who stand against Lord Xiaoyu are our enemies. Thus, you may perish." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Storlowberry swiftly snapped the officer's neck and then hastened to follow Xiaoyu, who was already making his way to the elevator. This was Storlowberry, emotionless and decisive in his actions. In many ways, he shared a kinship with Admiral Sakazuki, yet he had chosen to serve under Admiral Borsellino. Although Borsellino placed great trust in him, Storloberry could not align himself with the ambiguous sense of justice that Borsellino embodied, making it difficult for him to integrate with the other generals under Borsellino's command. This inner turmoil weighed heavily on him, buried deep within his heart, with no outlet for expression. It was not until an occasion when he embarked on a mission to the New World alongside the newly promoted Rear Admiral Xiaoyu that he found a kindred spirit in the way Xiaoyu dealt with pirates. After the mission concluded, he took the unprecedented initiative to approach Xiaoyu. Through several encounters, he was utterly captivated by the charismatic persona of Xiaoyu, the youngest Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters, and regarded him as a confidant, establishing a friendship that allowed for open discourse. Most importantly, he discovered that Xiaoyu possessed not only formidable strength, but also lofty aspirations that left him in awe. Upon fully comprehending Xiaoyu's desires, he quietly resolved to become one of Xiaoyu's most formidable allies. However, he underestimated Xiaoyu's ambition. What Xiaoyu sought was far beyond merely becoming the youngest marshal in naval history. Yet, these considerations had become trivial. What truly mattered was that, regardless of the actions Xiaoyu might take, he would choose to stand by his side, for a soldier is willing to die for a confidant. Chapter 017. The Five Elder Stars. At this very moment, within the Round Table Conference Hall of the Naval Headquarters, Sengoku remained seated in the position of Marshal, flanked by the Hound and various naval officers loyal to Xiaoyu on either side. The atmosphere in the conference hall was one of utter silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of a few soldiers, their adrenaline surging. These were naval soldiers and officers devoted to Xiaoyu, and had it not been for his influence, they would have lacked the courage to bring the esteemed Marshal Sengoku into this hall, a privilege reserved solely for officers of the rank of Rear Admiral or above. Now, however, they had not only entered this hallowed space, but had also brought the once revered Marshal before them. Amidst the tension, an unprecedented sense of pride ignited within them. Suddenly, bang! The tightly shut doors of the conference hall were forcefully flung open. In strode Vice Admiral Maynade, his fury palpable, followed closely by Vice Admiral Huashishin. Upon entering, Maynade's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Sengoku seated in the marshal's chair, and it took him a few moments to regain his composure. With mounting agitation, he turned his gaze upon the Hound and barked, "Hound, what in the world is happening? Are you involved in this mutiny as well?" The Hound shrugged slightly, responding calmly, "Maynade, I urge you to remain composed. If you continue to raise a ruckus, I will not hesitate to act against you, regardless of our professional ties. Many have perished this night. If you wish to join their ranks, I can certainly oblige." In response, Maynade lunged forward. "Maynade!" Before he could reach the Hound, Sengoku's voice rang out, commanding, "Sit down." At that moment, Huashishin approached and placed a hand on Maynade's shoulder before taking a seat beside Sengoku. Maynade, however, did not immediately acquiesce, glaring furiously at the Hound. As if sensing Maynade's thoughts, the Hound stepped forward defiantly and declared, "Maynade, I now command you to sit down. Otherwise, this shall be your final resting place." As the Hound's words hung in the air, soldiers lining the hall raised their rifles, the icy barrels aimed squarely at Maynade. "Marshal Sengoku, this is treachery. Xiaoyu has rebelled." Suddenly, an urgent voice echoed from outside the conference hall. Before anyone could react, several figures rushed in. Leading them was Vice Admiral Shirtai Lacey, followed closely by Vice Admiral Urban, distinguished by his flowing hair and prominent fangs, and Rear Admiral Red King, notable for his 6 chins. As they entered the hall, the trio, who had been in a state of great urgency just moments before, froze in place. Acutely aware of the tense atmosphere, they exchanged knowing glances, swallowed hard, and then silently took their seats beside Sengoku. Thus, Maynard ceased to confront the Hounds and decisively took his seat beside Fire Mountain. It was not that he had capitulated. Rather, the number of colleagues aligning with him in the assembly hall was steadily increasing. The illustrious strategist, known for his wisdom, maintained a silence that compelled him to bide his time and observe the unfolding situation. Just as Shirtai lay and his companions settled down, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed from outside the grand entrance. Shortly thereafter, the dashing Guillaume, draped in a general's cloak, strode into the conference hall, taking the vacant seat directly opposite the illustrious strategist amidst the astonished gazes of the assembly. As Guillaume settled in, 2 brigadier generals and a dozen soldiers promptly took their positions behind her in a disciplined formation. "Guillaume, what is the meaning of this?" Maynard's expression shifted as he noticed Guillaume occupying a seat that was typically not hers. In a low voice, he questioned, "Have you also joined the rebellion?" Guillaume refrained from answering him directly. Instead, she cast a glance of apology towards the strategist, nodding slightly as she addressed him, "Marshal Zhangua. I sincerely apologize for the events of this evening. In pursuit of true justice, I have chosen to follow Lord Xiaoyu." At this declaration, Maynard, Fire Mountain, and Shirtai lay widened their eyes in disbelief. Initially, upon witnessing Guillaume's entrance, they had presumed she too had been invited by the traitors, only to discover that she had already defected to Xiaoyu, referring to him with the honorific lord. This signified not merely an alliance with Xiaoyu, but an oath of loyalty. Yet, such details paled in comparison to the gravity of the situation. Guillaume was a candidate for the position of general, a formidable swordsman with the potential to become one of the next 3 great generals. It was astonishing that someone with such a promising future would choose to pledge allegiance to a rising young general. True justice? A flicker of doubt crossed Zhanggua's features. He was even more curious than Maynard and the others about Guillaume's choice. Indeed, true justice. Guillaume nodded, speaking slowly. "Lord Xia, you revealed certain truths about the world government to me. Initially, I was skeptical, even considering him to be alarmist. Although I sought verification from Vegapunk in the scientific division, I remained unconvinced. It was only when I visited the Holy Land for duty that I came to realize that what Lord Xiaoyu spoke was not mere hyperbole." Zhanggua's expression shifted subtly. "Vegapunk? The Holy Land? What exactly did he disclose to you?" Guillaume did not respond directly, but instead countered, "Have you ever visited the royal palace of the Holy Land, Lord Zhanggua? It is the palace constructed by the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. Within that grand hall, there stands the Throne of Void. We all know that the Throne of Void is never to be occupied, as it symbolizes the equality among the 20 nations that founded the world government, representing that no one may ascend to become a dictator. However, according to my investigations, there have been persistent attempts over the years to claim the Throne of Void. This is impossible." In a sudden surge of emotion, Warring States rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon the serene-faced Shiyan. With fervor, he directly addressed Shiyan by the codename bestowed upon her, Peach Rabbit. "This is a fabrication concocted by Xiaoyu, designed to incite your cooperation in his rebellion. You must be acutely aware that Xiaoyu's swift control of the situation tonight is not a desperate gamble born from his impending transfer to Judicial Island, but rather the culmination of a meticulously orchestrated plan that has long been in motion." "General Warring States, I am no mere child," Shiyan replied, her countenance remaining tranquil. 3 years ago, when Lord Xiaoyu confided these matters to me, he urged me to refrain from hastily verifying them, as doing so might endanger my life. Nevertheless, I have persistently conducted my investigations in secret over the past 3 years. It was only 4 months ago that I stumbled upon a crucial lead, allowing me to ascertain that the so-called supreme authorities of the world government, the elders of the power room, are not but puppets manipulated by someone else. For behind them lurks a clandestine figure, an aspiring dictator pulling the strings. At this juncture, a flicker of emotion finally broke through Shiyan's calm demeanor. She gradually rose to her feet and declared with a striking intensity, "This puppet master currently resides in a place known as the Flower Between the Sacred Land, referred to by the elders as Lord M. Chapter 018, My Glory is Loyalty. Lord M. A flicker of confusion crossed Sengoku's eyes upon hearing this unfamiliar name. As the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had traversed between the Holy Land Mary Geos and the Navy headquarters in Marineford countless times, often overseeing the security of Mary Geos during the Quadrennial World Conference. During such occasions, he meticulously fortified Mary Geos to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yet, despite his extensive experience, the title of Lord M was entirely unknown to him. If Sengoku found it unfamiliar, the others present were equally bewildered, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty regarding Guillaume's words. At that moment, on the top floor of the headquarters building, the elevator doors slid open. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu stepped out decisively. Following closely behind were Vice Admirals Stolo Berry and Bashu, while several Rear Admirals hastened ahead of Xiaoyu, standing respectfully before the conference hall doors at the end of the corridor. As Xiaoyu approached, the 2 Rear Admirals promptly opened the door. Without breaking stride, Xiaoyu walked boldly into the conference hall with his head held high. In the conference hall, Guillaume, the Hound, and the other officers, along with the soldiers behind them, rose and took a step forward. Instead of heading to his designated position, Xiaoyu advanced swiftly to stand before Sengoku, coming to a sharp salute. Stand at attention. Without waiting for Sengoku's response, Xiaoyu brought his feet together and raised his right hand in salute to the fleet admiral. As his words echoed, Stolo Berry, Bastiu, and the other rear admirals followed suit, standing rigidly, while Gion, the Hound, and the others did the same, facing Sengoku and together declaring loyalty. Sengoku, maintaining his composure, gazed at Xiaoyu, who was saluting him. Officers like Minard, who had yet to submit to Xiaoyu, displayed unfriendly expressions, regarding him with hostility. Vice Admiral Xiaoyu, you seem rather busy this evening. After a brief silence, Sengoku sighed and remarked, is it your so-called justice to fulfill your ambitions with the lives and blood of your comrades? In response, Xiaoyu withdrew a document from his pocket and placed it before Sengoku, stepping back a pace. Many years ago, I encountered a seer on Fishman Island who proclaimed that I would achieve greatness at the cost of countless bones. I disagree. I believe that one's fate, life or death, is determined by oneself. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marineford is now largely under my control. If you wish to prevent further bloodshed from rebellion, I urge you to sign your name on this document. Xiaoyu, you traitor. Before Sengoku could react, Minard sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with rage. As long as we are alive, you will never succeed. Seeking death. Without waiting for Xiaoyu to issue a command, Stolo Berry and Bastiu instinctively stepped forward. In the next instant, Stolo Berry's spear was aimed squarely at Minard's chest. Meanwhile, the formidable blade held by Bastille was poised against Maynard's throat. Instinctively, Cheyenne grasped the hilt of his sword, while the hunting dog revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Should Maynard, along with Huanshan and Steel Ray, show any signs of defiance, they would not hesitate to suppress and eliminate him. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference hall became tense, as if a battle was imminent. Stahleberg, Bastille, Maynard, his eyes aflame with rage, exclaimed, Xiaoyu has only been with the headquarters for 6 years. What on earth has he done to make you forsake the honor of the Navy and join him in rebellion? Soldiers die for those who understand them, Stahleberg replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Maynard. My glory is my loyalty. Bastille wasted no words, his voice leaving no room for dissent. Sit down, or I shall not spare you. You, Maynard, in a fit of anger, instinctively stepped forward. Just then, Sengoku slammed his hand on the conference table, commanding in a deep voice, enough. Maynard, sit down. With that, he turned away from the others and opened the document placed before him concerning Xiaoyu. Upon reading the contents, Sengoku's pupils constricted, and he looked up at Xiaoyu incredulously. They want you to temporarily assume the position of Commander-in-Chief? Xiaoyu, do you think this is realistic? The appointment of the Commander-in-Chief is not solely at my discretion. It requires the Holy Land's consent. No consent from the Holy Land is necessary. Xiaoyu smiled slightly and replied, as long as the soldiers from the Navy headquarters and the major fortresses in the Four Seas and the Grand Line are informed of your ailment, I can oversee all naval affairs temporarily. Of course, Admiral Sengoku can choose not to sign. However, in that case, many lives will be lost tonight. At these words, Sengoku fell silent. As the Commander-in-Chief, he was acutely aware that this was Xiaoyu's strategy to buy time. By stabilizing the soldiers in the Four Seas and the various naval branches and fortresses along the Grand Line, Xiaoyu could swiftly eliminate all uncontrollable factors with minimal cost. Once Xiaoyu fully grasped control of the Navy, the Holy Land would be left with two choices, either to compromise with Xiaoyu, who held the Navy in his grasp, and acknowledge the legitimacy of his command, or, in a fit of rage, unleash all combat divisions of the world government against the Navy now under Xiaoyu's control. Seeing Sengoku's silence, Xiaoyu also ceased to stand and directly approached the empty seat opposite Sengoku at the conference table. As he arrived, Cheyenne promptly moved the chair forward. Once Xiaoyu was seated, she stepped back, pressing her hand against the hilt and standing at his left side. Shortly after, Stahleberg and Bastille swiftly positioned themselves at Xiaoyu's right, all gazing intently at the grave-faced Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, you cannot sign this. Maynard suddenly stood again, his emotions running high. We are not without the strength to fight. If we fight with all our might and hold out until Rear Admiral Garp returns from his leave, victory will surely be ours. Moreover, the three great generals have yet to fully express their positions. Just then, the heavy doors of the conference hall were forcefully swung open once more. Following this, Admiral Sakazuki, now donned in a navy coat and wearing a naval cap, strode into the hall accompanied by Rear Admiral Tantaa. Under the incredulous gazes of Menard, Fire Mountain, and Steel Ray, he made his way directly to Shayu's side. Admiral Sakazuki. It was utterly unexpected that Sakazuki would disregard the presence of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and stand beside Shayu. Menard's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, What? What are you doing? Could it be that even you? No, this is impossible. You are the admiral who cannot tolerate even the slightest grain of sand. What has become of the absolute justice you uphold? At that moment, Sengoku also raised his gaze towards Sakazuki and spoke in a grave tone. Sakazuki, is this your choice? Sakazuki slowly lifted his head, a fleeting moment of hesitation flickering in his eyes, but in an instant he cast aside all distractions and, with a resolute expression, nodded affirmatively. Yes. Chapter 019. Akaina submits his loyalty. Before the words had even escaped his lips, Sakazuki had swiftly appeared before Maynard. In the next moment, Maynard found himself grasped by the throat, lifted high above the ground. Before those present could react, Sakazuki's unique natural magma fruit ability was quietly unleashed. A piercing scream erupted from Maynard as Sakazuki's arm transformed into molten rock, tightening around his neck. Sakazuki, what are you doing? The unexpected assault left Sengoku aghast. Rising abruptly with a commanding voice, release Maynard. With a sharp crack, Maynard's neck was brutally snapped. Sakazuki then callously cast him aside, ignoring Sengoku's furious gaze. His own eyes sweeping over the onlookers, Akainu's intent was unmistakable. From this moment forth, anyone who disrespects Xiaoyu shall meet the same fate. After a brief pause, Sakazuki's gaze shifted back to Sengoku, declaring, This is my stance. Admiral Sengoku, if you wish to prevent Marineford from being engulfed by a volcanic eruption, affix your signature to this document. Sakazuki, you, Sengoku turned to glance at Maynard, whose neck was not only broken but scorched by lava, his voice trembling with rage. Your actions will plunge the Navy into an abyss from which it cannot return. Should the Holy Land learn of this, they will never acknowledge Xiaoyu's legitimacy. Countless Navy soldiers will bleed and perish because of you. Admiral Sengoku, such concerns are irrelevant now. Sakazuki's gaze burned intensely as he addressed Sengoku, his voice grave. From the moment I reunited with my mother, the notions of right and wrong have lost their meaning. With that, Sakazuki ceased his words and returned to Xiaoyu's side, his expression unwaveringly resolute. His prior commitment to absolute justice stemmed from witnessing his parents' brutal demise at the hands of pirates, a seed of hatred that had taken root within him since childhood. However, upon learning that his mother had miraculously returned to life and had been cared for by Xiaoyu for 3 years, his steadfast sense of justice began to waver. It was not disappointment in the Navy or the world government that caused this. Rather, it was a deep-seated guilt. The thought of his mother, who had not perished but was instead buried by him, filled him with self-loathing. He could scarcely fathom how his mother had survived after emerging from the earth. Nor could he comprehend what she had endured during the years following his enlistment in the Navy. Given that his mother, even suffering from dementia, still remembered his fondness for rice and chili, he was certain she had continuously sought him out after her resurrection. Otherwise, she would not have retained such memories in the face of her deteriorating condition. He felt immense gratitude towards Xiaoyu, thankful for the reunion with his mother, for the opportunity to rectify the grievous mistakes of his youth, and for the meticulous care Xiaoyu had provided over the past 3 years. It is important to note that his esteemed mother, afflicted with dementia, is at risk of forgetting Xiaoyu at any moment. In such circumstances, Xiaoyu could easily consider placing her in a nursing home at the naval headquarters or hiring a caretaker. Most significantly, according to the words of the Weasel, Xiaoyu's initial plan was that if this operation succeeded, it would be splendid. If it failed and led to his demise, he would instruct the Weasel to deliver the investigation report to him. He harbored concerns that, should he fail and perish, his elderly mother, suffering from dementia, would be left without anyone to care for her. A sense of finality enveloped the atmosphere as he observed Sakazuki, who stood resolutely beside him, for a moment. Sengoku silently sighed within. The absence of Borisolino had already conveyed a clear stance, and with Sakazuki, who staunchly upholds absolute justice, unwaveringly standing by Xiaoyu, it seemed that even an all-or-nothing gamble would not alter the current state of affairs. Although he still possessed the ace of having the naval hero Garp and another admiral, Kazan, at his disposal, Garp was currently on leave, likely retreating to the East Blue. By the time Garp returned, no matter how formidable he might be, he could not contend against Sakazuki, Xiaoyu, and all the defecting officers of the headquarters. As for Admiral Kazan, he held no hope, as he had been wandering some unknown maritime territory on a bicycle for the past 3 days, knowing Kazan. He would not return for at least 10 days to half a month. Even if Kazan were to return at this moment, given the prevailing circumstances, Xiaoyu's faction, bolstered by Sakazuki, would remain unperturbed. Of course, now is not the time to discuss the worst outcomes. For once Xiaoyu fully grasped control of the navy, it is highly likely that the Holy Land would yield, perhaps even appointing Xiaoyu as the new fleet admiral of the naval headquarters. After all, a new emperor of the sea had emerged in the New World, and the revolutionary army had steadily grown over the years, posing a significant threat to the dominion of the world government. It would be unwise for the Holy Land to engage in conflict with Xiaoyu at this juncture. Furthermore, should the revolutionary army ally with the navy under Xiaoyu's command, the Holy Land would undoubtedly find itself besieged from all sides. This entire scenario appears to be meticulously orchestrated by Xiaoyu. Naturally, whether or not he affixes his signature bears little consequence for Xiaoyu. If he chooses not to, Xiaoyu merely needs to eliminate all officers and soldiers in the headquarters who have not taken a side. At this point, more than half of the officers and soldiers have already pledged their allegiance to Xiaoyu. After a brief silence, Sengoku slowly lifted his gaze to Xiaoyu, his expression grave as he inquired, "Xiaoyu, since your arrival at the headquarters, how have I, Garp, and Zephyr treated you?" Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. "Very well. Especially teacher Zephyr, who held high hopes for me during my time at the officer training camp. As for Garp, although he has always sought to cultivate me as his successor, I do not fully align with his ideals. To be precise, I do not subscribe to the notion of justice upheld by the Navy from top to bottom. In my view, as long as the celestial dragons cast their shadow over the world government, the Navy can never embody true justice. Indeed, it is for this reason that I wish to pursue my own course, liberating the Navy's justice from all constraints and shackles." Admiral Sengoku shook his head, stating, "I do not intend to engage in a debate with you. I merely wish to understand why, given our goodwill towards you, you have chosen to withhold certain truths from us." Xiaoyu chuckled softly, replying, "Admiral Sengoku, my actions are aimed at instigating a military coup. Can I afford to be transparent?" No. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Xiaoyu. "What I refer to is the individual mentioned by Jiyuan, him. Since you possess knowledge that eludes us, why did you not choose to disclose this to me, Garp, or Zephyr, but instead confide in Jiyuan?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu turned to Jiyuan, astonished. "You informed them?" Jiyuan nodded. Xiaoyu did not express any reproach, redirecting his gaze back to Sengoku, retorting, "Do you truly believe everything Jiyuan has conveyed regarding the flower between and the existence of him? I can assure you that not only do you doubt it now, but you likely perceive it as my fabrication, concocted to persuade Jiyuan and the others to join me in rebellion. Under the current circumstances, if you do not believe, what leads you to think you would have accepted this information before?" Sengoku's eyes remained fixed on Xiaoyu, as if striving to penetrate the depths of his true intentions. "So, does the Holy Land indeed house a place known as the Flower Between? And is there truly a Lord Im who aspires to claim the throne of nothingness?" Xiaoyu waved his hand, saying, "Admiral Sengoku, rather than remaining in this state of skepticism, it would be more prudent to inquire directly with the Gorosei at the Holy Land or to visit the Holy Land yourself. While I am aware that Im resides in the Flower Between, I do not know whether Im is male or female. Should you survive to witness Im's true visage, do remember to inform me. However, before this transpires, you must first sign this document and promptly deliver a speech, urging those officers and soldiers lurking in the shadows, seeking to reverse the situation, to abandon their resistance." Chapter 20. Rewards arrive early, abilities maxed out. Gazing at the documents laid before him, Sengoku hesitated, his thoughts swirling. Ultimately, he chose to compromise, swiftly picking up a pen and signing his name on the file. Once he had completed his signature, the Hound stepped forward to seize the document and handed it to his aide, decisively commanding, "Immediately send copies of this document to all branches and fortresses." Yes, the aide, not daring to delay, took the document and swiftly exited the conference hall. The Hound did not withdraw just yet. Instead, he approached Sengoku, holding a broadcasting device, and respectfully said, "Lord Sengoku, we require your voice for a broadcast. You must summon all officers and soldiers who have yet to relent in their resistance to gather at Marin Fando Square within 10 minutes, and announce that Lord Xia you will act as the Marshal in your stead." Upon hearing this, Sengoku ceased his procrastination and took the broadcasting device with resolve. After a brief moment of silence, he took a deep breath and spoke calmly into the device. This is Sengoku. All officers and soldiers who hear this broadcast, please cease combat immediately, lay down your weapons, and proceed to Marinfando Square. This farce must come to an end. As Sengoku's voice resonated through the broadcasting device, loudspeakers positioned throughout Marinfando sprang to life, transmitting his words to every corner of the vicinity. Inside the female officers' dormitory of Marinfando, Major Tina and her fellow officers stood at attention, their ears attuned to the voice emanating from the broadcast. It is Lord Sengoku's voice. Splendid, the betrayal is over. Have we won? Hearing the excited murmurs around her, Tina furrowed her brow. Did you not comprehend the Marshal's words? He commanded us to cease fighting and to lay down our arms and proceed to the square. What does that mean? One female officer blinked in confusion. Without elaborating, Tina turned and exited the dormitory. As she stepped through the entrance, she found over 100 female officers gathered, many of whom were orderly making their way toward Marinfando Square. Not only were there figures emerging from her own dormitory, but also from the male officers' dormitory nearby, where throngs of soldiers began to appear. In no time, the path leading to Marinfando Square was teeming with people. Some bore anxious expressions, while others chatted merrily, as if the tumultuous events unfolding in Marinfando were of no concern to them. Though many greeted her along the way, Tina maintained an air of detachment, refusing to acknowledge them, her gaze fixed ahead as she followed the crowd toward the square. Moments later, Tina arrived at the entrance to the square, where an expanse capable of hosting 100,000 people was ablaze with light. The cacophony of voices that had filled the air just moments before fell silent as they entered Marinfando Square. This was not due to self-imposed order, but rather because the perimeter was lined with countless soldiers, each armed and adorned with red sashes, making it easy to distinguish them from the soldiers entering the square. What is happening? The female officer accompanying Tina, upon seeing the armed soldiers stationed around the square and the presence of a brigadier general or major general at intervals, immediately felt a surge of anxiety and sought refuge behind Tina, her voice trembling as she inquired, Tina, could it be that the rebels have triumphed? Oh no. Will they kill us? Before Tina could respond, the voice of Marshal Zhonghua echoed through the loudspeaker. I apologize for the events that transpired tonight. From this moment forth, Major General Xia, you will temporarily assume the authority of Marshal. As soon as these words were uttered, the previously quiet square erupted into chaos. Officers, who had been trapped in the dormitory building, began to emerge one after another, raising their voices in protest. Marshal Zhonghua, how can you compromise with the rebels? What qualifications does Xiaoyu possess to replace you as our marshal? Marshal Zhonghua must have been coerced by Xiaoyu. Observing the sudden turmoil, the soldiers surrounding the square raised their weapons in response. Shortly thereafter, a major general led a 100-strong contingent into the square with urgency. As he charged towards the tumultuous crowd, he shouted with authority, quiet. Everyone be silent. Traitors, we will never accept Xia, you leading the navy. In response to the advancing major general, a fellow officer, similarly clad in a major general's coat, raised his arm and boldly declared, who is willing to join me in storming the headquarters? Bang, bang, bang. Before others could echo their agreement, a series of abrupt gunshots pierced the air. Instantly, the major general who had just rallied the crowd was engulfed in a cloud of blood mist. Seeking to eliminate him, 2 soldiers who had expended their ammunition rushed to the wounded major general, swiftly raising their rifle but to deliver a crushing blow to his head. The startling scene plunged the already chaotic square into an eerie silence. A major general from headquarters had been felled by 2 soldiers? In that moment, all eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the fallen major general who lay sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Marshal Zhonghua, situated in the conference hall on the top floor of the headquarters building, immediately approached the window upon hearing the gunfire emanating from the square. Despite the distance and the throng of people below, he could not discern the events unfolding, only noting that silence had enveloped the crowd. Akin to the stillness preceding a volcanic eruption, a palpable tension thickening the air. Xiaoyu remained unfazed, observing Zhonghua with keen interest. The current situation was firmly within his grasp, and he harbored no concerns about unforeseen events. It was indeed a challenge to compel all soldiers and officers at headquarters to relinquish their resistance solely based on Zhonghua's words. Sensing the mounting tension from the square, Zhonghua wasted no time and raised his voice. Do you wish to see Marin Vondo bathed in blood? If that is your desire, then fight to your heart's content. I am certain that the lawless pirates at sea would relish the sight of you inflicting mutual destruction upon one another. If you wish for this farce to come to an end, then obey the orders. I hereby declare that Xia Yu shall temporarily assume the authority of the Marshal. From this moment forth, any act of defiance shall be regarded as treason. Upon uttering the word treason, the atmosphere seemed to drain from the battlefield, leaving one feeling an overwhelming fatigue, as if gravity itself had intensified. Although it is Xia Yu's faction that embodies true treachery, he must articulate it thus to avert further bloodshed and sacrifice. As for the future direction of the Navy, he can only place his hopes in the sanctity of the land and Xia Yu's ultimate decision. Just as the announcement was made, an abrupt voice resonated within Xia Yu's mind. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have successfully staged a mutiny and become the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Notification, rewards are being dispatched. Notification, assessing the abilities possessed by the host. It has been detected that the host possesses the following abilities: armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey, swordsmanship, and the Navy's 6 styles. Notification, enhancements to the host's abilities are underway. Notification, swordsmanship has been successfully elevated to its zenith. Notification, the Navy's 6 styles have been successfully elevated to their zenith. Notification, armament hockey has been successfully elevated to its zenith. Notification, observation hockey has been successfully elevated to its zenith. Notification, conqueror's hockey has been successfully elevated to its zenith. With the continuous chime of system notifications, caught unprepared, felt the world blur around him. In the next moment, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar realm, inundated by a surge of information regarding the enhanced abilities. Like a sudden epiphany, the knowledge of the 3 types of hockey, swordsmanship, and the Navy's 6 styles coalesced within him, becoming as instinctive as the movement of his own limbs. In the blink of an eye, it felt as though he had traversed an entire season. Sensing the vibrant energy coursing through him, along with the immense confidence brought forth by the elevation of his abilities to their peak, Xia Yu gradually narrowed his eyes. Although he had not anticipated rewards accompanying the temporary marshalship, receiving them ahead of time was undoubtedly fortuitous, especially given the exhilarating sensation of newfound strength. After savoring the rush of his abilities having reached their apex, Xia Yu composed himself and rose with poise, stating, "Gentlemen, the situation is largely settled. Assemble the various divisions at Marineford. I have matters to discuss." At this juncture, he directed his gaze toward Fire Mountain and Steel Resolve, as if understanding Xia Yu's intent. Steel Resolve and his compatriots, recognizing the futility of resistance, ceased their silence, standing tall with salutes, echoing the resolute cry of loyalty as previously voiced by the hunting dogs. Xia Yu nodded, declaring, "This shall be the wisest choice of your lives." With that, he wasted no further time and decisively turned. Chapter 021. Zifa. He shall be an exceptional leader. As Xia Yu turned to leave, the conference hall soon found itself with only Sengoku and Sakazuki remaining. "Sakazuki, pray tell, what are your true thoughts?" Sengoku, seemingly aware that Sakazuki would stay, did not turn around but spoke with his back to him, his voice grave. "You must ponder this carefully. Xia Yu seeks more than merely the position of Fleet Admiral. Are you truly prepared to follow this path to its conclusion?" Sakazuki nodded. "Before entering here, I harbored a flicker of doubt, but upon hearing of the concealed presence of Lord M in the Holy Land, I am convinced my choice is sound." Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. The existence of M is but Xia Yu's uncorroborated claim. It is premature to draw conclusions. Without a trace of hesitation, Sakazuki replied solemnly, "I believe." Having spoken, he made no further delay and strode confidently out of the hall. As he exited through the grand doors, he suddenly paused and looked back. Even without the existence of this enigmatic figure, my decision remains unchanged. For Xia Yu has afforded me the opportunity to fulfill my filial duties and cherish my kin. At these words, Sengoku abruptly turned, his gaze fixed intently on Sakazuki. "The elderly individual whom Xia Yu has cared for these past 3 years, could it be your mother?" Sakazuki did not respond and instead stepped out resolutely. Watching Sakazuki disappear beyond the threshold, Sengoku shook his head with a rueful smile. What a cunning strategy, Xia Yu, to have identified Sakazuki's sole vulnerability. After a brief pause, Sengoku withdrew his gaze, surveying the now empty conference hall, and then strolled to the window. Looking down upon the brilliantly lit Marineford Square, At that moment, the square had quieted, with all soldiers and officers standing in orderly ranks, awaiting the arrival of Xiaoyu, the newly appointed fleet admiral. Just then, Xiaoyu and his entourage emerged from the headquarters, coming into Sengoku's view. Observing the young figure making his way towards Marineford, flanked by Jiyuan and others, Sengoku felt an inexplicable surge of anticipation. In that instant, he was suddenly eager to witness how far this remarkably astute young man, adept in both strategy and the art of winning hearts, could ascend. Should the Holy Land choose to compromise and acknowledge Xiaoyu's legitimacy as fleet admiral, it might very well present an opportunity for the Navy to secure greater rights, liberating its justice from the chains of oppression. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, he could not be oblivious to the transformation of the world government, which had diverged drastically from its former self. The celestial dragons, residing in the Holy Land and claiming to be descendants of the divine, had grown increasingly brazen, indulging in their supreme privileges, taking lives and abducting wives with impunity. Such egregious acts were merely a reflection of the entitlements they believed they possessed as the world's aristocrats. Even if such incidents erupted into chaos, the admirals of the Navy were compelled to rush unconditionally to safeguard their security, while offering no protection to the oppressed commoners. As Xiaoyu asserted, as long as the mountain of the celestial dragons loomed over the world government, the Navy, operating under its aegis, would never achieve true justice. He comprehends all these truths, yet lacks the courage to shatter the status quo. For every action has its consequences, and should someone dare to disrupt the established order, a far greater turmoil would undoubtedly ensue. Most crucially, the existence of the world government atop the Red Earth continent for 8 centuries must be justified. His role is to diligently fulfill his responsibilities and, to the best of his abilities, disseminate the Navy's justice across the globe. As he watched Xiaoyu and his companions depart from the headquarters, disappearing into the night, Sengoku withdrew his gaze, murmuring to himself, "Since ancient times, glory belongs to the youth. I too was once filled with ambition in my youth." Before his words faded, Sengoku's expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly turned to the entrance. Before the door stood 3 figures, the foremost of whom was none other than the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr, known as Black Arm. Flanking Zephyr were 2 young officers, a man and a woman. The young male officer, named Benz, donned peculiar attire and was a robust user of the fruit of abundance, enjoying Zephyr's utmost trust. The young female officer, Ein, adorned with black pointed high heels and a blue cloak, bore a melancholic gaze, as if she had just endured a painful separation. Zephyr? To his surprise, Zephyr appeared at this moment. Sengoku hastened towards him, a hint of urgency in his voice. "What brings you here?" "Your arm." Approaching Zephyr, Sengoku's gaze fell upon his right arm. Zephyr raised his left hand to touch his severed limb, replying nonchalantly, "Do not worry. It has been 3 years. I have grown accustomed to it. However, you should prompt the science team to expedite the development of the mechanical arm." Sengoku hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. As if sensing Sengoku's thoughts, Zephyr walked directly to the conference table, pulled out a chair, and seated himself. He then looked up at Sengoku and remarked, "I had forgotten you relinquished the Marshal's authority to Xiaoyu. Nevertheless, even if you are no longer the Marshal, the science team will still regard you with respect." Sengoku's pupils narrowed, his expression one of shock as he stared at Zephyr. "You are not surprised by the events at headquarters? Could it be that you knew all along about Xiaoyu's coup?" Zephyr smiled and nodded. "He is my student." Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head helplessly, a touch of weariness in his voice. "It seems you have utterly lost faith in the Navy." "Indeed." Zephyr glanced at his students, Ein and Benz, a trace of resentment and bitterness in his words. "Had it not been for Xiaoyu, I might have already forged an entirely new Navy. After all, you have all forgotten the incident 3 years ago when the training vessel was ambushed, resulting in the untimely demise of dozens of young lives in the sea, which extinguished my hopes for the Navy." Sengoku's expression shifted subtly, and he quickly interjected, "I have not forgotten." "Not forgotten?" Zephyr abruptly stood, his emotions surging. "Dozens of young officers from headquarters perished at sea. As the Marshal, you should have commanded a full pursuit until they were captured and publicly executed. Only in this manner can we instill fear in those audacious pirates who dare to slay our Navy, grant peace to the souls of the countless young lives lost, and empower the living to uphold justice. Yet, you have failed to act. For 3 long years, you have not merely frozen my heart." With these words, Zephyr raised his hand, pointing towards Ein and Benz, as well as all the young officers who bear the future of the Navy upon their shoulders. Realizing his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos, Zephyr paused for a moment before returning to his seat, lowering his voice as he spoke. Sengoku, you have aged. We have all aged. Sengoku remained silent, his expression grim as he stood in place, his feelings a tumultuous blend. He would never forget the incident 3 years prior, when the training ship led by Zephyr was ambushed, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous young officers lost to the sea. He had relentlessly pursued the perpetrators responsible for the slaughter of those young recruits. However, he refrained from elaborating, for as the fleet admiral, his responsibilities extended beyond a single pirate. He must consider the greater picture, and could not mobilize the 3 admirals solely for one pirate. Nonetheless, Zephyr's words held merit. The brutal murder of those young officers remains an indelible stain, and he bears an inescapable burden of accountability. I know what you are thinking. Noticing Sengoku's continued silence, Zephyr spoke again. Are you contemplating that my decision to remain passive stems from Xiaoyu's promise to bring the pirate who attacked the training ship to justice? To speak candidly, Xiaoyu has made no such promise to me, yet I firmly believe he will not disappoint. At this juncture, Zephyr turned his gaze towards the 2 students quietly standing outside the door, Ein and Binz. The course of events has been set tonight. Henceforth, you will follow Xiaoyu. He shall prove to be an exceptional leader. Chapter 022. In the name of absolute justice of the Navy. Upon departing from the conference hall, Sakazuki did not immediately follow Xiaoyu out of the headquarters building. Instead, he made his way to his office, casting a glance at the plaque hanging on the wall, his gaze lingering on the words thorough justice. After a brief silence, he exhaled a deep breath, as if relinquishing a final burden, and a smile, one that had not graced his face for decades, emerged. Without further delay, he turned and left his office. As he passed by Borsalino's office, 2 soldiers standing at attention promptly saluted in unison, exclaiming, "Loyalty." Sakazuki raised a hand in acknowledgement and inquired, "Is Admiral Kazuru inside?" One soldier nodded affirmatively, "Yes, Admiral Sakazuki." Without hesitation, Sakazuki ordered, "Open the door." The soldiers, clearly aware of Sakazuki's current status, swiftly opened the office door. Inside, Borsalino sat languidly at his desk. Perhaps due to the sea-stone handcuffs he wore, or perhaps it was his inherently lethargic demeanor. Upon seeing Sakazuki enter, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he straightened his posture, lazily remarking, "How frightening. I never expected Xiaoyu to persuade you. Did you not also choose to stand by idly?" Sakazuki retorted, gazing down at Borsalino from his position at the desk, his voice steady. "Tell me your innermost thoughts." "What thoughts could I possibly have?" Borsalino raised his handcuffed hands, a look of helplessness on his face. As a fellow devil fruit user, he was unable to touch the sea-stone cuffs normally. Without hesitation, Sakazuki turned to the 2 soldiers stationed nearby, commanding, "Remove the handcuffs. Also, your task is complete. Proceed to the square immediately." "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison, saluting before quickly assisting Borsalino in liberating his wrists. Once the soldiers exited the office, Sakazuki regarded Borsalino with a serious expression. "You should know that within the Navy headquarters, you are my only brother. If you accept the choice I am making now, will you stand beside me?" Borsalino did not respond immediately. Instead, he flexed his wrist briefly before slowly rising to the window, gazing down upon the brightly lit Mariford Square. At that moment, the square was filled with at least 50,000 people, strangely silent, all standing in unison, eagerly awaiting. "I wish to know what means Xiaoyu employed to compel you to make such a choice." After a brief silence, Borsalino did not turn, his gaze following the figure that departed the headquarters and headed straight for the square. "Don't tell me he has discovered some crime of yours. He found my mother." Before Borsalino could finish his words, Sakazuki promptly interjected, "He has taken care of the elderly gentleman for 3 years. "Excuse me?" Borsalino turned back, incredulous. "Is he the same elderly gentleman that Xiaoyu rescued 3 years ago? I met him once. He seemed to suffer from severe dementia, having forgotten everyone around him. He left home in search of his grandson, whom I did not know at the time, so I arranged for 2 soldiers to accompany him." At this juncture, Borsalino appeared to lapse into forgetfulness, abruptly shifting the topic. "By the way, what was your previous statement?" A question mark appeared above Sakazuki's head as he hesitated. "May I continue to stand by your side?" Borsalino shook his head. "The statement before that." Sakazuki pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, "Brother, let us go see our mother." No sooner had he spoken than a burst of light shot from the office and landed instantly before Xia Yu's residence in the family quarters. Having departed from the headquarters, Xia Yu and his entourage arrived at the entrance of Marin Fanduo Square. As Xia Yu approached the entrance, the soldiers, standing neatly on either side, raised their hands in salute. At that moment, the tens of thousands of soldiers and officers of various ranks in the square turned their attention towards him. Among the crowd, the female soldiers in Tina's formation looked towards Xia Yu with a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Xia Yu did not pause. Advancing into the square amidst the company of Generals Guillaume, Squirrel, Bastille, Strawberry, and Hound, making his way towards the elevated platform. As Xia Yu's group passed before the first row, all soldiers and officers at the front stepped forward, standing tall and united in their declaration, loyalty. Xia Yu raised his hand in acknowledgement. Upon passing the second row, the soldiers there also stepped forward, fervently shouting the word loyalty. Xia Yu, still without a verbal response, greeted them with a warm smile. Just as he was passing the third row, before the soldiers could shout their rallying cry, a tall figure suddenly surged from the fourth row, unleashing a shout that reverberated through the ears of many present. Xia Yu, with an air of anger. The imposing figure stood before Xia Yu, exuding a formidable presence akin to a moving mountain. Zhang Jiando, before Xia Yu could react, Strawberry, who remained steadfast beside him, changed color but showed no hint of hesitation, stepping forward in tandem with Guillaume, ready for confrontation. Squirrel, Hound, and Bastille, though not immediately shielding Xia Yu, observed the threatening figure with utmost vigilance. Their wariness was not unwarranted. The obstacle before them was Zhang Jiando, a powerful warrior from the giant clan, a formidable adversary indeed. Most importantly, Zhang Jiando possesses strength and endurance that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. As a member of the Navy headquarters, he wields the authority to command all subordinates within the base. Faced with fellow vice admirals, especially formidable warriors of the giant clan, they are compelled to muster their utmost efforts. Should Zhang Jiando exhibit even the slightest sign of movement, they would undoubtedly rush at him without hesitation, leaving him no opportunity to react. What a reckless endeavor this is, Xia Yu. Confronted by 5 vice admirals who could strike at any moment, Zhang Jiando dared not advance recklessly. Instead, he remained stationary, leveraging his towering height to gaze down upon Xia Yu. However, invoking the name of absolute justice of the Navy, I must step forth to thwart you. As his words fell, Zhang Jiando swiftly unsheathed the massive sword from behind him with lightning speed. A surge of formidable battle intent erupting forth, causing his oversized vice admiral's coat to billow wildly. An invisible pressure surged forth like a tsunami, instantly enveloping Xia Yu. Zhang Jiando. Xia Yu raised his hand to halt Stolo Belly and the others who were poised to charge. His expression calm as he spoke. You should have stood up for justice sooner, for if you act now, you will bear the stigma of a traitor. As he spoke, Xia Yu took a step forward. Boom! The moment his foot struck the ground, a tremor reverberated beneath him. Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from his feet, coalescing into a cloud of red and black flames in the blink of an eye. The immense, invisible pressure elicited a low-frequency vibration from the very fabric of the void. In the next instant, Zhang Jiando, who had just drawn his sword, felt as if his body were ensnared, rendered immobile, as though an invisible mountain pressed down upon him, forcing him to kneel before Xia Yu. What is this? On his knees, Zhang Jiando propped himself up with his massive sword, summoning every ounce of strength to lift his gaze to Xia Yu, his expression one of terror as he exclaimed, Conqueror's Haki, you have actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 023. A vow of loyalty to the Marshal. Not only Zhang Jiando was taken aback, every admiral, including Guillaume, standing behind Xia Yu, as well as many officers in the square, were gazing in astonishment at the figure kneeling before them. Their amazement did not stem from Xia Yu awakening the Conqueror's Haki, but rather from the sheer fact that he had rendered the Vice Admiral Zhang Jiando powerless, compelling him to kneel with nothing but the force of his Conqueror's Haki. Most astonishingly, Xia Yu's Haki did not affect anyone else present, focusing solely on Zhang Jiando. After a brief silence, a commotion erupted among the crowd. A cacophony of voices rising in bewilderment. What just happened? Why did Vice Admiral Jiando suddenly kneel? Did you not hear? It is the Conqueror's Haki. Lord Xia Yu has unleashed the Conqueror's Haki. What is the Conqueror's Haki? It is a king's quality possessed by 1 in a million, an innate ability. Most importantly, the Conqueror's Haki cannot be trained. It can only be enhanced by elevating one's own strength, even if such a rare quality exists. It is inconceivable that it could bring Vice Admiral Jiando to his knees without resistance. There is but one truth. Lord Xiaoyu's power is likely nearing that of an admiral, perhaps even surpassing it. Disregarding the shock of those around him, Xiaoyu continued to advance towards Zhang Jiando at a measured pace. With each step he took, Zhang Jiando felt the weight of the enormous five elements mountain above him grow heavier, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. His massive form began to prostrate itself as Xiaoyu approached. When Xiaoyu finally stood before him, Jiando could no longer endure and fell prostrate to the ground with a thud, his body pressed against the earth. Yet, even then, the pressure above him showed no sign of abating. As he lay flat, cracks immediately appeared in the ground beneath him, spreading outward in all directions. Witnessing the fissures form beneath Zhang Jiando, the admirals trailing behind Xiaoyu widened their eyes in disbelief, while soldiers in the square were forced to hastily retreat as the cracks expanded beneath their feet. The conqueror's haki had shattered the ground. Gion, looking down at the cracks reaching his feet, then raised his gaze to the figure now standing before Zhang Jiando, his face filled with incredulity. The conqueror's haki cannot be trained. It can only grow with the enhancement of one's own strength. At that moment, Stolberry exhibited a fervent expression, his words laced with excitement, suggesting that Lord Xiaoyu's ability to shatter the ground with his haki indicated that his strength might indeed surpass that of an admiral. Standing before Zhang Jiando, Xiaoyu remained silent, calmly observing the titan of a vice admiral. Although Jiando was pressed against the ground, his towering stature rendered Xiaoyu, who stood just shy of 6 feet, unable to look up at him. To bet on the absolute justice of the Navy? After gazing at Zhang Jiando for a moment, Xiaoyu suddenly lifted his head and chuckled. "Admiral Zhang, are you not the slightest bit curious as to why, as a member of the giant race, you have spent your entire life in the Navy headquarters?" Zhang Jiando struggled to raise his head, only to find himself seemingly glued to the ground, unable to lift it. With great effort, he managed to utter, "Xiaoyu, as a vice admiral of the headquarters, you instigated a rebellion to seize the position of Marshal. You are in no position to speak of justice before me. It appears you are indeed not curious." Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled, then decisively stepped forward. With a thud, as Xiaoyu's foot struck the ground, a low-frequency vibration erupted through the void, and the Supreme Conqueror's haki surged forth. In the next moment, the ground collapsed with a loud bang, and Zhang Jiando, who was on this ground, fell down to be level with it. Observing the figure embedded in the earth, Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, thoroughly satisfied with the elevation of his conqueror's haki to its zenith. Zhang Jiando's appearance did not necessitate his intervention. He merely wished to test the might of the conqueror's haki, just recently enhanced to its pinnacle. Indeed, releasing such power to suppress Zhang Jiando was merely a small demonstration for him. The true strength of the Supreme Conqueror's haki extended far beyond this. At that moment, a flash ascended from the residential area, then arced gracefully through the night sky, descending straight to Marineford Square. As the light faded, Admiral Sakazuki and Borsellino stood side by side behind Xiaoyu. Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Borsellino. The appearance of the two admirals once again stirred chaos among the crowd, many of whom placed their last hopes upon them, excitedly shouting their names. However, just when the onlookers believed the admirals had come to intervene against Xiaoyu, Sakazuki stepped forward, saluting Xiaoyu with a raised hand. "Marshal Xiaoyu, Sakazuki reporting for duty." The sudden presence of Sakazuki instantly silenced Marineford Square. Those soldiers and officers who had been eagerly anticipating their arrival were now filled with despair. If even the staunchly just Admiral Sakazuki pledged loyalty to Xiaoyu, what reason did they have to hold on to hope? Borsellino, standing alongside Sakazuki, also performed a salute. Xiaoyu turned to the two, offering a smile, and then confidently stepped forward. Seeing this, Sakazuki and Borsellino quickly followed suit. Soon after, vice admirals such as Guillaume and Squirrel regained their composure and trailed behind. Due to the brief interlude with Zhang Jiando and the timely arrival of Admirals Sakazuki and Borsellino, the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square fell silent, all standing tall, their gazes fixed upon Xiaoyu as he ascended the steps to the platform. Once atop the platform, Xiaoyu surveyed the crowd with a sweeping glance, then stepped forward amidst the collective attention. Attention all. As Xiaoyu took a step forward, Sakasaki, standing below the high platform, immediately turned around, raised his hand in salute, and proclaimed loudly, "Salute to the esteemed Marshal of Headquarters." With a resounding cheer, Tens of thousands of people in the square stepped forward in unison, raising their heads towards the high platform, collectively shouting, "Loyalty! Fidelity!" The powerful and harmonious voices reverberated through the skies above Marineford, ultimately merging into a torrent that resonated beneath the night sky. Within the conference hall of the headquarters building, War and Zifa stood by the window, gazing at the figure of the young Marshal atop the square's high platform, inhaling the fervent and invigorating atmosphere that enveloped the air. In unison, they sighed. Youth is truly splendid. Before their words could fully dissipate, their expressions suddenly shifted, and they simultaneously looked up towards the sea beyond the walls of Marineford. There, illuminated by the moonlight, a figure was leisurely riding a bicycle towards Marineford. As this figure advanced, the previously undulating waves of the sea ahead began to freeze at an astonishing speed. Chapter 024. The pirates must be purged for justice. Meanwhile, atop the grand platform in Marineford Square, Xiaoyu abruptly lifted his gaze towards the distant high wall, drawing the attention of the multitude. In that fleeting moment, the towering wall within his sight was instantly encased in frost, transforming into a magnificent sculpture of ice. Following this, a figure is turning their back to the moonlight as they gazed upon Marineford Square. This figure was none other than the final admiral of the Marine headquarters, codenamed Akiji, who wielded the power of the ice fruit. It seems that my return has coincided with momentous events at Marine headquarters. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Akiji surveyed the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered in the square, ultimately casting a perplexed glance towards the platform. The sudden chill that enveloped the entire square prompted many present to turn their heads instinctively. Upon witnessing the silhouette atop the high wall, their faces illuminated with expressions of joy. However, they quickly regained their composure, redirecting their attention to the newly appointed fleet admiral standing on the platform. Atop the platform, both Borsalino and Sakazuki observed the unexpected appearance of Akiji on the high wall. Yet, neither spoke. One remained vigilant, while the other exuded a languid demeanor, as though the situation bore little significance to him. Akiji. At that moment, a member of the Marine Corps standing behind Sakazuki and Borsalino decisively turned and stepped forward, his expression grave as he addressed Akiji. Your timing is impeccable. Due to Lord Sengoku's illness, Lord Xiaoyu is currently acting as Fleet Admiral. Is that so? Akiji's gaze returned to the platform, his demeanor relaxed yet tinged with confusion. But why is it Vice Admiral Xiaoyu? If Fleet Admiral Sengoku is indeed unwell, shouldn't the position be filled by one of the 3 admirals? Is it not a concern that Vice Admiral Xiaoyu may not command the same authority? As he spoke, Akiji's figure flickered and appeared on Marineford Square, gradually ascending the steps before standing before Sakazuki and Borsalino, his eyes fixed on Xiaoyu atop the platform. I detect a scent of blood in the air. May I surmise that Fleet Admiral Sengoku is not merely unwell, but rather that you have instigated a coup? Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. Your deduction is indeed accurate. As you can see, my ascension to this position was not by Sengoku's appointment, but rather, the current Marine headquarters, with the exception of yourself, has pledged their allegiance to me. After a brief pause, Xiaoyu turned his head to glance at Hound. Hound promptly stepped forward, presenting the document signed by Sengoku to Akiji. Akiji took the document, perused its contents, and then raised his gaze to inquire. May I meet Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Certainly, Xiaoyu replied. He is currently in the conference hall with Instructor Zifa. Upon hearing this, Akiji turned and departed without hesitation. At that moment, 2 figures swiftly approached, revealing themselves to be Ein and Binz, hastily arriving from the headquarters building. Upon reaching the base of the platform, Ein and Binz immediately straightened up and saluted, proclaiming in unison, Lord Xiaoyu, Ein reporting for duty. Binz has arrived. Kazan, who had just turned around, was somewhat taken aback by the appearance of Ein and Binz reporting in. As a fellow student of Zephyr, he was no stranger to them. In fact, he was well aware that both were survivors of the attack on the training ship 3 years prior. The incident had lingered in his mind as he, being a student of Zephyr, had always kept it close to his heart. During every holiday, he sought out the perpetrators of the attack, fully aware that the assault had dealt a significant blow to Teacher Zephyr. If they failed to apprehend the culprits, Teacher Zephyr's disillusionment with the Navy would only deepen, potentially leading to a severance of ties. Nevertheless, despite his extensive searches across the seas and numerous solitary journeys to the New World, he had yet to uncover the assailants from 3 years ago. However, this was of little consequence now. The crucial point was that the appearance of Ein and Binz at this moment signified that Xia Yu's coup to become the new admiral of the Navy had not only garnered Teacher Zephyr's support, but possibly even his involvement. This meant that, whether he accepted it or not, the course of events had already been set. With this thought, Kazan exhaled a quiet breath of cold air and discreetly glanced back at Sakazuki and Palyasolino. From their reactions, he discerned no dissatisfaction with Xia Yu's coup, especially from Sakazuki, whose demeanor had transformed remarkably. His gaze was resolute, clearly having acknowledged Xia Yu's ascension to the position of admiral. As for Palyasolino, he appeared nonchalant but exhibited no extraneous thoughts. Observing the reactions of the two admirals, Kazan decided against lingering and hastened toward the headquarters building. Xia Yu paid no heed to Kazan's departure. After Ein and Binz had taken their positions, he took a deep breath, quickly surveyed everyone present, and spoke at a measured pace. I understand that among the thousands gathered here tonight, many are struggling to come to terms with the events that have transpired. For tonight's operation has resulted in the loss of several high-ranking officers, including Vice Admirals Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Mena, along with numerous officers and soldiers of lower ranks. Many of you are subordinates of these officers, and if you do not accept my provisional authority as admiral, you may courageously step forward, and I will arrange for ships to escort you away. Of course, you may also choose to remain and pledge your allegiance to me. After a slight pause, Xia Yu raised his voice a touch. Now, I will give you 1 minute to make your choice. As Xia Yu's words resonated, Marineford Square fell into a profound silence once more. As he had stated, many officers and soldiers present were indeed subordinates of the fallen vice admirals like Ghost Spider and Doberman. Upon witnessing the corpses of their superiors, their immediate instinct was to resist, but with Marineford largely under the control of the rebels, they could only bury their anger deep within and plan their escape to seek an opportunity to retaliate. However, upon seeing both Admiral Sakazuki and Palyasolino choose to pledge allegiance to Xia Yu, their fury was instantly extinguished. Most importantly, they had not anticipated Xia Yu would offer to send ships to facilitate their departure. They harbored no doubts regarding Xia Yu's words. Although they had refrained from any contact with him over the years due to disagreements between their superior and Xia Yu, they were well aware through their colleagues that Xia Yu was not only responsive to requests, but also kept his promises. After a brief silence, several officers suddenly stepped forward from the ranks, standing tall and saluting Xia Yu with a unified declaration, loyalty. As these officers emerged, the soldiers behind them also raised their hands in salute, collectively shouting a resounding slogan, loyalty, loyalty. In that moment, the word loyalty echoed through the ranks, and not a single individual chose to step away. This was, of course, to be expected, if even the generals chose to pledge their allegiance. What could those of lower rank possibly risk? Observing the figures stepping forward to express their loyalty, Xia Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. With the activation of his heightened observation haki, granted by the system, he silently enveloped the entirety of Marineford. The innermost thoughts of everyone present became transparent under the influence of his haki. As he listened in on the hearts of all, particularly those declaring their loyalty, a smile gradually spread across Xia Yu's face. He then gestured for the soldiers and officers who had expressed their loyalty to form ranks. While a few harbored doubts about his potential retribution, their concerns were merely self-preservation, lacking any ulterior motives. Xia Yu dismissed these thoughts and spoke calmly. You have made the wisest choice of your lives. Rest assured, I shall not bear this glory alone. After a slight pause, Xia Yu unleashed his observation haki once more. However, this time, his intent was not merely to listen to the hearts of those present, but to deliver a brainwashing speech through its influence. For the observation haki, enhanced to its utmost limits, possessed not only the ability to foresee aspects of the future, but also the rare capability of conveying one's own consciousness to others, thereby affecting their minds and thoughts, potentially altering their values and beliefs. Following a brief silence, Xia Yu took a decisive step forward and raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of the Navy is upon us. I firmly believe that it is our great mission in this era to eradicate the corrupt customs of the old age and to construct a harmonious, free, and equal new world. The era of the celestial dragons enjoying all privileges must come to an end, and the wicked pirates upon the seas must be purged for the sake of justice. Chapter 025, Kazan. Answer me. Are you willing to stand by my side? Xia Yu's speech was profoundly persuasive, and coupled with the influence of the observation haki, the atmosphere in the square was soon ignited, with waves of loyalty slogans resonating throughout. The most fervent were the soldiers and officers who had followed Xiaoyu over the years, each appearing as if invigorated by a potent elixir, their voices hoarse from the relentless shouting of slogans. Some even dramatically proclaimed, "Let us storm the Holy Land and break free from the world government," elevating the fervor in the square to unprecedented heights. The reaction of tens of thousands of soldiers took the two generals and the array of vice admirals led by Ji Yuan by surprise. Xiaoyu's speech was undeniably passionate. Yet this is a fundamental skill every commander must possess. For instance, during significant events at headquarters, it was always Vice Admiral Zhang Jian Duo who delivered the speeches to rally the spirits of the soldiers and officers. Prior to Xiaoyu, Vice Admiral Zhang's speeches were universally recognized as the most stirring. However, what unfolded before them now was more exaggerated, as nearly every soldier and officer, even the vice admirals standing alongside Ji Yuan, appeared entranced, continuously raising their arms and chanting the slogans of loyalty. The incredulity of the two generals and Ji Yuan was mirrored by Sengoku and Zifa in the conference hall, who were equally astonished by the surging shouts from the square. Soon, they discerned something unusual. The rare observation haki? Sengoku withdrew his gaze, shaking his head with a wry smile. Through his speech, he effectively conveyed his thoughts and consciousness, resonating with everyone present. No wonder he managed to secure unwavering loyalty from so many in just 6 short years. Zifa remained silent, suddenly turning to face the door. Noticing this, Sengoku quickly glanced back. There stood Kazan, seemingly appearing there at an unknown time, holding a document signed by Sengoku, with a complex expression. "Zifa-sensei, do you support everything Xiaoyu is currently doing?" Kazan entered the conference hall, getting straight to the point. "I believe you all heard Xiaoyu's recent speech. He proclaimed that the era of the celestial dragons enjoying privileges must come to an end. If this statement reaches the Holy Land, the Navy will plunge into an abyss of no return." Zifa's expression shifted slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Kazan, do you wish to prevent all of this?" "No." Kazan maintained his composure, replying calmly, "I merely wish to understand your true thoughts." Upon hearing this, Zifa shook his head with a smile. "Kazan, my thoughts are of little importance. You are one of my most accomplished disciples and the one who knows me best. In my heart, the former Navy has perished. Of course, I know you well. Ever since you returned from O'Hara, you have harbored deep resentment towards Sakazuki's actions, even privately releasing the sole survivor from O'Hara, Nico Robin. You have shifted from pursuing burning justice to lazy justice, which signifies your profound disappointment with the Navy, does it not?" Kazan exhaled slowly, unhurriedly responding, "Zifa-sensei, wait a moment." Before Kazan could finish his words, Sengoku suddenly stepped forward, incredulously gazing at Kazan. "Was it you who let Nico Robin go back then? Kazan, how could you do this? If this matter reaches the Holy Land, your future will be irrevocably ruined. You should be well aware that historians who delve into that century of history are the Holy Land's greatest taboo. As a high-ranking officer, you actually allowed Nico Robin to escape. What were you thinking?" As Sengoku's voice faded, Zephyr immediately intervened. "Kazan, do not listen to his ramblings. The current command is under Xiaoyu's authority. So what if you let Nico Robin go? It is of no great consequence. As long as you remain in the Navy headquarters to assist Xiaoyu, with the 3 admirals supporting him and the unprecedented unity within the Navy it matters not even if the Holy Land finds out." Kazan nodded. "I understand Zephyr's choice. Does this mean that no matter what Xiaoyu does next, even if it leads to conflict with the world government, you will fully support him, Zephyr?" Zephyr, with unwavering conviction, replied, "Absolutely." Following the upheaval within the Navy headquarters, calm gradually returned after Xiaoyu concluded his speech, accompanied by the 2 admirals and several vice admirals. Xiaoyu made his way back to the top floor of the headquarters. However, he did not head towards the conference hall, but directly approached the marshal's office. Before Guillaume, who was following closely behind him, could push open the office door, it swung open unexpectedly. Then, the towering figure of Kazan, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged from the office. "Kazan, the admiral?" Guillaume, taken aback by Kazan's sudden appearance, stepped forward defensively and inquired in a low voice, "How did you come to be in the marshal's office?" Kazan glanced at Guillaume before shifting his gaze to Xiaoyu, languidly stating, "Xiaoyu, no, I should now refer to you as Marshal Xiaoyu. If I were to leave now, I wonder who you would appoint to fill my position among the 3 admirals?" "Leave now?" Xiaoyu chuckled softly and shook his head. "Admiral Kazan, you cannot depart at this moment. After all, you wield the formidable powers of the eye-size fruit, allowing you to leave poses a potential threat to me. Thus, you are left with two choices. First, remain to pledge your loyalty to me and continue your role as an admiral. Second, we will eliminate you. Kazan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping over Akainu, Kizaru, and Gion. Are you concerned that I might inform the Gorosei about everything you've done? You won't have the chance to reach the Holy Land. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, walking past Kazan to stand before the desk. He remarked coolly, I have already sent word to the Holy Land regarding your act of letting Nico Robin go in O'Hara. The moment you step out of this building, the Gorosei will learn of your actions. After a brief pause, Xiaoyu shifted his tone to a gentler note. Kazan, times have changed. After encountering the illustrious figures of the warring states and Master Zephyr, you chose not to depart but rather to await my presence. In truth, you have already made a decision in your heart. Now, you approach me with a trivial inquiry, merely seeking a means to elevate your position. After all, the fate of the Navy headquarters has been firmly established, leaving you with scant options. I shall not provide you with such a stepping stone. I hereby extend a formal invitation. Should you wish to extricate yourself from this state of confusion and rekindle the justice you once steadfastly upheld, I implore you to remain and assist me. In my homeland, an ancient sage once proclaimed, nobility and power are not defined by birth. 8 centuries ago, 20 kings united to establish a world government. With our collective resolve, we too can forge a brighter era 800 years hence. Having conveyed this impassioned plea, Xiaoyu turned and seated himself at the Marshal's desk, then raised his gaze to Kazan, his voice suddenly resounding. Thus, Admiral Kazan, I beseech you, will you stand by my side? Chapter 026, MVP Settlement, the establishment of the Navy Headquarters Tri-Service. The dark night before dawn has passed, and the sun rises as usual. In the Marshal's office at the Navy Headquarters, Kazan ultimately chose to remain, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sakazuki and Borisolino. As Xiaoyu had stated, the situation at the Navy Headquarters is now firmly established, leaving him with limited choices. However, the true reason for his decision to stay is not rooted in fear of being eliminated by Xiaoyu, but rather in his long-standing confusion regarding many matters within the Navy. He wishes to observe whether any changes will occur under Xiaoyu's leadership as Marshal. He is particularly eager to discover the path that Xiaoyu, who was entrusted with high hopes by his mentor Zifa and received support from numerous officers, will lead the Navy towards. Behind them, Guillaume, Squirrel, Stalaberry, Bastille, and several other vice admirals stood in a line, all gazing at Xiaoyu, who was seated calmly at his desk. As dawn broke, Xiaoyu lifted his gaze to the 3 admirals and the array of vice admirals present, his expression serene. The Holy Land will soon notice the lack of communication with our headquarters. Although the Navy headquarters is now under our control, the real competition has only just begun. Pausing momentarily, Xiaoyu turned his attention to the vice admirals lined up behind the 3 admirals. Guillaume, you are to oversee the listening. All communications from the Holy Land are to be directed to you personally. Additionally, bring Ein and Binz in. Understood. Guillaume saluted and promptly exited the room. No sooner had Guillaume left than Ein and Binz entered the office swiftly, standing before Xiaoyu and saluting in unison. Marshal, Xiaoyu raised his expression softening gradually. 3 years prior, while eliminating a pirate crew and rescuing civilians, including Sakazuki's mother, he had unexpectedly encountered Ein and Binz, who had survived an attack on their training ship, alongside their mentor Zifa, whose hand had been severed. It was due to his intervention that the 3 of them were able to return to the headquarters safely. Though 3 years have passed, Ein, Binz, and even Zifa have yet to fully recover from the incident. During this time, Xiaoyu would often seek out Zifa for a drink, inevitably leading to conversations with Ein and Binz. Initially, Ein was reticent, burdened by deep-seated resentment and rarely engaging in discussions. Binz, on the other hand, maintained a more optimistic demeanor. Each time Xiaoyu visited Zifa, Binz would eagerly approach, occasionally seeking opportunities to spar with him. Perhaps it was due to Xiaoyu's radiant charisma, or perhaps because they were all students of Zifa, but upon witnessing Xiaoyu's swordsmanship during his practice sessions with Binz, Ein, who also excelled in swordplay, gradually emerged from his shadow and began to alternate in sparring with Xiaoyu alongside Binz. Later, when Xiaoyu undertook, Ein and Binz assisted in caring for the elderly afflicted with dementia, forming a bond that was characterized by minimal communication yet profound understanding. Ein, effective immediately. You shall succeed Mena as the new vice admiral of the headquarters. After observing the 2 individuals for a moment, Xiaoyu picked up a letter of appointment and handed it to AIN, stating, "The only task before you now is to select the most elite subordinates from the officer training camp to set sail in search of the assailants who attacked the train." "Your Excellency," AIN, taken aback by Xiaoyu's direct promotion of himself to the rank of Vice Admiral within the department, widened his eyes in astonishment and stammered, "I have not achieved any notable merits during my 3 years in the department. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. "Thus, I am now providing you with the opportunity to earn your accolades." With that, he turned his gaze towards Binzi. "Binzi, I appoint you as AIN's aide, to accompany him on this mission at sea. Upon your return, I shall promote you to Vice Admiral, replacing the position of the Ghost Spider." "Understood." Binzi stepped forward and saluted, declaring loyalty. Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. "It is settled. You may withdraw." AIN and Binzi, feeling somewhat anxious as they glanced at the seasoned vice admirals and generals standing nearby, turned and exited the office with a sense of trepidation. After watching them depart, Xiaoyu immediately fixed his attention on the 3 generals standing in the front row and addressed them directly. "The department requires some adjustments. I have decided to establish 3 divisions led by the 3 of you. The unit commanded by Sakaski will be renamed the Red Dog Corps. That of Borisolino will be called the Yellow Monkey Corps, and Kazan's unit will be designated the Blue Pheasant Corps. Each division will be assigned 6 vice admirals from the department, with all vice admirals and lower-ranking officers arranged in trios." Before the words had fully left his lips, Xiaoyu promptly handed 3 documents to the 3 generals, containing the lists of vice admirals and rear admirals under their command, as well as a selection of officers due for promotion. There should be no doubt regarding the promotions. They are all heroes from last night. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land of Mariehua, within the Chamber of Power, the 5 elders, the highest authorities of the world government, commenced their daily duties. In the spacious and brightly lit chamber, the scientific defense warrior Jagaru Saiten sat languidly on one side of the sofa, idly watching the snail phone resting on the table before him. Behind him, the financial warrior Izambaron V. Najira stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling window, clad in a robe and cradling a katana, gazing out at the increasing throngs in Pangu Plaza, stifling a yawn out of boredom. The agricultural warrior Shepherd X. Peter wore a serious expression, seemingly engrossed and contemplating something significant, his eyes fixed intently on a newspaper before him. The environmental warrior Marcus Maz leisurely sipped a cup of coffee as he approached a single armchair, occasionally casting glances at both the agricultural warrior and the scientific defense warrior, who appeared lost in thought. "It seemed I have arrived late." Just then, a voice unexpectedly broke the silence of the Chamber of Power. The legal warrior Topman Vachali, marked by a distinctive birthmark on his forehead, entered swiftly, striding towards the central sofa before sitting down. He inquired of the languid Saiten, "Is there any pressing matter to attend to today?" Satan shook his head, perplexed, and remarked, "Until now, this telephone insect has yet to emit a sound. Not only have we received no intelligence from the major CP organizations, but the Navy headquarters has also remained remarkably silent. Typically, at this juncture, we would be inundated with numerous documents, and the Navy headquarters would provide relevant reports via the telephone insect." At this, Topman promptly shifted the conversation, inquiring whether there had been any intelligence from the New World. His trust in the Navy headquarters was not absolute. Rather, it was due to the fact that they do not furnish daily work reports. Even when reports are made, they first reach the Supreme Commander of the entire Army, who must review them before they enter the Chamber of Authority. Satan shook his head once more, stating, "Recently, there have only been 2 notable occurrences in the New World, the Elbaf incident and the rise of red-haired Shanks as one of the maritime emperors. However, these matters are not under our jurisdiction, but rather overseen by the Knights of God." Topman's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated Shanks's ascendance to such heights, having not only subdued Prince Loki of Elbaf, but also earned the title of a new maritime emperor. He pondered whether the intervention of Figureland Greenbow could persuade Shanks to align with their interests. Was it not true that Shanks had once resided in the Holy Land? Satan lifted his gaze towards Topman, exclaiming with resignation. At that time, his twin brother, Shamrock, urged him to stay in the Holy Land, yet he ultimately chose to depart. With no pressing matters at hand, the 5 elders, the supreme authorities of the world, began to engage in casual gossip, much like ordinary citizens. Unbeknownst to them, they enjoyed a relatively pleasant morning within the Chamber of Authority. Just as they prepared to rise and head to the dining hall, the telephone insect, which had been silent throughout the morning, suddenly rang. Immediately, A voice emerged, seemingly attempting to disguise its tone, yet carrying a somewhat neutral quality. Are the elders present? The unexpected voice from the telephone insect caused the elders to change countenance, and they collectively stood, bowing respectfully towards the device, and exclaimed, Lord M. Chapter 27, Commander-in-Chief. Steelbone. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the world government, in the office of the Commander-in-Chief, an elderly man, nearing a century in age, sits solemnly at his desk. His hair styled in a mountain-like fashion, clad in a sleeveless black shirt adorned with a deep green armband, scrutinizing a mountain of documents piled before him. His name is Kong, codenamed Steelbone. Formerly a fleet admiral of the Navy, he now holds the esteemed position of Commander-in-Chief of the world government's armed forces, overseeing 8 CP organizations, including the Navy and CP-1 to CP-8, as well as the Navy's scientific division and its clandestine special forces. The documents Kong is perusing are the internal investigation reports concerning Vice Admiral Xiaoyu, submitted by the Navy's investigative unit. Although the report spans over 1,000 pages, most of it pertains to inconsequential matters. The gravest accusations, however, include embezzlement, the cultivation of death warriors within the Navy, and the formation of cliques, 3 charges that are particularly alarming. As the Commander-in-Chief, he does not involve himself in every matter. Even though Xiaoyu holds the rank of Vice Admiral, Kong would not inquire further, only glancing at relevant materials when officers are promoted. Thus, he possesses only a vague recollection of Xiaoyu, having heard of him from Garp and Sengoku during their visits to the Holy Land headquarters. After perusing the report, Kong pinches the bridge of his nose, feeling a slight headache. The investigation reveals that despite his youth, Vice Admiral Xiaoyu has exhibited remarkable growth, advancing from a mere recruit to a formidable force within a mere 6 years, mastering both armament hockey and observation hockey, as well as the Navy's 6 styles. His swordsmanship even surpasses that of the candidates for admiralty, such as Guion. Had it not been for the staggering sums involved in Xiaoyu's alleged misconduct and the disconcerting formation of cliques, actions the world government abhors, Kong would have unreservedly chosen to mentor him. He is acutely aware that the Navy's upper ranks are facing a generational gap. Few among the younger generation are capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Once Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals step back, the Navy will confront a dire scenario of succession. Moreover, the report indicates that Xiaoyu not only possesses rapid growth, but also exceptional leadership qualities. Given a little more time, he could undoubtedly be groomed as a successor to the current 3 admirals, potentially even steered towards the role of fleet admiral. Regrettably, it is disheartening to see such promising talent veer down this troubled path. Casting aside the investigation report related to Xiaoyu, Kong lets out a deep sigh and turns his gaze towards the door, calling out in a commanding tone, "Come in, Commander." A messenger hastens into the office, standing before Kong. Without preamble, Kong addresses him. "Have you not yet contacted the Navy headquarters?" Before the messenger could respond, the telephone snail before Kong began to ring. Quickly gesturing for the messenger to remain silent, Kong picked up the telephone snail and spoke in a low voice. "This is Kong. Commander. This is Vice Admiral Guion from the Navy headquarters." A gentle voice emanated from the transponder snail, apologizing for the communication issues that had plagued the Navy headquarters the previous night, which had only just been rectified. "Lord Sengoku instructed me to contact you immediately to alleviate any concerns you may have." Kong paused, perplexed. Communication issues? How could that be possible? "Well, as long as it is resolved, where is Sengoku? Why hasn't he reached out to me personally?" Ji-Yuan's voice remained as soothing as ever. "Lord Sengoku is unwell and resting at home. Is there something you wish to convey to him? I can relay your message." Upon hearing this, Kong refrained from further pleasantries and in a somber tone stated, "I wish to know the current status of the trial concerning Rear Admiral Xiaoyu. It is already noon. Why is there still no news? Have Base report to me immediately." "Understood. I shall meet with Chief Justice Base at once." With Ji-Yuan's words, the transponder snail fell silent. Kong kept his gaze fixed on the now quiet transponder snail, sensing that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, even if Sengoku were ill, he would not delegate the reporting of such matters to Ji-Yuan. However, it was evident that Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, bore some responsibility for the mistakes made by the headquarters rear admirals. His current illness might very well be a ruse. As Kong entertained this notion, the previously silent transponder snail chimed again. Before he could react, the voice of the war god of scientific defense, Satan, rang through. "Kong, why has no one answered Sengoku's transponder snail?" The Fleet Admiral's office has been redirected to GUN, and I wish to understand what is happening. Moreover, base's transponder snail is also unanswered. Kong's pupils constricted, an inexplicable wave of unease washing over him. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief after diligently orchestrating a redeployment throughout the Navy. Leaning back in his chair, he felt a tinge of fatigue. Though he had everything under control at the moment, he was acutely aware that the Holy Land would soon detect the irregularities and, through persistent communication, come to understand the events unfolding at the headquarters. The arrival of such a moment would signify the commencement of an unprecedented confrontation between the Navy and the world government. However, he was not anxious, wielding command over the most formidable military apparatus of the world government. Even if the Holy Land were to learn of his coup to seize the position of Fleet Admiral, they would hesitate to confront him directly. Thus, his immediate task was to adjust personnel across the four seas and the Grand Line's various bases, promoting all trusted individuals to become the highest officials of the Fleet Admiral. GUN burst into the room, clearly agitated. Just now, both Lord Kong and Satan from the Elders called in succession. Although I managed to deflect their inquiries, it was evident from their reactions that they harbor suspicions. Xiaoyu nodded, inquiring, "The Weasel and Base Tu should have arrived at the Sabeti archipelago by now?" "Yes. The Weasel and Base Tu have taken control of the Navy base at the Sabeti archipelago and secured the entrance to the Holy Land. Should anyone descend from the Holy Land via the elevator, they will be apprehended without delay." Xiaoyu rose from his desk, now awaiting news from the various branches of the Four Seas and the Grand Line. After a long night of toil, hunger began to gnaw at him. "Accompany me to the dining hall," he requested. "Are you not returning home, Lord Xiaoyu?" Ji Yuan inquired, blinking innocently and cautiously reminding him, "If you delay any longer, the elder may well come seeking me, and I'm for you again." Xiaoyu chuckled and shook his head. "A Kainu should be at my residence now. I wouldn't want to intrude upon their reunion. Let us proceed to the dining hall then." "Very well," Ji Yuan replied with a smile, following closely behind Xiaoyu as they exited the office. "Lord Xiaoyu." Just as they stepped outside, a soldier rushed towards them, urgency etched on his face. "Vice Admiral Karp has returned." Chapter 028. Karp. "Am I on vacation and the Navy has changed hands?" Marineford Port. "Ah, what a protracted holiday it has been." A hearty laugh resonated from the deck of a naval vessel. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar old man donned in a dog-headed mask and an admiral's coat leapt from the ship's deck. Monkey D. Karp, the legendary admiral of the Navy headquarters, had once driven the pirate king, Roger, to the brink, and gained heroic status among countless sailors for his role in subduing the Rocks pirates during the legendary God Valley incident, a feat that had astounded the world government. Upon landing, Karp swiftly removed his dog-headed mask and retrieved a box of senbei, relishing the taste. "Admiral Karp, you have finally returned," exclaimed a jubilant Navy soldier who had been waiting at the port. "Lord Sengoku is aware of your return today and has sent me to await your arrival." "Eh?" Karp blinked in confusion. "How does Sengoku know I'm back today? That's impossible. I cut my vacation short to return. He could not possibly have known." He paused. "By the way, who are you? Where are my soldiers?" "Admiral Karp," the soldier blinked, looking somewhat forlorn. "I am indeed one of your subordinates." "Is that so?" Karp chuckled awkwardly. "I suppose I am getting old, unable to remember you young ones. Go on about your business. I shall find Sengoku myself." With that, Karp tossed the dog-headed mask to the soldier and strode confidently towards the headquarters building. The soldier, watching Karp head towards the headquarters, did not leave immediately. Instead, he promptly picked up a den mushi, his expression shifting from joviality to grave seriousness. "Vice Admiral Karp is about to enter the headquarters." "Understood," replied a Marine soldier in the lobby of the first floor, who had received the den mushi report. Before he could relay the news further, the elevator doors in front of him swung open, revealing Xiaoyu and Guion stepping out in succession. Upon seeing this, all soldiers in the first floor lobby stood at attention, saluting in loyalty. Xiaoyu, undeterred, swiftly exited the building. The moment he stepped outside, Karp's figure came into view. "Ahaha, Xiaoyu, young rascal, I'm back," Karp exclaimed, hastening his pace, his face alight with excitement. "Surprised? Did you expect me?" As Karp approached, Guion was the first to speak, courteously addressing him, "Mr. Karp." "Karp, what on earth has transpired in the past 2 years?" Karp inquired, eyeing Guion. "You ought to keep that mad suitor of yours at bay and leave opportunities for the young female officers of the headquarters, like Tina. By the way, Where's Tina? I've been trying to reach her through the din mushy, but to no avail. Guion shook her head with a smile, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Mr. Karp, have you not noticed the differences at headquarters since your vacation commenced? Nothing seems different to me, Karp replied. Kapu blinked, swiftly surveying his surroundings as if struck by a sudden realization, and nodded repeatedly. I just passed through the square, and there's a newly formed humanoid. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yuan quietly exhaled, casting a discreet glance at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, weary of Kapu's indirectness, replied straightforwardly, I initially believed you would return a few days later, yet you have arrived ahead of schedule. Thus, there is no need for me to withhold the truth. The Navy headquarters is now under my command. To put it simply, I instigated a coup to seize the position of admiral, and all officers, including the 3 admirals, have made the prudent choice to align with me. Kapu, chewing on a rice cracker, was engulfed in confusion, staring intently at Xiaoyu. After a moment, he could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, a coup? Ha! You're growing increasingly humorous, young one. However, such jesting should be approached with caution. Should it reach the ears of those adversaries, like the ghost spider, they might report you. Xiaoyu remained serious, declaring with a chilling resolve, the ghost spider is dead. There are also Deo Bowman and Minard. They serve as obstacles to my ascension as admiral, and they must perish. As his words echoed, dozens of officers suddenly surged from the headquarters, swiftly encircling Kapu under his incredulous gaze. Soon after, more naval soldiers armed with rifles rushed in, forming layers of encirclement around Kapu. The abrupt scene caused Kapu's smile to gradually stiffen, as he sensed the oppressive atmosphere thickening around him. He finally began to believe everything Xiaoyu had stated. After a brief silence, he placed the box of rice crackers into his bag and then raised his gaze, fixing Xiaoyu with a piercing stare, and spoke in a grave tone. Xiaoyu, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to eliminate me as well? If that is the case, these men alone cannot contend with me. Xiaoyu gestured for the encircling officers and soldiers to withdraw. With a single motion, the officers and soldiers promptly retreated in an orderly manner. Observing this, Kapu's expression shifted. He realized that Xiaoyu had not issued a verbal command. Yet with merely a gesture, he commanded absolute obedience from the soldiers and officers. Such discipline among the headquarters personnel was something he had not witnessed in many years. Nevertheless, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that Xiaoyu was not jesting. The headquarters had indeed fallen completely under his control. Yet, a myriad of questions swirled in Kapu's mind. Although he had always held high expectations for Xiaoyu since his entry into the officer training camp, and Xiaoyu had not disappointed him, Sengoku, or Zephyr. Having risen from a mere recruit to a capable rear admiral in just 6 years, he had not anticipated that this promising young admiral would seize control of the Navy headquarters during his leave. This left him utterly perplexed. It is undeniable that Xiaoyu possesses a terrifying talent that surpasses his peers, yet it is inconceivable that he could vanquish the 3 great generals. Even though he is aware that Xiaoyu has garnered the support of numerous officers and soldiers over the years, relying solely on them to successfully instigate a coup and seize control of the headquarters is simply impossible. However, the reality is that Xiaoyu not only accomplished this feat but also compelled the 3 great generals to make judicious choices, suppressing the doubts that churned within him. Karp posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. What about Sengoku? He is still alive, isn't he? Xiaoyu nodded, indicating that the elder should currently be enjoying afternoon tea with teacher Zfa. Upon hearing this, Karp's eyes widened in disbelief. Even at such a critical moment, he still has the leisure to sip tea? Realizing he had lost his composure, Karp quickly cleared his throat and, with a grave expression, remarked, So, what do you intend to do with me? Will you confine me to house arrest? Or strip me of my military rank? Then perhaps you will cast me aside to join Sengoku and Zfa for tea? Xiaoyu nodded once more, stating, Karp, the current naval headquarters no longer possesses ships capable of accommodating you. You are all aging. It is time for retirement. There's no way I can leave like this. You little rascal. Karp stepped forward, clenching his iron fist, and declared in a deep voice, the vast war machine of the Navy is not something just anyone can control. Let me see if you are truly capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility. Sensing the sudden surge of overwhelming battle intent emanating from Karp, Ji-Yuan hastily stepped forward, urging, Mr. Karp, please remain calm. Lord Xiaoyu has come to see you alone precisely because he does not wish to be your enemy. The situation has already been determined. Your struggle would be utterly futile. Ji-Yuan, step back. Karp rolled up his sleeves, retorting, "This little rascal Xiaoyu is already causing enough trouble. And I am astonished that you, usually so composed, have joined in the folly. Do you not realize that both Sengoku and I, along with ZFA, have high hopes for him? As long as we step back, he may not be the marshal of the headquarters, but he would undoubtedly be one of the great generals. Yet he dares to instigate a coup. Do not speak to me of a predetermined outcome. As long as I am alive, he shall not be permitted to continue this madness." No sooner had he spoken than Karp took a formidable step forward, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged from beneath his feet. In an instant, the confluence of red and black Haushikahaki radiated outward, intertwining and creating a spectacle that caused the void to tremble with low-frequency vibrations. An overwhelming pressure surged forth like a raging tide, engulfing Xiaoyu in an instant. However, just as the invisible pressure began to envelop Xiaoyu, an even more formidable force erupted, colliding with the oncoming Haushikahaki. Boom! The clash resonated through the heavens, followed by a wave of destructive shock waves emanating from the center of Xiaoyu and Karp, sweeping outward like a hurricane birthed from the earth. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and buildings trembled, resembling a scene of impending doom. Chapter 29. The Clash of Conquerors Haki, Shocking Emu. In the residential area of Mariford, beneath a sunshade in the garden of a solitary villa, Sengoku and Zifa sat in silence, each with a cup of tea that remained untouched. "Zifa, I have long harbored a curiosity about one matter." After a period of contemplative silence, Sengoku broke the stillness, his expression grave as he spoke. "I cannot believe that your unwavering support for Xiaoyu stems solely from your faith that he will apprehend the pirates who attacked the training ship. There must be other motives at play." "As expected of you, Sengoku." Zifa nodded, taking a sip from his cup before responding calmly. 3 years ago, during my recuperation at home, Xiaoyu would visit me every few days for conversation. He perceived my disillusionment with the Navy and informed me that he had glimpsed fragments of the future, claiming that one day, the perpetrator of the training ship attack would become a member of the new warlords of the sea. Consequently, I would completely lose hope in the Navy, leaving with Ein and Bins to establish a new Navy. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression shifted slightly, and he tentatively inquired, "Did you believe him?" "Of course, I did not." Zifa shook his head and continued. He was aware of my skepticism, so he revealed another detail. He said that 3 years later, Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, would arrive in the New World, standing alongside Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido as one of the emperors of the sea, urging me to wait and see. He also mentioned that before becoming an emperor, Shanks would set foot on Elbaf and subdue Prince Loki of the Giant Kingdom. At this revelation, Sengoku abruptly rose. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Zifa. "He told you this 3 years ago?" Zifa nodded, stating that not only these two events, but everything he foresaw 3 years prior had now come to pass. Shanks had indeed emerged as one of the emperors of the sea, and Prince Loki of the Giant Kingdom was imprisoned in the underworld. At this point, Zifa turned to Sengoku and said solemnly, "If you were in my position, would you continue to doubt Xiaoyu? Or would you believe that he truly possesses the ability to glimpse fragments of the future?" "I chose the latter, which is why I no longer harbor illusions about the Navy. Your inability to capture the perpetrator of the training ship attack does not imply you did not attempt to do so. I understand this. However, to allow a pirate responsible for the deaths of so many young officers to become a new warlord of the sea in the name of so-called balance is beyond comprehension. What right does such a Navy have to speak of justice?" Sengoku hesitated, ultimately finding himself unable to counter the argument. Although this event has not yet transpired, the fact that Xiaoyu had foreseen 3 years ago that Shanks would become one of the emperors of the sea and the fate of Prince Loki serves as evidence that Xiaoyu's warnings were not mere fabrications, but rather a glimpse into a future where the pirate who attacked the training ship could indeed rise to become a new warlord of the sea. Yet, discussing these matters now may not be of utmost importance. What truly matters is that Xiaoyu can perceive such distant future. He could hardly fathom how Xiaoyu accomplished such a feat. He was aware that mastering observation Haki to its apex allowed glimpses into the future, albeit with temporal limitations. To this day, no one had managed to foresee events so far ahead. Yet, Xiaoyu not only anticipated events 3 years hence 3 years ago, but also glimpsed even further into the future. Most importantly, the emergence of a new warlord indicated that former members had either encountered misfortune or betrayed their cause. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted without warning from the headquarters. sending a terrifying shockwave reverberating through the air, causing even those at a considerable distance to feel the ground tremble. Before either could react, a swirling mass of red and black flames ascended from the entrance of the headquarters with cataclysmic force, piercing the clouds high above and creating a colossal vortex. As if the heavens had been breached, both Sengoku and Zifa instinctively rose to their feet, exclaiming in unison, "The clash of conquerors Haki! Cursed be it!" Meanwhile, at the front of the headquarters, Xiaoyu, undeterred by Carp's abrupt aggression and resolutely unleashing his own conqueror's Haki to counter, stepped forward. A resounding thud echoed as an even mightier wave of destructive energy erupted from beneath his feet, overpowering Carp's Haki with unstoppable force. How is this possible? Carp's eyes widened in shock as he realized his own conqueror's Haki had been so swiftly subdued. "It seems you have been concealing your strength all these years. You managed to deceive even me," he exclaimed. Without yielding, Carp stepped forward, unleashing his Haki in full force once more. As the two powers clashed violently, the ground beneath them fissured with a web of cracks, resembling an immense spider's web. The intangible pressure intensified, causing the already fractured earth to explode further, collapsing downward. Even the formidable Jiwen was forced back uncontrollably by the clash of their conqueror's Haki, her cloak billowing chaotically, rendering her a sight of distress. However, she could not afford to be concerned with her appearance, for if Carp continued to battle Xiaoyu, the headquarters and the entirety of Marineford could be obliterated. "Mr. Carp, Lord Xiaoyu, please cease your fighting. Marineford will be destroyed." Meanwhile, at Xiaoyu's residence, Sakaski, burdened by years of guilt towards his mother and neglecting rest, suddenly turned at the sight of the fiery clouds soaring skyward from the direction of the headquarters. He gazed in horror and shouted to the ever-drowsy Poliucelino seated beside him. "Carp has returned. The clash of conquerors Haki is truly terrifying." Poliucelino slowly rose, casting a glance at the ominous flames connecting heaven and earth outside. "You stay here with Mother. I shall go and see." Before his words could fade, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Upon reaching the rooftop of the headquarters building, Kazan swiftly appeared at his side. Without casting a glance at Kazan, Borisolino discarded his previously languid demeanor, incredulously gazing at the two figures standing in stark contrast on the ground, exclaiming, "Admiral Xiaoyuan has actually subdued Mr. Carp's conqueror's Haki?" Kazan, equally grave, responded, "He has deceived us all." In the holy land of Mariehua, amidst a serene garden where butterflies danced, a figure abruptly materialized, lifting their gaze to reveal a pair of dark red, rippling eyes directed towards the direction of Marine headquarters in Marineford. As these eyes beheld the billowing flames rising from Marineford, an incredulous voice reverberated through the garden, "No, this cannot be." A nearby maid swiftly rushed into the garden, kneeling before the figure with trembling trepidation, murmuring, "Lord M. Go. Inform the Knights of Goddess Army, instruct her to proceed to Marine headquarters at the utmost speed. I must ascertain the identity of the one who unleashed the Conqueror's Haki." Chapter 030. The Divine Avoidance reappears, shocking Carp. The sudden eruption of battle swiftly captured the attention of all officers and soldiers in Marineford. However, those ranked below Rear Admiral dared not approach. Initially, some were awakened by the commotion and rushed over, only to be violently swept away by the terrifying shockwave before they could draw near. A few even fainted on the spot under the oppressive aura of Conqueror's Haki. Even the rear admirals were reluctant to come too close and could only observe from a distance. Before the headquarters building, as the ground cracked and collapsed, and the fiery clouds continued to rise, the towering headquarters structure in Marineford could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crack, a horrifying fissure appeared in the walls. Lord Xiaoyu, Mr. Carp, seeing the exaggerated crack in the building's wall, Ji Yuan, having braced against the impact, thrust his sword into the ground and, with all his might, shouted towards Xiaoyu and Carp, who had caused the ground and the walls to tremble with just a single clash. "If you continue fighting, the headquarters will be destroyed." Buzz, buzz. Before Ji Yuan could finish his warning, a disorienting low-frequency vibration surged forth, drowning out his voice. Following this, a cataclysmic wave of energy radiated outward from the center of Xiaoyu and Carp. "Ahahaha, I am truly astonished, Xiaoyu." Carp, enveloped in fiery clouds, clenched his fists and stepped forward with all his strength, laughing heartily. "Next, let us see if your armament Haki is equally formidable." As his words fell, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Carp, who was already shrouded in flames. In the blink of an eye, he leapt into the air, enveloped by the perfected armament haki, his fists darkened and gleaming with power. With a resounding clash, Karp, soaring high above, wasted no time. His hardened fists, infused with the overwhelming might of Conqueror's haki, descended upon Xiaoyu with unerring precision. Simultaneously, a whoosh echoed as, at the moment Karp's fist descended, Xiaoyu left behind an afterimage, appearing before Karp like a specter. "Old man, you are too slow." Without hesitation, Xiaoyu unleashed his own formidable punch, which expanded infinitely in Karp's gaze. Bam! Accompanied by a dull thud, Xiaoyu's fist, imbued with terrifying power, shattered Karp's armament haki defenses. To the astonished gaze of the watching officers, Karp was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing down 100 feet away. Before the stunned officers could react, Xiaoyu suddenly turned and reached out towards Ji Yuan's direction. "Ji Yuan, lend me your blade." As his words echoed, the famed sword, Jin Piro, which had been sheathed at Ji Yuan's waist, flew through the air, landing firmly in Xiaoyu's grasp. As Jinbira was seized by Xiaoyu, the blade was instantly enveloped and entwined by fiery clouds. In the next moment, wielding Jinbira, Xiaoyu propelled himself forward at a breathtaking speed, the sword, shrouded in flame, slashing towards Karp, who stood 100 feet away. In an instant, the dazzling aura of the blade surged forth like divine, stirring the air to emit a disorienting low-frequency vibration, carrying with it the terrifying power to sever all that lay before it, aimed directly at Karp, who had just managed to rise and prepare for a counterattack. This was divine evade. Confronted with the horrifying strike that expanded infinitely in his pupils, Karp's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment as he widened his eyes, realizing it was too late to evade. He could only unleash his armament haki and Conqueror's haki without reservation. Yet, he was still a moment too slow. A thunderous explosion reverberated as the black and crimson flames burst forth, filling the space with their wrath. Immediately, he felt a palpable aura of death approaching, causing his body to uncontrollably fly backward at an astonishing speed. With a series of deafening explosions accompanying him, Karp could no longer contain himself and spewed forth a mist of blood, crashing down amidst the debris of several collapsed buildings onto the Marineford Plaza. In that instant, as Karp fell onto the square, the surrounding sounds seemed to vanish. The distant officers watching stood wide-eyed, utterly stunned by Karp's defeat at Xiaoyu's hands. Not only the officers on the periphery, but even the admirals Borisolino and Kazan, standing atop the headquarters building, gasped in disbelief at the sight of Karp being vanquished in one fell swoop. When Borisolino witnessed the clash of Conqueror's haki between Xiaoyu and Karp, he understood that Xiaoyu had been concealing his strength all these years, yet he had still underestimated the upper limits of Xiaoyu's power. Was this indeed divine evade? After a brief period of astonishment, Borisolino adjusted his glasses, his expression unusually grave. He had not anticipated that after so many years, the divine evade created by the pirate king, Roger, would reappear at the Navy headquarters. "This is not the divine evade created by Roger." Kazan shook his head, equally serious. "In the lead-up to the Battle of Wall, I accompanied Karp to the New World. When Roger utilized divine evade, he stood still, whereas Commander Xiaoyu executed it while in motion. Most importantly, when Roger was executed, Commander Xiaoyu was merely 6 or 7 years old. He certainly never encountered Roger, nor could he have learned swordsmanship from him. Though it is hard to fathom, it is evident that this is Commander Xiaoyu's original divine evade." The most astonished of all was Shizuka. Her shock stemmed from the fact that Xiaoyu's initial exposure to swordsmanship came when she served as a temporary instructor at the officer training camp. Noticing Xiaoyu's exceptional talent in swordplay, she attempted to teach him for a time. Although Xiaoyu's rapid progress in swordsmanship over the years had left her in awe, she believed herself to still hold a slight edge over him in this art. Only upon witnessing the astonishing strike delivered by Xiaoyu did she fully comprehend that he had ascended to a level of prowess beyond her reach. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing shattered the eerie silence that had enveloped the square. In an instant, Karp sprang up, utterly disregarding the ghastly wound upon his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Xiaoyu, who stood resolutely with his blade. "We agreed to compete with our Conqueror's haki and armament haki. Why have you resorted to using a sword?" Ouch! Before he could finish his thought, Karp let out a pained cry. Lowering his gaze to the gash inflicted by Xiaoyu, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You little brat, do you intend to kill me?" Observing Karp's reaction, a smirk tugged at the corners of Xiaoyu's mouth as he casually sheathed his sword. "Kinpira, at his waist and remarked coolly, "If you can still hurl insults. It seems you won't be dying anytime soon." With that, Xiaoyu nonchalantly turned and approached Ji Yuan, saying, "Let's go. After a fight like that, I'm even hungrier." Chapter 031. The entire army receives a year's salary? Long live the Marshal. To his astonishment, Xiaoyu abruptly turned away, leaving Carp momentarily stunned. In a state of urgency, he called out, "Don't go, Xiaoyu. I was careless just now. I didn't dodge. Come on, let us continue. I can still fight." However, Xiaoyu seemed oblivious to his words, hastening his steps towards the mess hall. Along the way, every officer and soldier he encountered stood upright, echoing the chant of loyalty until they reached the dining hall. As soon as Xiaoyu departed from the square, Zephyr and Sengoku rushed over. Upon seeing the ghastly wound on Carp's chest, Sengoku quickly moved to support him, while Zephyr shouted, "Quick, summon the medical team." "No need, no need," Carp interjected. "It's merely a superficial injury. There's no need for such alarm." "Ouch, Sengoku, why did you touch my wound? That hurts. Now you feel pain?" Sengoku glared at Carp, exasperated. "What possessed you to act so recklessly? The situation at headquarters is already determined. Even if you could defeat Xiaoyu, what then? Don't forget, the three admirals have made their choices, and they will not allow you to act foolishly. Give me Sunbei." Carp pointed to his pocket, grimacing. "That kid hits hard." Sengoku remained silent, retrieving a box of Sunbei from Carp's back. He tossed a couple into his own mouth while handing the box to Carp. Seeing this, Carp momentarily forgot his wound, exclaiming in frustration, "Return my Sunbei." Sengoku ignored him, thoroughly enjoying his snack. At that moment, two nurses from the medical team rushed over. Gazing at Carp's conspicuous wound, Zephyr squinted before looking up towards the roof of the headquarters building. Although Borisolino and Kazan, who had been observing from the rooftop, had vanished without a trace, Zephyr maintained his gaze. Earlier, he and Sengoku had merely intended to prevent Carp and Xiaoyu from continuing their battle when they first sensed the clash of Conqueror's haki. Now, reflecting on the situation, he began to understand why Xiaoyu refrained from confronting Kazan, who had also returned after the coup, and instead chose to clash with Carp. The reason was simple. While the Navy headquarters was now entirely under Xiaoyu's control, both the three admirals and other officers who hadn't participated in the coup held some lingering doubts about Xiaoyu's strength. After all, despite his rapid progress over the years, he was still merely a rear admiral. In this context, for Xiaoyu to fully seize control of the Navy headquarters, he needed to decisively defeat a formidable opponent. Kazan would serve as a fine sharpening stone, given that he was one of the highest combat powers in the Navy. Yet he was not the most suitable choice. Carp, as a legendary vice admiral, a hero who had pushed the previous pirate king, Roger, to the brink on multiple occasions, was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate. By overcoming Carp, the officers and soldiers who had not participated in the coup the previous night would undoubtedly be shaken, quelling any thoughts of dissent in the days to come. Most importantly, the three admirals, renowned as the pinnacle of the headquarters' combat strength, would regard Xiaoyu with newfound respect, even acknowledging this young marshal. Lord Xiaoyu. In the naval headquarters cafeteria, two officers, who were just about to depart, were taken aback by Xiaoyu's sudden appearance. Their jovial demeanor transformed instantly into solemnity as they raised their hands in salute. With their words, an immediate hush fell over the cafeteria, and all present, officers and soldiers alike, gazed at Xiaoyu with fervent admiration. Though the cafeteria was some distance from Marineford, they had all witnessed the recent battle. When they saw Xiaoyu send the legendary Vice Admiral Carp flying with a single strike, the cafeteria erupted with excitement, while a few, constrained by the prevailing circumstances, felt compelled to pledge their loyalty. The overwhelming display of Xiaoyu's formidable strength solidified their unwavering resolve to follow him. Xiaoyu surveyed the cafeteria, showing no signs of fatigue from his recent confrontation with Carp. With a warm smile, he said, "During mealtime, there is no need for such formality. Loyalty." All those in the cafeteria raised their hands in salute simultaneously. Suddenly reminded of something, Xiaoyu gestured for silence and calmly stated, "Although we have many hard battles ahead, we cannot allow our brothers to fight on empty stomachs. Ji Yuan, please go to the finance department and increase the salaries of all officers and soldiers, dispersing their salaries for the upcoming year at once." Before Ji Yuan could respond, the cafeteria erupted once more. "Long live Lord Xiaoyu. Haha, wonderful. We can receive a year's worth of salary. Wah, long live Lord Xiaoyu. With this money, I need not worry about my brother's wedding. Lord Xiaoyu, You must come to my brother's wedding." Among the excited crowd, some soldiers who had not participated in the mutiny the previous night were equally exhilarated. Yet some struggled to believe it was real. After all, if they had not been confined to their quarters, they might have followed their superiors' commands and fought alongside those who supported Xiaoyu in the rebellion. Notably, a young man clad in a brigadier's uniform stood amidst the throng, glancing left and right before summoning the courage to push through the crowd and approach Xiaoyu. "Marshal, for those of us who did not participate last night, will we also receive the upcoming year's salary?" "Of course," Xiaoyu replied with a smile and a nod. Now that the situation at headquarters is settled, it does not matter whether one participated in last night's events. The salary will remain unchanged. "That's fantastic." The young brigadier's eyes glistened with emotion as he stammered. "Thank you, Marshal. This money is incredibly important to me." I. Clearly overwhelmed with excitement, the young brigadier struggled for words. After repeating "I" 3 times, he suddenly straightened, raised his hand, and shouted earnestly towards Xiaoyu, "Loyalty." He was originally a subordinate of General Ghost Spider. Due to his younger sister's prolonged illness, which necessitated exorbitant medical expenses each month to sustain her life, he initially managed to cope. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed, having borrowed from all his colleagues, ultimately leading them to avoid him. In desperation, he sought assistance from General Ghost Spider, only to be met with a cold reprimand devoid of compassion. Fortunately, fate intervened. After a coup, the newly appointed Marshal Xiaoyu generously granted each officer and soldier a year's salary in one fell swoop. In that moment, he comprehended why Xiaoyu commanded such loyalty from numerous officers and soldiers, not merely due to his formidable prowess, capable of vanquishing the legendary General Karp with a single stroke, but rather because of the evident kindness he extended to his subordinates. With the disbursement of a year's salary, the atmosphere in the mess hall grew increasingly vibrant. Nevertheless, neither the officers nor the soldiers dared to disturb Xiaoyu again. After Juan served the meal, Xiaoyu, seated by the window, began to devour his food ravenously. It was not that he disregarded his image. Rather, he had endured a prolonged period of deprivation while collaborating with the investigative unit, culminating in incarceration without sufficient sustenance. Additionally, with his abilities enhanced to their maximum potential, his appetite had surged dramatically. Juan, observing him intently, rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the youngest and first man in naval history to instigate a coup and ascend to the rank of Marshal. Memories of Xiaoyu as a fresh-faced 18-year-old, brimming with curiosity during his time in the officer training camp, flooded her mind. Although she was confident that Xiaoyu would one day astonish everyone, she had not anticipated his emergence in such a manner. Suddenly, Xiaoyu set down his chopsticks and turned to Juan, inquiring whether the headquarters could still issue salaries. Juan nodded, assuring him that it should suffice. However, she cautioned, if the headquarters were to sever ties with the world government, they might not be able to disburse salaries in the following year. Xiaoyu, undaunted, reassured her, suggesting that the Holy Land would not rashly sever their relationship with them. For them, the identity of the Marshal was inconsequential as long as the Navy remained under the world government's jurisdiction. A compromise might be reached, allowing them to maximize their interests. Upon hearing this, Juan did not relax but instead expressed her concerns, stating that while the headquarters were currently under control, her worry lay with the branch bases across the seas and the Grand Line, as none had reported any news thus far. Chapter 032. Only obey the orders of the Grand Admiral. In Mariehua, the headquarters of the world government, within the office of the Supreme Commander of the military, a grave expression shadowed the countenance of Kong as he paced restlessly before his desk. On the opposite side, several officers from the intelligence department were anxiously engaged in communication with various divisions under the world government, each clutching a din-din mushi. Report. Suddenly, one officer set down his din-din mushi, his face pale, as he turned to Kong. "Sir, we are unable to establish contact with the Navy's scientific division." Report. "We cannot reach the Navy's confidential special forces. The special scientific unit of the Navy is also unreachable." Report. "We have received word from Judicial Island. They too cannot contact Chief Judge Based." Report. "We have successfully made contact with Impel Down." Upon hearing the cascade of reports, Kong immediately returned to his seat, his voice low and commanding. "Cease all communications with the Navy headquarters and related forces. Immediately contact the bases in the Grand Line and the Four Seas." One officer cautiously inquired, "Sir, what is happening? Why has the Navy headquarters suddenly lost contact with the Holy Land?" Kong offered no response. merely casting a stern glance at the officer. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the officer refrained from further questioning and began to contact the major bases outside of the Navy headquarters. In the East Blue, at the Navy Base 153 in Shellstown, a group of a dozen soldiers burst into a dormitory, brandishing confidential documents dispatched from the Navy headquarters. With a resounding crash, the tightly shut door was forcefully flung open. The officers resting within the dormitory quickly rose, their attention drawn to the soldiers who had intruded so abruptly. Without hesitation, the leading soldier raised the document high, proclaiming, "Order from the headquarters." Sergeant Monka stepped forward. At this command, a tall, robust officer from the 153rd Division, Sergeant Monka, stepped forward. By the command of the newly appointed Grand Admiral Xiaoyu, effective immediately, Sergeant Monka is promoted to the rank of colonel and will assume command of the 153rd Division. At this announcement, a fierce determination ignited in Monka's eyes. He stepped forward, raised his right hand, and declared loudly, "Loyalty." At last, are we finally set for great endeavors? Long live Grand Admiral Xiaoyu. As Monka received the appointment letter, the officers beside him erupted in jubilant excitement. Concurrently, another soldier hurried forward, presenting a pristine colonel's uniform to Monka. "Colonel Monka, from this moment forth, the 153rd Division is under your command. Please give your orders." Gazing at the uniform before him, Monka felt tears of joy welling in his eyes, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the garment. In his youth, when he first joined the 153rd Division, he was filled with fervor and the hope of one day cleansing the seas of all evils. However, due to the constant pressure exerted upon him, despite his unwavering commitment to apprehending pirates and bravely undertaking the most perilous tasks, he ultimately found himself merely a pawn in the grand scheme, with all his merits appropriated by others. This unfortunate reality rendered him, even as he approached middle age, a mere junior officer. It was not until 2 years ago that a significant figure arrived at headquarters. Initially unfamiliar with this individual, he was taken aback when singled out by them. At that moment, he feared he had committed some transgression, and upon meeting this esteemed figure, he dared not lift his gaze. To his astonishment, this notable individual was not only youthful, but also remarkably gentle. The most shocking revelation was how intimately this figure seemed to know him, as if they had been acquainted for ages. Had it not been for the higher rank and authority stemming from headquarters, he would have eagerly engaged in a heartfelt dialogue, sharing the trials and frustrations of the years gone by. This distinguished person was none other than Marshal Xiaoyu, who at that time appointed him as a colonel in the 153rd Branch. Before departing the 153rd Branch, Xiaoyu posed a singular question. Would he pledge his loyalty? Naturally, he was more than willing. At this juncture in his life, he had come to understand that to ascend, one required the backing of a powerful ally. In the ensuing 2 years, although he had no further direct contact with Xiaoyu, he occasionally received substantial sums of berries sent by Xiao's emissaries, along with instructions to distribute these resources to those genuinely in need of assistance. Over 2 years, the total amount he received exceeded 100 million. However, he retained not a single berry for himself, choosing instead to allocate it entirely to soldiers and colleagues in need. Deep down, he recognized this as a test set forth by the esteemed Xia. The arrival of this appointment letter was proof not only that he had passed the trial, but also that he had earned Xiaoyu's esteem. Colonel Monka. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, clutching a communication device, stammering, "The Supreme Commander's office is on the line." "What do you mean the Supreme Commander's office?" Monka abruptly turned to the soldier, his voice low and firm. "From this moment forth, the 153rd Branch shall heed only the orders of Marshal Xiaoyu from the Navy headquarters. No one else, regardless of their rank, warrants our attention." With that, Monka donned his colonel's coat and strode purposefully out of the dormitory, declaring, "Relay my orders. All officers and soldiers of the 153rd Branch assemble at the parade ground." Meanwhile, in the East Sea, at the Navy's 16th Branch base, a young man clad in a pristine colonel's coat, flanked by 7 or 8 soldiers, marched resolutely toward the colonel's office. With a resounding crash, the tightly shut door of the office was flung open by an advance of the... Before the occupants of the office could react, the group burst in, weapons drawn, swiftly subduing the 2 aides standing before the desk. What is the meaning of this? The officer seated at the desk, also adorned in a colonel's coat and sporting a scruffy beard, looked up in surprise. Piled high on the desk before him were thick stacks of berries, most of which had already been disturbed. The rat, A colonel of the 16th Division of the East Sea Navy is a naval scoundrel who has long exploited his position to oppress the innocent within his jurisdiction. Colonel Rat, a young man, adorned in a pristine colonel's coat, strode purposefully to the desk, casting a condescending gaze upon Colonel Rat. Without preamble, he pronounced, "Due to your long-standing collusion with pirates and the oppression of the innocent citizens within your domain, I, in my capacity as the newly appointed colonel of the 16th Division, hereby sentence you to death, to be executed immediately." What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing the audacious claim of the young man as the new colonel of the 16th Division and the declaration of his impending execution, Colonel Rat sprang to his feet, his voice laced with fury. "I am the colonel of the 16th Division. Someone, seize this man. Cease your outcries, Rat." The young man waved his hand dismissively. "The 16th Division is now under my control. You may meet your end." No sooner had the young man finished speaking than the 7 or 8 soldiers standing beside him acted without hesitation, simultaneously pulling their triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted violently, and in an instant, Colonel Rat, still bewildered by the unfolding events, was rendered lifeless by the onslaught of bullets. The young man approached the fallen body and kicked it aside, before turning to his assembled subordinates and proclaiming, "By the command of Marshal Xiaoyu, our only task henceforth is to eradicate all pirates within the jurisdiction of the 16th Division, leaving no one behind." Chapter 033, The Purge Within the Navy commences. In the East Sea, at the Rogtown Naval Base, Colonel Smoker, who had recently assumed the position of commander at Rogtown, gazed at the mountain of documents before him, his brow furrowing deeply. As a colonel in the naval headquarters and a user of the smoke fruit, he was displeased to find himself reassigned to this base, and the legacy of chaos left by his predecessor only soured his mood further. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 hurried in, clutching a confidential document and rushing to the desk. "Confidential document?" Smoker paused, taking the file and tearing it open. The girl quickly averted her gaze. "Dasky, what are you doing?" Smoker looked up at her, his voice low and commanding. "You are my aide. Do you expect me to handle these documents alone?" The girl, named Dasky, blinked vacantly with an adorably clueless expression. "This is a confidential document. I cannot look at it. I didn't say anything about this one." Smoker, now visibly irritated, pointed at the pile of papers. "You have half an hour to find the useful documents." With that, he ceased his banter and began reviewing the confidential file he had just received. After reading the initial paragraphs, Smoker abruptly stood up, disbelief etched across his face as he absorbed the contents of the document. "Marshal Sengoku is unwell, and Vice Admiral Summer is temporarily assuming the powers of the Marshal." Report. Before Smoker could process this shocking news, a shout echoed from outside, followed by a messenger bursting into the office, breathless and stammering. "I just received word that Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division was executed on the spot by the newly appointed colonel. The reason was collusion with pirates and oppression of the citizens. Additionally, there have been changes in the 153rd Division. The current colonel there is an officer named Maka." Upon hearing this, Smoker spun around, his gaze fixed intently on the messenger. "What is the name of the new colonel in the 16th Division?" It seems to be Stork, sent over from headquarters." Damn it." Upon hearing the name Stork, Smoker could not help but curse. "I know this Stork. He is a confidant of Summer. And that Maka in the 153rd Division? He is also one of Summer's people." Pausing momentarily, he placed the document down, his expression grave. "Serious trouble is brewing at headquarters. This confidential file was not sent voluntarily by Marshal Sengoku. It is highly likely that headquarters has fallen into the hands of Summer. If I am not mistaken, at the moment I received this document, personnel changes occurred in many bases across the 4 seas and the Grand Line, all involving Summer's absolute loyalists." "What does that mean?" Dasky, still slow to react, asked in confusion. "Isn't Lord Summer a vice admiral? How could he temporarily assume the powers of the Marshal?" Smog raised his gaze towards Dasky and, with a tone that brooked no argument, declared, "A coup. Summer Yu has undoubtedly instigated a rebellion to forcibly seize the position of commander." "What?" Dasky exclaimed, startled by Smog's sudden proclamation, nearly causing her glasses to slip from her nose. After hastily adjusting them, her small face reflected confusion as she murmured, "How could this be? Major Summer Yu is quite an admirable individual. I have heard numerous accounts of his commendable deeds. Many officers and soldiers facing hardships have received his assistance." Smog slammed his fist onto the desk, asserting that is merely his method of winning hearts. Suddenly, the phone bug on the desk began to ring. Before Smog could react, a powerful voice emanated from the device. Colonel Smog? This is the Commander-in-Chief's office. Lord Kong has orders to deliver. Upon hearing this, Smog straightened up immediately, responding respectfully. Lord Kong. Smog, splendid. This is Kong. The voice on the phone conveyed a sense of urgency, and in brief, he informed Smog that the headquarters had completely lost contact with the Holy Land and had likely fallen entirely under Summer Yu's control. Not only the headquarters, but many bases in the East Sea had their phone bugs unanswered. It was safe to assume that these unresponsive bases had been taken over by Summer Yu's confidants. Your immediate task is to establish contact with the branches that remain unconquered and stabilize the situation in the East Sea. Before Smog could acknowledge the orders, the call abruptly ended. Dasky's head buzzed with confusion, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Sir Smog, how could this happen? Why would Major Summer Yu instigate a coup? Smog remained silent, his gaze fixed on the now quiet phone bug. Previously, he had only been speculating. But after receiving the direct call from Lord Kong, his suspicions had crystallized into reality. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly puzzled him was how Summer Yu, in the capacity of a mere rear admiral, managed to orchestrate such a monumental event, seizing firm control of the Navy headquarters and severing ties with the Holy Land. One must remember that the Navy headquarters was not only under the command of Admiral Sengoku but also housed the three foremost admirals and several rear admirals. Even if Summer Yu had garnered considerable loyalty over the years, as long as the three admirals remained steadfast, it would have been impossible for the headquarters to fall into Summer Yu's hands so swiftly. Not only was it improbable, but Summer Yu could have also faced annihilation at the hands of the three admirals. Yet, the stark reality was that within a single night, the Navy headquarters had succumbed to Summer Yu's grasp, and Admiral Sengoku had even signed documents appointing him as the acting commander-in-chief. Dasky, the situation at the headquarters is dire. After a moment of sober reflection, Smog slumped into his chair, disheartened. The speed at which Summer Yu has taken control indicates that at least two of the three admirals have betrayed us and pledged their allegiance to him. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Ji Yuan has maintained a close alliance with Summer Yu in recent years, and many rear admirals under her leadership must have participated in this coup. Dasky, bewildered, responded. What shall we do? Smog slightly lifted his gaze towards the window, his expression laden with complexity as he remarked. Xia Yu has dispatched Stork to eliminate Colonel Mouse, thereby elevating Monka to the rank of colonel in Division 153, yet the base in Rogatown remains eerily tranquil. It is evident that our newly appointed Marshal is presenting me with a choice. Dasky, still in a state of confusion, echoed, Lord Smog, what shall we do? Wait. Smog seemed to have reached a momentous decision, rejuvenated in an instant, his demeanor resolute as he declared, if Xia Yu is merely instigating a mutiny for personal gain, I shall wager on the righteousness of the Navy and fight to the end against him. Should he continue to uphold the Navy's virtue after seizing control, I shall remain in Rogatown to fulfill my duties. I harbor no interest in power struggles and wish to abstain from involvement, just as Smog had surmised. Upon receiving the documents, over half of the original base commanders from the Western Sea, Northern Sea, and Southern Sea branches were swiftly replaced, marking the commencement of a top-down purge within the Navy. Chapter 034, Seizing Power? The Revolutionary Army stirs restlessly. Such audacity and recklessness. Xia Yu has utterly disregarded authority by instigating a military coup. In the sanctum of power, the five elders gathered in solemn assembly bore expressions of utmost dismay. Just moments ago, the latest intelligence from the Commander-in-Chief's office confirmed that the entire force had indeed fallen under Xia Yu's control. This revelation sent shockwaves through four of the five elders, nearly fracturing their composure, especially upon learning that not only the Navy headquarters, but also numerous branch bases across the four seas and the Grand Line were now unreachable. The last vestiges of their hope evaporated instantly. I always knew Xia Yu would cause trouble. The finance warlord, Izambaron V. Nasu, gripping his katana, cast a grim glance at the other four elders, his voice laced with menace. When Spandam approached me, I sensed a looming threat. Thus, I commanded the Judicial Island to intervene and conduct an investigation. I believed we had acted swiftly enough, yet he had already bared his fangs in the shadows. Spandam, the Justice Warlord, Topman Voculi, seated in the center, lifted his gaze to Izambaron V. Nasu, questioning how such a power-obsessed insect could have sought him out. It matters not how he found me, Izambaron V. Nasu replied coldly. What truly matters is what course of action we shall take now. According to the latest intelligence from Sora, it is evident that not only the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, but also numerous vice admirals have chosen to align themselves with Xiaoyu. There are significant personnel changes occurring across various bases in the 4 seas in the Grand Line, indicating that Xiaoyu aims to consolidate complete control over the Navy from top to bottom. His audacity to instigate a coup and seize the Navy's power signifies that he will undoubtedly leverage the Navy against the world government in the future. Therefore, I propose we take advantage of his current vulnerability and have Sora lead all forces, excluding the Navy, to encircle Marineford. I am certain that if we press forward with the entire army, there will be individuals within the Navy headquarters who will defect in the heat of battle. After all, once they ally with Xiaoyu against the world government, they will forever bear the stigma of treachery. Hold your horses, Izambaron, cautioned Topman Voculi, raising a hand with a serious demeanor. This matter is of grave importance and requires thorough deliberation. First, we must ascertain Xiaoyu's true intentions. If he merely seeks to become the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, we might consider conceding to his desire and allow him to officially replace Sengoku. Of course, this would merely be a stalling tactic. Once he assumes the role of Marshal and remains obedient to the directives of the Holy Land, we can gradually sow discord within the Navy and, when the time is ripe, apprehend and execute him. At present, he has just assumed command of the Navy, and his momentum is formidable. Even if Sora were to lead the entire army into battle, achieving victory would come at an exorbitant cost, potentially inflicting self-damage as we take down our foes. Moreover, a conflict with Xiaoyu's Navy would inevitably plunge the Grand Line into unprecedented chaos. Should pirates, the 4 emperors of the New World, or the Revolutionary Army seize this opportunity to strike, we would find ourselves in a precarious position, risking defections from nations already teetering on the brink. I do not share that opinion. Izambalan v. Najarang stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. The situation you described depicts the Navy, led by Kong and Xiaoyu, ensnared in a state of chaos. It is undeniable that the Navy headquarters currently boasts 3 admirals, numerous vice admirals, and nearly 100,000 naval soldiers. It is nearly impossible for Kong to suppress them in such a short time. After a brief pause, Izambalan abruptly lifted his head and inquired, "But what if the Knights of God intervene?" With such a significant upheaval at the Navy headquarters, Figolin Gringu has every reason to make an appearance. As long as Figolin Gringu leads the Knights of God to the Navy headquarters and restrains the 3 admirals, other naval commanders will pose little threat. As for the unruly Xiaoyu, he is merely a vice admiral. Furthermore, we have the CP department, particularly CP9 under the command of Rob Lucci, who is renowned as the most formidable and ruthless killing machine in CP9's history. They have been lurking in Water 7 for the past year and could act as a surprise force to infiltrate the Navy headquarters. Time is of the essence. If we swiftly eliminate Xiaoyu, not only will this military coup come to an end, but both the Revolutionary Army and the so-called 4 emperors of the New World will find themselves at a loss, as by the time they react, the situation will have already been restored to our control, and they will dare not stir trouble at such a moment. At this, Topman fell silent, while the other 3 elders turned to him, clearly in agreement with Izambalan's strategy. Just then, a somewhat sharp voice unexpectedly pierced the air. The door to the Chamber of Power swung open, revealing a tall figure. The newcomer was draped in a floor-length cloak, entirely enveloped within, leaving only a pair of dark red, wave-patterned eyes visible, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered the elders, who held the highest authority in the world, to rise hastily and kneel in unison. Lord M. This Xiaoyu is not as simple as you imagine. Encased within the cloak, M slowly walked past the elders to stand before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to them as he controlled his voice, speaking softly. A battle erupted at the Navy headquarters, or more precisely, a clash of conquerors Haki. Within the collision of these 2 Haki, I sensed a familiar presence, akin to the conqueror's Haki possessed by Joy Boy of yore. Upon hearing this, the elders turned in shock to gaze at him. It appears your understanding of this Xiaoyu is rather limited. Gradually turned his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his dark red, wave-patterned eyes. Have you been seated in your positions for too long, causing your vision to falter? The sudden remark sent a chill down the spines of the elders. But swiftly changed the subject. You need not involve yourselves further in this matter. I shall dispatch the Knights of God to investigate. As long as this Xiaoyu, who instigated the coup, is not of the D family, nor bears any relation to Joy Boy, then this so-called coup is merely a change in leadership at the Navy headquarters. Due to sudden personnel changes at the various naval bases along the Grand Line and the Four Seas, spies from all factions lurking within these bases promptly transmitted intelligence. Even the Navy headquarters received a report via encrypted communication that reached the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. On Baldy Island, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, amidst the icy landscape, a cadre dashed towards a nearby tent, clutching top-secret intelligence. "Commander! Commander!" Upon bursting into the tent, the cadre gasped for breath and exclaimed, "The Navy headquarters has relayed critical information. Rear Admiral Xia Yu instigated a coup last night and has seized control of the Navy headquarters this morning. Now, numerous bases across the Four Seas and the Grand Line are undergoing an unprecedented internal purge, with all commanding officers replaced by Xia Yu's loyal confidants." As the cadre's words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the tent. Seated at the head of the conference table was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, notorious for his ambition to overthrow the world government, which had branded his faction as the most heinous criminals during the World Conference 2 years prior. After a brief pause, Dragon, draped in a green cloak with a prominent scar marring his visage, expressed disbelief. "Rear Admiral Xia, the youngest admiral who has surged to prominence within the past 3 years? How could this transpire? How could an admiral dare to instigate a coup and succeed? When did the Navy headquarters become so vulnerable?" The reporting cadre replied earnestly. "This intelligence was personally dispatched by that esteemed individual. It is infallible." Understood. Upon learning the source of the intelligence, Dragon rose decisively and commanded, "Send word to the 5 armies, closely monitor the actions of the world government. The moment they engage in conflict with the Navy under Xia Yu's command, all 5 armies shall strike simultaneously, seizing the opportunity to liberate as many nations as possible." Chapter 035. Kaido, this utterly tedious world deserves to be destroyed. In the G5 branch of the Navy, within the office of the base commander, sat a tall, middle-aged man with short hair and lightning-shaped sideburns. He was Virgo, codenamed Ghost Bamboo, a rear admiral and the commander of the G5 branch. Yet, this was merely his outward identity. His true role was that of a high-ranking official in the Don Quixote family, the first Corazon, who had infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent, gradually ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral and ultimately becoming the base commander of G5. At this moment, he cast aside his usual amiable demeanor and gazed somberly at the brew phone bug incessantly ringing on his desk. After the phone bug rang 3 times, he finally picked it up and spoke in a deep voice. "Who is it?" "Virgo, it's me." A cold female voice emanated from the phone bug. "Admiral Dole." "Oh, it's Admiral Dole." Virgo instantly reverted to his congenial expression and politely inquired, "What brings you to contact me? Have you received the document signed by Lord Sengoku? What is your perspective on Admiral Xia Yu's temporary assumption of the Marshal's authority?" In the office of G14's base commander, a tall woman in her 30s leaned against her desk, her dark short hair with bangs framing her face, her large eyes filled with anxiety about the future. "I just received news that many branch bases across the Four Seas have undergone significant personnel changes, with several newly appointed captains being close confidants of Xia Yu. If all goes as expected, I will soon be receiving a new admiral here. After all, I do not have a deep relationship with him." "Admiral Dole, your words carry a hidden meaning," Virgo said softly, "based on your statements. Can I infer that you believe Xia Yu has instigated a coup to seize control of the headquarters and is now purging dissenters? Isn't it evident?" Dole raised her voice slightly, her emotions stirred. Xia Yu's rapid consolidation of power over the headquarters and the extensive personnel changes across all bases in the Four Seas indicate that more than half of the officers, including the 3 admirals, have sided with him. It may be even more severe than I initially thought. In this situation, whichever side we choose, we may face repercussions. Why choose at all? Virgo shook his head. What is occurring now is merely an internal power struggle. As long as the Holy Land remains silent, there is no need for us to make immediate choices. We should focus on what needs to be done at present. After a brief pause, Virgo continued, "Admiral Dole, our conversation ends here. Farewell." With that, he decisively ended the call and retrieved a small encrypted phone bug from a concealed compartment in his drawer, promptly dialing out. "Virgo." The moment the call connected, a familiar voice resonated from the phone bug. "Contacting me at this time is not a wise choice." Virgo, with a serious expression, began, "Doflamingo. Do you recall what I mentioned previously? I may be eliminated by the Navy, but this is merely my conjecture. I wish to remain and observe the unfolding events. What do you mean? What did you tell me? A frantic voice emerged from the transponder snail. Virgo, have you forgotten again? I shall clarify now. Without the slightest hesitation, Virgo succinctly recounted the events that had transpired at Navy headquarters. As he concluded his narrative, an eerie silence enveloped the office, and even the transponder snail seemed to fall into a hush. After several seconds of silence, a distinctive burst of laughter erupted from the transponder snail. I know this Vice Admiral Xiaoyu. When I last attended the warlord meeting at Navy headquarters, I encountered him. At that time, he exhibited no remarkable traits. Who would have thought that merely 2 years later, he would incite such a monumental upheaval at Navy headquarters? A coup to seize the position of Fleet Admiral? I indeed underestimated this Vice Admiral. Next, the elderly figures in Mariawa would undoubtedly find themselves in a state of turmoil. In the New World. At the Kingdom of Dressrosa, within the open courtyard of the palace situated at the highest point of the kingdom, a flamboyant man adorned in a pink feather coat and cropped trousers, wearing sunglasses, raised a drink from beside him and erupted into laughter before the transponder snail. Don Quixote da Flamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family, the king of Dressrosa, a member of the Warlords of the Sea, and a user of the string fruit. After a fit of laughter, da Flamingo seized the transponder snail and spoke in a low voice. Virgo, with your strength, escaping is not an issue. Therefore, what you must do now is to observe the situation. If they truly intend to replace you, you might as well use this opportunity to present your justice to the Holy Land. You may receive unexpected rewards. If the Navy headquarters does not plan to eliminate you, it indicates their continued trust in you. Continue to remain hidden. I need to ascertain whether this Xiaoyu merely aspires to become Fleet Admiral or harbors greater ambitions. Having said this, Doflamingo concluded the call without further ado and swiftly dialed another transponder snail. Waroraro, as soon as the transponder snail connected, a boisterous, rugged laughter resonated from it. Joker, long time no see. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island in the New World, a chilling laugh suddenly echoed from a massive pit. Following this, an imposing figure emerged from the depths of the pit. What did you say? Joker, a mutiny at Navy headquarters? The coarse voice boomed across the sky. Waroraro, this Vice Admiral Xiaoyu is quite impressive, isn't he? Before the words could fully dissipate, the towering figure, standing over 7 meters tall, leaped from the pit, unabashedly exuding an aura of strength that rippled the surrounding air. Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World, is a formidable presence known as the embodiment of terror among all living beings across land, sea, and air, possessing the powers of the fish fruit, mythical Zoan. Azure Dragon form. With a bounty of 4,611,000,000 berries, this world, utterly devoid of excitement, deserves to be obliterated. Hurry, Joker. Prepare for the most supreme war. As the Revolutionary Army, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the 4 emperors, including Kaido, swiftly received news of the coup d'etat occurring at the Navy headquarters. Other factions in the Grand Line were also informed in quick succession. Soon, major news agencies across the Grand Line became aware of this monumental event capable of igniting global upheaval, promptly disseminating the news throughout the world. The busiest among them was undoubtedly the Sabaody Archipelago, serving as the gateway to the Holy Land atop the Red Line. And as a crucial passage into the latter half of the New World, the Sabaody Archipelago attracts talents from all walks of life across the globe. Human trafficking rings, pirate crews, adventurers, world nobles, and reporters from various news agencies congregate here, alongside legendary powerhouses who once ruled the seas. In District 13 of the Sabaody Archipelago, within a bar adorned with the Seinshuki's Knockout Bar, a tall woman with short hair, whose true age remains obscured, stands at the counter. One hand holding a lady's cigarette and the other clutching a recently acquired piece of intelligence. After perusing the contents of the report, she immediately raises her gaze to the only customer seated in the corner of the bar and leisurely inquires, "Do you not wish to know the contents of this intelligence, Rayleigh?" Chapter 036. The infiltration of the Knights of God into the headquarters. The global situation surged forward, yet the naval headquarters appeared blissfully untouched, enveloped in an aura of tranquility. Over the years, various officers and soldiers, whose fates had been altered by the emergence of Xiaoyu, diligently fulfilled their respective duties, ensuring the smooth operation of this colossal war machine. Although those officers and soldiers who had not participated in the mutiny had their perspectives shifted by Xiaoyu's speeches, Deep within their hearts, they harbored significant apprehensions. Fearing exclusion for their lack of accomplishments and worrying that their failure to pledge allegiance to Xiaoyu from the outset might lead to repercussions. However, upon receiving their salaries for the forthcoming year, their anxieties dissipated, and they returned to their posts with renewed vigor. Many resolved to offer their loyalty to Marshal Xiaoyu in the impending changes. At one of the fortresses within the naval headquarters, several soldiers stood vigil by the artillery, their eyes scanning the seemingly endless expanse of sea beyond the towering walls. Beside them, two officers clad in colonels' coats leisurely smoked cigarettes, once subordinates of Admiral Dauberman. Their status as potential threats had arisen following Dauberman's demise at the onset of the mutiny. When the officers and soldiers involved in the uprising surrounded their dormitory, they refrained from immediate attack, instead issuing strict orders to prevent anyone from leaving the building. Unbeknownst to many, a number of individuals rushed out, hoping to intimidate the assailants with their officer status, only to meet their demise in a hail of gunfire. In that moment, they grasped the reality that a mutiny had erupted within the headquarters. Confronted with the sudden encirclement, no one within the dormitory dared to venture forth recklessly. Even those formidable brigadier generals who attempted to carve a path through the chaos found themselves systematically slain by the officers surrounding the building. Despair enveloped their hearts as they feared the repercussions that would follow the mutiny. Yet, to their astonishment, the instigator of the uprising, now the newly appointed Marshal Xiaoyu, not only spared their lives but also granted them the same salary as those who had participated in the insurrection, entrusting them with the defense of this fortress. Colonel Oak, how do you plan to spend this salary? Once this situation settles, shall we embark on a journey together? One colonel produced a pack of cigarettes he typically deemed too extravagant to purchase, offering one to Colonel Oak while shaking his head with a smile. To be honest, I find myself quite envious of those colleagues who pledged their allegiance to Lord Xiaoyu from the very beginning. Do you know Stork? During the mutiny, he secretly led a warship to the East China Sea. I saw him emerge from the dormitory clad in a colonel's coat. If all goes as expected, he is surely heading to a branch to assume the role of base commander. It is worth noting that he was once serving under my command when he first entered the naval headquarters. Moreover, numerous officers who participated in the mutiny were elevated by 2 ranks due to this upheaval. A major who once served under my command has now ascended to the rank of brigadier general. Do not envy Colonel Snake, for Colonel Oak, after taking a moment to inhale the scent of his cigarette, chuckled and remarked, "Not only has Lord Xiaoyu refrained from holding us accountable, but he has also granted us a year's salary. What more could one desire?" After a brief pause, Oak ignited his cigarette and, taking a deep drag, exhaled a plume of smoke before continuing. "As for traveling, I have already sent my entire salary back home. You know my family's situation. My parents are unwell, and I have 3 younger siblings. If I were to squander this money on travel, they would go hungry." At that moment, Snake recalled something and hesitantly said, "Earlier in the mess hall, I believe I heard Lord Xiaoyu mention something about a children's school. If I recall correctly, once this incident concludes, he intends to establish schools for the children of officers near the headquarters and various branch bases. Any child of a headquarters or branch officer would be able to attend these schools free of charge, with all expenses covered by the headquarters and branches. Upon completing their studies, the officers' children could choose to join the Navy for military training or return to their hometowns to contribute to their communities." "Really?" Oak's eyes brightened with excitement. Lord Xiaoyu, before he could finish his thought, he abruptly halted, swiftly grabbing the binoculars hanging from his chest to gaze at the sea. There, several massive warships were racing towards Marin Fando at an astonishing speed, with the leading vessel proudly displaying the word Justice on its flag. Warships from Justice Island? Upon spotting the word through the binoculars, a flicker of confusion crossed Oak's eyes. Could it be that the Holy Land has lost contact with the headquarters, prompting the people from Justice Island to come and investigate? Regardless of the circumstances, Snake stepped forward, his voice resolute. "I have no desire to return to those wretched days. I only recognize Lord Xiaoyu as the Marshal of the Navy." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to the soldiers stationed by the artillery and decisively commanded, "All personnel, prepare for battle." "Snake, do not act impulsively," Oak interjected urgently. "We must report this first. What if they are representatives sent by the Holy Land to negotiate? You could jeopardize Lord Xiaoyu's grand plans." Once again, before Oak could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the rooftop of the headquarters building. Before he could comprehend the situation, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the very top of the building. Almost immediately, the previously clear sky darkened, and ominous flames began to rise from the rooftop. That is, after a brief moment of shock, Oak suddenly shouted furiously, "Damn it, the headquarters is under attack. Sound the alarm." Simultaneously, atop the naval headquarters, a colossal pentagram teleportation array materialized out of thin air, accompanied by the roaring flames. The surrounding void began to ripple with an eerie disturbance. Shortly thereafter, a figure stepped forth from the pentagram. As the figure emerged from the teleportation array, the previously tranquil and serene naval headquarters was suddenly pierced by the shrill sound of alarm bells, startling the myriad officers and soldiers present. In the direction of the mess hall, Xiaoyu, who had just stepped out after his meal, remained unfazed by the abrupt cacophony. He merely raised his gaze towards the rooftop of the headquarters and spoke with a calm demeanor. "A teleportation array? The Order of the Divine Knights?" Chapter 037, Miss Junzi. What I desire is beyond your reach. Within the headquarters of the Marine Corps, the sudden and resounding alarm prompted the three esteemed elders of the Navy to abandon their seats without even a sip of tea, hastening to the courtyard. Gazing upward at the rooftop of the headquarters, Karp's pupils constricted upon spotting several oddly dressed figures. The Knights of God. With a perplexed expression, Sengoku exclaimed in frustration. How could the teleportation array of the Knights of God appear atop the headquarters? Is there an undercover agent summoning them, or have they marked this building since its inception? Zifa remained relatively composed, silently observing the figures atop the roof before calmly inquiring, "Karp, do you recognize these individuals? A few of them are members of the Knights of God who participated in the God Valley hunting game 32 years ago." Karp replied, nodding. "To be precise. Aside from one young woman, the other 5 were present during the events of the God Valley." On the rooftop of the Marine headquarters, the first to emerge from the teleportation array was an exceptionally youthful woman with striking dual-colored eyes and long legs, adorned with a newsboy cap and goggles. She wore a cloak and a double-breasted jacket with sleeves that were unusually long. Yet, her lower attire consisted merely of shorts resembling a bikini. Her long legs unabashedly exposed and accentuated by knee-high cylindrical boots, exuding an air of both elegance and audacious exposure. Junzi, a member of the Knights of God, possessing the power of the arrow fruit. As she stepped from the teleportation array, the flames behind her surged once more, unleashing an invisible pressure that rippled outward, distorting the very fabric of space, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Following her, several figures materialized from the array. Closely behind Junzi emerged a masked man bearing the number 46, brandishing a rapier, his visage obscured by his mask. Next was an elegantly poised woman clad in a cropped top with a captivating figure, accompanied by another demurely featured woman with short hair. As the three exited the array, the fiery clouds surrounding it dissipated, leaving 2 oddly dressed men standing alertly, scanning their surroundings. One of them, a peculiar figure wielding a long-handled scythe and donning a skull mask, emanated an overwhelming aura of death despite remaining motionless. As if the Grim Reaper had descended, standing alongside him was a hooded boy carrying a long spear, resembling the boy next door. With Junzi leading a group of 6 atop the headquarters, they were immediately encircled by the soldiers of the Marine Corps, drawn by the blaring alarms. Subsequently, a brilliant flash erupted, revealing the Marine Admiral Borisolino directly opposite Junzi and her companions. Before they could react, Sakazuki and Kazan emerged alongside him from the rooftop exit. The 3 admirals of the Marine Corps, observing the trio that appeared in succession, Junzi displayed no hesitation and spoke first. "It seems that you have not been affected by the military coup in the slightest. Thus, may I infer that all of you participated in this unprecedented naval insurrection last night?" Upon hearing this, Paulusolino, who had arrived at the rooftop first, surveyed the unexpected guests around him and lazily remarked, "The Knights of God? How terrifying, indeed, to arrive directly at the naval headquarters via the teleportation array." Paulusolino, "Do not misunderstand," interjected the long-haired woman standing beside him, stepping forward before Junzi could respond. "We are not here to hold you accountable, but rather to negotiate on behalf of the Holy Land with Admiral Xiaoyu." At her words, Paulusolino and Sakazuki exchanged a knowing glance. While this outcome was anticipated, they were still taken aback to find that the negotiators were members of the Knights of God. As high-ranking generals of the headquarters, they were not only aware of the Knights of God but also understood that their primary duty was to protect the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land and to maintain order among them. Even if the Knights occasionally departed from the Holy Land for special missions, it would pertain directly to significant matters concerning the celestial dragons. The occurrence of a military coup at the naval headquarters would typically necessitate the Knights' intervention only after the 5 elders of the authority room found themselves in a particularly troublesome situation. Yet, at this moment, the 5 elders had not made any statement, and the Knights of God had arrived at the naval headquarters directly through the teleportation array, 6 of them, no less. This left the generals uncertain of the actual situation in the Holy Land, their stance toward it somewhat elusive. Bring Xiaoyu to us. At that moment, Junzi stepped forward to stand alongside the long-haired woman, her expression icy as she declared, if he wishes to secure his position as the Marshal of the naval headquarters, he would do well not to keep us waiting too long. What audacity! Just as Junzi's words fell, a chilling voice resonated. Subsequently, 2 figures emerged from the rooftop exit, Xiaoyu and Guion. Xiaoyu strode directly to the 3 admirals, his steps unwavering, and then he raised his gaze to meet Junzi's. Stating in a deep voice, Miss Junzi, you lack the standing to negotiate with me, for what I desire, you cannot provide. You know me? Taken aback by Xiaoyu's direct address, Junzi's pupils involuntarily constricted, her eyes fixed intently upon him. It is worth noting that the Knights of God seldom reveal themselves to the public, and even many within the Holy Land are unaware of the exact number of their members. The Knights comprise not only celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land, but also many formidable individuals from the seas who have been recruited into their ranks, often choosing to remain anonymous after joining. Most importantly, her membership in the Knights was relatively recent, aside from a few within the organization who knew her identity. Even the 5 elders were unaware that she was now a member. In contrast, the young Xiaoyu, who had instigated the coup and seized control of the Navy, had only been part of the Navy for a mere 6 years, appearing remarkably youthful. In such circumstances, it is nearly impossible for Xiaoyu to know her name. Xiaoyu did not respond to Junzi, his sharp gaze sweeping over the other 5 members of the Divine Knight Corps. In a tone devoid of emotion, he remarked, if I am not mistaken, all 5 of you should be members of the Divine Knight Corps who participated in the hunting games at the Valley of the Gods 32 years ago. It appears that you have not fared particularly well. Despite being members of the Divine Knight Corps for over 3 decades, you still find yourselves as mere subordinates. After so many years without a glimmer of success within the Divine Knight Corps, perhaps it would be wiser to shift your allegiance to the Navy. I shall offer you a splendid future. Chapter 038. The Might of Conqueror's Haki, Shattering the Divine Knights. Xiaoyu spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet each of his words detonated like thunder in the ears of the 5 members of the Divine Knights, standing behind Junzi. The incident from 32 years ago in the Valley of the Gods had long been erased from history. Not only had the event itself been forgotten, but the island where the valley was located had also vanished from maps. Consequently, the number of individuals aware of this event, even within the Navy headquarters, was exceedingly limited. Among those who knew about their participation in that fateful hunting game, aside from Karp, who had been involved in the Valley of the Gods incident, even the Fleet Admiral Sengoku remained oblivious. Most importantly, they could be certain this was their first encounter with Xiaoyu. Even if Karp had informed Xiaoyu about the incident, it was utterly implausible for Xiaoyu to recognize them upon their first meeting. The 5 members of the Divine Knights displayed expressions of disbelief, while the 3 admirals standing behind Xiaoyu also turned to gaze at him in astonishment. Although they held the rank of admirals at headquarters, they had been mere teenagers when the Valley of the Gods incident occurred. The youngest among them, Kazan, had been only 11 years old. Thus, they were not privy to the details of that event, even as they matured and ultimately ascended to the rank of admirals. Their understanding was limited to obscure information gleaned from classified files concerning the legendary Sea Overlord, Rox. Yet, all of this was inconsequential. What mattered was that, while they were entirely unaware of the Valley of the Gods incident, Xiaoyu, who had merely been a rear admiral at headquarters, possessed profound knowledge of the event and even named the 5 individuals who had participated in the hunting game. This inexplicably conveyed to them a feeling of youthful naivety in Xiaoyu's presence. You actually know about the Valley of the Gods. After a brief moment of astonishment, the long-haired woman standing next to Junzi suddenly stepped forward. The skeletal man instinctively grasped his scythe, while the hooded man swiftly retreated, leveling his spear in a defensive stance. In response to their sudden reactions, Xiaoyu calmly took a step forward, stating, I have already mentioned that you wretched scoundrels are unworthy to negotiate with me. Return to the Holy Land at once, and have the 5 elders come to speak with me directly. After a slight pause, Xiaoyu abruptly shifted his tone, declaring with a startling intensity, no, the 5 elders have made no move. Rather, it is you who have arrived here via the teleportation array. Should I interpret this as the fact that it was not the 5 elders who summoned you, but rather Imu? Upon hearing the name Imu escape Xiayu's lips, the 6 members of the Divine Knights, including Junzi, visibly paled. Damn it, you know of Lord Imu's existence. You know far too much. As his words echoed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Junzi, leading the group, silently activated his devil fruit powers, conjuring a massive arrow entwined with bandages that hurtled towards Xiaoyu at breathtaking speed. This unforeseen development caught the 3 admirals standing behind Xiaoyu and Guion, who maintained a mere step's distance from him, entirely off guard. Firstly, they were unfamiliar with the name M, and they never anticipated that merely uttering this name would incite such urgency in their adversaries, leading them to recklessly launch. Although Xiuan had become aware of M's existence, she did not foresee that it would be so taboo that simply calling out this name could ignite a war. At that moment, she finally comprehended why Xiaoyu had urged her not to hasten her investigation into the truths surrounding the flowers and M. Did the flickering firefly dare to compete with the radiant moon? Before the 3 generals and Xiuan could react, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly brimmed with murderous intent. In the next instant, Xiaoyu swiftly grasped the hilt of Xiuan's long knife at her waist. As he seized the hilt and drew the blade, a visible aura of dark crimson, akin to the conqueror's haki, erupted forth. However, this formidable aura did not emanate from Xiaoyu's body or beneath his feet. Rather, it bizarrely surged from the scabbard. Before the blade was fully unsheathed, the terrifying conqueror's haki enveloped the rooftop. The massive arrows that had just hurtled towards Xiaoyu shattered under the overwhelming force of the haki, instantly reducing them to ashes that scattered in the air. Witnessing his arrows disintegrate into mere dust, Junzi's pupils constricted, and he gasped in shock. Conqueror's haki. This is impossible. The long-haired woman beside Junzi also widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "It surpasses even Rock's Conqueror's haki from years past. Who on earth are you? Damn it, I can barely withstand this." The other 2 members of the Divine Knight Corps felt as if their bodies and souls were fracturing under the weight of the Conqueror's haki, rendered immobile while an unprecedented fear surged within them. Under the horrified gazes of the Divine Knight Corps members, Xiaoyu showed no hesitation as he decisively and swiftly unsheathed Xiuan's blade. As the blade emerged, an even more domineering conqueror's haki radiated from Xiaoyu, swirling like a tempest, instantly sweeping toward the members of the Divine Knight Corps, accompanied by a low-frequency tremor in the air. Both Junzi and the other 5 members could no longer maintain their composure and were uncontrollably propelled backward. "Get back. Tell him that from this moment on. You must fear not only Nika, but also me, Xiaoyu." As his voice echoed, the long knife, imbued with the apex of Conqueror's haki, was swung horizontally. In an instant, a fierce wind surged across the rooftop, and ominous thunder rumbled from the heavens, as visible shockwaves reverberated through the void, intertwining with the dark crimson Conqueror's haki, engulfing Junzi and the other 5 members of the Divine Knight Corps. A series of uncontrollable cries of despair erupted as the 6 members of the Divine Knight Corps, who had just arrived through the teleportation array, were swept away by the Conqueror's haki, soaring upwards like 6 cannonballs towards the sacred ground atop the Red Earth continent. The 3 formidable generals standing behind Xiaoyu widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Although they were unaware of the true power possessed by the Divine Knights, the terrifying might of Xiaoyu's recently unleashed conquerors haki surpassed their wildest imaginations. It is important to note that among the known masters of conquerors haki, even the pirate King Roger, who was executed 16 years ago in Logue Town, could not achieve such an astonishing feat of sending adversaries soaring so high and far with mere haki. In that moment, both Akainu and Kizuru, as well as Akiji, were utterly captivated by Xiaoyu's strength, finally comprehending the source of his confidence in instigating this rebellion. It was not merely the officers and soldiers who had chosen to pledge their loyalty to him after receiving his aid over the years. Rather, it was Xiaoyu's inherent royal qualities that set him apart. After effortlessly sending 6 members of the Divine Knights flying with a single strike, Xiaoyu sheathed his long blade back into the scabbard at Guion's side, then turned to gaze down from his elevated position at the approaching warships near the high walls of Marine Ford, stating calmly, "Kizuru, sink those warships. They are an eyesore." Acknowledging the command, Kizuru regained his composure and promptly unleashed the unique powers of his Pika Pika no Mi, soaring into the air. Chapter 039, The Foolish Spandam. In Mary Geos, at the headquarters of the world government, Within the office of the CP9 chief, a middle-aged man sat upright at his desk, gazing intently at the transponder snail before him, his expression unusually grave. Spandam, a man of modest strength yet endowed with formidable political acumen and a ruthless disposition for eliminating rivals, had cunningly ascended to the position of CP9 chief. However, this role was merely a stepping stone. His ultimate ambition lay in becoming a key player within the echelons of power. To achieve his lofty aspirations, he needed to navigate the treacherous waters of political alliances, particularly with the Marines, an impressive war machine that had long captivated his envy. Thus, he frequently collaborated with the Marine headquarters, and 14 years prior, he had ventured to the archaeological island of O'Hara alongside Marine Admirals Akainu and Akiji, obtaining the coveted golden transponder snail from the then Admiral Sengoku. This led to the infamous Buster Call, which obliterated O'Hara from existence. Spandam had believed this would catapult him to greater heights. Instead, upon returning to Mary Geos, he found himself entrenched in his role as CP9 chief for an extended period, fostering thoughts of dismantling CP9 itself. For CP9 was a clandestine organization, and as long as it existed, he would remain shackled to his position with no hope for advancement. However, before he could devise a foolproof plan, the undercover agents he had painstakingly placed within the Marine headquarters and the officers he had cultivated connections with began severing ties with him. Initially dismissing this as inconsequential, he soon recognized the alarming trend as more and more officers distanced themselves, prompting him to covertly investigate a certain vice admiral named Xiaoyu. When the investigation report landed on his desk, even the shrewd and calculating Spandam was taken aback, drenched in cold sweat. The report revealed that over half of the Marine officers shared significant ties with Xiaoyu. Notably, those who had once collaborated with him began cutting ties after engaging with Xiaoyu. Some officers even threatened to expose Spandam's misdeeds should he continue to act obstinately. With his carefully constructed web of relationships unraveling, he could hardly contain his fury. He promptly arranged a clandestine meeting with the financial warrior of the Five Elders, Izambalan V. Nejiru. After reviewing Spandam's report, Izambalan V. Nejiru swiftly ordered an investigation by Eni's lobby, leading to Xiaoyu's eventual arrest. However, what Spandam had not anticipated was that just as Xiaoyu was to be transferred to Eni's lobby for execution, he audaciously instigated a coup from within the Marine prison, seizing the position of Fleet Admiral in a single night. This unexpected turn of events caught not only Spandam off guard, but also the Five Elders within the power room. For while a coup led by Xiaoyu was troubling, the true horror lay in the fact that he had executed a seamless transfer of power overnight, consolidating command of the Marine headquarters entirely. This implies that not only have the three great generals defected, but many venerable elders of the naval headquarters have also rallied behind Xiaoyu. Father. Suddenly, the tightly shut office door was rudely flung open, and a man with half of his face covered by a mask hastily approached the desk, urgency etched on his features. A grave situation has arisen. That wretched Vice Admiral Xiaoyu has actually instigated a mutiny to seize the position of Marshal at the naval headquarters. If he discovers that our father-son duo orchestrated the investigation and trial against him, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Spandam, the foolish son of Spandane, though not yet the highest commander of CP9, has for years been the public face, wielding the authority of the CP9 chief in Spandane's stead. Spandane furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a deep voice, Spandam, how many times must I remind you to remain calm in the face of adversity? There is no problem that cannot be resolved. If you panic at the slightest disturbance, how will you ever lead CP9? Father, haven't you realized? Spandam slammed his hands heavily on the desk, exclaiming, the Holy Land has yet to respond. Clearly because Xiaoyu's control over the Navy has instilled a sense of caution in them. What we are facing is not merely an individual betrayal, but a potential total defection of the entire Navy from the world government. Upon hearing this, Spandane fell silent. He understood well that this situation was extraordinary. It was no ordinary act of treachery, but a precarious circumstance that could lead to the Navy completely severing ties with the world government, thereby becoming its greatest threat. In such a scenario, the Holy Land had only one viable option: to make concessions and reach some form of agreement with Xiaoyu, recognizing his legitimate position as the Marshal of the naval headquarters, thereby ensuring that this vast war machine continued to serve the world government. However, to achieve this agreement, someone from the Holy Land would need to step forward and bear the consequences of this incident, for on the surface, It appeared that the catalyst for Xia Yu's mutiny was the sudden trial. If the Holy Land truly made concessions, it would be they who would have to shoulder the repercussions of this turmoil. Just as Spandane was contemplating strategies, Spandam suddenly lifted his gaze towards the sky outside the office window, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered, "Father, what? What is that?" Spandane instinctively turned to look. Upon doing so, his pupils constricted in alarm. Outside the window, several figures were hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed, tracing arcs through the sky like meteors, rapidly descending towards the Pangus Square of the Holy Land. Boom! Before the father and son could react, a deafening explosion erupted. Following that, plumes of thick smoke rose from the direction of Pangus Square. This sudden turn of events triggered the alarms of the Holy Land, and amidst the shrills, countless figures rushed in from all directions, encircling Pangus Square at breakneck speed. That madman cannot possibly be attempting to attack the Holy Land. Watching the billowing smoke rising from the square, Spandam swallowed hard and immediately turned to dash out. Spandam. To Spandam's surprise, he recklessly dashed out at that moment. Startled awake, he gazed at the foolish giant who had rushed out and could not help but curse, "Damn it, you fool." However, despite his exasperation, Spandam immediately sprang to his feet to pursue him. When the father and son arrived at Pangus Square, the thick smoke that had once billowed upward had already dissipated with the wind. The square, encircled by layers of onlookers, revealed 5 conspicuous humanoid craters. Although the throng surrounding them appeared tense and on high alert, none dared to charge forward recklessly. Cough, cough. Accompanied by a violent fit of coughing, a figure suddenly scrambled out of the pit, rising to stand in a disheveled manner. It was none other than Junzi, who had been sent flying back by Xia Yu's conqueror's haki. Chapter 040, The Commander of the Divine Knights. The proper unveiling of Conqueror's haki. Step back, all of you. Retreat. Just as the atmosphere in the square reached a boiling point, the crowd on the right side suddenly parted, revealing an imposing elder clad in a grand cloak, sporting a crescent hairstyle, and wielding a western sword, advancing swiftly into the square towards one of the large pits. All hail Lord Green, the Divine. As the elder approached the pit, a soldier emerging from it hurriedly knelt on one knee, disregarding the bandages that had slipped from his mouth. Upon hearing the soldier's address, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Lord Green? He is the commander of the Divine Knights? My heavens! Having been stationed in the Holy Land for so long, this is the first time I have witnessed this esteemed figure. Has the Divine Knights been stirred into action? What on earth is happening? How could that woman in her undergarments have fallen from the heavens? Lord Green has personally intervened. Could it be that the Holy Land is under siege? The elder in question was none other than Faye Galando Green, the commander of the Divine Knights. Once a formidable presence in the Valley of the Gods. What a disheveled sight you present, soldier, Green remarked, surveying the kneeling soldier with a condescending glance before turning to the encircling crowd and commanding in a deep voice, "Everyone, return to your original positions at once. This area is now under the jurisdiction of the Divine Knights. No one shall approach without my permission." As Green's words echoed through the square, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, promptly retreating in an orderly fashion. "Lord Green, I possess critical intelligence." Amidst the exodus, Spandam, rushing from the world government's headquarters, boldly approached Green against the tide of retreating individuals. Stop! Before Spandam could reach Green, a member of the Divine Knights, stationed a short distance behind him, swiftly drew his sword, its tip poised menacingly at Spandam's throat. Upon seeing this, Spandam felt his legs weaken, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. Trembling as he exclaimed, "Lord Green, I have vital information." Green, not even sparing a glance at the kneeling Spandam, waved his hand dismissively, "Take him away." Just then, Spandane arrived in haste. Without waiting for the Divine Knights to act, he rushed to Spandam's side, exclaiming, "Lord Green, please temper your wrath. I shall escort him away immediately." With that, Spandane, fearing any delay, swiftly dragged the bewildered Spandam away. Though he held the title of the highest official in CP9, before the commander of the Divine Knights, Green, he felt as insignificant as an ant. For Green was not only the protector of the celestial dragons, safeguarding their dominion, but also possessed the authority to judge and execute them. Faced with such a towering figure, no matter how grand his ambitions, Spandane could only bow his head in servitude until those ambitions were realized. As Spandane and his son exited the square, Green cut to the chase. "What is the situation? How could you?" At this juncture, Green glanced upward, a flicker of perplexity crossing his gaze. Junzi, unwilling to conceal the truth, maintained his kneeling posture and spoke. In response to your esteemed self, we were thrown back by the Conqueror's haki. Green's pupils constricted as he glanced at the 5 members of the Divine Knights behind Junzi. Was it the mutinous Vice Admiral Xiaoyu? Could it be that the 6 of you could not withstand their might? Junzi lowered his head in shame, replying, we had no opportunity to retaliate. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden realization struck him. He abruptly raised his head to look at Green, lowering his voice to say, Lord Green, Xiaoyu. He knows of Lord M's existence. The unexpected revelation caused Green's eyes to widen in shock. What did you say? At the same time, atop the Marine headquarters building in Marineford, Vice Admiral Xiaoyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the warships slowly sinking beneath the waves. His eyes narrowed gradually. Although these vessels flew the flag of judgment, he was aware that not all personnel aboard were from the Judicial Island. A significant portion belonged to CP9. Long before these ships had set their course for Marineford, he had sensed their approach through his observation haki, and had even eavesdropped on some of the crew's thoughts, discovering that their arrival was orchestrated by CP9's Supreme Commander, Spandine. As his eyes narrowed further, a cruel smirk crossed Xiaoyu's lips. Spandine dared to send men to appear concurrently with the Divine Knights, evidently having acquired intelligence regarding their movements. This implied that Spandine had extended his reach not only into the Marine headquarters, but had also infiltrated many departments within the Holy Land. Setting aside his character, one had to commend Spandine for achieving this with his meager combat prowess. However, given that Spandine had the audacity to encroach upon his domain, evidently colluding with Judicial Island and a high-ranking individual within the Holy Land to eliminate him, he must have steeled himself for the consequences. Master Xiaoyu, what shall we do about the teleportation array? Ji Yuan, who had remained silent beside Xiaoyu, did not question why he intended to eliminate those warships. Instead, she fixed her gaze intently on the now-vanished teleportation array on the opposite platform, her expression grave. Leaving the teleportation array here poses a constant threat. Is there any way to eliminate it? Before Xiaoyu could respond, Pagliasolino stepped forward, saying, I can stay behind to guard it. No need. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. I'll give it a try. With that, Xiaoyu turned and walked towards the position where Junzi and the others had previously stood. After surveying the area, a sudden plan formed in his mind, and he decisively declared, Ji Yuan, go fetch 2 seals. Ji Yuan's beautiful eyes widened, as if she believed she had misheard him, internally perplexed. But this is the teleportation array of the Divine Knights, Admiral. Similarly, the 3 admirals standing on the other side were equally taken aback, glancing at him in surprise. Sakazuki's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Despite his position as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, he was oblivious to the mechanics of this teleportation array. Yet he was certain that the seal could not contain it. Borisolino, having turned his head to the side, hesitated for a moment before falling silent, his gaze fixed introspectively. Kazan's reaction was comparatively composed. He merely furrowed his brow, as was his habit. The air suddenly thickened, leading Xiaoyu to believe he had not expressed himself clearly, prompting his bewildered inquiry. What? Do I need to repeat that? No need. Shi Yuan, shaken from his reverie, offered an awkward smile. Once assured that Xiaoyu was not jesting, he promptly turned and dashed out. Before long, Shi Yuan returned with 2 seals in hand. Xiaoyu accepted the seals, pressing them into his palm as the Conqueror's haki was quietly unleashed, accompanied by a subtle low-frequency vibration in the surrounding air. The released haki did not scatter chaotically as it had when it had sent the members of the Divine Knight Order, led by Junzi, flying. Instead, it was mysteriously absorbed into the seals held within Xiaoyu's grasp. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the 3 admirals and Shi Yuan widened their eyes in disbelief. Borisolino, in particular, was rendered speechless, his mouth agape and his eyes bulging like saucers as he beheld this miraculous scene. While Sakazuki and Kuzan's reactions were less exact, they too found themselves bewildered by Xiaoyu's maneuver, an involuntary thought surfacing in their minds. Is the Conqueror's haki capable of such application? Noting the reactions of the 3 admirals and Shi Yuan, Xiaoyu could not help but stifle a chuckle. However, being a trained professional, he restrained himself. After all, he was now the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters and could no longer afford to be the jester he once was. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 admirals and Shi Yuan, he solemnly infused the seals with Conqueror's haki while reciting incantations with earnest intent. As Xiaoyu quickened his pace, the fervent infusion of haki once again provoked a low-frequency vibration in the surrounding air, the humming sound becoming incessant. The three admirals and Shiwan were left with a barrage of questions. Whose conqueror's haki is used in such a manner? Despite their confusion, the four dared not inquire or create any disturbances at that moment. Just as the four were retreating in unison, feeling the intensifying force of the conqueror's haki, Xiaoyu suddenly raised his voice. Great Dragon of Heaven, Bodhisattva Prajna, Lord of the Earth, Prajna Bami Boom. The moment he uttered the word boom, Xiaoyu slammed the infused seal onto the ground with great force, with a ripple of airwaves emanating outward. The seal embedded itself into the earth as if merging seamlessly with the surface. Done. Casting a satisfied glance at the seal now lodged within the ground, Xiaoyu nodded approvingly. With the seal in place, they would be able to use this teleportation point again, ensuring that they could return whence they came. Chapter 041. Imu. I wish to speak with him. In the dimly lit palace hall of Mariawa, Imu sat upon the void throne, casting a cold, penetrating gaze upon the five elders and the somewhat disheveled marine officer, Guillaume, who stood awkwardly beside them. Guillaume's hands, concealed beneath her cloak, gripped the armrests of the throne with an unyielding force, exuding an oppressive aura. After relaying the events that transpired at the Navy headquarters, Guillaume bowed her head, hesitant to stand tall. Her recent mission, accompanied by 5 members of the God Knights, had not only failed to secure a negotiation with Summer, but had also seen them repelled back by his formidable presence. Fortunately, with the company of Fagolando Green, she mustered the courage to stand in this hall. Otherwise, she would not have dared to enter the palace without him. After a brief silence, Imu abruptly rose, her gaze ablaze as she scrutinized those present, her voice resonating with authority. How could he be aware of my existence? Who is this Summer? Imasama, this individual must not be allowed to remain. The financial martial god. Izambaron V. Nasharu cautiously lifted his head, his murderous intent palpable. He has staged a coup and seized control of the Navy. We may compromise on certain matters, but this is intolerable. Knowing of your existence, Summer must perish. At this declaration, Fagolando Green, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly. Despite being the leader of the God Knights, commanding formidable warriors, and possessing strength on par with the elders, he found himself at odds with Izambaron's council. The audacity of Summer to instigate a coup and seize power with minimal cost suggested that he possessed trump cards against the world government, a notion that had already begun to be substantiated. The mere exertion of his conqueror's haki had sent Guillaume and the other 5 members of the God Knights reeling back from the Navy headquarters to Mariawa, indicating that Summer's prowess transcended the ranks of vice admirals and even the so-called emperors of the sea. To engage in reckless conflict with such a formidable entity, who held dominion over the Navy, would be perilous for the world government. Even if victory were achieved, the resultant toll could leave them weakened. Inviting the Revolutionary Army and the lawless pirates of the Grand Line to exploit the chaos and worsen the situation. Contemplating this, Green raised his gaze to the figure before the void throne, then bowed slightly, addressing Imusama. Summer mentioned your name directly in the presence of the 3 admirals and a candidate for admiral, indicating that the knowledge of your existence is not confined to just them. It is likely that Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are also aware. To maintain this secret, we must confront Summer and the Navy he commands in battle, ensuring that we eliminate them entirely in one decisive sweep. Clearly, the current circumstances do not permit us to proceed according to the latest intelligence I have obtained. The news of Xiaoyu's coup to seize control of the Navy headquarters has already been disseminated by various news agencies across the Grand Line. Prior to the awareness of these news outlets, I believe the Revolutionary Army or other nefarious forces had already acquired this information. Before Green could finish his statement, his transponder snail abruptly rang. The moment it sounded, Green's expression shifted dramatically, and he anxiously attempted to sever the connection. However, he was a moment too late. The transponder snail emitted 2 beeps, followed by a deep voice. Father, this is Shamrock. I've just received the latest intelligence. The Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern divisions of the Revolutionary Army, along with the forces of the Grand Line, have mobilized almost simultaneously. Additionally, our informant in Wano has reported that Kaido of the Beast Pirates learned about the coup at the Navy headquarters through Don Quixote da Flamingo and is preparing to instigate a major war. Understood. Due to the presence of him, Green dared not say more, hastily concluding the call before raising his gaze to the figure before the throne. As the transponder snail fell silent, the hall was instantly enveloped in a profound stillness. Although the 5 elders maintained their composure, A sense of panic gripped them internally, especially Izambaron v. Nejiru. The circumstances had escalated to this point partly because he had heeded Spandam's counsel to investigate Xiaoyu. Originally, he had intended to eliminate Xiaoyu while he was still weak, fearing that probing into his affairs might incite turmoil within the Navy. He ordered Judicial Island to intervene in the investigation, hoping they could absorb the wrath of the Navy's officers. Beyond that, he harbored little concern, for in his eyes, the seemingly feeble Xiaoyu might pose a threat in the future, yet was hardly significant at present. However, the reality was that this subordinate, whom he deemed insignificant, had audaciously instigated a coup and, through this very act, incited various factions to intervene. While this appeared to be a natural progression, it was all part of Xiaoyu's meticulous scheme. He was certain that the Revolutionary Army and Kaido of the Beast Pirates, controlling Wano, were not privy to the coup through an exceptionally robust intelligence network, but rather that Xiaoyu had orchestrated this revelation deliberately to stir chaos and create a situation where multiple parties would be at odds. Nevertheless, such details were trivial. What truly astonished him was that Xiaoyu had knowledge of Lord Im's existence. It is worth noting that Lord Im's identity remains one of the highest secrets. Apart from the 5 of them, only Vegapunk Green and a select few members of the Holy Knights were aware. As Izambaron v. Nejiru contemplated how to navigate the unfolding situation, Im, standing before the throne, slowly turned away from the assembly. A chilling glint flashing in his crimson eyes as he spoke in a deep tone, informed Xiaoyu that I wished to speak with him. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters building, the operations meeting room was abuzz, as the sudden appearance of the Holy Knights had summoned the 3 elders, Garp, Sengoku, and Zifa, into the conference room. Except for a few generals who have departed from headquarters on missions, all the generals present at the headquarters, along with the 3 great leaders, were in attendance. Lord Xiaoyu, there is one matter that perplexes me. As the meeting had yet to commence, Gion, seated beside Xiaoyu, seized the opportunity to voice his confusion. Why did you tell those members of the Divine Knights that they should fear not only Nika? Was it an intentional provocation? Or was there another motive? It was neither a provocation nor was there any ulterior motive. Xiaoyu smiled and continued, stating that he simply felt that refraining from uttering something would diminish his commanding presence. Chapter 042, The Intricate Maneuvering Amidst the Vast Situation to Her Astonishment. Xiaoyu's response took Xuan by surprise, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, followed by a wry smile. Indeed, the Xiaoyu she had come to know had not changed despite seizing control of the Navy through a coup. From the moment Xiaoyu entered the headquarters until the onset of the rebellion, he had emanated a charm and humor characteristic of youth. Even when facing the presiding judge's inquiries at the tribunal, he would quip about his preference for lighting cigarettes with a Bailey, eliciting laughter from those present. As the discussion progressed, Xiaoyu chose not to linger on the previous topic. He lifted his gaze to survey the attendees and, with a composed demeanor, declared, "Before we commence the meeting, there is a matter I must bring to your attention. If all goes as anticipated, both the Revolutionary Army and one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, should already be aware of the coup and have taken appropriate actions. Of course, their prompt awareness of the situation was not due to the prowess of their infiltrators within the Navy headquarters, but rather a result of my deliberate maneuvers." Pausing for a moment, Xiaoyu glanced at Borsalino and continued, "The Revolutionary Army may have received this intelligence even sooner than Da Flamingo, as their infiltrators within the Navy hold significant ranks. As for the agents placed by Da Flamingo, since they are not stationed at the headquarters, I conveyed the developments through another vice admiral at a different branch, effectively guiding his choices." Upon hearing Xiaoyu introduce the topic of infiltrators before the meeting had even begun, Sengoku, who had once held the rank of fleet admiral, looked up in surprise. He was well aware of the numerous factions that had positioned their agents within the Navy, and although he had silently rooted out some of these infiltrators through his own means, he was convinced there remained others of which he was unaware. Xiaoyu's revelation indicated he had already gathered substantial intelligence on these agents. In contrast to Sengoku's silence, many of the attending vice admirals voiced their astonishment. Da Flamingo has actually placed infiltrators within the headquarters? Who could they be? Not stationed here? Could it be the commander of a branch base? Admiral, why not expose these infiltrators? Xiaoyu raised a hand to signal for quiet, a gentle smile gracing his face as he replied, "Infiltrators do not always need to be eliminated. Often, it is more advantageous to allow them to remain. Their utility is already beginning to manifest." Just moments ago, news from the Sabaody archipelago had arrived. indicating that the Revolutionary Army's 5 divisions were mobilizing upon learning of the internal rebellion within the Navy. I am confident that should the Holy Land be stirred into turmoil by my actions, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to expand their territory and influence. Upon acquiring this intelligence through his agents, Doflamingo will promptly inform Kaido, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. You heard me correctly. As a member of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo also operates under the codename Joker, not only serving as an intermediary in the underworld, but also maintaining close ties with Kaido. Once Kaido learns from Doflamingo about our severed ties with the world government, he will undoubtedly anticipate the world's destruction. What actions might he take? Although news will inevitably spread across the globe, revealing our deeds, there exists a temporal discrepancy. At that moment, the Holy Land will surely seize this window of opportunity. Intent on swiftly quelling us with renewed vigor, I am prepared to incite a rebellion, thus harboring no fear of waging war against the world government. The crux of the matter lies in how other factions will respond once we engage in conflict with the Holy Land. The Revolutionary Army is unlikely to attack us at this juncture. Their primary goal has always been to overthrow the world government, rather than launching a surprise assault. They may dispatch envoys to negotiate with us, for this moment presents an ideal opportunity to turn the Navy against the government. For the Revolutionary Army, the world government remains their ultimate adversary. However, for other factions, particularly those lawless pirates roaming the seas, the Navy poses the greatest threat. Hence, I deliberately stir the pot, creating a sense of caution among all parties, encouraging them to approach the table in a composed manner. Having expressed this, Xiaoyu suddenly turned to glance at Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa, who were listening intently. With a smile, he remarked, "You must be eager to witness the elusive puppeteer of the world government, M, whom I mentioned. I'm certain many of you here are quite curious about this individual. Should the Holy Land be willing to negotiate, you will soon lay eyes upon him." 4. With the return of those members of the Divine Knights, M's existence will no longer be a secret to us. As long as M does not wish for the Revolutionary Army and the D clan to profit from our conflict, you shall see him shortly. Just as Xiaoyu concluded his statement, the telephone bug before him suddenly rang. Following that, a familiar voice emanated from the device. "This is Junzi." At this utterance, all eyes in the room turned towards her, particularly those of Sengoku and Carp, who, absorbed in their focus, unconsciously retrieved a box of senbei and began to munch on them. "Miss Junzi, it appears you have not been harmed by the onslaught of Conqueror's haki," Xiaoyu said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "In that case, I am relieved. We have not yet reached the point of a reconcilable conflict. Perhaps we may soon find ourselves as comrades in arms." On the other end of the line, Junzi, standing in the grand hall of the Holy Land Palace, cast a furtive glance at the imposing figure before the throne. Hesitant to speak further, she promptly stated, "Lord M wishes to see you." "Very well," Xiaoyu replied without hesitation, inquiring, "When?" "Tomorrow," she responded. Xiaoyu nodded. "I hope to see Spandam and his son upon my arrival at the Holy Land tomorrow." With that, he terminated the call and then turned his gaze to the assemblage of onlookers, shrugging lightly. It seems the Revolutionary Army in Kaido will be laboring the Holy Land, headquarters of the world government. In the highest office of CP9, Spandam sat at his desk, his face ashen, his eyes vacant as he stared at the phone bug before him. Moments ago, he had received devastating news. Several warships dispatched to the Navy headquarters from Justice Island had been sunk, with all hands lost. While the loss of these lives was tragic, the more critical issue lay in the Navy's readiness to annihilate vessels flying the Justice flag over a mere disagreement. This act suggested that either he or Summer would pay the ultimate price for this incident, judging by the response from the Holy Land. The shrewd Spandam had surmised that the Holy Land would not engage in conflict with the Navy under Summer Yu's command, at least for the time being. The absence of war implied a necessity for compromise and concession. Such actions would demand a significant cost. Perhaps the sacrifice of his position as the highest commander of CP9 to quell the wrath of the insurrectionist Summer Yu. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from outside the office, calling out to him. Before Spandam could regain his composure, Spandam rushed through the door and dashed to the desk, urgency etched upon his face. "The Knights of God are heading this way." Upon hearing this, Spandam slumped into his chair, despair and fear flickering in his eyes. Chapter 43. A comprehensive takeover of the Navy? What an astonishing maneuver. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it appeared to melt into the vast expanse of the sea, casting a magnificent crimson hue across the water. After the conclusion of the meeting, Xiaoyu ascended to the rooftop of the headquarters. Squinting his eyes as he gazed out over the endless ocean, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. 6 years prior. When he opened his eyes to find himself in the world of pirates, an overwhelming surge of fervor surged within him, compelling him to roll up his sleeves and embark on a grand adventure. Yet, alongside this excitement lingered a palpable fear of the unknown, as he questioned whether he would acquire a formidable golden finger akin to the protagonists in the many novels he had read prior to his transmigration. As time passed, the anticipated golden finger failed to materialize. However, rather than succumbing to despair, he resolutely abandoned his illusions and confronted reality, doubling his training efforts while striving to forge strong relationships with the soldiers and officers around him. Gradually, he discovered that even in the absence of a system, he could carve out a place for himself in this world. Thus, what began as a simple desire to survive as long as possible morphed into a strategic endeavor. With his growing strength and an increasing circle of allies, his ambitions began to swell. Nevertheless, according to his strategies and plans, he understood that now was not the time for reckless gambles, for with his current capabilities and connections, surviving the impending trial was the most he could hope for. Seizing the position of admiral and commanding the navy seemed nearly impossible. To his astonishment, a system did indeed manifest, rewarding him even before he had fully consolidated his position as admiral of the navy, elevating all his abilities to their utmost potential with a mere press of a button. Upon this enhancement, Xiaoyu keenly felt his power ascend to unprecedented heights. Yet, despite the innate understanding of the various techniques of the 3 types of haki, swordsmanship, and the 6 styles of the navy bestowed upon him by the system, he struggled to truly grasp the magnitude of his newfound strength. It was only through his battles with Garp and the defeat of 6 members of the Divine Knights that he vividly recognized he had reached the pinnacle of his power. Especially in the case of Conqueror's haki, his previous understanding had been limited to his pre-transmigration knowledge. It was only after the system elevated his abilities to their highest form that he comprehended the true significance of Conqueror's haki reigning supreme over all. All of this was now a matter of the past. What lay before Xiaoyu was the imminent meeting with him, along with some plans for the future. Although him had shown some willingness to compromise, Xiaoyu was not naive enough to believe that genuine concession had occurred. Having manipulated the world government from behind the scenes for so many years, and would not simply yield due to a single rebellion, the discussions were merely a temporary strategy to stabilize his position. Indeed, required time to regroup. Engaging in direct conflict with the world government, a colossal entity that had stood atop the red soil continent for 8 centuries, was not a judicious choice. A momentary surge of bloodlust could very well lead the currently dominant Xiaoyu into a position of vulnerability. Certainly, if he merely aspired to become a sovereign of the seas, there would be no need for a coup. He could simply depart with his loyal officers and soldiers to establish his own domain, thus avoiding such elaborate machinations. As a remarkable time traveler, wielding the art of dragon slaying and possessing a system, to descend into the chaos of piracy is nothing short of a grand jest. Lord Xiaoyu? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Turning to the source, he beheld Guion, adorned with the distinguished blade Kinbairo, striding forth in a general's coat with a commanding presence. Xiaoyu turned his head and inquired, "Is everything prepared?" "Indeed," Guion replied, extending a document to Xiaoyu, continuing, "Aside from Admiral Sengoku, Mr. Karp, and Teacher Zephyr, the 3 admirals also wish to journey to the Holy Land. Additionally, I have observed that Admirals Kazan and Sakazuki exhibit a somewhat despondent demeanor, and I worry for them. As you are aware, over the years, their differing ideologies have led to numerous disputes, and there have been instances where they nearly came to blows. Do not fret." Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "It is entirely reasonable for them to feel disheartened at this moment. The existence of him has shaken their respective convictions of justice, particularly for Sakazuki, who has long harbored dissatisfaction towards the celestial dragons and the elders of the world government, yet has chosen to endure due to his identity and the justice he upholds. The sudden emergence of a clandestine puppet master within the world government would naturally dampen the spirits of any who genuinely believe in justice. The same applies to Kazan. He has grappled with the concept of Navy justice since the O'Hara incident, and learning of Im's existence will undoubtedly amplify his confusion. However, once we reach the Holy Land, I am confident that both Sakazuki and Kazan will regain their clarity." Guion's eyes brightened, and she tentatively suggested, "So, Your declaration of Im's existence before the members of the Knights of God was not solely to confront Im and the world government, but rather to compel Kazan and Sakazuki to make a definitive choice? Xiaoyu nodded, not only them, but also Sengoku and Karp. For these seasoned veterans and formidable individuals, mere displays of force and conventional tactics are insufficient to persuade them to stand beside us. They must discern the situation and grasp the truth for themselves. Coupled with the groundwork we have laid, only then will they abandon their delusions and confront reality. Upon hearing this, Gion slightly tilted her head to regard Xiaoyu. While he remained the same Xiaoyu, an unfamiliar aura enveloped him now. It is worth noting that Xiaoyu's age is comparable to that of Tina, yet his intellect and depth of character far surpass the ordinary, mastering the art of understanding human nature with unparalleled finesse, rivaling and perhaps even surpassing the renowned strategist Sengoku. The sea breeze swept in from the ocean, rustling the coats of Xiaoyu and Gion, producing a gentle sound. Xiaoyu glanced over the document before handing it back to Gion, and then raised his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes narrowing slightly as he murmured, "The wind is rising." As the dawn of a new day broke, the sun ascended as it always does. With the newspapers printed by various major news outlets dispatched to every corner of the globe by flocks of newsbirds, the great sea routes and the powerful factions across the world were astonished by the revelations contained within. In the New World, the territory of the red-haired pirates was alive with its members, adorned in a myriad of styles, sprawled in disarray on the ground, their thunderous snores startling the birds in the surrounding woods into silence. The captain of the red-haired pirates and recently proclaimed one of the 4 emperors of the New World had succumbed to intoxication after a grand feast with his crew, cradling a bottle of wine as he blissfully slumbered. Upon awakening, he found himself facing a figure seated across from him, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Beckman, undeterred by Shank's awakening, held a newspaper delivered by the newsbirds, his expression unusually grave. "Good morning, Beckman," Shanks exclaimed, rubbing his slightly swollen eyes as he dragged himself to his feet, the bottle still in hand. "Up so early? Didn't tea you enjoy last night?" Without a word, Beckman extended the newspaper towards Shanks. "HM?" As Shanks' gaze fell upon the headline, his pupils constricted in shock. He swiftly snatched the paper, eyes widening in disbelief as he read aloud, "A mutiny at Navy headquarters? Vice Admiral Xiaoyu has seized the position of Marshal." After a brief moment of astonishment, Shanks abruptly looked up at Beckman. "When did this happen? During our banquet last night?" Beckman lit a cigarette, his demeanor serious as he replied, "Before you awoke. I established contact with our informants hidden in the Sabaody archipelago. Not only has the Navy headquarters undergone a cataclysmic upheaval, but the majority of Navy branches throughout the Grand Line and the 4 seas have also been thoroughly purged. All the officers now appointed as heads of these naval bases are trusted confidants of this Vice Admiral." After a slight pause, Beckman raised his gaze to meet Shanks. "To have commandeered the Navy in just a single day showcases an astounding prowess. I sense that the balance between the Holy Land and the nations allied with the world government, as well as the equilibrium maintained between the Navy and the 4 emperors of the New World, will be irrevocably altered by this Vice Admiral." Chapter 044. Hawkeye. Crocodile. Meanwhile, in the New World, within the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, aboard the Moby Dick, a vessel emblematic of the title "the strongest man in the world," sat a towering figure exceeding 6 meters in height, known as a giant. He was adorned with various intravenous tubes and held a recent newspaper in his hands, his gaze intensely focused, absorbing its contents with utmost seriousness. Despite his stillness, he emanated an aura of regal dominance that commanded respect, instilling an unspoken pressure that rendered those around him hesitant to meet his eyes. Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and wielder of the Tremor fruit, bore the illustrious title of the world's strongest man, affectionately referred to as Old Man by his crew. On the deck, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and their combatants maintained a hushed reverence, cautious not to disturb their revered leader, moving with utmost quietude. Closest to Edward Newgate was Marco, captain of one of the teams, his golden punk hairstyle earning him the moniker Phoenix. He was among the few who dared to glance up at their old man, yet he remained silent, patiently awaiting the moment. Prior to Edward Newgate's perusal of the newspaper, they had already scrutinized its contents, becoming acutely aware of the escalating tensions surrounding the world government and its navy, which had transformed overnight. Though they were pirates and captains under the mightiest man in the New World, unperturbed by sudden upheavals, They could not afford to dismiss the alarming news that had just arrived. The rationale was simple. Should the world government and its naval forces become embroiled in conflict, the ramifications would resonate throughout the world, inevitably disrupting the precariously established balance within the new world. After perusing the newspaper, Edward Newgate erupted into a hearty laugh. Exuding an air of boldness as he proclaimed, "It appears both Sengoku and Garp have aged. They have been outmaneuvered by a mere child." However, the true source of concern lies not with them, but with the 5 elders of the Holy Land. Pausing momentarily, Edward's expression shifted as he resumed reading the newspaper, his demeanor now grave. "What exactly does this young vice admiral named Summer aspire to? Is he merely instigating a coup to ascend as admiral of the navy, continuing to serve the world government? Or does he seek to lead this colossal war machine away from the world government, establishing himself as a sovereign force? If it were the former, the current situation would not be significantly affected. However, should it be the latter, the already turbulent Grand Line would undoubtedly be thrust into chaos." Upon hearing this, Marco stepped forward and declared, "Old man, I have arranged for personnel in Sabaody Archipelago. Regardless of what transpires next, we will be the first to know." At this juncture, Marco shifted gears, adding, "Furthermore, Kaido attempted suicide on Sky Island yesterday. Unlike previous failures, this time he did not return to Wano. Instead, the calamities of the Beast Pirates have successively departed from Wano as well. It seems that someone has anticipated this news, aiming to seize the opportunity to ignite a new conflict. No need to pay it any mind." Edward Newgate waved his hand, dismissed, his gaze intensely fixated on a photograph featured prominently on the front page of the newspaper. With deliberate enunciation, he remarked, "Xiaoyu? Truly an extraordinary young man." In a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, a small, coffin-shaped vessel cut through the waves with determination. A young man, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, sat with one leg crossed over the other on a deck barely large enough to accommodate him, wielding a massive sword with a cross-shaped hilt upon his back. Despite the spray of waves crashing upon the boat, an invisible force shielded him, causing the water to disperse harmlessly. Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, the world's foremost swordsman, once a naval hunter and now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government, sat poised at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. At that moment, an unexpected bird call echoed from the sky. When Mihawk looked up, a news bird had descended, hovering directly above him. Without hesitation, his affinity for the news prompted him to toss a handful of belly to the bird while deftly retrieving a newspaper. Upon glimpsing the headline, the previously relaxed Mihawk suddenly sprang to his feet, a flicker of shock illuminating his keen eyes. "A mutiny at the Navy headquarters? Vice Admiral Xiaoyu has taken full control, with tensions rising between the Navy and the world government?" After swiftly perusing the article, Mihawk regained his composure and directed his gaze forward. He was not unfamiliar with the name Xiaoyu. During a summons issued by the Navy, he had attended a meeting at headquarters as one of the 7 warlords, and although he had not encountered Xiaoyu in person, he had heard whispers of his prowess from numerous officers. Though indifferent to most details, he had retained the name because an officer had spoken of a young powerhouse emerging from headquarters, mastering all 6 forms of the Navy in merely 6 years. Moreover, this young prodigy exhibited astonishing talent in the art of swordsmanship, rivaling even many of the esteemed swordsmen within the Navy. "Vice Admiral Xiaoyu?" After a fleeting silence, a spark of combativeness ignited in Mihawk's eyes. "In just a single day, you have completely taken command of the Navy headquarters. How remarkable it is that you have grown to such extraordinary heights. Thus, it is time for us." No sooner had he spoken than the formidable aura unique to the world's greatest swordsman surged forth. In the blink of an eye, his coffin-shaped vessel accelerated, racing toward the Navy headquarters with relentless speed. Mere seconds later, as the boat surged out from beneath a towering wave, it suddenly malfunctioned, coming to an abrupt halt. Glancing at the drifting vessel, Mihawk, who had been filled with vigor just moments ago, was instantly beset by a cascade of bewilderment. With a resigned exhale, he let out a sigh of frustration. After a swift survey of the surrounding sea, confirming the absence of any vessels nearby, he resolutely removed the formidable blade from his possession and wielded it as a paddle, skillfully slicing through the waves. In the first half of the Grand Line, within the kingdom of Alabasta, in the dimly lit confines of the largest casino in Rain Base, known as Rain Banquet, a formidable man stood with his back to the lone source of illumination, emitting a disquieting, low chuckle. "Ha ha ha. How utterly unexpected it is that the Navy headquarters has been completely taken over by a rear admiral. As the words lingered, the man suddenly turned, revealing a countenance marked by a prominent scar and slicked back hair, exuding an aura of ambition and dominance. This was Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the founder of the criminal organization Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. Zero. Of course, at this time, none in the kingdom of Alabasta were privy to his true identity, for he was currently crafting a persona of a righteous hero in Alabasta, seeking opportunities to execute a long-conceived plan. Miss All Sunday as he pivoted, a cigar held delicately in his mouth. Crocodile glanced toward the shadowy corner opposite him, a slow smile spreading across his face. Our plan must be expedited. With his words, a tall young woman adorned with a white cowboy hat emerged from the shadows. Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss All Sunday, possessed the powers of the flower fruit and was the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident. Branded by the world government as the O'Hara demon, with a bounty of 79 million berries. Casting a stern glance at Nico Robin as she stepped into the light, Crocodile spoke gravely. The world government or the Navy headquarters may very well issue a summons to the 7 warlords of the sea. Should the Navy find itself at odds with the world government due to this insurrection, the warlords, caught between these 2 powerful entities, will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. To ensure our plan remains unaffected, I must temporarily depart from Alabasta. The affairs of Baroque Works will be entrusted to you. At this juncture, a subtle smile graced Crocodile's lips as his intense gaze fixed upon the woman in the white cowboy hat. I trust you shall not disappoint me. Nico Robin. Chapter 045. Let the legend of the silent reign. The underworld, King Rayleigh. As the world's major powers stirred with the upheaval at the Navy headquarters, a colossal warship glided away from the port of Marineford, slicing through the waves towards the Sabaody archipelago. On the deck of the warship, Xiaoyu donned the grand coat of the fleet admiral, standing resolutely at the forefront, flanked by the 3 admirals, each harboring their own thoughts. Ji Yuan maintained a respectful distance behind Xiaoyu, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, allowing the sea breeze to billow her coat. Beneath her calm facade lay a heart fraught with tension. This unease was entirely understandable. Although the Holy Land had made concessions and the enigmatic Im had chosen to meet with Xiaoyu, it did not guarantee sincerity. Should the Holy Land renege on their word, an unprecedented battle would surely ensue. Do not be anxious. Xiaoyu seemed to sense Ji Yuan's thoughts, suddenly breaking the silence on the deck with a light-hearted tone. Even if the Holy Land were to go back on their word, they could never detain us. What matters most is that the current situation leaves them no room for deceit. Not only are we on edge, but the Holy Land's every move also stirs the nerves of the intelligence brokers lurking in the shadows. At these words, Ji Yuan couldn't help but smile softly, shaking her head in amusement. From the day she met Xiaoyu, he had always appeared to her as the quintessential boy next door. Despite knowing his rapid ascent and the greatness he was destined to achieve, she had never anticipated that one day she would find herself comforted like a little girl in need of reassurance by him. While she felt some tension, she was by no means afraid. Nonetheless, even though she was considerably older than Xiaoyu, his unexpected words, "Do not be anxious," warmed her heart. Unbeknownst to her, the boy who once trained in swordsmanship under her guidance had transformed into a towering figure, providing an undeniable sense of security. As the Navy headquarters was not far from the Sabaody archipelago, it wasn't too long before the islands came into view. The warship did not head towards the Navy base located in the Sabaody archipelago, but sailed directly to the port leading to the Holy Land. As the warship approached the port, the seemingly tranquil Sabaody archipelago surged with hidden currents, as intelligence agents from various factions, concealed within, sprang into action, closely monitoring the colossal warship that had departed from the Navy headquarters. In Area 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, outside the bar owned by Xiaoqi, the proprietor herself held a cigarette in one hand and a telescope in the other, peering through the trees at the imposing warship sailing across the sea. As she followed the vessel's movement, upon spotting the young figure standing before the 3 admirals and Ji Yuan on the deck, even the former emperor of the women's kingdom couldn't help but exclaim in wonder at such astonishing resolve at such a youthful age. The forthcoming era would undoubtedly belong to him. At this moment, Xiaoqi turned her head toward an elderly man standing not far from her, vigorous and unstoppable. The old man, with narrowed eyes, absorbed every detail of the figures aboard the warship with his keen vision, generously exclaiming, "He surpasses even the one who once invited me to sail forth and turn this world upside down." Silbaz Rayleigh, once the esteemed vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, known by the moniker Dark King, stands as a paragon of power from a bygone era, revered as the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Following the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh bore a mysterious mission, choosing to reside in the Sabaody archipelago as a coding craftsman. To better conceal his identity, he frequently frequented the various casinos of the archipelago, at times even pledging himself to human trafficking syndicates, only to be sold off to slave auction houses. Suddenly, a glimmer flickered in Rayleigh's eyes as he shifted his gaze from the young figure standing at the bow of the ship to the three elderly men seated on the deck of the warship, Garp and Zephyr. Shikaku, with a bemused expression, chuckled and remarked, "The three highest combatants of the Navy headquarters, alongside the legends Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. Such an imposing assembly warrants caution, even in the Holy Land." At these words, Rayleigh's interest piqued, and he decisively declared, "I shall join the fray." Before the echoes of his voice faded, he vanished in a blur, slipping into the nearby woods of the bar. When he re-emerged, he found himself at the port leading to the Holy Land. At that moment, the port was bustling with numerous naval soldiers stationed at the Sabaody archipelago. Under the command of Vice Admirals Stolo Berry and Bastille, hundreds of sailors stood in two disciplined rows, their fervent gazes fixed ahead. With the arrival of the Navy headquarters warships, merchant vessels that provided various provisions for the Holy Land hastily diverted their routes, retreating to the waters beyond the port. All merchants aboard these ships gathered on their decks, their eyes collectively drawn to the warships gliding into the harbor. As the warships docked, Stolo Berry and Bastille, who had been waiting at the port, straightened their postures. Shikuyaku and the three admirals leaped from the deck, with Shikuyaku standing alone on the left and the three admirals opposite her, awaiting the descent of Shikui. However, the previously visible Shikui had vanished without a trace. Rayleigh, concealed in a nondescript corner, paid no heed to the admirals or Vice Admiral Shikuyaku disembarking from the warship. Instead, he discreetly unleashed his observation haki, extending its reach for 100 meters. Through this ability, he perceived the intelligence agents lurking nearby, capturing their hushed whispers with unerring clarity. With the three admirals, alongside the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the naval hero Garp, it appeared that Shikui was poised to confront the Holy Land directly. While Shikui was indeed making a bold move, the Holy Land seemed to have opted for compromise. Otherwise, he and his entourage would have stormed the Holy Land with the full might of the Navy. But where was Shikui? Just moments ago, he had stood upon the deck, and now he had seemingly vanished. This was not the time for concern over his whereabouts. Rather, the pressing question loomed: what would transpire as he, alongside the three admirals and the legendary figures Sengoku and Garp, approached the Holy Land? What could unfold? Perhaps the Holy Land was conceding, allowing Shikui to secure greater rights for the Navy. Alternatively, there lurked another possibility. The Holy Land might feign humility, luring Shikui and his companions into a trap, then striking decisively to eliminate them. Is this truly the case? Let us momentarily set aside the fact that the entire naval force is under Xiaoyu's dominion. The Revolutionary Army, having garnered this intelligence before us, is mobilizing its 5 armies simultaneously. Should the Holy Land dare to contravene its commitments at this juncture, it would be met with an unprecedented revolutionary tempest. Amidst his observations, Rayleigh shook his head, dismissing the trivial musings of the information brokers detected through his Kinbunchika haki. He then retracted his focus and turned his gaze to the deck of the warship. Meanwhile, within the ship's cabin, Xiaoyu emerged from the restroom, taking the handkerchief offered by a waiting soldier to dry his hands, and declared succinctly, "Let us depart." With that, he strode purposefully out of the cabin. Upon stepping onto the deck, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiaoyu's eyes, and he discreetly turned his head toward the direction where Rayleigh was situated on the shore. At that precise moment, Rayleigh had also withdrawn his Kinbunchika haki to observe the warship. When he noticed Xiaoyu, who had just exited the suddenly glance in his direction, a jolt of realization surged through him. It was evident from Xiaoyu's reaction and demeanor that his presence had been compromised. Had he been an ordinary craftsman, this exposure would have been inconsequential. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had entirely concealed his aura since his arrival, and with the foliage providing cover. Not even Xiaoyu aboard the warship, nor the 2 information brokers lurking merely 10 meters to his right, had detected him. Yet, the moment Xiaoyu stepped onto the deck, he directed his gaze toward Rayleigh, unmistakably indicating that he had long since perceived his existence. True to form, just as Rayleigh was struck by this realization, a faint yet penetrating voice echoed within him: "Retire quietly and cease stirring trouble." embrace your legacy as the legendary Dark King. Rayleigh. The abruptness of this revelation shattered Rayleigh's composure, his eyes widening in horror. It was abundantly clear that Xia Yu had not only discerned his presence, but was also acutely aware of his true identity. Chapter 046. The General Holds the Sword. The Marshal bows his head. Xia Yu had certainly not discovered Rayleigh's presence long ago. Upon stepping out from the ship's cabin onto the deck, he merely intended to envelop the entire island with his observation hockey to ascertain the situation. To his surprise, amidst the vast chorus of thoughts, he encountered Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King. Naturally, he could have easily disregarded Rayleigh's existence, for the legendary figure posed no immediate threat to him. However, he felt compelled to communicate with the renowned Dark King, curious about Rayleigh's reaction. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Yet he was taken aback not only by being detected but also by the vivid expressions of shock and disbelief that crossed Rayleigh's face upon realizing Xia Yu knew his true identity. Before Rayleigh could collect himself, Xia Yu's voice resonated once more in his mind. Once this matter concludes, I shall make time to visit the former Empress of the Amazon Lily, Xia Qi, at her bar. As an intelligence expert, she might prove beneficial to me. Once again, Rayleigh was astonished by Xia Yu's comprehensive understanding of Xia Qi, stirring tumultuous waves within him. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Rayleigh suddenly shook his head and laughed, contemplating the audacity of this formidable young man. Was this a warning being sounded for him? Rayleigh chose not to retreat, since he had already been discovered. He stepped out of the shadows into the sunlight, gazing at the figure standing on the battleship's deck. Using his observation hockey, he conveyed, I wish you success in your endeavors. The new Admiral of the Navy, Xia Yu. On the deck, a smile graced Xia Yu's lips as he ceased further interaction with Rayleigh and decisively stepped forward. As he descended the battleship, the Navy soldiers who had been awaiting him on the shore, along with Vice Admirals Stolo Berry and Bastille, immediately raised their hands in salute, exclaiming in unison, loyalty. Simultaneously, Ji Yuan unsheathed his renowned sword, Kinpira, cradling it with both hands as he took a step forward and bowed. Admiral. Xia Yu blinked, puzzled. Ji Yuan, maintaining his bowed posture, Ji Yuan replied earnestly, if the Admiral is without a sword, he may lack some of his imposing presence. With that, he raised Kinpira high above his head and presented it to Xia Yu. Observing this, the three admirals standing across from Ji Yuan lowered their heads, evidently hoping for Xia Yu to don the sword. Xia Yu, unreserved, accepted Kinpira and secured it at his waist, passing through the space between Ji Yuan and the three admirals. As Xia Yu took his first steps, Ji Yuan promptly followed, with the three admirals trailing closely behind. The last to descend from the deck were Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, who watched this scene unfold with smiles upon their faces, particularly Zephyr, who, witnessing Xia Yu stride toward the lift leading to the Holy Land amidst the company of the three admirals and Ji Yuan, felt an inexplicable mist welling up in his eyes. He had not imagined that the aspirations he had long harbored yet hesitated to pursue would come to fruition through the decisive actions of his student, Xia Yu. He believed that under Xia Yu's command, the Navy would undergo a profound transformation, emerging as a truly righteous force. From afar, Rayleigh was once again captivated by the sight of Xia Yu, who, with a spirited demeanor, strode forth after receiving the long blade from Gion. The Vice Admiral held his sword, while the three admirals bowed their heads. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr stood behind him, bearing witness to the rise of a Navy supernova. In that moment, it seemed to Rayleigh that the curtain was slowly lifting on a new era before his eyes. At the Holy Land, Mary Ahua, the military personnel, having learned through the lift that Xia Yu and his party had arrived at the port, wasted no time and hurried towards the entrance accompanied by several members of the Knights of God. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met by a familiar figure who was already waiting there. Shamrock? The military personnel exclaimed, surprised. The man standing at the entrance was none other than Shamrock, the eldest son of the commander of the Knights of God, Figolando Green. Unlike the military personnel and other members of the Knights, Shamrock donned a black cloak that bore a hood. The face concealed beneath it would undoubtedly astonish any formidable figure traversing the Grand Line. For Shamrock bore an uncanny resemblance to Shanks, one of the newly crowned emperors of the sea. Shamrock's gaze remained fixed on the lift as he remarked coolly, I am also a member of the Knights of God. You shouldn't be here at this time. The military personnel replied, their brow furrowed. Accompanying Xia Yu to the Holy Land are not only Gion but also the three admirals, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. If they see your face, How many secrets do you think we have left? Before the military personnel could finish, Shamrock abruptly interjected, the existence of Lord M is no longer a secret. Does my identity hold any significance for them now? Hearing this, the military personnel ceased their protest and turned to stand alongside Shamrock, both gazing towards the approaching lift. As the lift steadily ascended, an unexpected wave of anxiety washed over the military personnel, quickening their breath. Noticing the shift in demeanor, Shamrock raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you feeling anxious?" The military personnel nodded reluctantly, their expression grave. "You should know what I fear the most. They are almost here." The long-haired woman standing beside the military personnel suddenly lifted her gaze, her expression one of imminent dread as she focused on the front. Soon, the lift arrived, smoothly halting at the entrance. Following this, Guion and the three admirals exited ahead of Xiaoyu, taking their positions on either side. Just as Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa prepared to follow suit, they froze upon catching sight of Shamrock standing alongside the military personnel. S.H. Shanks? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Garp was the first to regain his composure. In the next instant, he clenched his fists and charged out of the lift, roaring at Shamrock, "You scoundrel! Don't think I want to recognize you just because you're wearing a hood. You've already led my grandson astray. And now you dare to come to the Holy Land." Garp. As if anticipating Garp's intentions, Sengoku promptly interjected, urging restraint. "Do not act impulsively. He is not Shanks." Garp turned his head to gaze at Sengoku, who offered no further explanation. Although he had never encountered Shamrock before, reason dictated that this individual was not the captain of the red-haired pirates who had recently entered the New World. Nevertheless, the identity of this person was of little consequence. For Sengoku, witnessing the enigmatic M, who had been orchestrating the machinations of the world government from the shadows all these years, was of far greater importance than the feud between Garp and Shanks. The three admirals and the members of the Guion were also taken aback by Shamrock's appearance. Their surprise evident, yet it remained merely that, surprise. After all, cloning an individual using the technology at the world government's disposal was hardly a daunting task. At that moment, Xiaoyu emerged from the lift, his face adorned with a warm smile as he explained to Garp, "Sengoku is correct. This individual is not Shanks, but rather Shanks' twin brother. Stinkus." Stinkus? Almost simultaneously, Junzi, Shamrock, and the long-haired woman beside them widened their eyes in astonishment. Clearly, as Shamrock had surmised, Xiaoyu was aware of M's existence and, naturally, his identity. However, the question lingered. What on earth was Stinkus? Chapter 047. Emptying the magazine in a second is not my limit. Shamrock, momentarily stifled by Xiaoyu's sharp remark, grasped the hilt of his western sword at his waist, torn between a desire to retaliate and the restraint of caution. His hesitation did not stem from fear of Xiaoyu's formidable power, capable of sending the 6 members of the Divine Knights flying with his conqueror's haki, but rather from concern that displaying such emotion might jeopardize the matter at hand. After a discreet, deep breath, he stepped forward, slightly bowing as he declared, "Fegelin du Shamrock. At the behest of Lord M, I await General Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu glanced around, his brow furrowing as he disregarded Shamrock's presence and turned to Junzi. "It appears my message has not reached you. Since M wishes to see me, present your sincerity." Junzi, seemingly anticipating Xiaoyu's inquiry, elegantly flicked her sleeve aside and commanded, "Bring him forth." At her command, several fully armored palace guards, stationed a short distance behind the members of the Divine Knights, swiftly turned and exited. Moments later, they returned, escorting Spandam with haste. Kneel. Just as they brought Spandam before Xiaoyu, one soldier delivered a swift kick, forcing Spandam to the ground. "You cannot treat me this way. I am Spandam, who has rendered great service to the world government." Struggling to rise, Spandam was quickly subdued by 2 palace guards who pressed him down. Yet, even in defeat, he writhed fiercely, shouting defiantly, "Let go of me. Damn you worthless fools." After a fervent struggle, although he remained on the ground, Spandam managed to lift his head. However, instead of addressing Xiaoyu, he turned his gaze towards Shamrock and Junzi, who watched coldly from the side. "Haha. I never imagined that the world government, standing tall for 8 centuries upon the Red Earth continent, would stoop to compromising with a traitor. The Divine Knights? The Elders? Bah. One day, you shall pay dearly for this concession." Xiaoyu's rebellion today foretells a future where the world government is crushed beneath his feet. Enough. Junzi's brows knitted in anger as she flicked her wrist, unleashing her unique fruitability. In an instant, A bandage-wrapped arrow flew silently, ensnaring Spandam's neck and hoisting him aloft. Shamrock, striving to suppress his irritation at being disregarded, interjected calmly, "How to deal with him is your decision. Is it only Spandam?" Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the suspended figure of Spandam, his tone calm, yet laced with cruelty. "This is insufficient, Shamrock. To eradicate the roots, one must eliminate the source. If I recall correctly, Spandam has a son. What was his name?" "Spandam. Yes, that's it. Xiaoyu." To my astonishment, Xiaoyu shows no mercy even towards his own son. Spandane, who found himself choked, once again struggled desperately, issuing frantic sounds. One must take responsibility for their own actions. Spandam is not implicated in this matter. However, such statements cannot be made lightly. Xiaoyu gestured for Junzi to release him, then took a step forward, looking down upon the breathless Spandane sprawled on the ground. "Should I eliminate you here, it would indeed concern your foolish son. He would surely harbor resentment towards me, becoming a tool for the five elders, who could later use him as an excuse to vex me. Even if I were to unleash my wrath, the five elders could claim this was merely Spandam avenging his father. Spandane, it is undeniable that you possess remarkable skills, managing to align yourself with the five elders, compelling them to command Judicial Island to bring me to trial. Had it not been for the connections I have cultivated over the years, you might have truly triumphed this time. Regrettably, despite your cunning, you could never have anticipated my military coup, nor that I would fully seize control of the Navy in just one day. The victors write history. You must accept that. Of course, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not intervened at this moment, I might not have made such a decisive resolution so swiftly. To express my gratitude, I must facilitate a reunion between you and your son." At these words, a glimmer of despair flashed in Spandan's eyes, and he roared madly, "Xiaoyu!" Bang! 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 Before Spandane could finish his sentence, a palace guard standing beside him suddenly stepped forward, swiftly raised his gun, and decisively pulled the trigger at Spandan's head. The unexpected scene left everyone present in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Shamrock instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it. "Marshal Xiaoyu." Before Shamrock could unsheath his sword, the palace guard, having emptied his magazine, straightened his posture and saluted Xiaoyu. "Please forgive me for executing this man before your eyes. Emptying the magazine in a second is not my limit. It is merely to demonstrate my loyalty to you." "What does this mean?" Xiaoyu blinked in confusion. Over the years, he had aspired to cultivate trusted aides in the Holy Land. But the Navy station there had been drawn from the headquarters and special forces long before his ascension, under the direct command of the Supreme Commander, Kong. Moreover, prior to launching the coup, he was merely a rear admiral and could not easily navigate the Holy Land to orchestrate his plans. Unable to sway the Navy station there, it was futile to think he could influence the palace guards of the Holy Land. As if sensing Xiaoyu's thoughts, the palace guard hastily removed his heavy helmet, revealing a youthful face. "Marshal Xiaoyu, this is our first meeting. However, I have long heard of your deeds. They say you are one who answers every call. My parents were ruthlessly murdered by pirates a few years ago. Though my sister was rescued, she sustained severe injuries and has become disabled. For years, I have been consumed by a desire for vengeance on their behalf." At this juncture, the palace guard kicked aside his removed helmet, his expression resolute as he declared, "I wish to seize this opportunity to request your assistance in departing from the Holy Land." I understood his intent. Xiaoyu nodded. "You wish to leave the Holy Land to avenge your parents and sister, correct?" "Indeed," the palace guard affirmed with fervor. "Very well," Xiaoyu replied, stepping aside to grant the guard passage. "The path lies before you. Simply stride forward with determination." The guard was taken aback by Xiaoyu's unequivocal acceptance, and he could no longer contain his excitement as he raised his hand in salute, exclaiming, "Loyalty." Xiaoyu waved him off, saying, "Go." "Yes." The guard responded again. Then, disregarding the presence of Xiao Mulak and his companions, he marched proudly toward the elevator. Just as he reached the entrance of the elevator, the palace guard suddenly turned around, knelt before Xiaoyu, and, with a quaver in his voice, implored, "Sir Xiaoyu, if I succeed in avenging them and return alive, may I become your subordinate?" Xiaoyu nodded. "You already are, soldier." Chapter 048. Fortune is not to be hoarded alone. Responsibility lies with one watching the palace guard discard his helmet and step into the lift. The expressions of Shamrock and his companions darkened to the utmost degree. They could hardly fathom how the influence of Xiaoyu had penetrated even the Holy Land, compelling a palace guard, meeting him for the first time, to turn against his own. In the past, They would have executed him without a second thought, for such an act was far worse than mere treachery. However, Shamrock and his associates dared not voice their anger, for Xiaoyu was currently basking in the zenith of his power. They understood that any hint of dissent could provoke Xiaoyu's wrath, transforming this negotiation into a new war. Their concerns were not unfounded. Xiaoyu was indeed capable of such actions. According to their intelligence, when Xiaoyu was merely a colonel in the Navy headquarters, he had once engaged in a fierce altercation over a mere cannon fodder soldier who had just joined his ranks, ultimately enduring a week of confinement imposed by the warring state's commander. He was a man who would grant any request, repay any kindness, never hoard fortune for himself, and insist that one bear the burden of responsibility alone. He was unyielding in his protection of his own. Like Shamrock, those standing behind Xiaoyu, including the three admirals, the warring states, Zephyr and Carp, were equally taken aback by the palace guard's sudden defection. Those present had once been Xiaoyu's superiors and were aware, to varying degrees, of his actions within the headquarters over the years. Yet they were still astonished by the magnitude of his influence, which had compelled a palace guard, one who had only heard of his deeds, to undertake such a remarkable action. It was essential to recognize that the status of a palace guard in the Holy Land far surpassed that of palace guards in any member nation of the world government. For this was the Holy Land, the very center of the world. To many, being a palace guard was an unattainable honor, not merely ordinary citizens. Even among the station Navy personnel, many harbored dreams of being chosen as a palace guard in the Holy Land. For one who had attained such a coveted position to relinquish, it was tantamount to forfeiting their life. Yet, the palace guard had not only turned his allegiance but also expressed a desire to become Xiaoyu's subordinate, which spoke volumes about the profound impression Xiaoyu had left over the years. His influence extended beyond the Navy, and many atop the vast Red Earth continent undoubtedly regarded him as a figure of faith. Everyone, what is amiss? Noticing the sudden silence around him, Xiaoyu, after watching the palace guard depart, surveyed the crowd with an unexpected glance. He then turned his gaze toward Shamrock, his smile warm and inviting. Stinky Keks, what is that expression on your face? Surely you are not displeased with my allowing that soldier to leave? There is no need for concern. He merely seeks vengeance for his parents and sister. He has committed no wrong. Even if he had, it is not for you to worry. He is now my soldier. Upon hearing this, Shamrock's facial muscles twitched violently, struggling to suppress the fury within, and corrected him. I am not Stinky Keks. My name is Fegalanda Shamrock. Apologies. My memory is rather poor. Xiaoyu nodded, and then abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring, how long will it take to bring Spandam here? The brows of Shamrock furrowed momentarily. Was there truly an intent to eradicate? Spandam had already paid the price for his actions. Before Shamrock could finish his thought, Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened, instantly transforming his previously warm demeanor into one of stern authority. In a low voice, he declared, Shamrock, after conversing with you for a while, do not presume you have any standing. You have 10 minutes. Within that time, present his head before me, or bear the consequences. With that, Xiaoyu turned decisively and walked away without further discourse. Observing this, Junzi quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Shamrock before hastening to catch up with Xiaoyu alongside several other members of the Divine Knights. At that moment, a group of palace guards hurriedly approached, their heavy silver armor and considerable numbers creating an imposing sense of an advancing army. However, these guards did not close in on Xiaoyu. The leading guard, upon nearing Xiaoyu's group, promptly signaled for the others to disperse, forming an orderly line along the sides of the moving walkway. In a brief span, hundreds of palace guards were positioned along the automated pathway. Soon after, a procession emerged from the walkway led by none other than the supreme commander of the world government, Kong. Following him were dozens of soldiers stationed at the Holy Land, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was unable to return promptly to the Navy headquarters due to Xiaoyu's rebellion, having come to the Holy Land for an impromptu meeting. As Tsuru stepped forward, her appearance transformed by the passage of time from a beautiful young woman who once fought alongside Garp and Sengoku into a more elderly figure. With a calm tone tinged with complexity, she addressed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, well done. Before Vice Admiral Tsuru could finish her statement, a pink figure suddenly leaped out from behind the robust Kong. It was a young girl with strawberry blonde hair, adorned in a pink hat and dress, exuding an enchanting charm. This was Kei Kaku, Tsuru's granddaughter, who had just turned 20, a user of the whip fruit. She possessed the ability to command anything that had been struck by her whip, including structures. However, These details paled in significance. What truly mattered was that before she acquired her devil fruit powers, Keikaku was a delightful pink-haired little girl, but as she matured and gained her abilities, she gradually became a source of dread for Xiaoyu. During his time at the officer training camp, Xiaoyu often visited the Tsuru household for meals, leading to a growing familiarity with Keikaku. After leaving the training camp, Keikaku would frequently visit his office, brandishing her steel whip and causing various disturbances, her increasingly audacious behavior resulting in numerous misunderstandings among his colleagues. Moreover, coupled with General He's fondness for Xiaoyu, a rumor began to circulate within the naval headquarters, initially asserting that Xiaoyu was the designated son-in-law of General He. As time passed, the tales grew increasingly absurd, suggesting that they had secretly wed when Kong Ke was merely 18, and that a newborn in the family compound was, in fact, the offspring of Xiaoyu and Kong Quebec. In exasperation, Xiaoyu decisively resorted to employing certain discreet measures to send the matter to a confidential special unit, preferring to remain oblivious to the gossip. For Xiaoyu, marriage was utterly out of the question, as a woman would merely serve as an encumbrance on his path to greatness. Until his ambitions were fulfilled, what place had he for family? Chapter 49. Set aside your arrogance. Let him come. The sudden appearance of the peacock, accompanied by the exclamation, "Well done," left General Crane and the CPU of Kong in a state of bewilderment, smoke seemingly rising from their heads. The two venerable elders, nearing 2 centuries in age, turned their heads in unison, their facial muscles twitching. "Peacock, if you do not wish to be left hanging like a laundry on a line, kindly silence yourself." After rebuking her granddaughter for her impudence, General Crane swiftly turned her gaze towards Xiaoyu, who had once been the object of her hopes but had now committed an act of rebellion. She opened her mouth to speak, yet the words faltered, swallowed back down. At this point, anything she said would hold no significance. Xiaoyu, no longer remaining silent, stepped forward and addressed Kong. "Commander, I trust you are well. Have you come on orders, or merely to inquire why I have taken this course? I am the supreme commander of the entire army." Kong, suppressing the fury that simmered within, replied in a low voice, "Given the uproar you have caused, how could I remain uninvolved? Release me, let me go." Ouch, my hand. It feels as though it is about to break. Just then, a wail pierced the air. Following that, Spandam, half his face obscured by a mask, was forcibly brought in by 2 members of the Divine Knights. Xiaoyu, Spandam, enveloped by the dread of impending death, recognized Xiaoyu instantly despite it being their first encounter. He frantically lunged forward, clinging to Xiaoyu's leg, trembling as he pleaded, "Lord Xiaoyu, it is not my doing. Please spare me. I assure you, I will never seek revenge against you." "What is the meaning of this?" Xiaoyu's brow furrowed at the unexpected appearance of Spandam, and he spoke gravely, "What I desire is his head, not to hear his lamentations before me." Upon hearing this, the 2 Divine Knights who had brought Spandam glanced up at Shamrock. Shamrock said nothing, but merely nodded slightly. At this cue, one of the knights wasted no time in dragging Spandam away and, with a swift and decisive motion, drew his sword and struck. "Such misfortune," Xiaoyu muttered, lifting his foot as he turned to step onto the automatic walkway. "Xiaoyu, wait for me." As Xiaoyu entered the walkway, before Guillaume and the other 3 generals could catch up, the peacock, quick to react, sprinted towards him. However, she was intercepted by Junzi, who had arrived at Xiaoyu's side first. "You cannot accompany him." The peacock's expression darkened as she protested, "By what right am I denied? I am a colonel of the Blade Unit." Hearing this, Xiaoyu, now distanced by the automatic walkway, turned back helplessly and said, "Peacock, this is not the time for folly. Return." "Oh." Under Xiaoyu's gaze, the peacock, who had intended to argue further, swallowed her words and, with a reluctant expression, returned to the side of General Crane. Guillaume, who had remained silent throughout, refrained from greeting General Crane. Although she shared a close personal rapport with the general, as Xiaoyu had pointed out, this was not the moment for idle chatter. After silently observing Admiral Crane, Guillaume decided not to linger any longer and walked past Crane and Kong alongside the 3 major generals. "Carp, you stay." Just as Sengoku, Zephyr, and Carp passed by the 2, Kong suddenly spoke up, "The person Xiaoyu wishes to meet now, you cannot see." Carp abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring intently at Kong. "Why can't I?" Kong replied with a serious expression, "Because you are AD." Upon hearing this, Sengoku, who was walking alongside Carp, suddenly halted, looking up at Kong with an expression of surprise. "Lord Kong, did you already know that there is another mysterious power behind the 5 elders?" In response to Sengoku's inquiry, Kong shook his head and sighed, his tone softening as he glanced at the young figure slowly departing on the moving walkway. Perhaps you knew earlier than I did. Understanding, Sengoku nodded and, along with Zephyr, swiftly turned to enter the moving walkway. Carp, however, did not follow. Instead, he glared at Kong with dissatisfaction, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. Yet he ultimately chose to suppress it. Although he had surpassed 70 years of age, in the presence of Kong, he felt like a mere youth, especially since Kong was on the verge of reaching a century. Of course, age was not the crux of the matter. The key issue lay in the fact that Kong was not only his superior, but also his mentor. Kong ignored Carp's discontented gaze, arms crossed as he watched the figure recede on the walkway, a flicker of unprecedented confusion crossing his eyes. Until he learned of the mysterious existence, he had been contemplating how to reverse the situation, bearing the full responsibility as the commander of the entire army, especially with the uprising occurring within the Navy headquarters. He was prepared to go to war with Xiaoyu, who controlled the Navy headquarters, if necessary. However, upon discovering that there was another enigmatic power above the five elders, his initial shock gradually morphed into bewilderment, leaving him uncertain about the correct course of action. In contrast to Carp, he yearned to meet this hidden power that transcended the five elders, yet the five elders had explicitly forbidden him and Admiral Crane from participating. Unless he, like Xiaoyu, instigated a rebellion, he could only comply with orders. Accompanied by Junzi and Shamrock, Xiaoyu ascended the moving walkway into the holy land of Panga City. He raised his gaze towards the grand and imposing headquarters of the world government, quickly surveying his surroundings, unable to contain his astonishment. Such a vast and beautiful piece of land, yet it is inhabited solely by a group of celestial dragons. It is indeed a waste of resources. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, a group of figures suddenly emerged from within the gates of the world government headquarters. Leading them were the ostensible highest authorities, the five elders. The first to step out was the justice warlord, Topman Walchuli, followed closely by the agricultural warlord, Shepherd X, Piter, the scientific defense warlord, Jagarushius Satan, and the environmental warlord, Marcus Mass. Bringing up the rear was the finance warlord, Izambalin V. Nejiru, who bore a solemn expression and clutched a katana. As the five elders stepped out of the door, they aligned themselves in a row with Topman Vachali at the center. The moment they stood shoulder to shoulder, an overwhelming sense of authority unique to the highest power in the surface world emanated from them, stirring the air beneath their feet and creating visible ripples. Just as the five elders came to a halt, the leader of the Knights of God, Figolando Greencue, promptly led several members of his order to stand beside them, using their elevated position on the steps to gaze down upon Xiaoyu. What a grand display! Sensing the atmosphere around him suddenly solidify, Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes slightly, unleashing an indomitable will that shattered the invisible pressure suffocating the air. He then raised his gaze to meet the elegantly poised five elders and the Knights of God, allowing his own aura to surge, thereby forcing theirs to recede. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. My presence here signifies that not only can you not detain me, but you may very well find yourselves completely vanquished. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki engulfed the five elders and Figolando like a tidal wave. Following this, Xiaoyu placed one hand upon the hilt of his sword and stepped forward, commanding them to relinquish their lofty demeanor. They lacked the qualifications to negotiate with him from a standpoint of strength and status. At this juncture, Xiaoyu suddenly lifted his head and pronounced emphatically, "Bring out him." Chapter 050. Sakazuki bowing only to Admiral Xiaoyu. The fierce and unrestrained conqueror's haki, a striking blend of black and crimson, did not cease its relentless assault as it enveloped the five elders and the Knights of God, led by Greenbow. Instead, it radiated outward at an astonishing velocity from Xiaoyu's position, sweeping across all directions. In an instant, the entire city of Pangu was shrouded in this overwhelming aura. The young admiral stood resolutely at the vortex of this pure energy, his admiral's coat billowing dramatically in the shock waves, exuding an unrefined yet innate air of authority. Dominant, overbearing, unrivaled. Such was the visual impact that Xiaoyu imparted upon all present. Behind him, the seasoned figures of Gion, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan, despite having reached middle age, found themselves transported back to their youthful, impetuous days. A long-lost fervor quietly ignited within them, ablaze with passion. Particularly for Sakazuki, he was taken aback by Xiaoyu's audacious confrontation with the five elders and the Knights of God. Especially his declaration that you lack the qualifications to negotiate with me from the perspective of strength and status. It was a declaration that stirred the blood. Since ascending to the rank of admiral, he had endured countless reprimands and criticisms from the five elders. If his reprimands were due to a lack of diligence in his duties, it would have been acceptable. However, each chastisement was unjust, not stemming from any shortcomings on his part. Despite harboring 1,000 grievances within, he had to stifle his rage. In the eyes of the world, he was one of the three mightiest admirals of the Navy headquarters, yet to the five elders and the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land, he was no different from others. Often, he wished he could engage in a forthright dialogue with the five elders, much like Xiaoyu did now. However, recognizing that the five elders were the apex of the world government and held the authority to reprimand and punish him, he understood the hierarchy at play. Even so, he deserved the most basic respect. After all, he was an admiral of the headquarters. The harsh truth remained that over the years, he had never received any respect within the Holy Land, even being insulted and belittled by a sniveling celestial dragon who wielded their privileges with him. Yet, those days were now behind him. He was now an admiral under Commander Xiaoyu. The dignity he once lost, he intended to reclaim entirely. With this thought, a fierce flame ignited in Sakazuki's eyes as he stepped forward to stand alongside Xiaoyu, taking his place at the admiral's right hand. As a surge of intense energy ascended, his unique magma fruit abilities erupted into action. At that moment, Borsellino also advanced to stand beside Sakazuki, dazzling light radiating from him. Ah, are they preparing for a clash before negotiations? Witnessing Sakazuki and Borsellino stepping forward to stand with Xiaoyu, Kazan, awakened from his slumber of lost justice by Xiaoyu's sudden display of unyielding dominance, refused to lag behind. He adjusted the glasses perched upon his neck, then stepped forward decisively to stand alongside Jiyuan, positioning himself to the left of Xiaoyu. In the next instant, his unique ability to manipulate ice was quietly unleashed. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the ground beneath his feet swiftly turned to ice, spreading with astonishing speed in all directions. Within the blink of an eye, all structures, plazas, and verdant trees within 100 jong radius were encased in frost. Concurrently, dark clouds ominously gathered above, from which a multitude of fiery sparks erupted, engulfing the entire city of Pangu in a blaze. The heavens prepared for a meteoric eruption, while the earth descended into an ice age. The formidable forces of ice and fire from the Navy headquarters had, without warning, descended upon the Holy Land. To their astonishment, the three admirals unhesitatingly unleashed their respective powers to stand resolutely with Xiaoyu, causing the expressions of Shamulok and Junzi, who were tasked with welcoming Xiaoyu and his entourage, to dramatically shift. They attempted to react, only to find themselves heavily burdened under the oppressive aura of Xiaoyu's conqueror's haki, rendering even the simplest actions of drawing their swords or assuming a fighting stance exceedingly laborious. In contrast to the relative newcomers, Shamulok and the five members of the Divine Knight Order who had previously participated in the incident of the Valley of Gods appeared somewhat more at ease. However, they too dared not make any sudden movements, as they felt an invisible gaze upon them, instilling a palpable fear that any hint of defiance would result in their immediate demise. Faced with the overwhelming presence of Xiaoyu and the historical unity of the three admirals, the Gorosei and Greenbloom were naturally unwilling to yield. Greenbloom, braving the oppressive weight of Xiaoyu's conqueror's haki, took a step forward, drawing his sword with fierce determination, its blade aimed squarely at Xiaoyu. In a grave tone, he questioned, "Xiaoyu, what is your intention? We have come to welcome you, yet you adopt a combative stance. Do you truly believe we would fear you? Welcome?" Xiaoyu replied with a cold smile, "Your grand display is merely an attempt to gauge my strength, to gain leverage for the negotiation. I am merely indulging your probing." Pausing momentarily, he surveyed his surroundings before stating solemnly, "So, what do you think? Are you satisfied with our attitude?" Before Greenbloom could respond, Izambalin stepped forward, his katana cradled in his arms, looking down upon the three admirals with an imposing gaze. He sternly admonished, "Sakazuki, Borsellino, do you truly intend to walk this path with Xiaoyu to the very end?" Silence. To their surprise, even at this juncture, the Gorosei maintained their lofty demeanor. Sakazuki abruptly raised his head, the resentment accumulated over the years erupting in that moment. "I know what you are thinking. In your antiquated beliefs, you presume we would never steadfastly follow Admiral Xiaoyu." He continued, "To be candid, I have been deeply dissatisfied with your various commands and policies over the years. Yet, constrained by your status and authority, I have endured, for you are the supreme authorities of the world government, my superiors, and it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. However, all of this has become a thing of the past. You are no longer entitled to critique me based on your status or position. Henceforth, Sakazaki shall only bow before Marshal Xiaoyu Yuan. Brothers, stand strong. We are nearing 400 gifts. Although we have yet to reach 1,000 powered by love, many of our brethren have generously offered encouragement in the form of updates, flowers, and likes. Therefore, we must not disappoint the unwavering support of our brothers and shall add another chapter promptly. Chapter 051. The throne of the void now belongs to me. Above the vast skies, dark clouds swiftly gathered, heralding the arrival of a meteor volcanic eruption, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression among all those situated in Mariehua. The tense atmosphere rapidly spread to every corner, prompting the world nobles residing in the Holy Land to hurriedly retreat to their respective estates, shielded by their bodyguards. Damn it, the meteor volcanic eruption. It's Sakazuki, how dare he? So, has the Navy headquarters completely fallen under the control of the rebellious Summer? Even Sakazuki, the admiral who upholds absolute justice, has turned against them. Enough of the chatter. Quickly ensure the safe departure of the celestial dragons. Be wary of Sakazuki's absolute justice descending upon you. In Panga City, the celestial dragons, leisurely strolling in the square, gardens, and by the lake, were suddenly gripped by an overwhelming terror as the oppressive pressure descended upon them. Their expressions changed drastically, and they scrambled to escape in a panic. Fortunately, each celestial dragon was accompanied by guards and agents of CP0, often regarded as their strongest shield, who reacted promptly to avert a stampede. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the automatic walkway, Kong, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Garp stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions unusually grave as they gazed towards the world government headquarters. Standing beside them, Peacock glanced up at the meteor volcanic eruptions flashing like stars against the dark clouds and instinctively positioned herself behind Vice Admiral Tsuru. Admiral Sakazuki's meteor volcanic eruption. Is a battle about to ensue? After a brief pause, she turned to Garp and tentatively inquired, Mr. Garp, if a conflict arises, whose side will you take? Rest assured, there will be no battle. Garp, typically jovial, now wore a serious expression as he fixed his gaze upon the world government headquarters. Sensing the intense energy and chilling atmosphere wafting through the air, the Gorosei likely intend to exert some pressure on Summer, seeking to gain the upper hand in the forthcoming negotiations. After all, Summer has managed to keep his true strength under wraps, even from me. The Gorosei naturally wished to probe him first. However, it was evident that Summer was not inclined to grant them any leniency. At that moment, Sakazuki had unequivocally aligned himself with Summer, enveloping Panga City in his meteor volcanic eruption as a clear message to the Gorosei. This is the Holy Land, and should war erupt, he would first serve the celestial dragons within Panga City to the molten lava. Upon hearing Garp's blunt condemnation of the celestial dragons as worthless, both Kong and Tsuru turned their heads in unison. Yet, they did not intervene, for Garp had consistently harbored disdain towards those celestial dragons who reveled in their privileges. Even in their presence, Garp would not hesitate to vocally denounce them as rubbish. It was precisely due to his aversion to the celestial dragons that Garp had repeatedly declined promotions to admiral. In his view, attaining the rank would strip away much of his freedom, compelling him to rush to the aid of the celestial dragons at a moment's notice, even when they found themselves in peril. Certainly, their sideways glances towards Garp were not solely due to his censure of the celestial dragons. Rather, they were astonished by the depth of his analysis regarding the situation in the Holy Land. In front of the world government headquarters, as Akainu's words resonated, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Izambaron cast a glance at the meteor volcano looming over Panga City, then at the frozen ground beneath him. Despite the surging murderous intent within him, he dared not make any move at this moment. Their prior display had been intended to gauge Xiaoyu's strength and the potential responses of the three admirals. However, while the outcome was evident, it was not as they had anticipated. They had presumed the three admirals would unite against a common foe, yet were taken aback when Akainu and Kazan unleashed their formidable powers. In such circumstances, should they persist in their probing, combat would become inevitable. Once hostilities erupted, the meteor volcano suspended high above would undoubtedly rain down destruction upon all inhabitants of Panga City indiscriminately. The chilling powers that encompassed the area would swiftly transform the city into a realm of ice. although they held no fear. The celestial dragons dwelling within Panga City would surely suffer grievous losses. Withdraw. Suddenly, a voice, sharp yet somewhat muted, emerged from behind the Gorosei and a few members of the God Knights led by Greenbow. Following this, tap, 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 the crisp sound of footsteps seemed to possess an innate rhythm, resonating clearly in the ears of all present as it approached. Turning towards the sound, they beheld him, cloaked in a garment that trailed upon the ground, revealing only a pair of dark crimson, wavy eyes, stepping forth from the grand entrance. Upon sighting this, the Gorosei and the members of the God Knights hastily positioned themselves to either side, bowing deeply in unison, reverently proclaiming, Lord Im. Im, with his crimson, wavy eyes, continued his stride, passing directly before the Gorosei and Greenbow, casting a lofty gaze upon Xiaoyu and his companions standing at the foot of the steps. Almost simultaneously, the three admirals, along with Sengoku and Zifa standing behind them, looked up in disbelief at the tall figure that commanded the respect of the Gorosei and Greenbow. Despite their acceptance of Im's existence, witnessing him in person left their minds reeling. Follow me. Ignoring the presence of the three admirals, Sengoku and Im fixed his gaze on Xiaoyu for a moment before his sharp yet low voice echoed once more. Before anyone could react, a massive teleportation array suddenly appeared beneath their feet. In the next instant, darkness enveloped them, and they inexplicably found themselves within a dimly lit royal palace hall. This is... Incredulously, having been transported from the front of the world government building to the royal palace hall in the blink of an eye, Sengoku was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "The Holy Land Royal Palace." No sooner had he spoken than his pupils constricted sharply, and he stared, horrified, at the tall figure cloaked in shadows before them. Under his gaze, a figure ascended the steps with its back turned to the assembly in the grand hall, ultimately standing before the void throne that loomed majestically at the pinnacle of the chamber. As Im approached the throne, he slowly turned his head, his dark crimson eyes sweeping over the astonished faces of Sengoku, Zephyr, the three great generals, and Gion. I trust that Xiaoyu has divulged to you secrets not meant for your ears. As you can see, the void throne now belongs to me. Before the six could regain their composure from their shock, Im effortlessly stepped past the array of weapons that adorned the front of the throne and seated himself upon it. Witnessing this, the six transitioned from their initial astonishment to a sense of acceptance, ultimately redirecting their gaze towards the young Marshal standing merely a step away from them. Chapter 052. Transforming the five elders back to their original forms. As the core members of the Marine headquarters, Sengoku and his comrades possess profound insights into the multifaceted workings of the world government. Particularly, they are acutely aware of the Void Throne, which has remained unoccupied for 8 centuries. Not only do they know that it was crafted collectively by 20 kings 800 years ago, but they are also privy to the unanimous vow made by these original monarchs that no one shall ever ascend to the throne, thereby averting the emergence of tyranny. In an astonishing turn of events, the long-empty Void Throne has acquired a master, yet they remain oblivious to the identity of this individual. It seems that Im, the enigmatic figure before them, is attuned to their thoughts, as he speaks once more. Since you have chosen to follow Sumeru, it matters not whether I occupy the Void Throne. Pausing momentarily, Im's gaze shifts to Sumeru. I find you quite intriguing. When I first sensed the Conqueror's haki you emitted, I mistakenly believed that man had returned. Clearly, you are neither him nor Nika. With that, Im's tone escalates, demanding, so tell me, who are you? From whence do you hail, and where do you wish to go? In response, Sumeru furrows his brow slightly before raising his gaze to the figure seated upon the throne. Before inquiring about my identity, should you not also unveil the veil of mystery that shrouds your visage? After all, we are engaged in a dialogue of fairness. Before he could finish, 2 nearly tangible black-red beams of light erupted from Sumeru's pupils, engulfing him in an instant. The next moment, Sumeru appeared before him, his hands darting like lightning towards the cloth that obscured Im's face. Impudent. Despite Sumeru's unexpected assault and blinding speed, Im reacted with remarkable swiftness. Just as Sumeru grasped the cloth, Im unleashed a furious reprimand, immediately following it with an arrow imbued with terrifying energy, aimed directly at Sumeru's brow. Faced with the rapidly enlarging arrow within his vision, Sumeru had no choice but to relinquish his hold on the cloth to seize the arrow that threatened to pierce his forehead. Buzz! The moment he caught the arrow, a thunderous clash reverberated through the air, sending a visible shockwave radiating outward, centered around Sumeru and Im, swiftly engulfing the entire palace. Before those present could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, a massive shadow materialized abruptly, looming ominously from the wall behind the throne, casting a downward gaze upon Sumeru, who held the arrow. The arrow's other end was startlingly connected to this colossal figure, which resembled a monstrous entity. Unprepared for Sumeru's sudden aggression towards Im, the five elders, positioned across from the three admirals, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Gion, were the first to react. Instantly, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth from within them, as they transformed almost simultaneously. "Damn it, what is this?" Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets upon witnessing the elders metamorphose into fearsome beasts. Gion and Zephyr, sensing imminent danger, swiftly assumed combat stances. Similarly, the three great generals were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Utterly unprepared for the transformation of the five elders into grotesque and fearsome monstrosities, their eyes widening in astonishment. The first to undergo this metamorphosis was the financial Izambalong, whose lower half became the limbs of a skeletal steed, enveloped in a swirling cloud of flames, while his upper body remained largely unchanged, presenting a formidable centaur visage that instilled dread. Standing alongside Izambalong, the agricultural martial god, Shepherd Sia Ten Bitter, morphed into a colossal sandworm, its mere presence eliciting a primal fear, ensnared by black flames as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, the legal martial god, Topman Watchali, transformed into a massive warthog, shrouded in flames, its sharp tusks glinting ominously in the dimly lit grand hall. The environmental martial god took an even more exaggerated form, becoming a bird-snake hybrid, Eisen Maiden, spiraling above the other four elders, its claws poised to strike at the audacious Xiaoyu, who had brazenly initiated an attack. What sent chills down the spines of the three generals and Gion was the scientific defense martial god, Jagaruja Satan, whose lower half turned into a gigantic black spider, while his upper body sported enormous bull horns. The invisible pressure emanating from the five elders, now partially transformed, filled the palace hall with an overwhelming force, deeply shocking those who had once devoted their lives and efforts to serve them. Wano and the three generals, instilling a harrowing illusion of plummeting into the abyss. At that moment, Xiaoyu, gripping the arrowhead, abruptly turned around, unleashing an unparalleled wave of conqueror's haki that enveloped the newly transformed five elders. A deafening low-frequency vibration erupted in the ears of all present, as the vast and tempestuous conqueror's haki surged forth, crashing against the monstrous forms of the elders. Faced with the sudden onslaught of haki, Satan, entwined in black flames and transformed into a colossal spider, could not contain a wretched scream. Instantly, his form reverted to normal, collapsing to the ground as if utterly drained. Thud, thud, thud. The other four elders, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the haki, likewise reverted to their original forms. Witnessing this visually impactful scene, the three great generals, along with Wano and Zifa, stared wide-eyed, with Wano unable to suppress a gulp. It is worth noting that he too was a wielder of conqueror's haki, yet from his days as a novice to becoming a formidable admiral traversing the Grand Line, and ultimately reaching the rank of fleet admiral, he had never encountered anyone wielding this power to such an extraordinary degree, truly astonishing. Though the three generals had previously witnessed Xiaoyu's awe-inspiring display of haki when he sent the Knights of God flying from the top of the Navy headquarters, they were still not immune to the shock, once again rendered speechless. For at this moment, Xiaoyu was not facing mere members of the Knights of God, but rather the supreme authorities of the world government, the five elders. With merely the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki, the five elders were reduced to their true forms. Should an all-out war ensue, the three admirals dared not to contemplate further. At this moment, they comprehended the profound meaning behind Xiaoyu's earlier proclamation beneath the world government headquarters, where he faced the five elders and uttered, "A gentleman does not stand under a perilous wall." Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura erupted. As the five elders were restored to their original states, the formidable green goo, standing alongside them, made his move. However, at the instant he drew his sword and unleashed a fearsome wave of energy, Sakazuki lunged forward, his molten fist clenched tightly, exuding a chilling intent. "Green goo, should you dare to wield your sword, I will stop at nothing to eliminate you." With Sakazuki's declaration echoing in the air, Borisolino, Kazan, and Gion immediately positioned themselves beside him. This time, Sengoku chose not to remain a mere spectator. For Im's presence on the ethereal throne extinguished any lingering illusions he had regarding the world government, leading him to decisively stand alongside Zifa. Simultaneously, all members of the Divine Knights, including Shamrock and Junzi, assumed battle stances. Enough. Just as tensions reached their zenith, Im, seated upon the throne, interjected, "Green Gu, stand down." Before Green Gu could respond, Im turned his gaze toward Xiaoyu, who had used his conqueror's haki to bring the five elders to their true forms, asserting, "Let the probing cease here. Undoubtedly, you are worthy of a fair dialogue with me." After a brief pause, Im shifted his tone, commanding, "Junzi, grant a seat for Admiral Xiaoyu." "Slow down," Xiaoyu interjected, casting aside the arrowhead he held. Under the scrutiny of all present, he descended the steps to stand beside Sakazuki and the others. He then turned to face the figure on the throne, stating solemnly, "Is this so-called fair dialogue merely an invitation for us to sit here, continuing to gaze up at your lofty stature?" Chapter 053. For the first time in history, standing on equal footing with the five elders, the ominous clouds and suffocating meteor volcanoes that loomed over the sacred Panga city began to dissipate as Im transported Xiaoyu and his companions through the teleportation array. The frost that enveloped the area gradually melted away, leaving traces of chill lingering in the air. Standing on the automatic walkway, Kong, Vice Admiral Crane, and Carp collectively sighed in relief as sunlight once again poured from the heavens. They all understood that the disappearance of the meteor volcano did not signify Sakazuki's retreat from battle. Rather, it indicated the failure of the Holy Land's probing. "Kong, why can I not accompany you? Because I am AD." Carp, feeling a sense of relief from the vanishing meteor volcano, glanced at the Supreme Commander Kong beside him. Perplexed, he remarked, "Now, Xiaoyu has effectively laid all his cards on the table with the world government. Even if I am AD, it should not have any impact, right? How could it not?" Kong shot Carp a stern glare and retorted, "That individual is most wary of the D-Lin. If you were present, this negotiation might have escalated directly into warfare. Just now, you witnessed Sakazuki and Kazan's declarations. Any uncertainty could trigger immediate conflict. That individual?" Carp's brow furrowed deeply as he solemnly inquired, "Kong, do you acknowledge him as the puppet master of the world government?" "Aye." A flicker of confusion crossed Kong's eyes. Compared to Carp and Sengoku, Im's emergence had the most profound impact on him. Until last night, he had been oblivious to Im's existence, only to be summoned directly by Im through the five elders. He had expected him to appear in the Chamber of Power, but was taken aback when Im summoned him in the royal palace of the Holy Land. Upon entering the Grand Hall, witnessing the five elders kneeling before the void throne and the figure seated upon it, he felt as though his mind had short-circuited. The void throne, vacant for 8 centuries, had been occupied by a king, unbeknownst to him, the supreme commander of the world government. Reflecting on the scene from the previous night and some words spoken, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to Carp. After a brief silence, Kong turned to face Carp, his expression grave. As the truth of that blank century and the secrets of the D lineage and the legend of Nika weighed heavily on him, "I am quite confused at present and cannot provide you with a definitive answer. However, Carp, Xiaoyu may know many things we are unaware of. He should be able to offer you the answers you seek. As for me," Kong paused slightly, then turned his gaze toward the world government headquarters, as if shedding a great burden, and sighed in relief. "Once this matter concludes, it may be time for me to retire." Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Holy Land Royal Palace, Im, having ultimately chosen to compromise, sat across from Xiaoyu. Both positioned at opposite ends of a rectangular conference table, Sengoku, Zephyr, Gion, and the 3 admirals faced off against the 5 elders and Green Bull. Though the 5 elders were momentarily overwhelmed by Xiaoyu's conqueror's haki, they emerged largely unscathed, sitting upright with a fierce glare directed at Sengoku and his companions across from them. Sengoku, choosing not to meet their gaze, leisurely retrieved a box of senbei from his bag, extracting a piece to offer to Zifa. When Zifa did not reach out to accept, Sengoku, unabashed, tossed it into his own mouth before the eyes of the 5 elders and Im. The audacity of consuming senbei in front of such formidable figures was exhilarating. Reflecting on his youthful exuberance years ago, Sengoku recognized how far he had strayed since becoming an admiral and subsequently the fleet admiral, diligently serving the navy and the world government while striving to maintain a demeanor of humility and caution in the presence of the 5 elders. However, With the unexpected emergence of Xiaoyu, a brash youth, coupled with the undeniable presence of him, he felt liberated from his previous constraints. Most significantly, he experienced an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, akin to a parent witnessing their child's triumph, reclaiming a sense of honor. After relishing another piece of senbei, Sengoku closed his eyes in delight, turning his gaze towards Xiaoyu, wearing an expression that seemed to declare, "I always knew you would rise to greatness." The three admirals exhibited a marked transformation from their usual demeanor during meetings at Navy headquarters, particularly Borsellino and Kazan, who had previously been either dozing off or counting down the minutes until the end of the workday. Now, their spirits were notably invigorated. The reason was simple. It was the first time in history they stood on equal footing with the five elders. Among them, Sakazuki felt the most vindicated. Having adhered to his strict sense of justice, he had faced reprimands from the five elders numerous times, both in person and via transponder snail, enduring a tempest of frustration in silence. Now, he could sit firmly beside Xiaoyu, casting a steady gaze at Saturn, the one who had scolded him the most. The atmosphere was charged with subtle tension. Xiaoyu and him exchanged glances, one curious to unveil the visage concealed beneath the other's mask, the other racking his brain to discern the identity and origins of his counterpart. Im was genuinely intrigued by Xiaoyu. Based on the intelligence he possessed in prior tests, he could largely eliminate the possibility of Xiaoyu belonging to the D-clan. Although their conqueror's haki bore similarities to that of a certain man from the past, his understanding of that individual suggested an unlikely connection. Without ties to that man, it further ruled out any association with Nika, as Xiaoyu was not a devil fruit user. It was precisely because of this elimination of possibilities that Im was willing to engage in conversation with Xiaoyu. For him, the greatest threats to the world were the D-clan and Nika. All other top-tier powers on the seas could be dealt with by either inviting them to join the Knights of God, or, if such invitations were not forthcoming, finding ways to eliminate them. If neither invitation nor elimination was feasible, then dialogue became the only recourse. Enough, Sengoku. Suddenly, Izambalin could no longer endure the incessant sound of Sengoku munching on senbei, and he stared at Sengoku with wide eyes, solemnly stating, "This is not the time for snacking." Sengoku, still chewing on his senbei, replied somewhat indistinctly, "You lack the authority to issue commands to me at this moment." Upon hearing this, the three generals beside him almost simultaneously turned their heads. The elders in green goo across the table also widened their eyes in astonishment. Noticing the reactions of those present, Sengoku felt an inexplicable thrill and couldn't help but laugh heartily. At long last, I have expressed what I have long wished to say. Ah. After a brief pause, Sengoku suddenly turned his gaze toward the three generals, exclaiming, "What are you looking at? We are in a meeting." Chapter 054. Sakazuki's fury commencing forth. Xiaoyu resolved to cease his preoccupation with the enigmatic visage concealed beneath Im's veil, whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Instead, he stated, "Since we are engaged in negotiations, it is imperative that all parties exhibit their sincerity. As the esteemed hosts present, should you not first express your intentions? Let us commence with the matter of naval funding, which has historically been dispersed by the Holy Land's financial department. Henceforth, beginning this year, the annual budget allocated to the Navy by the Holy Land shall be augmented tenfold." No sooner had Xiaoyu uttered his proclamation than Izambalong surged to his feet, visibly incensed. "What? Increased tenfold? Are you aware of the annual budget for the Navy?" Before any response could be rendered, Sakazuki stood abruptly, shedding all restraint as he thundered, "You would do well to remain silent until Marshal Xiaoyu has concluded his speech. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." "Sakazuki, you are overstepping," Satan interjected, glancing sternly at Sakazuki. "Sit down. Who do you think you are?" Sakazuki retorted, removing his military cap and leaning menacingly towards Satan, his murderous intent palpable. "Among the five elder statesmen, you are the most detestable. Should you continue to point fingers at me, I will not hesitate to dispose of you as well." Sensing Sakazuki's lethal aura, both Borsellino and Kazan, seated beside him, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. What had provoked such ire in Sakazuki? Xiaoyu too was taken aback by Sakazuki's readiness to eliminate anyone who displeased him, first Green Bull, then Izambalong, and now Satan. It seemed he would attack anyone in his path. Satan, visibly agitated, struggled to contain his rage, his corpulent visage twitching with suppressed fury. Izambalong, likewise incensed by Sakazuki's old fool remark, gripped his katana tightly. while Topman Vorchely and the other two elder statesmen were equally stirred by Sakazuki's ferocity, rising in unison. What? Do you no longer wish to negotiate? As the five elder statesmen stood, Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with cold determination, and he slammed his hand upon the table. Let us then engage in combat, 7 versus 7. A fair match. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu also rose to his feet, and the muscles beneath him's veil twitched slightly, though he refrained from standing. Instead, he gently rapped his fingers upon the table. The crisp sound echoed, causing the five elder statesmen to freeze momentarily before they promptly returned to their seats, forcibly suppressing their simmering rage. As soon as they were seated, Im turned his gaze towards Xiaoyu, speaking leisurely. Please, continue. From this point forth, no one shall dare to interrupt. Acknowledging the situation, Xiaoyu refrained from further escalation, gesturing for Sakazuki to take his seat before leaning over the table, casting a commanding gaze towards him. Regarding the naval funding issue, there exists another alternative. Henceforth, the Navy shall no longer rely on disbursements from the Holy Land. Instead, the Naval Department shall collaborate with the Celestial Dragons to collect the heavenly gold from the allied nations, with half of the proceeds rightfully belonging to the Navy. Upon hearing this, Izambalon could no longer restrain himself and raised his head. You propose to give half of the heavenly gold to the Navy? Why not simply seize it for yourself? At the moment when Izambalon raised his head, Im cast a piercing glance at him, causing him to retract his neck in fear and remain silent. No problem. After intimidating Izambalon, decisively nodded and declared, from now on, half of the heavenly gold shall belong to the Navy each year. However, upon receiving this portion, the Navy must continue to fulfill its duty of protecting the allied nations. That is only natural. Xiaoyu nodded and continued. Next, we shall discuss the matter of naval affiliation. There are two proposals. First, the Navy remains under the purview of the world government and follows the directives of the authority chamber, yet the positions of the five elders must be rotated, with a change every 6 months, ensuring that at least 2 members from the naval headquarters occupy the seats during each rotation. Second, the Navy shall gain independence from the world government, establishing a relationship of equal cooperation rather than a hierarchical one. This latter proposal does not affect the funding issue outlined in the first. Regardless of the outcome, I must emphasize one point. The privileges of the Celestial Dragons will hold no sway over the Navy. Should the Celestial Dragons face threats or harm, the admirals of the naval headquarters must respond unconditionally and promptly. The Navy exists solely to maintain order and justice upon the seas. If the Celestial Dragons abuse their status beyond the Holy Land, they too will face the consequences of justice. Of course, I can make concessions regarding the punishment or execution of Celestial Dragons, which will be handed over to the Knights of God, but a naval officer must be present during such proceedings. Upon hearing this, Im narrowed his eyes. It was evident that Xiaoyu aimed to divide the power of the world government. The rotation of the 5 elders' positions, ensuring 2 representatives from the naval headquarters, would mean that while the Navy still obeyed the authority chamber, the 2 naval officers in rotation would wield greater authority, enabling them to issue commands to other departments beyond the Navy through the authority chamber. As for the second proposal, there was no need to even address it. For under Xiaoyu's control, the Navy had already positioned itself to challenge the world government. The question of independence had become irrelevant. However, Im had his own plan. Despite Xiaoyu's obvious intentions, considering the current situation and various uncontrollable factors, Im responded with remarkable clarity. The proposal for rotation is commendable. Perhaps this could serve as a breakthrough towards a brighter future between the world government and the Navy. As for the Navy's enforcement rights over the Celestial Dragons' misdeeds beyond the Holy Land, delegating the authority to the Knights of God is acceptable as well. Before Im's words could settle, the 5 elders simultaneously raised their heads, exclaiming in unison, "Absolutely not, Lord Im." In stark contrast to the reaction of the 5 elders, the 3 admirals, Gion, Sengoku, and Zephyr, were taken aback by Im's straightforward agreement. It was evident that the resolute proposals put forth by Xiaoyu were entirely advantageous to the Navy, and as seasoned veterans of the workplace, they recognized that Xiaoyu aimed to leverage this negotiation to elevate the officers of the headquarters and distribute power within the authority chamber. When Xiaoyu proposed the first scheme, they all secretly broke into a sweat, convinced that Im would never acquiesce. Yet, the outcome once again defied their expectations. Im not only consented to the rotation of the elders' seats in the power room, but also granted the Navy the authority to enforce laws upon the world's aristocracy. Whether the elders rotate or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is that, from this moment forth, the Navy is no longer subjected to the indignities imposed by those global elites. In that fleeting instant, the three admirals and the Guillaume could hardly restrain themselves from exclaiming the word loyalty. After 8 centuries of unwavering dedication and sacrifice for the world government, the Navy finally received the respect it so rightfully deserved, ushering in a long-awaited moment of glory. Chapter 055, The Treaty of Mariewa. The 5 elders take turns. The negotiation meeting persisted until noon. Many of the conditions proposed by Xiaoyu were met with agreement from him, though some were dismissed. However, Xiaoyu remained unfazed, as the rejected conditions were deliberately introduced to create a diversion. Outside the Holy Land Palace, Shamrock and Junzi stood side by side, gazing at the tightly closed palace gates. Behind them stood 5 members of the Divine Knights, who had been sent flying after accompanying Junzi through the teleportation array to the Navy headquarters, alongside several other members who had previously stood behind Glanger. Unlike the 5 Divine Knights positioned behind Shamrock and Junzi, these members bore the prefix Saint in their names. It is well known that among the celestial dragons of the Holy Land, male names are typically prefixed with Saint. This indicates that these members of the Divine Knights were not summoned from outside the Holy Land, but were formidable individuals selected from among the celestial dragons residing there. The foremost among them were Kylingham and Somas. Both were key combatants of the Divine Knights, and both were users of devil fruits. Kylingham possessed the dragon fruit, mythical Zoan, Chelan form, and had long since awakened his powers, presenting himself in his human Chelan form, with a long neck surrounded by white clouds, adorned in a splendid military uniform and the customary cloak of the Divine Knights. Despite standing, Kylingham had his eyes closed, appearing as if he were in slumber, mumbling incomprehensible words. Somas, on the other hand, wielded the spiny fruit, a paramecia-type ability. Although advanced in age, his muscles were exceptionally developed, and his imposing stature radiated an undeniable aura of strength. However, despite his years, Somas lacked respect for his elders, squinting his eyes as he scrutinized Junzi. Noticing Somas' inappropriate gaze, Shamrock, standing alongside Junzi, furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a low voice. "Mind your gaze." "Ahaha, caught red-handed." Somas laughed heartily, redirecting his attention from Junzi's attire to the closed palace doors. In a rather irreverent tone, he remarked, "Junzi, you really don't need to wear that cloak." Upon hearing this, Junzi, slow to respond, blinked and then widened her beautiful eyes, her face, unmasked by the bandages, flushed with color as she quickly turned to adjust her cloak. Shamrock, unable to endure the scene any longer, interjected, "Somas, please be serious at this moment." "I wish to be serious too," Somas replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, "but Junzi's attire is simply too eye-catching." Before he could finish, Somas abruptly changed the subject, his expression turning grave as he asked, "Shamrock, do you have any thoughts regarding this incident?" "I believe Lord M has no need to negotiate with Xiaoyu. Undeniably, his strength is formidable, particularly his Conqueror S-Haki, the strongest I have encountered among all who wield it in recent years. However, their group comprises merely 7 individuals, while the Holy Land boasts not only the Knights of God, but also the 5 Elders and Lord M. The entire Holy Land holds a significant advantage. Why not seize this opportunity to eliminate them once and for all? If we can vanquish Xiaoyu and control the 3 admirals, the Navy headquarters will pose no threat. With my ally, Chillingham, we can subdue them all." Hearing this, Shamrock shook his head, asserting that the matter was far from straightforward. Xiaoyu's audacity to ascend to the Holy Land with merely 6 companions is not solely due to his formidable strength and ability for self-preservation. It is also because he is backed by a loyal cadre of naval officers and soldiers. One could say that while the Navy could exist without the world government, the world government absolutely cannot relinquish the Navy at this juncture. Alas, Soma waved his hand, intending to glance at Junzi, but was swiftly met with a glare from Shamrock, ultimately shrugging in resignation and stating, "Such monumental events exceed our jurisdiction. With Lord M personally overseeing the matter, I am confident it will soon be resolved satisfactorily." In the conference room of the Holy Land Palace, Lord M, who had acquiesced to a series of conditions proposed by Xiaoyu, cast a glance at Xiaoyu, who had suddenly risen and approached him from behind the 5 elders. The crimson ripples in his eyes contracted as he spoke in a deep tone. "Xiaoyu, no one to stop. Rest assured, I do not intend to remove your mask." Upon reaching him, Xiaoyu placed a document upon the conference table. His smile radiant as he said, "Although you have agreed to all my conditions, mere words are insufficient. I require your signature on this document." "What is this?" Im inquired. Observing the document before him, his eyes drawn to the bold title, Mariewa Treaty, Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. "By signing the Mariewa Treaty, our negotiations will conclude. Naturally, in addition to your signature, the 5 elders must also inscribe their names, as this treaty requires copies to be disseminated to all member nations." I'm promptly refused. My presence is currently confined to the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land. Ah, Xiaoyu blinked, then nodded in understanding. "My apologies, I overlooked that. The ostensible highest authority of the world government remains the 5 elders." As he spoke, Xiaoyu placed the document before Topman Walchuli, suggesting, "Let each of you sign this treaty." Upon hearing this, Topman Walchuli swiftly glanced at him, and upon receiving a nod of assent, he picked up the document to examine its contents. The treaty outlined matters that Im had previously consented to, with none of the rejected terms included. It was evident that the conditions Xiaoyu had proposed and which Im had declined were merely a smokescreen. What Xiaoyu truly desired was encapsulated within the already drafted contents of this treaty. After reviewing the treaty, Topman Walchuli lifted his gaze, casting a meaningful look at Xiaoyu. Previously, before the grand edifice of the world government headquarters, when Xiaoyu unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki in a moment of discord, one might have mistakenly perceived him as merely a reckless youth driven by sheer strength. However, it has now become evident that each step taken by this young man, whom he had initially deemed impulsive, was meticulously calculated, his sagacity and methods instilling a chilling sense of dread. Before long, the Treaty of Marigios was duly signed. "Everyone, let us depart." Upon the final elder star inscribing his name upon the document, Xiaoyu swiftly stowed the papers away, as if fearful of a potential change of heart from him and the elder stars, and resolutely turned to leave. "Wait." Sengoku, Zifa, and the 3 admirals, along with Gion, had just risen when Im's voice suddenly interrupted. "Xiaoyu, may we converse privately?" Xiaoyu turned to meet Im's gaze, his expression earnest as he queried, "Are you prepared to remove your mask and speak candidly with me?" Without allowing him a moment to respond, Xiaoyu impatiently gestured to Sengoku and the others, instructing, "You all may wait outside." Im then issued a command to the Elder Stars and Green Bull, "You two, step outside." The Elder Stars and Green Bull, not daring to linger, promptly exited the conference room. Observing this, Sengoku and the others followed suit without hesitation. Soon, only Xiaoyu and Im remained within the confines of the meeting room. As the door closed behind them, Im immediately fixed his penetrating gaze upon Xiaoyu, declaring abruptly, "You do not belong to this era." Xiaoyu met Im's stare, bewildered and perplexed. Before he could gather his thoughts, Im continued to elaborate. "If you were born in this era, your conqueror's haki could not possibly be so potent. I had previously speculated that your haki might be remnants left by that man, but my recent observations have made it clear that this is not the case. Thus, there is but one conclusion. Like me, you are also not of this age. So, do enlighten me. Do you hail from 800 years ago, or perhaps an even more distant past? The man you refer to must be Joy Boy." Sensing a flicker of confusion in Im's wave-patterned eyes, Xiaoyu could not help but chuckle. "Rest assured, I am neither Joy Boy nor Nika. I am simply myself. However, if you agree to one more condition, I shall reveal to you my origins." Im's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his pupils dilating slightly. "What condition?" Yet before he could complete his sentence, abruptly regained his composure and decisively rejected the proposal, proclaiming, "There is no way I shall remove my mask." Xiaoyu shrugged lightly, feigning helplessness as he remarked, "Very well. You possess a curious appearance and gender that piques my interest. While I hold an enigmatic history that eludes your understanding, this seems quite equitable." Chapter 056. The Turbulent Waves of the Grand Line. Unassailable. Outside the Grand Palace, the 5 elders and Green could position themselves before the members of the Knights of God. Following closely behind, Sengoku and his entourage of 6 advanced directly to stand opposite them. The emotions swirling within the 5 elders were exceedingly intricate. Among the conditions proposed by Summer, the other stipulations held little significance for them. However, the rotation of the elders' seats was a demand they genuinely could not accept. Summer's intentions were unmistakably clear, with complete control over the Navy. He could easily sever ties with the world government without needing to visit the Holy Land. The reason he refrained from doing so was simple. Directly leading such a colossal war machine away from the world government and opposing it would result in immense sacrifices for both parties, potentially culminating in mutual destruction and inadvertently benefiting the Revolutionary Army, the lawless pirate factions of the Grand Line, and all affiliated. This was also a dilemma that their lordum had to confront. Both lordum and Summer were averse to reaching such a point, which is precisely why they chose to engage in negotiations. One side aimed to retain the Navy's formidable war apparatus, while the other sought to procure greater benefits and power from this coup. Despite their awareness of the stakes involved, they could not fathom why the rotation of the elders' seats was paramount. This rotation implied that any of the five could be ousted. And after wielding supreme authority in the chamber for so many years, they had grown accustomed to and relished their power. The prospect of sudden rotation was understandably hard for them to accept. However, faced with the current reality, they had no choice but to confront it. Observing the reactions of the five elders, Junzi cast a puzzled glance at the group of 6 from the Navy headquarters across from them, and then turned to their leader, Greenku, only to find him wearing a similarly displeased expression. Blinking in confusion, she then shifted her gaze to Shamrock. Although Shamrock exhibited little outward reaction, the expressions of his father and the 5 elders led him to surmise that this negotiation would likely conclude in Summer's complete triumph. Nevertheless, he too was curious about the outcome of the discussion and stepped forward to stand beside Greenku, inquiring, "Father, has it concluded?" Greenku nodded. Unlike the 5 elders' reactions, the emergence of the rotation of their seats was not a detrimental development for him as the leader of the Knights of God. It was conceivable that, in the course of this rotation, it might eventually land upon him. The rationale was straightforward. Lord's acceptance of Summer's condition stemmed from the necessity to retain the Navy's overwhelming military force, as well as his dissatisfaction with the inaction of the 5 elders over the years. Even in the absence of Summer, the elders might have considered a reorganization in the near future. Half an hour later, the tightly shut palace doors swung open once more, and shortly thereafter, Summer emerged, beaming with confidence. Glancing at the crowd gathered at the entrance, Xiaoyu disregarded the 5 elders and the members of the Knights of God, striding directly to Jiyuan. He extended the documents in his hand and then walked alone to the edge of the steps, turning his back to the assembly as he slowly spread his arms, inhaling deeply the fresh air of the sacred land. Xiaoyu's sudden movement left the 6 members of the Navy headquarters, along with the 5 elders and the knights, utterly perplexed. However, Xiaoyu soon stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings from his elevated position, and mused aloud. It is truly a waste that such an expansive red earth continent remains so largely unutilized. Before he could finish, he abruptly turned to the Navy's 6, addressing Zifa. When you take your turn in the power chamber with the 5 elders, remember to arrange for some individuals to cultivate a piece of land for planting anything at all. In my homeland, nearly everyone enjoys farming, and I am no exception. Zifa, selectively ignoring Xiaoyu's fondness for agriculture, widened his eyes in disbelief. Me? Turn as a 5 elder? Xiaoyu nodded in affirmation. You and Sengoku. Before Zifa and Sengoku could react, Xiaoyu shifted his gaze to the 5 elders opposite him. Noticing the pained expressions on their faces, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. What is wrong with you? Is it such a burden to relinquish 2 seats? Do you really need to look so glum? Hey, Izambalin, do you need a mirror to see your expression right now? Especially those eyes of yours? They're bulging like copper bells. Be careful they don't pop out. He continued. And you, Satan. At this juncture, the previously jovial Xiaoyu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I know you harbor discontent, but have you considered why I would agree to the condition of rotating the seats of the 5 elders? The core of the matter lies in your inadequacies, especially in the past few decades, first with the Rocks Pirates' assault on God Valley, and then the onset of the Great Age of Pirates. What have you done in the face of the increasingly rampant and lawless pirates? Other than issuing bounties, what else could you accomplish? Since you lack more sophisticated methods, it is prudent to vacate the positions for those more capable, without allowing the 5 elders a chance to retort or express outrage. Xiaoyu waved his hand decisively and declared, "Let us depart." Observing this, Jiyuan hurriedly tucked away the documents and swiftly followed suit. The 3 admirals, without a hint of hesitation, turned and followed closely behind. Zifa and Sengoku did not leave immediately. Instead, they stood rooted in place, exchanging glances. After several prolonged seconds of bewilderment, they simultaneously murmured, "Are we really becoming 5 elders?" Xiaoyu, having walked some distance away, glanced back at the dazed Sengoku and Zifa. who were grappling with the implications of their imminent ascension to the five elders, and suddenly called out, "Sakazuki." By reflex, Sakazuki straightened his posture. Observing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. It's not work time now. No need to be so serious. Sakazuki remained silent, still standing rigidly. Well, if that pleases you, Xiaoyu remarked. Xiaoyu shrugged slightly. When the next rotation comes, you shall take turns with the five elders and give Topman and Izambalin a good scolding. Me? Sakazuki's reaction mirrored that of Zifa, his eyes widening in surprise. Not just you, Xiaoyu said earnestly. From now on, the seats of the five elders will be rotated among the three of you and Shiwan. Upon hearing this declaration, Shiwan, Porcelino, and Kazan looked up in astonishment. They wished to voice their thoughts, but found that any words seemed inadequate. Ultimately, they straightened their postures like Sakazuki, facing Xiaoyu with a salute, exclaiming in unison, "Ha ha ha, splendid." Casting a glance at the four who saluted him, Xiaoyu laughed heartily and turned to leave. His bold words echoed in their ears. A storm brews along the Grand Line, as the seas surge with fury. We shall eradicate all pests. Invincible. Oh, now that carries a certain weight. Chapter 057. The Calculations of Im, Supporting a Naval Monarch. After the departure of Xiaoyu and his companions, Im immediately summoned the five elders and Green Goo. In the dimly lit palace hall, Im sat like a statue upon the void throne, his dark red, wave-like eyes betraying no emotion as he gazed down upon the five elders and Green Goo. The five elders did not stand. Instead, they knelt, prostrating themselves before the void throne, with Green Goo, as the commander of the Knights of God, performing a single knee homage. I know what you are thinking. After a brief silence, Im's voice resonated in their ears. Are you not pondering why Xiaoyu, who should be condemned for treason, has been granted a series of conditions, including 2 of the 5 elders' seats in the Chamber of Authority, thus acquiring privileges akin to yours? Upon hearing this, the 5 elders straightened their postures, as this thought indeed lingered in their minds, though they dared not voice it. The reasoning was simple. If Monkey D. Garp, a member of the D clan, could become a naval hero, and if you, who should have perished long ago, could ascend to the highest echelons of power, why can I not support another naval monarch amidst the rising tide of self-proclaimed sea emperors? As more individuals become aware of my existence, the world shall inevitably witness new upheavals, potentially hastening the resurgence of Nika upon the Grand Line. 8 centuries ago, 20 initial kings formed an alliance against Nika, and now, the world government finds itself precariously balanced, relying solely on you. Can you truly manage? Xiaoyu harbors ambition, and considerable ambition at that, yet this is not entirely detrimental. Ambition signifies a need. As long as he is not of the D lineage or Nika, I shall fulfill his desires. Do not speak of merely 2 seats on the council. If he can serve my purposes, allowing him to replace you is not out of the question. Upon these words, the 5 elders were struck with fear, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they held their breath, utterly still. It was evident that Lord Im was not content with their actions over the years and intended to use this moment to issue them a warning, while also testing the waters for a potential successor. Should they continue to remain inactive, their fate would not be one of graceful retirement from the Chamber of Authority. Instead, they would face the inevitable end of death. For as long as Im desires their existence, they may live on for an extended time. Conversely, should he deem them useless, even from a great distance, he could effortlessly reduce them to ashes. Observing the 5 elders' reactions, Im chose to leave it at that. He then took a step forward, turning to regard the void throne, his eyes narrowing as he murmured to himself, "Is it your desire to become the master of this throne? Then let me witness how far you can truly go, Xia. You." Meanwhile, at the port of the Holy Land, the entire assembly stood at attention. Salute. As Xiaoyu and his companions stepped out of the elevator and onto the steps, Stoloberry and Bastiu, who had been waiting eagerly on either side of the stairway leading directly to the port, stepped forward and saluted. With their voices fading, the naval soldiers standing alongside them straightened their postures, and a resounding slogan echoed through the air, resonating over the harbor for an Xiaoyu returned the salute with a wave and quickly approached Stoloberry and Bastiu, pulling them close and bestowing upon them a warm embrace. "Ah, Marshal!" Stoloberry and Bastiu exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment at Xiaoyu's unexpected display of affection. "No, it can't be." "What do you mean, it can't be?" Xiaoyu released them, adopting a serious tone. "When we are at work, I am your marshal, but in private, we remain brothers. Come, let us return to headquarters." With that, He grasped each of their hands and stepped down the stairs with purpose. Initially, Stoloberry and Bastiu were taken aback, following Xiaoyu down the steps, but soon they regained their composure, instinctively turning their gazes toward the young Marshal walking between them, their postures gradually straightening. During Xiaoyu's time in the Holy Land, they had been anxiously concerned about the possibility of an unfortunate incident occurring, while also entertaining thoughts of how their Marshal might ascend to greater heights due to the recent military upheaval, fearing that Xiaoyu's rising status would create distance between them. However, it became evident that their worries were unfounded. When Xiaoyu clasped their hands and declared, "We are brothers," it was as if sand had entered their eyes, causing them to well up with tears. This glory shall not be mine alone. Their Marshal, whom they had sworn to follow, had not betrayed his promise. Damn it. The world government has compromised. It was almost unbelievable that Xiaoyu had left the Holy Land so swiftly. His expression clearly indicated that he had achieved everything he desired. Quickly, report this development. The intelligence personnel who had been monitoring this significant event since Xiaoyu's departure for the Holy Land had not even had a chance to enjoy their lunch when they rushed to their posts upon the unexpected return of Xiaoyu and his entourage. In no time, news agencies from around the globe, along with the Revolutionary Army, the four emperors of the New World, and the intricate web of underground forces, received the startling news. In the 13th district of the Sabati archipelago, at the Knockin' on Heaven's Door bar, Xiaoqi pulled out a cigarette from her pack, lit it, and exhaled a delicate ring of smoke. Slightly tilting her head, she regarded the figure standing outside the bar and spoke leisurely. "Rayleigh, in the truth you witnessed alongside Roger upon your arrival at Raftel, was there any sign of this young Marshal?" Rayleigh, standing outside, gazed through the dense foliage at the colossal warship returning to the Navy headquarters and shook his head. "There are no records associated with him." "Then it appears your strategies from that time may require some alteration," Xiaoqi remarked, leaning against the bar's door with a calm demeanor. "You chose to remain in the Sabati archipelago while Jabba stayed in Elbaf, all in anticipation of the emergence of the individual Roger had envisioned. At present, the individual has yet to make an appearance, yet the naval headquarters has ushered in a young Marshal who compels the Holy Land to concede. With a thunderous momentum, he has taken full command of the Navy, and through his successful negotiations with the Holy Land, it is evident that he will undoubtedly set his sights on the eradication of pirates, should he indeed prepare to launch a campaign against the pirates of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. The hopes that Roger harbored for a certain individual may very well be thwarted." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh turned his gaze towards Shaki and remarked with a smile, "Though I was once a pirate, I would be more than willing to witness the day when he successfully purges the seas of piracy and restores peace to the world." "Oh?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Shaki's eyes, as she found it hard to believe such words came from the mouth of the former right-hand man of the Pirate King. "Rayleigh, you've changed during your years in seclusion on Sabati archipelago." "Changed, you say?" Rayleigh paused for a moment, then chuckled with understanding. "Perhaps the years of tranquility have had an effect, haha." At that moment, the transponder snail placed on the bar began to ring unexpectedly. Without hesitation, Shaki approached the bar and spoke first. "It's me." A somewhat anxious voice emerged from the transponder snail. "Xiaoyu has signed the Mariewa Treaty with the Five Elders, and this treaty is currently being printed in large quantities to be dispatched to the world government's member nations by the end of today. As for the contents of the treaty, I dared not read it in its entirety, but I did catch a glimpse. I recall one provision stating that the seats of the Five Elders will henceforth rotate, with 2 seats allocated to the naval headquarters. Additionally, Xiaoyu will enjoy the same privileges as the Five Elders. Furthermore, the authority to recruit the 7 warlords of the sea will now solely belong to the naval headquarters, granting Xiaoyu full control over the replacement of warlords and the abolition of the warlord system." Chapter 058. All officers, welcome back, Marshal. At the naval headquarters, nearly every officer and soldier gathered, standing in unison at the port, their expressions fervent as they awaited the return of their esteemed Marshal. As the magnificent warship slowly glided into the harbor, the assembled officers stepped forward in synchrony, their eyes fixed upon the spirited figure of the young commander at the ship's bow. In unison, they raised their hands in salute and proclaimed, "All officers and soldiers of the naval headquarters, welcome back, Marshal." As the voices of the officers resonated, the ranks of sailors standing behind them, lined up from the port to the Marineford Square, also raised their hands in salute, chanting, "Loyalty." The well-coordinated and resounding slogan echoed across the skies of Marineford, akin to thunder rolling across the plains, heralding the long-awaited moment of glory for Marineford. Standing atop the ship, Xiaoyu gazed down upon the orderly assembly of officers and the fervent multitude of soldiers, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. He proclaimed with grand enthusiasm, "Gentlemen, the moment of glory for the Navy has finally arrived." At this juncture, Xiaoyu suddenly turned to his side, addressing Stahleberg, Bastille, the three admirals, and Guillaume. As if sensing his thoughts, Stahleberg and Bastille stepped forward, hand in hand, to stand alongside Xiaoyu. Before they could fully react, Xiaoyu grasped Stahleberg's hand. Guillaume, understanding immediately, confidently approached Xiaoyu's side, taking his hand while glancing towards the three admirals. Although the admirals were aware of Xiaoyu's intentions, their age rendered them momentarily bashful. However, Sakazuki quickly took hold of Porcelino with one hand while clasping Guillaume's hand with the other. Despite the slight flush on Porcelino's face, he reached out to hold Kazan's hand. In that moment of unity, Xiaoyu stepped forward, holding Guillaume and Stahleberg's hands. As his resounding voice filled the air above Marineford, this glory belonged to every officer and soldier present, to all those who had sacrificed for justice, and to the entire Navy. Long live the heroic Navy. Though Xiaoyu's voice was not loud, each word echoed clearly above Marineford, invigorating everyone present. From the vice admirals to the soldiers, who fervently chanted the slogan in unison. The powerful chants cascaded over one another, resonating endlessly in the skies above Marineford, ultimately coalescing into a mighty tide that surged in all directions. The highest commanders of the Navy branches across the four seas in the Grand Line, upon learning of the Mariejois Treaty, although distanced from the naval headquarters, still echoed the cry of loyalty, astonishing the world. Thus, Xiaoyu boldly instigated a military coup, seizing control of the Navy and signing the Mariejois Treaty with the Holy Land, marking the conclusion of an era and the dawn. Future historians would refer to this military coup as the Spring of Marineford and designate this era as the glorious age of the Navy. The following day, the contents of the Mariejois Treaty were disseminated worldwide through newspapers printed by major news agencies amidst a flurry of news delivery. Concurrently, the Navy Headquarters Press Department also published the latest periodicals. However, the front page of the newspaper, personally printed and distributed by the Navy Headquarters, made no mention of the Mariejois Treaty. Instead, it featured a series of breathtaking photographs that left the world in awe. Dominating the majority of the page was a grand photograph of the Navy Headquarters, showcasing a collective portrait of officers ranging from marshals to ordinary soldiers. In this striking image, the young Marshal occupied the central position, flanked to his right by the three highest-ranking generals, who lounged casually. To his left sat the former Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and the former Admiral Zephyr. Behind the young Marshal stood an array of vice admirals, rear admirals, brigadiers, and officers of various ranks led by Guillaume. The photograph's prominence was further amplified by the dense formation of soldiers standing in a fan shape behind all the naval officers. Some of these soldiers wielded long swords. Some pointed their rifles skyward, while others crossed their arms over their chests. Despite the diverse appearances of the officers, they all radiated the unmistakable smiles of victors. Beneath this remarkable photograph lay a densely packed list of names. At the forefront, occupying an entire line, was none other than the youngest marshal in the history of the Navy Headquarters. Following him were Sengoku and the three highest-ranking generals. The subsequent names belonged to vice admirals from the Navy Headquarters and various branches, with none omitted. Those who first glimpsed this newspaper, whether the lawless pirates roaming the seas or the four emperors ruling the New World, were struck by the photograph's profound impact. Notably, figures such as Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, who had traversed the old era, were witnessing for the first time a naval marshal with such formidable cohesion. Prior to this young marshal, both Sengoku, renowned for his strategic brilliance, and the former Admiral Kong, who was then the supreme commander of the world government's military, managed a navy that appeared formidable but was, in reality, merely superficial. Particularly under Sengoku's leadership, the Navy Headquarters, while seemingly harmonious among the three admirals, was rife with discord. Kazan and Sakazuki, both admirals who had interacted extensively with the Navy, were acutely aware of their fundamentally opposing ideologies. As for the other admiral, Porcelino, known as Kizaru, he had exuded an air of ambiguity since his ascension to admiral, leaving many uncertain of his true intentions. It was precisely this facade of unity among the three admirals, each adhering to their own sense of justice, coupled with the world government's deliberate maintenance of balance at sea through the warlords of the sea system, that ultimately rendered the vast war machine of the Navy incapable of functioning properly. Had the Navy headquarters possessed a unified front, even if just two admirals had collaborated, the current four-emperor situation in the New World would likely have been inconceivable. Of course, all of this now belongs to the annals of history. As the grand photograph of the naval headquarters emerged, the once formidable Navy seemed to have vanished into the annals of history, marking the end of an era. Under the command of the youthful Marshal Xiaoyu, a new Navy is destined to become the nightmare of all pirates. In District 13 of the Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh sat at the dock alongside several coating workers, having just completed the process of coating a vessel. He held in his hands a newspaper published by the naval headquarters. Gazing contemplatively at the young Marshal seated prominently at the center of the photo. When the Roger pirates disbanded, their captain, Roger, surrendered himself and ascended the guillotine. Subsequently, along with his left-hand man, Jabba, who was then hailed as the Pirate King, and the ship's doctor, Crocus, retreated to the Sabaody Archipelago, Elbaf, and Twin Cape, respectively. Though they sought seclusion, their true purpose was to await the emergence of a member of the D clan, endowed with formidable strength, indomitable will, and unparalleled charisma. As anticipated by Roger, undoubtedly, the young naval marshal depicted in the photograph possesses remarkable power and extraordinary cohesion. The sole factor that casts doubt on whether he belongs to the fabled D lineage is the absence of the letter D in Xiaoyu's name. However, such considerations have become inconsequential. The seas ahead will undoubtedly tremble in the wake of this formidable and united Navy. Xiaoyu is destined to shine as the brightest beacon of this era. Chapter 059. My Hawk arrives for an appointment? An appointment for what? At the Navy headquarters. Within the officer's family residential area, in the yard of the Xia family, Sakazuki sat on the ground, diligently pruning a potted plant. Nearby, Borisolino leisurely watered the flowers and plants in the yard with a watering can. On the grass opposite them, a massive sunshade was erected. Beneath it, Sengoku and Garp were engaged in a heated argument over a box of sabae, their faces flushed with indignation. Garp, in particular, was incensed, having managed to snatch only 2 pieces from the box, while Sengoku consumed the rest, and he was ready to throw a punch at Sengoku to express his displeasure. Zifa, seated across from them, maintained a neutral expression, yet he nearly succumbed to laughter upon witnessing the two act childishly, bickering over a piece of senbei. For a fleeting moment, he felt transported back to their youthful days, when Sengoku was the most mischievous among the trio, often provoking the clumsy Garp to the brink of explosion. At that moment, a chilling presence swept through the air. Shortly thereafter, Kazan approached swiftly, placing 4 or 5 boxes of senbei on the coffee table. Before Kazan could set down the last of the senbei, Garp and Sengoku had already cleared the table of its contents. Observing this, Kazan exhaled a heavy breath of cold air and handed the final box of senbei to Zifa, who accepted it without hesitation and tore it open. Suddenly, an astonished voice emerged from behind Kazan. Before any of them could react, a head popped out from behind Kazan. It was Sakazuki's mother, the elderly woman. Peering curiously at the senbei in Zifa's hands, and then at Garp and Sengoku, who were crunching on the snacks, excitedly clutched Kazan's clothing and exclaimed, "Eldest son, what is this?" Kazan turned his head slightly to glance at the elder grasping his clothing, his facial muscles twitching slightly, then raised his hand to point at Sakazuki, who was diligently tending to the potted plants. "Elder, I am Kazan. Your son is the one over there." No, he is not my son." The elderly woman shook her head vigorously, holding onto Kazan's clothing tightly. "He is my eldest grandson. You are my son." Huh. Simultaneously, Sengoku, Zifa, and Garp widened their eyes in disbelief, all staring at Kazan. Not only them, but Sakazuki was also nearly taken aback by his mother's words. No, elder. You have mistaken." Kazan, caught off guard by the mix-up, felt a twinge of panic. Despite their differing ideals and moral convictions, he would never dare to take advantage of Sakazuki. Setting aside those factors, merely from an age perspective, Sakazuki was 5 or 6 years his senior. And according to the elder's reasoning, Kazan, being 5 or 6 years younger than Sakazuki, had somehow become Sakazuki's father. Nevertheless, he found himself inexplicably amused by the situation. Deep in his heart, Kazan contemplated these thoughts, yet he dared not express them, for at that moment, Sakazuki was glaring at him with a gaze that could kill. "I did not mistake you." The elderly woman, stubborn and earnest, tugged at Kazan's sleeve, exclaiming, "Son, you are biased. You buy for them, but not for me. And now your mother is angry. Kazan inhaled deeply, casting a historic glance of pleading towards Sakazuki for assistance. Concerned that his mother might create further embarrassment, Sakazuki hastily approached, awkwardly stating, "My dear mother, you have mistaken. I am your son. What on earth is wrong with you, child? You are my grandson. By the way, what is your grandson's name?" After a brief pause, the elderly woman shifted the topic decisively, pointing at the rice crackers in Zephyr's hand while firmly gripping Kazan. "Son, I want to eat that." "Oh dear. This could be troublesome." Kazan glanced at the sleeve clutched tightly by his grandmother, contemplating a forced release yet fearing a confrontation. Resolutely, he endeavored to project calmness and, in the role of a dutiful son, replied, all right, dear mother, please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you." "No. I want to go with you." The elderly woman continued to hold onto his sleeve. "Very well." Kazan, thoroughly ensnared, surrendered to the situation, nodding repeatedly like a filial son. "All right, I will take you with me." With that, Kazan willingly took the elderly woman's hand, deliberately slowing his pace to accompany her leisurely out of the courtyard. Upon exiting the yard, the elderly woman abruptly halted, her gaze drawn to a bicycle resting beneath a tree at the gate. Curiously, she inquired, "Son, is that your bicycle? May I ride it?" Kazan nodded affirmatively, swiftly running over to retrieve the bicycle. He then embraced his grandmother with one arm, while grasping the handlebars with the other, softly saying, "Dear mother, hold on tight." Good. My son is wonderful." The elderly woman, brimming with excitement akin to a child, clung to Kazan as the bicycle rolled away, chattering incessantly. In the courtyard, Sakazuki, who had initially appeared ready to erupt in anger, gradually softened his expression upon witnessing Kazan carrying his mother on the bicycle, ultimately revealing a smile that perhaps even he was unaware of. In the living room, Xiaoyu observed the entire scene unfold in the yard. After watching Kazan depart with the elderly woman, he turned to Gion with a grin and remarked, "Gion, did you see Sakazuki's expression? It was quite amusing." He nearly erupted when his mother mistook Kazan for her son. Gion smiled and nodded, having witnessed it all. However, seeing Sakazuki's reaction made her somewhat anxious. Today was a collective holiday for the Navy headquarters, a time for officers to gather, and she did not wish to witness any conflict between Sakazuki and Kazan at this moment. Fortunately, Sakazuki not only refrained from losing his temper, but even smiled as he watched Kazan and his mother depart. Understanding the significance of Sakazuki's smile, Gion felt a wave of relief wash over him. He remarked with a smile, "It seems that the elder's presence has greatly eased the relationship between the two generals." Xiaoyu shrugged lightly. Indeed, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside the courtyard, capturing the attention of the two generals and three elders within. Before they could react, a colonel rushed into the courtyard, heading straight for the living room. After saluting Xiaoyu, he spoke urgently, "Jurikara Mihawk has arrived at headquarters." Meanwhile, at the port of Marineford, a coffin-shaped small vessel rested quietly by the shore. The world-renowned swordsman, Mihawk, brandishing his formidable greatsword, strode forward with an elegant demeanor, undeterred by the throngs of tense naval soldiers surrounding him. "I am Jurikara Mihawk," he declared. "Inform your marshal that I have come to fulfill our appointment." End of today's extra update. My friends, may I propose something? Let us stabilize it to 2 updates daily and allow us a few days of rest, shall we? Boss. Absolutely not. Me. Why not? Oh boss, do you still wish to earn your keep by powering with love? Me, I do. I want even more. Boss. Then we shall continue with extra updates tomorrow. Everything you desire will be yours. Me. More. Let us continue with the extra updates tomorrow. Chapter 060. The Eager Rookie Craving Military Achievements. Mihawk is ignored. Mihawk. Xiaoyu paused, astonished. How dare he come to the headquarters without a summons? The colonel explained. He claims to be here for an appointment. At this, Xiaoyu chuckled, recalling, I remember now. 6 years ago, when I was stranded on that deserted island, he happened to pass by. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for his fortuitous arrival, I might never have joined the Navy. With this thought, Xiaoyu gestured to the colonel. Go, invite him here. Yes, sir. The colonel saluted and swiftly exited. Bang! The moment the colonel turned to leave, the kitchen door was flung open with great force. A thick cloud of greasy smoke billowed forth, followed immediately by the frantic coughing of Strawberry and Hound as they emerged from the kitchen. Lord Xiaoyu, are you certain this is the hot pot base you desire? Hound, reeking of oil smoke, approached Xiaoyu, visibly excited. It's far too spicy. Strawberry and Weasel paid no heed to Xiaoyu, rushing into the courtyard to gulp in fresh air. What? Not spicy enough? Xiaoyu glanced at Hound, who was tearing up from the fumes, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Look at you. This is how hot pot is enjoyed in my hometown. Spiciness must accompany the numbing sensation. All right, Hound sulked, his head drooping slightly. The base is ready. What do we do next? Observing Hound's reaction, Gun, seated nearby, shook his head with a smile. Leave the next steps to me. You all should take a breather in the courtyard. What is there to breathe? Xiaoyu stood, rolled up his sleeves, and carried the hot pot base outside. Just toss in whatever you fancy. With that, Xiaoyu dashed back into the kitchen, gathering the prepared vegetables and meats to bring to the courtyard. Hound, not one to dawdle, hurried to set up tables and chairs. Soon, an array of vegetables, meats, and fruits adorned the courtyard. The enticing aroma wafting from the boiling hot pot base made Carp and Sengoku lose interest in their snacks, prompting them to immediately take their seats at the dining table, tossing their preferred ingredients into the pot. As Sengoku, Carp, and Zifa settled down, Weasel, Strawberry, and Hound gathered around the table as well. Just as Xiaoyu took his seat beside Zifa with his bowl and chopsticks, Polysolino and Jiyuan approached. Jiyuan, having just sat next to Xiaoyu, glanced around and noticed the absence of Sakazuki. She quickly turned to look across the courtyard, seeing Sakazuki pacing back and forth, gazing anxiously towards the entrance. Xiaoyu called out, Sakazuki, stop pacing. If you're worried, why not just go see? No, it's fine. Sakazuki, caught in her thoughts, turned back, a bit stiff. I'll wait here. You all go ahead and eat. Upon concluding his words, Sakazuki resumed his pacing, casting glances towards the gate intermittently. At that moment, the familiar sound of a bicycle bell echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, Kazan emerged from around the corner, racing towards the courtyard on his bicycle. Kazan. Upon seeing Kazan return alone on his bike, Sakazuki wasted no time and dashed out of the gate, his voice low yet urgent. Where is my mother? Kazan remained silent, slowly turning around. There, on his back, was an elderly woman whose frail form resembled that of a child due to age. Hanging onto Kazan's neck with one hand while clutching several bags of snacks with the other, her demeanor joyful like that of a child. Mother! To his astonishment, Sakazuki realized his mother was indeed perched on Kazan's back, and he nearly staggered in shock. With a shout, he hurried forward and lifted his mother off Kazan's back. After securing her in his arms, he glared at Kazan, his voice laced with concern. How could you let my mother ride on your back? What if she falls? Kazan, looking resigned, replied, I had no choice. She insisted on being carried. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's tone softened immediately as he awkwardly uttered, Thank you for your trouble. Kazan glanced at Sakazuki in surprise. After years of working together, this was the first time he had heard such words from him. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that since reuniting with his mother, Sakazuki had seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. While in the Holy Land, he had behaved like a rabid dog, ready to take down anyone in his path. However, upon returning to headquarters, particularly in the presence of his mother, Kazan observed a gentleness in Sakazuki's gaze that he had never witnessed before. Let us go. It has been a long time since we last dined together. After a brief silence, Kazan extended an invitation. Shall we have a drink? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Mihawk, accompanied by a colonel, felt a sense of misplacement as he entered Marineford Square. He recalled his last visit, prompted by a summons, and the atmosphere had felt somewhat oppressive. The soldiers on duty stood listlessly at their posts, displaying a demeanor that contradicted the pleasant weather. Most notably, Marineford Square was typically deserted, exuding a sense of stark empty. However, to his astonishment, the square was now filled with neatly arranged dining tables, teeming with Navy personnel and officers of various ranks gathered around tables laden with sumptuous food and drink. The air was alive with the sounds of cheerful chatter and laughter, creating a vibrant and lively scene. Learning of Mihawk's acquaintance with the then non-commissioned Admiral Sumer, used 6 years prior, the welcoming colonel spoke with pride, saying, Today marks a collective day off for the Navy headquarters. The Admiral has ordered all officers and soldiers to set aside their duties and partake in a banquet in the square, open to officers, soldiers, and their families alike. With a slight pause, the colonel suddenly halted his steps, turning to gaze at Mihawk. Instinctively, he exclaimed, Eagle Eye, have you come to hear this news and indulge in our hospitality? Mihawk, adorned with a perplexed expression, regarded the colonel in disbelief, as the world's foremost swordsman, Did he truly need to visit the Navy headquarters merely for a feast? However, just as he prepared to retort, his stomach audibly protested with a rumble. Uh-huh. I knew it. The colonel laughed heartily, turning away. Do not fret. Lord Xiaoyu and his companions are enjoying a private feast at home. Given Lord Xiaoyu's generosity, there will surely be an abundance of red wine and beef. Feeling the embarrassment of his protesting belly, Mihawk refrained from offering an explanation. Following the colonel through Marineford Square, he soon encountered a bewildering phenomenon. When he had first arrived at Marineford, many soldiers and officers had displayed fear at the mention of the world's greatest swordsman. Some had even trembled at his approach, while others dared not meet his gaze. Yet now, as he traversed the square, both soldiers and officers seemed oblivious to his presence, merely casting him a fleeting glance before resuming their revelry with hearty meals and drinks. To his astonishment, a few even confronted him with remarks such as, "What are you staring at?" Or, "Oh, isn't this eagle-eye Mihawk?" Utterances that clearly dismissed him entirely. As if sensing Mihawk's thoughts, the colonel spoke again. "Do not misunderstand, Mihawk. They are not targeting you. Not even the Gorosei are regarded with fear anymore. Let me clarify, the entire headquarters is fervently eager to achieve military merit in honor of the Marshal, especially those new recruits who dared to challenge you just now. They are bold enough to follow the Marshal into action even during their training." Chapter 061, Daring to Draw Swords Against Mihawk. The inferno of ambition upon hearing the fervent aspirations for military achievements among the ranks. Mihawk's facial muscles twitched slightly. He could scarcely fathom that the boy he had fortuitously aided 6 years prior had, in a mere span of 6 years, risen to prominence within the Navy headquarters. This young man had orchestrated a coup d'etat, seizing control of the Navy and becoming an idol and beacon of faith for countless naval soldiers. Recollecting 6 years ago, when he first encountered Xiaoyu, the boy was merely a forlorn youth of 15 or 16, isolated on a desolate island and exuding an air of tragic vulnerability. By chance, Mihawk had passed by that island and, unexpectedly stirred by compassion, had taken him to a nearby town. After that moment, he had severed all ties with the boy, hardly recalling the incident, for it seemed inconsequential to him. Even when Xiaoyu had expressed his intention to remember Mihawk's act of kindness, the swordsman had dismissed it from his mind, considering it trivial in light of his status as the world's foremost swordsman. However, during his recent visit to the Navy headquarters, upon hearing the name Xiaoyu mentioned by several officers, he simply noted the name without associating it with the boy he once helped. He merely regarded Xiaoyu as an exceptionally talented young warrior, perhaps even surpassing the candidates for admiral in swordsmanship. It was not until he perused a newspaper published by the Navy headquarters and recognized the young Marshal seated prominently in the center of a grand photograph that realization struck him. The two Xiaoyus were indeed one and the same. This revelation prompted him to utter the phrase, "I have come for our appointment," upon his arrival at the Marineford harbor. Of course, there had been no such agreement. 6 years prior, when he had delivered Xiaoyu to the town, he had parted ways without leaving a trace, merely waving goodbye. As he traversed Marineford Square under the guidance of a colonel, the scene before him abruptly transformed. A narrow pathway unfolded, lined with reminiscent of the bustling activity in the square, where officers and soldiers mingled in raucous celebration. Yet, as Mihawk followed the colonel into this path, the previously boisterous officers and soldiers fell into an unexpected hush, turning their gazes toward him. Eagle-eye? Dracula Mihawk. After a brief silence, several middle-aged officers, closest to Mihawk's position at a nearby table, rose promptly. Some donned the insignia of brigadiers, while others sported the shoulder marks of major generals. A few stood bare-chested, displaying their formidable physiques. With their rise, a cacophony erupted along the narrow pathway, as nearly all officers and soldiers stood in unison, glaring at the sudden appearance of Mihawk. In an instant, a fierce killing intent surged forth, and the naval officers and soldiers, initially clad in the attire of justice, resembled members of an underground syndicate. None were deterred by the formidable reputation of Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Instead, they exhibited a menacing glare. For a fleeting moment, Mihawk felt as though he had not arrived at the naval headquarters, but rather entered the lair of a criminal organization. "Hey, what are you planning?" The colonel, sensing the unsettling atmosphere, stepped forward. "Can you not see who this is? He is a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Of course, we are aware he is one of the 7 warlords." A rear admiral stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. "Not only do I know he is a warlord, but I also remember he was once a hunter of the Navy. After a brief pause, the admiral drew his sword with a swift motion, his voice rising. Hawkeye, do you recall the colonel you defeated back in the day? He was the most esteemed individual to me, second only to Lord Xiaoyu. For years, I have awaited my chance for revenge, only to discover you have become one of the warlords. But it matters not. After Lord Xiaoyu signed the Treaty of Mariewa, the system of the 7 warlords will soon cease to exist. With that, the admiral stepped forward, raising his voice once more, in the name of naval justice. I, Rear Admiral Noah of the Navy Headquarters, challenge you. Dracul Mihawk, I seek your guidance. And I, another voice called out. Hawkeye, I nearly perished beneath your blade in the past. Ahaha, how could I miss out on this? Brothers, stay calm. He is the world's greatest swordsman. You will meet your demise. Despite the many voices urging caution, the officers obediently positioned themselves behind Rear Admiral Noah, some standing shoulder to shoulder with him. They donned expressions of fierce determination as if prepared to swarm Dracul Mihawk. Oh, I did not expect these naval officers to be unafraid and instead rise to challenge me. Mihawk's eyes glinted coldly. His great sword, sensing its master's intent, emitted an overwhelming aura of death that surged towards the obstructing naval officers. Is this the Navy under Xiaoyu's command? After surveying the crowd, Mihawk stepped forward, grasping the hilt of his sword with a firm hand. A sharp glimmer flickered in his eagle-like eyes. While their bravery was commendable, even 100 years hence, they would remain no match for him. However, I never refuse a swordsman's challenge. Since you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Before his words could fully dissipate, the terrifying might unique to the world's greatest swordsman erupted forth, instantly forcing the officers and soldiers before him to retreat. In the next moment, the world's strongest black blade was unleashed, radiating a violet flame as it was drawn, its edge pointed directly at the naval officers and soldiers who were being driven back. Mihawk, sensing the sudden surge of overwhelming murderous intent, the colonel officer responsible for welcoming Mihawk's arrival changed countenance. Despite the immense pressure, he took a step forward and intoned gravely, "Do you intend to unleash a massacre at the Navy headquarters?" Before Mihawk could react, the colonel swiftly raised his gaze towards the officers and soldiers opposite him, who remained steadfast despite the oppressive aura surrounding them, and bellowed, "Stand down." Mihawk's current status is not that of a warlord of the sea, but rather that of a guest invited by Lord Xiaoyu. Should you wish to provoke Lord Xiaoyu's wrath, by all means, draw your swords and fire your guns. Upon hearing that Mihawk was summoned by their esteemed Marshal, the officers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of confusion and understanding. They recognized that the colonel would not dare to misreport, and thus, they parted ways from Mihawk. "Please, Mihawk." Observing the unfolding scene, the colonel secretly exhaled in relief. He was acutely aware that while every member of the Navy yearned for military achievements, this particular individual was the world's foremost swordsman and a member of the warlords of the sea. If his colleagues were to act recklessly under the protection of Lord Xiaoyu, the consequences would be dire, and Lord Xiaoyu would find himself in a dilemma. It was well known that Lord Xiaoyu had once received Mihawk's assistance, and he was known to repay kindness and fulfill requests. A conflict with Mihawk would inevitably tarnish the reputation of their esteemed Marshal. "Attention! Stand at ease. Salute." Suddenly, at the end of the narrow path, shouts arose abruptly, prompting all officers and soldiers who had just made way for Mihawk to instinctively straighten their posture. They promptly retreated to the sides of the road, raising their hands in salute. As the officers and soldiers stood tall, saluting at the sides, several figures emerged at the end of the path. Leading them was none other than Xiaoyu. "Mihawk, long time no see." Xiaoyu approached Mihawk with a warm smile, exuding an aura of camaraderie as he advanced amidst shouts of loyalty. Originally intending to issue a summons to the warlords of the sea after the celebratory banquet for the entire army, he was pleasantly surprised to find Mihawk had arrived earlier than anticipated. Casting a glance at the Navy officers and soldiers who stood at attention, saluting in response to Xiaoyu's presence, Mihawk discreetly sheathed his supreme blade, maintaining an expression of calmness as he remarked, "It truly is remarkable how time changes things. Xiaoyu, in the past, these officers and soldiers would bow their heads in fear upon seeing me, yet now they dare to draw their swords in your presence. Quite impressive." Xiaoyu shrugged slightly. "What can I say? A bear raises a cub." Mihawk scrutinized Xiaoyu closely, unlike the youthful figure he had met 6 years prior. Xiaoyu now radiated a maturity and vigor that spoke of a kingly demeanor. Had Xiaoyu not initiated the greeting, Mihawk would have hesitated to recognize him as the same boy he had once assisted. Of course, These details held little significance. What mattered was, Mihawk's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Are you contemplating the abolition of the warlords of the sea system?" "I do entertain that notion." Xiaoyu nodded. Then shifted the topic. "Now is not the time to discuss work. Let us indulge in some drinks. A new chapter will be written after a refreshing sleep. Kisses." Chapter 062, The Most Terrifying Force of the Sea. As Mihawk observed the trio of naval veterans, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, indulging in a sumptuous hot pot in the courtyard, their faces glistening with grease, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Even as the world's foremost swordsman, he could not shake the unsettling aura emanating from the naval headquarters. The camaraderie displayed among the various ranks of naval officers was palpable. Yet it was the sight of the three admirals seated at the same table as the former fleet admiral and naval hero Garp, along with the former Admiral Zephyr, that left him feeling particularly uneasy. Should this moment be captured by the naval headquarters press and published, it would undoubtedly resonate as profoundly as the previous grand portrait of the naval forces. For a fleeting moment, Mihawk regretted his decision to arrive at the naval headquarters at this time. He finally comprehended why the officers on the narrow path had dared to draw their swords against him. It was not out of blind arrogance, believing they could vanquish the world's strongest swordsman, but rather because they possessed an unprecedented confidence. He could guarantee that had he dared to strike at the obstructing officers, the three admirals would have been the first to respond, though he might have stood a chance against one of them in a fierce battle. Facing all three simultaneously would be a death wish. Even Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, would be brought to his knees. At that moment, the loss of his warlord title would be a trivial matter compared to the uncertainty of whether he would even leave alive. Mihawk. Long time no see. Just as Mihawk was lost in thought amidst the assembly of former and current admirals, Garp, with his mouth full, suddenly turned his head and waved boisterously. "Stop dawdling and come drink with me." Sengoku also looked up, recognizing Mihawk. Mihawk, I didn't expect to see you here. Since you're here, take a seat. After all, you are still a member of the warlords." Sakazuki and Kazan, evidently a bit inebriated, completely disregarded Mihawk's presence, raising their glasses in unison and mimicking the catchphrases that had become synonymous with Shanks over the years. "Cheers." Kizuru, seemingly oblivious to Mihawk, exclaimed, "How frightening. You've already consumed 5 bottles. That's more than enough, Sakazuki. Are you two planning to drink until you drop?" Noticing the three admirals' blatant disregard for Mihawk, Garp quickly chastised, "Hey, don't you three have any manners? Can't you see Mihawk has arrived?" "Oh," the three admirals responded in unison, turning to Mihawk, "Sit down." Mihawk, remaining silent, reluctantly found an empty seat. However, as he settled in, he sensed something was amiss. How could he, the world's greatest swordsman, feel an uncharacteristic apprehension, akin to a sheep amongst wolves? After discreetly scanning the room, he exhaled a deep breath, attempting to calm his nerves. He is undoubtedly the world's foremost swordsman. Yet apart from a few generals present, none are individuals he can provoke. It is no exaggeration to assert that this marks the most significant moment for Mihawk since he ascended to his title. The pride that accompanies being the world's greatest swordsman is one he dares not display. Just then, Gion brought a set of chopsticks and a bowl, placing them before Mihawk, while Hound casually tossed a box of wine beside him before returning to his seat with an air of nonchalance. "How dare a mere Rear Admiral cast me such disdain?" Casting a glance at Rear Admiral Hound seated across from him, Mihawk exhaled deeply, suppressing his urge to draw his sword. The Navy has transformed. The Navy he once knew, under the leadership of Sengoku, was entirely different. In those days, even the most arrogant soldiers would show him respect, and a mere gesture from him would instill fear in anyone, especially the likes of Squirrel and Hound, who had just dared to show him contempt. Yet now, Squirrel was entirely preoccupied with enjoying hot pot, and although Hound had brought him a box of wine, it was evident that he did so reluctantly. "Here they come." Summer, boisterously entering with another box of wine, plopped down beside Mihawk, grinning as he addressed the assembly. "1 box of wine for each of you. No one leaves until it's finished." With that, Summer casually handed Mihawk a bottle of red wine, then opened another for himself, exuberantly declaring, "Forget the toasts. Grab your bottles and let us raise a collective cheer to welcome Mihawk." Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent guests all raised their bottles, their attention now fixed on Mihawk. He glanced at the bottle handed to him by Summer, then at the box of wine beside him. His lips twitched as he contemplated saying something, but ultimately he held back and raised the bottle, drinking heartily instead. What a splendid occasion, Let the revelry commence, Summer exclaimed, guzzling down an entire bottle of wine before wiping his mouth and retrieving another to offer to Mihawk. Mihawk, bewildered by the sudden influx of generosity, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 box per person? Yet here was Summer, continuously handing him wine from his own supply. Admiral, you mustn't be deceitful. Guion, seated beside Summer, chuckled softly as she observed Mihawk's reaction. Earlier, Hound brought a box for you. What you now have is from your own stock. Ah, it seems you're right. Summer scratched the back of his head, decisively retracting the bottle he had offered. Come on. Mihawk, if you had fortuitously passed by that deserted island 6 years ago, I would have been embarking on a survival adventure. I owe you a great debt. Unspoken but palpable in this wine. Cheers. After downing 2 bottles with Summer, Mihawk gradually relaxed, shedding the aloof exterior and nervousness he had displayed upon arrival, and began to engage Summer in conversation. Xiaoyu, naturally, answered all questions without reservation. Even when Mihawk inquired about the military coup, Xiaoyu merely concealed the existence of the system and his identity as a transmitter. Upon hearing about Xiaoyu's growth over the past 6 years at the Navy headquarters and the fervent support he garnered during the uprising, Mihawk, who had already been somewhat intoxicated, gradually became more alert. As the world's foremost swordsman, he was not naive enough to believe that Xiaoyu could secure the loyalty of so many officers and soldiers in such a brief span solely through wealth. True loyalty and the willingness to sacrifice one's life are never born of money. It is, instead, Xiaoyu's resplendent charisma that enables him to swiftly unite all those capable of gathering around him, thereby forging the most formidable force upon these vast seas. Chapter 063. Members of the Rocks Pirates. Bakin Gamstasi, due to Sakazuki's mother once again clamoring for a bicycle ride, Kazan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to accompany her. This time, Sakazuki did not linger, rising alongside Borisolino to serve as the guardian for his mother. Panting as they dashed out of the courtyard behind the bicycle. Barely had the 3 admirals been whisked away by her, when several vice-admirals rushed into the courtyard, calling out a salute to Xiaoyu before seizing the trio of Mongoose, Hound, and Bastiu and departing. The departure of the 6 did not disrupt the voracious appetite of Sengoku and Garp, who appeared to be fully indulged, shedding any semblance of their esteemed identities. These 2 old rascals were akin to mischievous children, fiercely competing for snacks and snatching beef from the hot pot, leaving the one-armed Zephyr shaking his head in disapproval. Suddenly, Mihawk, who had been enjoying a pleasant conversation moments earlier, abruptly rose to his feet, casting a commanding gaze upon Xiaoyu. When I first joined the Navy headquarters, I heard numerous legends about you. Many officers spoke of you as the most extraordinarily gifted young powerhouse in the history of the Navy, mastering the 6 forms and achieving notable accomplishments in the swordsmanship realm. Seize this opportunity and let us engage in a vigorous battle. Allow me to witness the extent of your sword skills. At these words, Sengoku and Garp, who had been competing for food, fell silent almost simultaneously, while Zephyr unexpectedly looked up at the flushed and stout Mihawk. Although Mihawk still bore the supreme great sword upon his back, he appeared somewhat incongruous with the title of the world's greatest swordsman, resembling a drunken man swaying unsteadily before Xiaoyu, as if he might topple over at any moment. Before Xiaoyu could respond, the usually gentle Cheyenne furrowed her brow and decisively rose to her feet. Mihawk, while I am grateful for your past assistance to Admiral Xiaoyu, it does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly before him. Remember, you are now one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, if you truly wish for a hearty battle, I can take the Admiral's place. Mihawk disregarded Cheyenne. His keen, hawk-like eyes fixed unwaveringly on Xiaoyu, emanating an aura that suggested he would not depart without a response. Cheyenne, sit down. Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Cheyenne before shifting his gaze back to Mihawk, unable to suppress a chuckle. Eagle Eye, are you certain your current state can unleash the prowess of the world's greatest swordsman? Let us not jest. If we are to engage in a spirited battle, let us wait until you are sober. Xiaoyu, how underestimate me can you be? Mihawk retorted, gripping the hilt of the supreme great sword on his back with fervor. I am the world's greatest swordsman. How could a mere box of red wine incapacitate me? Come, let me see how much you have grown over the past 6 years. Ding! Just as Xiaoyu was about to decline, a familiar system notification abruptly echoed in his mind. Challenge detected from another party. You now have 2 options. Decline the challenge. Reward, 1 bottle of red wine. Accepting the challenge and triumphing over the opponent would yield the reward of the unparalleled Great Blade, 12 crafts. A sudden system notification caught Xiaoyu off guard, causing him to blink in surprise. Although 2 options were presented, it appeared that he could only select one. Refusing the challenge would merely grant him a bottle of red wine. Did he truly require such a trivial indulgence? As the Fleet Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he enjoyed privileges akin to those of the 5 elders. Surely he would not be lacking in wine. However, he was indeed in need of a worthy. He had been borrowing the blade Jinbira from Guion, as after elevating his swordsmanship to its zenith through the system, he found himself unable to locate a blade that could match his skills. He had planned to send someone to seek out a fitting sword once the upheaval was resolved. Yet the system's timely intervention was unexpected. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xiaoyu resolutely swallowed the words of refusal that had been poised on his lips and declared, "I shall accept your challenge. However, not at this moment. As Guion has stated, you are currently a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, while I, as the Fleet Admiral, am your direct superior, especially since the world government has just dispatched the summons for the 7 warlords to the Navy headquarters. This signifies that I am now your commanding officer." After a slight pause, Xiaoyu picked up another bottle of wine and leisurely suggested, "How about in a week? Tomorrow, the Navy headquarters will issue a summons to the 7 warlords for a meeting, and after the conclusion of this assembly, the former 7 warlords will cease to exist. At that point, we shall no longer be master and subordinate, but rather friends. As friends, we can indulge in wine when we desire and engage in sparring when we wish. What joy that would be!" Upon hearing this, Mihawk ceased his insistence and promptly sheathed the unparalleled Great Blade, nodding in agreement. "Then I shall await your arrival in 7 days." With that said, Mihawk glanced towards the living room. "Since a meeting of the 7 warlords is to be convened, I shall stay at your residence until then." Before Xiaoyu could respond, the telephone bug in the living room emitted a brew sound. A familiar voice soon echoed from the device. "Admiral, this is Ein." "Admiral, are you there?" Initially taken aback by the voice emanating from the telephone bug, Xiaoyu quickly rose to his feet and reached out to grasp the device from across the room. In the next moment, he held the telephone bug in his hand. "Ein, have you located the pirates who attacked the training vessel years ago?" "Indeed, Admiral." The voice from the telephone bug ignited a spark in Zifa, who had previously remained detached from the gathering. However, as he stood, Xiaoyu forcefully urged him back down. "Tell me your current location. Furthermore, you and Binz are no match for him. Until reinforcements arrive, your sole task is to follow him." With that, Xiaoyu handed the telephone bug to Guion, urging her to note Ein's current maritime coordinates while he decisively activated his observation hotkey, transmitting, "Borsalino, hurry here." As Xiaoyu's message concluded, Kazuru, who had been racing out of the family quarters on his bicycle, abruptly halted in his tracks. In the next moment, he did not hesitate, immediately unleashing his fruit ability. Accompanied by a flash of light, Borsalino stood before Xiaoyu. Without wasting words, Xiaoyu got straight to the point. "We have located the pirates who attacked the training ship back then. You must depart immediately to the waters recorded in Guion to assist Ein and Binz. I have but one request. Capture him, sever one of his arms, and bring him back. Remember, do not show any mercy." Just as Borsalino turned to leave, Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something and faced Zifa, saying, "Teacher Zifa, if my memory serves me correctly, the attack on the training ship was not carried out by a single individual, but rather a mother and her son?" "Indeed." Zifa's eyes blazed with vengeful fire as he gritted his teeth, responding, "Miss Bakken, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, whose true name is Bakkengom Stussy. It was she who incited her son, Edward Weevil, to attack the training ship." For once, Borsalino was serious, nodding slightly to Zifa and assuring him, "Rest assured, Teacher Zifa, I will certainly bring them back." Chapter 064. Lord Marshal, please address me as such. The following morning, after completing his morning rituals and donning his uniform along with the Marshal's coat, Xiaoyu emerged from his bedroom, brimming with vitality. "You're up quite late, aren't you?" As he opened the door and stepped out, a familiar voice unexpectedly cut through the air. Turning towards the dining area, he beheld Mihawk, casually dressed, lounging at the table with his legs crossed, engrossed in a newspaper published by the Navy headquarters. "Breakfast is ready, and since you dawdled for half an hour, neither the old man nor I could wait for you." To Xiaoyu's astonishment, not only had Mihawk shamelessly made himself at home, but he had also taken it upon himself to prepare the meal. A slight twitch at the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth betrayed his amusement. However, His attention was soon captured by the array of breakfast delicacies laid out before him. Most unexpectedly, the elderly gentleman appeared oblivious to Xiaoyu's presence, relishing a rice ball alongside the morning fare. After swallowing a mouthful of food, the elderly man finally acknowledged Xiaoyu. Surprisingly, he exhibited no signs of forgetfulness. Upon seeing him, he waved and exclaimed, "Good grandson, come here. Grandma has hidden many delicious treats for you. But you mustn't let Sakazuki find out. He is quite the rascal." Not daring to delay, Xiaoyu hastened to sit beside the elderly man, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Grandma, where did all this food come from?" The elderly woman pointed at Mihawk, saying, "It was made by Mihitaro. It's incredibly delicious." "Mihitaro?" Xiaoyu blinked, nearly stifling a laugh. Mihawk, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the newspaper, his facial muscles twitching in exasperation. He was just as desperate. This morning, before he had even risen, he had been startled by the sudden intrusion of the elderly woman into his room. Fortunately, having met her the previous day, he recognized her identity and surmised that she might be suffering from dementia. Thus, he had engaged in conversation with her without hesitation. However, the dialogue had nearly driven him to the brink of explosion, as her forgetfulness was maddening. He had barely introduced himself before she asked who he was again. Just as he was on the verge of despair, the elderly woman suddenly proclaimed her hunger. Given his fondness for cooking, he dared not continue the conversation and rushed into the kitchen to commence his culinary endeavors. Strangely, while he prepared breakfast, the elderly woman did not interfere, instead praising his culinary skills whenever he tossed a pan. It was a promising start, but while she couldn't recall his full name, Dracula Mihawk, she had fixated on the character Mi and whimsically appended Taro to it. He, the illustrious Dracula Mihawk from Karaikagun Island, the world's greatest swordsman, was not to be trivialized as some Taro. Were this name uttered by a pirate or even a naval officer, he would unhesitatingly draw his sword. Noticing Mihawk's silence, Xiaoyu decided to cease the conversation, exchanging a few brief words with the elderly woman before taking his leave. Navy headquarters, conference room. All the vice admirals and rear admirals were present, all sitting upright with solemn expressions, their eyes fixed on Marshal Xiaoyu, who occupied the grand seat of authority. To his side sat the two esteemed generals Sakazuki and Kazan, along with the trio of Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp. Outside, the naval soldiers stood in perfect formation. 10 paces apart, their steel rifles held firmly, bodies straightened. Although their expressions were grave, their eyes sparkled with pride. The reason was simple. The former vice admiral they pledged allegiance to had not only ascended to the rank of marshal, but also enjoyed privileges akin to the 5 elders. Most importantly, they would no longer have to endure the disdain from the Holy Land, particularly from the lofty celestial dragons. "Jiyuan, let us commence," Marshal Xiaoyu said, surveying the conference room before speaking lightly. "Let us first address the salary issues pertaining to all officers and soldiers of the naval headquarters." "Yes," Jiyuan responded, rising with a document in hand, diving directly into the matter. Due to the advanced distribution of a year's salary to all officers and soldiers, the available funds at headquarters are now scarce, making it temporarily impossible to disperse the bounties submitted by various subordinate bases. This issue must be resolved swiftly, as failure to pay the bounty hunters could tarnish the Navy's reputation. This is merely a fraction of our concerns. The expenses required by the headquarters far exceed this. After a brief pause, Jiyuan raised his voice. "I have a proposal. Could we not ask officers of the rank of colonel and above to generously contribute, allowing us to navigate through this immediate crisis? Once the influx of gold arrives, we would recompense each officer double." "Unacceptable," without waiting for the attendees to respond, Xiaoyu swiftly raised his hand. "You are unaware of the circumstances many officers face. I have observed their situations over the years. Numerous officers have dependents, and nearly all their salaries are sent home. To ask them to contribute at this juncture would only exacerbate their plight. I have an idea." After a brief silence, Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed, a sly smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. "In recent years, several formidable figures have emerged in the New World, claiming dominion over the underworld. Some have become kings of transport by monopolizing vital trade routes, while others have gained notoriety as usurers. Although they lack the reputation of the 4 emperors, in terms of wealth, they are exceedingly affluent. Thus, I intend to personally pen an invitation to them, urging their visit to the naval headquarters. Should they fear entering the headquarters, they may select a location for our meeting. If they dare to refuse, the Navy will proceed to take control of their businesses and wealth. No king of the underworld in the New World shall be spared." Nor shall the world aristocrats of the Holy Land. They spend hundreds of millions of berries on a single slave. It is time for them to contribute to the cause of justice. Gun, you shall personally secure a hotel in the Sabaody archipelago, as I plan to orchestrate a transformative entertainment event and subsequently invite some world aristocrats to attend. Upon hearing this, Gun lowered his head, covering his face. Indeed, Xiaoyu remains the same Xiaoyu, even after ascending to the position of Marshal, enjoying privileges akin to the Five Elders, and continuing to navigate the realm of finance with remarkable ease. Unlike the reaction from Gion, the other attendees, save for Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Kazan, displayed expressions of fervent enthusiasm. It is evident that their esteemed Lord Xiaoyu has not altered in the slightest upon becoming Marshal. He embodies the same familiar essence. In matters of finance, none can rival the expertise of their Lord Xiaoyu. At that moment, Sengoku rose to his feet, acknowledging the formidable influence of the 6 underground kings in the New World. If we were to forcibly seize their businesses and wealth, it could potentially incite turmoil across the globe, particularly concerning the Transport King, whose shipping company manages not only the transportation businesses among various pirate factions and nations, but also the supplies to the Holy Land. Mr. Sengoku. Before Xiaoyu could respond, one of the rear admirals abruptly stood, glaring at Sengoku with widened eyes and a stern tone. During meetings, please address him as Marshal. The unexpected remark left Sengoku momentarily speechless. Turning to the source of the voice, Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Noah, when did you become a rear? Did Xiaoyu promote you? The standing rear admiral was none other than Noah, who had drawn his sword against Mihawk just the previous day. Standing tall, Rear Admiral Noah proclaimed, yes, all officers below the rank of Vice Admiral who have opposed Lord Xiaoyu shall be promoted by 1 level. Mr. Sengoku, I reiterate, please address Lord Xiaoyu as Marshal. Hearing this, Sengoku's lips twitched, and he casually reached for a piece of sunbae, tossing it into his mouth. Abandoning the serious demeanor of his former martial days, he proudly raised his chin. What a coincidence. I have been promoted 3 levels, and am about to rotate into the Holy Land's power room to serve the 5 elders. Noah's eyes widened. His imposing aura instantly extinguished as he cast a pleading glance towards Xiaoyu. Suppressing a laugh, Xiaoyu waved his hand. Everyone, sit down. We have resolved the matters regarding finances, and there is no need for further discussion. Let us now proceed to the second agenda item, regarding the warlord system. I do not endorse it. Since its inception, the warlords have not only failed to contribute meaningfully, but have also exploited their status to reap even greater benefits. However, before we abolish it, I intend to issue a summons for a warlord meeting to temper their arrogance. At this juncture, Xiaoyu directed his gaze towards several vice admirals: Weasel, Stoleberry, Bastille, Hound, Fire Mountain, and Steel Ray. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, the 6 vice admirals promptly stood at attention. You are to take the summons and depart immediately, instructing the 6 warlords, excluding Mihawk, to arrive at the Navy headquarters within 3 days for the warlord meeting. Inform them that failure to appear will entail consequences far beyond the mere revocation of their warlord status. They must be prepared to face the wrath of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 065. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. At the naval headquarters port, the Stoat glanced at his companions, Staloberry and Bastiu, hesitating several times before mustering the courage to speak. Bastiu, shall we switch roles? I could relay a message to Doflamingo while you head to Amazon Lily. No. Bastiu quickly waved his hands at the suggestion. Doflamingo is currently in Dressrosa, which is quite a distance away. I worry that your frail frame may not endure the journey. I should go instead. After all, I am far more robust than you, and most importantly, Doflamingo is rather formidable. He is, after all, a celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, the Stoat's lips twitched slightly. Bastiu's words, though seemingly considerate, revealed his apprehension about visiting Amazon Lily. The reason was straightforward. Boa Hancock, the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, was one of the 7 warlords he was about to summon. Not only did she possess the powers of the Mero no Mi, but she was also renowned as the world's most beautiful woman. Any normal man who laid eyes upon Hancock would inevitably be captivated, and once captivated, one could easily fall victim to her devil fruit ability, turning into a lifeless statue. Moreover, Hancock was notorious for her extreme arrogance and tyrannical demeanor. A mere misstep could result in the petrification of any soldiers accompanying her. After a brief silence, the Stoat turned to the other side and tentatively inquired, Staloberry, goodbye? Without waiting for the stoat to finish, Stalo Berry suddenly accelerated, uttering those two words before leaping onto a naval vessel. At that moment, Fire Mountain and Steel Ray approached. Fire Mountain, a seasoned vice admiral, was not only powerful but also possessed a gentle nature, making him a role model for many naval soldiers. Although he had sensed the coup d'etat instigated by Xiaoyu on that fateful night, he had not anticipated the events would unfold as they did. However, that was of little consequence. What truly troubled him was the unexpected demise of Deo Bowman and Ghost Spider, both veteran vice admirals like himself, who fell victim to a chaotic ambush by a group of soldiers and officers. It was difficult for him to accept that they had perished without any accolades. Upon learning of this news, he had mentally prepared himself for the impending purges. In his eyes, even though he hadn't participated in the coup, Xiaoyu would not allow them to remain at the naval headquarters. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Xiaoyu not only spared those who did not partake in the coup, but also permitted them to retain their positions and receive a year's salary. Now, he found himself directly involved in such a significant operation, transforming his initial shock over the deaths of Ghost Spider and Deo Bowman into a feeling of trepidation. Stoat. It seems our relationship has grown distant during this period. Fire Mountain approached the stoat, glancing around before lowering his voice to inquire, has the Admiral mentioned anything noteworthy these past few days? Perhaps regarding myself and Steel Ray, who did not partake in the coup. Why mention you? The flying squirrel blinked in confusion, remarking that they had not committed any offenses against the Marshal. With this thought, the squirrel felt a sense of relief and, shaking its head with a smile, said, Huashao Shan. The first task assigned to you by the Marshal upon his arrival in office indicates that he harbors no suspicion towards you. By the way, which warlord are you responsible for? Without much deliberation, Huashao Shan replied, Huajia. Huajia, you say? The flying squirrel blinked again, noting that Huashao Shan had recently developed a close rapport with Kaido, which signified that this mission would be exceedingly perilous, considering our many years of camaraderie. Allow me to take your place. That might not be appropriate, Huashao Shan replied, glancing back at the headquarters building and lowering his voice. We mustn't let the Marshal find out. You clearly do not understand the Marshal. The flying squirrel interjected with an air of wisdom. When I invited you back then, you should have stood by our side. Let me put it this way. In serving the Marshal, our rules are absolute. The constraints of the past will cease to exist. Very well. Just as he spoke, Huashao Shan suddenly changed his tone and inquired, which warlord are you in charge of? The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Before Huashao Shan could process this information, the flying squirrel hastily added, Hancock is the one closest among all the warlords. Hey, Huashao Shan, why are you leaving? Come back. I haven't finished speaking, you rogue. Before the flying squirrel could complete his sentence, Huashao Shan had already boarded the warship and departed. Seeing this, the squirrel let out a long sigh and turned his gaze towards Shirtelius. I bid you farewell. Shirtelius had intended to remain with the flying squirrel to gather intelligence regarding Xiaoyu for their future interactions. However, upon hearing that the warlord in question was the Pirate Empress, he dashed away as if he had encountered a cat. Meanwhile, in the calm belt, on Nine Snake Island, outside the Amazon Lily Kingdom, an elderly man, emaciated and frail, sat serenely on a wooden chair on the balcony of a cabin built halfway up a mountainside. Engrossed in a hard-earned newspaper, Hua Yanhua, the former sovereign of Amazon Lily and a member of the Rocks Pirates, had returned alone to Amazon Lily 32 years ago after the Rocks Pirates' defeat in the God Valley, seeking to atone for the errors of her youth and to honor the current empress by choosing to live in solitude outside Nine Snake City. Time had transformed the once resplendent Hua Yanhua into an elderly woman, and few remembered her name. The younger generation referred to her as Grandma Za. Due to Nine Snake Island's isolation in the calm belt, news was scarce, making each copy of the newspaper a cherished treasure for Grandma Za. Another month-old news. After finishing the newspaper, Grandma Za sighed and, trembling, rose from her chair. At that moment, a bird call echoed from the sky. Almost immediately, a newsbird flapped its wings and landed on the balcony. At last, you have arrived. As she watched the newsbird flutter onto the balcony, Grandma Za hastily approached, her excitement palpable. With practiced ease, she paid the fee and retrieved the newspaper, not allowing the newsbird to depart before she returned to her chair and eagerly unfolded the paper. Upon the instant the newspaper was opened, a visually striking headline abruptly assaulted Grandma Za's retina. Vice Admiral Xiaoyu initiates a military coup. Just the sight of this headline caused her pupils to constrict as she gasped. When did this happen? Glancing at the publication date, She quickly skimmed through the article, her heart racing with each line. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. By the time she finished the article, she felt as though she had endured a calamity, collapsing back into her chair, her expression one of utter. To seize control of the Navy in a mere day was an extraordinary feat, Xiaoyu. Why had she never heard this name before? In a state of confusion, Grandma Zha reached for another newspaper. This one lacked news content, but was dominated by a grand photograph of Navy officers and soldiers, alongside a densely packed list of names. Marshal of the Navy, Xiaoyu? Gaping at the young Marshal seated prominently in the center of the photograph, her eyes widened in disbelief at his youth. Though curious, she did not linger on this paper, instead seizing yet another one to peruse. Upon finishing the contents of this newspaper, she could no longer remain seated. She sprang from her chair, her face pale with horror. The Marioa Treaty? The rotation system of the Holy Land's 5 elders? The Navy holds 2 seats. Is the world government conceding to Xiaoyu? What was this? The 7 warlords. The right to summon the 7 warlords belongs to the Navy. After a flurry of incoherent thoughts, Grandma Zha suddenly lifted her head, realizing with dread that Hancock was in peril. With the wisdom and foresight of the previous emperors of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she acutely sensed that this young naval marshal might very well target the 7 warlords next. And the current empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, was one of them. The additional update for today has concluded. From now on, regardless of circumstances, there will be 3 updates daily. Thus it is decided. Chapter 066. Hancock. I shall change my garments. In the kingdom of Amazon Lily, within the imperial palace, the empress of the Amazons, adorned with a traditional hairstyle and cascading black tresses, reclined serenely in her bathtub. Her deep blue eyes, elegantly elongated at the corners, remained fixed upon the ceiling, while her luxurious hair tumbled gracefully over the edge of the tub. A hint of aloofness glimmered within her almond-shaped eyes, and her exquisitely beautiful visage wore a distant expression that seemed to ward off any intruder. Portgas D. Hancock, a paramecia-type devil fruit user, possessed the formidable powers of observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. Ascending to the throne of Amazon Lily at the tender age of 18, her unparalleled strength led her to command the Kuja pirates, earning her a coveted place among the 7 warlords of the sea. A true pinnacle of achievement from her very debut. At this moment, the Empress's quarters were under strict lockdown. Not a soul could approach, and even a bird daring to fly overhead would be swiftly dispatched. The reason was straightforward. The Empress was bathing, and except for her 2 younger sisters, no one else was permitted to approach her sanctum. Hancock was not concerned about being seen while bathing, as Amazon Lily was a realm solely inhabited by women. However, the stringent security during her bathing rituals was due to a secret that the 3 sisters shared, one that must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the palace door. You cannot enter. The Empress is bathing. 2 guards halted an elderly woman, who was hurriedly clutching a stack of newspapers. This woman was none other than Hancock's 2 younger sisters, Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold. Unlike Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman, Sandasonia and Marigold possessed unconventional appearances. Sandasonia's head was disproportionately large for her body, while Marigold had a petite head atop a plump figure. Step aside. This is urgent. Ignoring her sisters, the elderly woman squeezed between them. Upon entering the chamber, she raised her voice in distress. Hancock, Hancock, come out at once. Without waiting for a response from Hancock, who was still in the bath, the woman swept aside the curtain and rushed to the edge of the tub, her agitation palpable. How can you be so composed while the world outside is in turmoil? Sandasonia hastily approached, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness due to the elderly woman's reaction. What is happening outside? She inquired. See for yourselves. With that, the woman flung the newspapers towards Sandasonia. Upon receiving the papers, Sandasonia glanced at them, her expression turning perplexed. I cannot read all the words. Let our sister take a look instead. As her mother-in-law conversed with Sandasonia, Hancock rose from the bathtub, draping a bathrobe around her, and silently accepted the newspaper that was handed to her. The previously indifferent expression on her face shifted dramatically upon glimpsing the headline. Sister, Sandasonia and Marie Gourde tentatively called out, noticing Hancock's reaction. Without a word, Hancock hastily perused the first page of the newspaper before seizing the entire stack from her mother-in-law. After absorbing the content of all the papers, she struggled to contain her shock and cast an incredulous glance at her mother-in-law, realizing that in just one day, the Navy had fully taken control and even signed the Mariewa Treaty with the Holy Land. How had she never heard of this man before? As she unfolded one of the newspapers, her gaze fixated on the grand photograph of the Navy's headquarters, her eyes lingering on the young admiral seated prominently. Her breath quickened inexplicably, and she exclaimed, "Mother-in-law, does the Mariewa Treaty state that the Navy now has the authority to apprehend the celestial dragons who violate justice?" Her mother-in-law nodded, affirming, "That's what the newspaper claims." Hancock's breath became even more rapid as she uncertainly inquired, "Does the treaty also mention the summons for the warlords to return to the Navy headquarters?" Before she could finish her sentence, Hancock abruptly turned, as if possessed, and declared excitedly, "I must meet this newly appointed admiral at once." Sister! Sandersonia and Marie Gourde, taken aback by Hancock's reaction, hurriedly reminded her, You haven't changed yet." At that moment, her mother-in-law interjected, "Hancock, there's no need to rush. This young admiral, known for his formidable prowess, will issue a summons to the warlords. What you should be concerned about is not meeting him, but whether you can retain your status as a warlord. Don't forget why you joined the warlords in the first place." At her words, Hancock's body stiffened. The reason she had accepted the world government's invitation to join the warlords was purely to protect Amazon Lily from invasion. She held no affection for the world government, particularly for the so-called noble celestial dragons it supported. In fact, she harbored deep-seated disdain for them, as she and her sisters had been abducted as children and sold into slavery, bought by the celestial dragons, who marked them with the shameful imprint of the heavenly dragon's hoof. Nevertheless, as the Empress of Amazon Lily, she had to set aside her hatred to become one of the warlords for the sake of her people. Most importantly, even with her overwhelming resentment towards the world government, she dared not seek revenge against the celestial dragons. Now that the summons for the warlords had shifted from the world government to the Navy headquarters due to that man's coup, it was imperative for her, as a warlord, to meet her new superior. Of course, this was only a minuscule part of her motivation. The true reason for her impatience stemmed from the fact that, despite the multitude of formidable figures in this world, neither the maritime emperor reigning over the new era nor the revolutionary army, which spread like wildfire across the globe, dared to act recklessly against the celestial dragons. Yet, the newly appointed fleet admiral, Xiaoyu, not only revolutionized the traditional conduct of the Navy, but also compelled the Sacred Land's power brokers to make concessions, granting the Navy the authority to apprehend the celestial dragons who violate justice. This was an unimaginable prospect in any previous era, yet it had now become a startling reality. Although her harrowing experience of being abducted by human traffickers from the Nine Snake Pirates and sold to the celestial dragons had led her to harbor an intense aversion to men over the years, at this moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to meet the man who dared to instigate a military coup and force the world government to relent. As for what she would say upon meeting him, she had not contemplated that deeply. Her sole wish was to see him at once. Suddenly, a somewhat flustered voice echoed from outside the palace, as Rear Admiral Squirrel of the Navy headquarters, armed with a summons for the 7 warlords, commanded the fleet across the Combelt and conveyed the urgent request for the Empress to attend the 7 warlords conference convened by the new fleet admiral in 3 days. Without allowing the messenger to finish, Hancock promptly interjected, "I shall go change at once." Chapter 067, A Life Without Attachment. Junzi was once again sent flying, in the sacred land of Mariewa, amidst the blossoms. Enshrouded in a long robe, remained unfazed by the recent upheaval instigated by Xiaoyu, which compelled the Holy Land to concede. Instead, he strolled leisurely through the garden, his dark red, rippling eyes fixated on a butterfly resting delicately upon his fingertip. A rare flicker of emotion subtly surfacing within him lured him. At that moment, a maid hurried into the garden and knelt before him. Him did not divert his gaze, his attention still lingering on the butterfly, as a voice, calm yet deliberate, emerged from beneath his veil. "What has Xiaoyu been occupied with these past few days?" The maid, not daring to withhold any information, bowed and replied. In response to Lord M's inquiry, Xiaoyu granted the entire army a day of leave yesterday, hosting a banquet at headquarters, which all military personnel and their families attended. However, this morning, he convened a meeting at headquarters, during which he dispatched 6 vice admirals to summon the 7 warlords and announced a conference to be held in 3 days. Due to financial issues within the Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu has targeted individuals such as Yumit, known as the king of transportation in the New World, and Duffield, who rose to power through usury. Oh, M's eyes flickered at the mention of Xiaoyu's targets, and with a flick of his hand, He allowed the butterfly to escape, turning to the kneeling maid. His intentions were not solely to plunder their wealth, but to sever the connections these individuals held. Particularly, if Umit, the king of transportation, were to lose his supply line. It would be nearly impossible for Kaido, Edward Newgate, or Charlotte Linlin to stabilize their territories. Moreover, those merchants engaged in smuggling arms and various contraband would soon find their prosperous days coming to an end. As he contemplated this, Im lifted his gaze, revealing his dark red, rippling eyes, and mused to himself, a strategy that yields 3 benefits? Quite an adept maneuver. Lord Im, Xiaoyu's ambitions extend beyond just these individuals in the New World. The maid hesitantly interjected. He also proposed a transformation plan during the meeting, intending to contract a hotel in the Sabaody archipelago and invite the celestial dragons of the Holy Land to participate. A transformation plan? Im's brow furrowed. What does this entail? The maid quickly shook her head. It remains unknown. After a moment of contemplation, Im decisively commanded, send Junzi to the Navy headquarters. I must ascertain the details of this plan. Yes. The maid, not daring to delay, promptly rose and departed the garden. Upon exiting, the maid encountered Junzi, Shamrock, and 2 other members of the Divine Knights approaching her. Recognizing them, her face brightened, and she hastened towards Junzi to intercept him. Another trip to the Navy headquarters? Upon hearing Lord Im's directive, Junzi's eyes widened instinctively, recalling his previous harrowing experience. However, realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly bowed and said, I shall go at once. Without hesitation, Junzi stepped forward, utilizing the teleportation array despite the presence of others. Little did he anticipate the gravity of his decision to teleport to the naval headquarters. The long-haired woman beside Shamrock, feeling apprehensive, cautioned, Junzi, are you certain you wish to use the teleportation array to reach the naval headquarters? What is the matter? Junzi blinked, replying, ISNT, everything resolved now? Xiaoyu has obtained all he desired, so he should no longer pose a threat to me. That is true, the long-haired woman nodded, yet still expressed her concern, urging him, when you meet Xiaoyu, remember to show some respect. After all, he is not only the admiral but also enjoys privileges equivalent to the 5 elders. I know how to conduct myself, Junzi declared, not wishing to linger any longer, and activated the teleportation array. Accompanied by a burst of fiery clouds and an invisible surge of energy, Junzi, along with the array, vanished in an instant. Just as the teleportation array disappeared, an almost imperceptible scream echoed in the ears of the long-haired woman and Shamrock, prompting them to glance around, only to find no one in sight. They assumed it was merely an illusion and shook their heads as they departed. Not long after they had left, a sudden fluctuation in energy rippled through the air above. Almost immediately, a figure loomed large in their vision, descending rapidly from the sky. What on earth is happening? Both the long-haired woman and Shamrock exclaimed. One adorned with question marks while the other widened their eyes in surprise, both gazing at the figure plummeting from the sky. Was he thrown back? Before they could finish their thoughts, Junzi, having learned from previous experiences, attempted to unleash his devil fruit powers just before hitting the ground. However, due to the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's Haki, he found himself unable to activate his abilities, helplessly watching the ground expand within his sight. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater formed upon impact. Inside, Junzi stared blankly at the sky, his expression devoid of hope. Junzi, what is happening? The long-haired woman was the first to react, swiftly dashing to the crater and lifting him in a panic, stammering, what a coincidence. Did you just arrive only to find Xiaoyu waiting for you there? Isn't he the admiral? How could he be so idle? He wasn't waiting, Junzi replied, his eyes still vacant and his demeanor dazed. He placed 2 seals at the marked teleportation points, and within those seals lies the Conqueror's Haki he stored. At this revelation, the long-haired woman gasped in shock. As a member of the Divine Knights and a participant in the Goddess Valley incident 32 years ago, she had encountered numerous formidable warriors. It was important to note that during the Goddess Valley incident, the participants were among the most elite of their time, with some still active in the Grand Line, instilling fear in countless pirates. If Xiaoyu were to store the Conqueror's Haki within a vessel, she could somewhat, as she had heard of such practices. However, the notion of utilizing a piece of paper to contain the Conqueror's Haki utterly confounds her. It surpasses all reason. Just as Junzi, having regained his breath, rises from the embrace of the long-haired woman, he requests the 2 to escort him to Sabaody archipelago, feeling rather wobbly on his legs. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the sudden surge of Haki emanating from the main building, accompanied by a shriek. draws the attention of officers and soldiers at their posts. Yet, when they glance upwards, they witness a figure inexplicably soaring skyward from the rooftop engulfed in flame-like clouds, vanishing in the blink of an eye as if it had never existed. Upon returning home, Xiaoyu instinctively looks up. Triggered by the seal of Conqueror's haki he had infused into the rooftop. Even Mihawk, lounging in the courtyard with his legs crossed, unusually raises his gaze and inquires whether someone had intruded upon the headquarters. Xiaoyu nods, asserting that a hapless individual must have triggered the landmine he had buried, resulting in their explosive ejection. An additional chapter will be updated at 8 in the morning. Chapter 068, The Variables Between Nika and M. In the doldrums. On the deck of the warship, gazing at the enchanting pirate empress, Hancock, adorned in a qipao and draped in a floral cloak, the weasel was utterly perplexed. A cascade of question marks swirling above his head. Upon entering the doldrums near the city of 9 Snakes, he had discreetly prepared a dagger, anticipating the possibility of Hancock employing her devil fruit abilities to petrify him. It was not excessive caution. He had previously suffered a setback at her hands. The last time the world government issued a mandatory summons for the 7 warlords, he was tasked with Hancock. At that time, he had underestimated the gravity of the situation, arriving with bravado, only to nearly fall victim to her petrifying powers. Fortunately, he had decisively wounded himself, allowing the pain to stimulate his brain's nerves, thereby diminishing the effects of her abilities, and he narrowly avoided being turned to stone. However, while he had endured, his subordinates had not fared as well. They either stood petrified with hearts aflame in their eyes or were transformed into lifeless stone figures. The root of this calamity lay not solely in Hancock's breathtaking beauty, but in her paramecia-type sweet fruit powers, which could petrify those infatuated with her, as well as turn opponents and objects to stone. Most terrifyingly, once petrified by Hancock's powers, the affected individuals would remain in that state even if she were to perish. Having learned from past experiences, the weasel remained vigilant. He not only refrained from bringing an additional subordinate, but also discreetly grasped the dagger in hand. Yet, unlike his previous encounter, when Hancock's willfulness and arrogance reached their zenith, even looking down upon him, a rear admiral of the Navy this time, while still proud, she displayed an unprecedented restraint and did not linger aboard the 9 Snakes pirate ship, unexpectedly standing before him. "Rear Admiral Weasel, let us depart," Hancock exclaimed, her back to him on the deck, her eagerness palpable. "I shall attend the 7 warlords meeting now." The weasel, taken aback, tentatively replied, "Hancock, perhaps your subjects did not convey the message clearly. The meeting is set for 3 days hence, and you have an extra day to prepare." "No need," Hancock interjected, turning to him, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at him, her head thrown back in an exaggerated gesture, succinctly declaring, "I do not require it." "All right. Very well." With lingering apprehension, the weasel chose not to press further and promptly turned towards the helm. As the weasel escorted Hancock to the port of Marineford, twilight had descended. The warship had just docked when a lavish vessel, flying the flag of the world government, anchored alongside it. Before the squirrel and Hancock aboard the warship could react, a tall figure draped in a cloak leaped down with long sleeves trailing behind, swiftly making landfall ahead of them. Casting a glance at the grand vessel moored nearby, along with Shamrock and the long-haired woman standing on the deck, a flicker of confusion crossed the squirrel's eyes. What purpose did they have in coming here? Upon noticing the sudden stillness around her, the squirrel's pupils contracted slightly as she instinctively turned to look at Hancock. Expecting Hancock to be enraged by someone stepping ashore before her, she was taken aback to find Hancock unusually composed, her beautiful eyes fixated on the long-haired woman beside Shamrock, an unmistakable hint of animosity flickering within them. Realizing something was amiss with Hancock, the squirrel quickly spoke up, "We've arrived. However, since you reached headquarters ahead of schedule, I must report to the Admiral. They are the Knights of God." Hancock seemed oblivious to the squirrel's words, her gaze unwavering on the long-haired woman beside Shamrock. Clenching her silver teeth, she managed to force out, "I have seen her." Not only had she seen her, but during Fisher Tiger's tumultuous rampage at the Holy Land, she had narrowly escaped with her 2 sisters, almost captured by the long-haired woman had it not been for the timely intervention of her allies. Sensing the venom in Hancock's tone, the squirrel hastily intervened. "Hancock, refrain from acting recklessly. This is the Navy headquarters." "And what of it?" Hancock retorted, stepping forward with fierce determination, her gaze burning into the long-haired woman on the opposing ship. "No matter what I have done, the world shall forgive me." At that moment, Hancock suddenly turned back, a smile gracing her lips, for she believed herself to be irresistibly beautiful. Before the squirrel could respond, Hancock's aura surged, creating ripples in the air as her unique, superhuman sweet fruit powers began to manifest. Damn it, this woman. The squirrel, nearly taken aback by Hancock's sudden smile, wiped the cold sweat from her brow and quickly shouted, "Hancock, I cannot say whether the world will forgive you, but if you cause a scene here, the Admiral will undoubtedly strip you of your warlord title and eliminate you on the spot. Restrain your powers. This is your final warning." Before the squirrel's words had fully settled, Hancock abruptly regained her senses, decisively retracting her powers, albeit with a reluctant glance toward the long-haired woman. It is said that enemies meet with heightened animosity, and the trauma she had endured at the Holy Land made her recognize the long-haired, causing her to momentarily lose her reason. Fortunately, the squirrel's timely warning prevented her from making a grave mistake. It is crucial to note that at this moment, the powerful new admiral, who could compel the world government to acquiesce, was in control of the vast navy. Had she acted on her impulse and attacked, the new admiral would undoubtedly have been furious, and while losing her title as a warlord would be trivial, the repercussions for the people of Amazon Lily would be severe. Meanwhile, on the grand vessel across from them, the long-haired woman, who had been observing Hancock, blinked in surprise, uncertainty etched on her face. This woman, I feel like I have seen her somewhere before. The 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Shamrock stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and remarked nonchalantly, "It seems she bears a grudge against you. Shall we show her a taste of our might?" The long-haired woman shrugged slightly. "As long as you are unafraid of invoking Summer's wrath, you may dispose of her as you wish." Upon hearing this, Shamrock turned his gaze toward the long-haired woman, questioning, "Do you also believe I am no match for him?" The long-haired woman chuckled softly, then gracefully turned away, stating, "I have never denied your strength, but Shamrock, have you not yet comprehended the truth? The Holy Land's concession to Summer is not due to his invincibility, but rather because his emergence may very well be a pivotal factor between Nika and Lord M." Chapter 069. The Calculating Marshal and the Collective Disarray of Hancock and Mihawk. The Weasel found himself overwhelmed. Though he had timely intervened to prevent Hancock from attacking the members of the Knights of God, he could not halt the frenzied officers and soldiers of the Navy headquarters. With the 7 warlords meeting scheduled to convene in 3 days, and Hancock arriving 2 days early, it meant she would be residing at the headquarters for an entire day. The Weasel's head throbbed at the thought. Had he known Hancock would be so cooperative, he would not have rushed to retrieve her from Nine Snake Island. Now, he could only hand this troublesome situation over to their esteemed Marshal. After all, the Marshal's residence was already hosting one warlord. Adding another would be of little consequence. With this thought, the Weasel felt a sudden lightness and declared, "Hancock, I shall take you to meet the Marshal at once." Now, upon hearing that they would meet the illustrious Xiaoyu immediately, the previously headstrong and willful Hancock surprisingly exhibited a touch of shyness, covering her face and murmuring, I am not quite prepared. What are you thinking?" Startled by Hancock's unexpected display of bashfulness, the Weasel widened his eyes, quickly distancing himself from her. Clenching his thigh with one hand and gripping his dagger with the other, he exclaimed in exasperation, "I am taking you to meet the Marshal, not to a matchmaking session. Did I say something wrong?" Hancock, with her flushed cheeks and innocent gaze, looked at the Weasel as if lost in her own thoughts. "Enough chatter, follow me." The Weasel dared not meet Hancock's gaze and promptly turned away. Meanwhile, at the family compound of the Marshal's residence, Hancock and the Weasel arrived first to meet Xiaoyu. The military member, straightforward and direct, expressed her intentions to Xiaoyu. Upon learning that she had come on MS orders and wished to partake in his yet-to-be-launched transformation plan, Xiaoyu, who was tending to the garden with a hoe, blinked in surprise. He then handed the hoe to the nearby Sakazuki and replied, "You used a teleportation array for such a trivial matter?" "Yes." Hancock did not display any embarrassment despite being momentarily knocked back by the overwhelming conqueror's haki. With a serious expression, she stated, "Lord desires to know the details of this transformation plan." Xiaoyu nodded. "Very well. Since you are here, you might as well experience it firsthand." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xiaoyu tossed a sickle her way. "Help me clear the grass in the yard. This is part of the plan. Get acquainted with it." Hancock glanced down at the sickle that had landed at her feet, her mouth, obscured by bandages, twitching. Having traveled all the way from the Holy Land, she found it absurd that she was being asked to cut grass. After all, she was a member of the Knights of God. Though such thoughts filled her mind, she dared not voice them, fearing yet another backlash. In addition, Sakazuki, a fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, was vigorously wielding a hoe, while Xiaoyu busied herself with fixing the fence, paying no mind to him. Both Xiaoyu and the admiral seemed unconcerned, making her task of cutting grass appear trivial. After a brief silence, the soldier took a deep breath and decisively unleashed his fruit ability. As his sleeves fluttered, a bandage shot forth, swiftly wrapping around the handle of the scythe. Instantly, the scythe seemed to gain a semblance of sentience, slicing through the weeds in the yard at an astonishing speed. Xiaoyu glanced over without intervening, securing the fence in front of her before rising to address Mihawk, who was seated like a dignitary beneath the umbrella, engrossed in a newspaper. Mihawk, come help me with the fence. The unexpected call of Mihawk almost breached Mihawk's composure. Reacting dramatically, he grasped the hilt of the supreme blade beside him and turned to Xiaoyu with his hawk-like, piercing gaze, as if to say that one more utterance would provoke him to draw his sword. Observing Mihawk's response, Xiaoyu merely shrugged and remarked, "If you prefer I refrain from calling you that nickname, then put down your newspaper and come assist me. Otherwise, I shall not only call you that daily, but also issue a bounty notice with your name changed to Mihawk, and beneath it, inscribed formerly known as Dracula Mihawk." Upon hearing this, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched. Surely, he had been foolishly swayed by compassion to assist the beleaguered Xiaoyu. He had acquiesced to help. Yet it was for such a cunning young lad. Wasn't it agreed that kindness would be repaid? After all, he was the world's greatest swordsman. To be seen laboring on a fence by reporters from the Navy headquarters would tarnish his reputation in the Grand Line. Despite 1,000 reservations, Mihawk inhaled deeply, set down his newspaper, and approached. Just as Mihawk began his labor, Squirrel arrived at the courtyard gate with Hancock. Upon their arrival, Squirrel was taken aback, his pupils constricting at the unexpected scene. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki was energetically digging with a hoe while the soldier, utilizing bandages to manipulate the scythe with dexterity, tended to the grass and trees. What was the world's greatest swordsman doing squatting before a fence, reinforcing it alongside the fleet admiral? What on earth was— Squirrel stared, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief mental lapse, he snapped back to reality, hastily shedding his vice admiral's coat and rolling up his sleeves as he rushed to Xiaoyu's side, exclaiming, "Admiral, how can you do this work? Allow me. I am most adept at building fences." Squirrel? Xiaoyu blinked, perplexed. "Haven't you set out yet? The mission is complete." Squirrel pointed to the tall figure standing outside the courtyard gate. Seeing this, Xiaoyu quickly turned to look. Outside the courtyard, Hancock appeared somewhat disheveled. At that moment, aside from the woman whose half-covered face was obscured by bandages, she recognized everyone else present, yet the activities they were engaged in were beyond her imagination. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Turning her gaze back to Hancock, Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly sparkled, and without hesitation, he bestowed 36 praises upon her. He then stood up, brushed off the dirt from his hands, and beckoned Hancock, saying, "Why are you dawdling? Come in and lend a hand." Before Hancock could respond, Xiaoyu turned and walked under the eaves, retrieving 2 wooden buckets before returning to stand before Hancock. Casually, he placed a yoke upon her shoulder and remarked, "You can fetch water, can't you? There's a well in the backyard. Be swift and return. I am waiting to use it." Hancock's mind raced. Her previous imaginings shattered in an instant. With the yoke resting on her shoulder, she instinctively steadied it and blinked in confusion, saying, I cannot fetch water." Xiaoyu, wearing a warm smile, shook his head and replied, "Such a tall stature, to not be able to fetch water would be such a waste." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to a member of the Divine Knights who had just finished cutting grass, instructing, "Junzi, go teach Hancock. There are 2 buckets by the well." Upon hearing this, Junzi, who had just laid down his sickle to rest, nearly lost his composure, exclaiming, "How could I possibly do that? I am a member of the Divine Knights." Xiaoyu blinked innocently. "Shall I send you away then?" Junzi was almost driven to the brink of frustration, feeling as if he might have an early bout of illness. His throat felt as if it were being sliced, and the urge to weep was overwhelming. Chapter 070, The Awakening of a Love-Stricken Mind. Hancock's extraordinary thought process. This wretched man, how infuriating. Junzi, having just finished mowing the grass, found himself reluctantly stationed by the backyard well, employing his fruit-based powers to hoist filled buckets of water while incessantly muttering curses. As a proud member of the Divine Knights, who had garnered the esteemed expectations of Captain Gringold since her teenage years, she was accustomed to a life of luxury. where even her basic needs were attended to by dedicated servants. However, everything changed with the arrival of that detestable man, Xiaoyu. Having been sent flying back to the Holy Land by Xiaoyu's conquerors Haki not once, but twice was one thing. But now she was being forced to fetch water. Even if she were not a member of the Divine Knights, she was still a woman of dignity. How could a marshal allow a lady to perform such menial labor? Was there no sense of decency? In stark contrast to Junzi's incessant complaints, Hancock, who typically exuded an air of arrogance and capriciousness, now appeared remarkably subdued. The reason was simple. Junzi hailed from the Divine Knights. Sold into the Holy Land as a child, she was no stranger to this formidable and enigmatic organization. Not only was she familiar with the Divine Knights' primary duty of safeguarding the celestial dragons and maintaining their dominion, but she was also aware that the leader of the Divine Knights possessed the authority to judge and execute the celestial dragons. Yet, here was the Divine Knights, a group of such unique status, reduced to fetching water at Xiaoyu's behest. What did this signify? It indicated the end of an era where marine admirals were compelled to rush to the aid of the celestial dragons at the slightest hint of threat. It suggested that as long as she could secure the protection of this man, she would no longer have to live in fear of the celestial dragons, whose mere mention sent shivers down her spine. It meant she would no longer worry about the world government using Amazon Lily to coerce her into actions against her will. Thus, a pressing question arose. How could she gain this man's protection? Standing beside the two buckets, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts and fantasies, Hancock felt her heart race ever faster, her cheeks flushing as if she were burning with fever. Oblivious to Hancock's changing expressions, the frustrated Junzi, despite it being her first time fetching water, was no weakling. She bypassed the use of a yoke and, begrudgingly, carried the two buckets as she trudged towards the front yard. Meanwhile, with the addition of Hancock and Junzi as free laborers, Xiaoyu, who had been idly lounging after having his work usurped by a squirrel, felt no fear of inciting public outrage as he leisurely settled beneath the sun umbrella. Propping his legs up, just as he sat down, the telephone bug on the adjacent table rang abruptly. "Marshal, are you there? This is Ein." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu quickly seized the telephone bug, diving straight into the matter. "Have you captured Weibel?" "Yes, and also Bakine." Ein's voice carried a hint of excitement. "My Lord Marshal, we may not return until tomorrow, as the warship has sustained some damage during the battle between Admiral Borsellino and Weibel." Xiaoyu nodded, assigning the repairs of the warship to the accompanying maintenance crew, instructing that Admiral Borsellino personally oversee the mother and son to ensure they do not escape. After concluding the call with Ein, Xiaoyu placed the phone back on the coffee table, leaning back in his chair, his eyes gradually narrowing. The capture of Weibel and his mother was undoubtedly a boon for the Navy at this juncture, yet his aspirations extended far beyond this. Capturing Weibel would alleviate Zifa Sensei's lingering concerns. Avenging the interns from 3 years prior was imperative, but he did not wish for such tragedies to recur. It was crucial to seize this opportunity to send a stern warning to the lawless pirates roaming the seas. The most effective way to deliver this warning was through a public execution of Weibel and his mother, broadcasted live. After a brief contemplation, Xiaoyu decisively stood and approached the garden, standing beside Sakazuki. "Sakazuki, the pirate who attacked the internship ship has been captured, and Borsellino and the others will return to headquarters tomorrow. In the meantime, I need you to handle a matter." "What matter?" Sakazuki set down his hoe and turned to Xiaoyu. "I have decided to conduct a public execution via live broadcast, ensuring that the entire world witnesses this event. As for the timing of the execution, it shall coincide with the 7 Warlords meeting." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's intention to publicly execute the pirate who attacked the internship, especially on the day of the 7 Warlords meeting, Sakazuki immediately became invigorated, standing at attention and saluting. "I will prepare at once." After watching Sakazuki exit the courtyard, Mihawk, who had just reinforced a row of fence posts, shifted his gaze to Xiaoyu. "Why choose the day of the 7 Warlords meeting?" Xiaoyu casually picked up the hoe Sakazuki had set down, smiling. "Of course, it serves to send a message to certain scoundrels among you." Mihawk chose to disregard this response, his expression serious. "I have heard of the incident involving the internship ship led by Zifa. It is said that the pirate who attacked it calls himself Edward Weibel, claiming to be Whitebeard's son." Xiaoyu struck the ground forcefully with the hoe. "What are you implying?" Mihawk stood, his gaze intense as he regarded Xiaoyu. "There are rumors that this Edward Weibel is indeed Whitebeard's offspring. Should these rumors prove true, Whitebeard may take action, potentially leading his entire crew to Marineford. After all, Whitebeard treasures his family above all. He would not stand idly by, even for those crew members who call him Old Man." At that moment, a delicate voice unexpectedly chimed in. "I have arrived." My lord. Turning towards the sound, they saw Hancock, balancing 2 buckets of water, striding gracefully with her long legs, surpassing the soldier carrying a water bucket, her face adorned with a proud expression. "Fetching water is not difficult. I learned it at once. What else is required of me? Have you seen the basket of potatoes under the eaves? Please bring it over." "Very well." No sooner had the words left her lips than Hancock vanished with a swift motion. When she reappeared, she held a basket brimming with potatoes. Observing this, Summer, in high spirits due to Borsalino's capture of Will and his mother, wielded his hoe once more, preparing to plant all these potatoes. Hancock, curious as she approached with the basket of potatoes, inquired, "Summer, what are you digging?" Summer replied, "Digging a grave." "Huh." Hancock blinked, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, and exclaimed with a burst of creativity, "Are you meeting the parents so soon?" Summer, "My hawk." As per tradition, an additional chapter will be added after a refreshing slumber. I hope to awaken feeling rejuvenated. Chapter 071. Even if he is the Son of God, I shall not hesitate to strike him down. The following afternoon, at the Marineford port, all officers of the Navy headquarters, led by Xiaoyu, gathered in full attendance. Zephyr, Sengoku, and the bandaged Carp stood shoulder to shoulder to the right of Xiaoyu, while Admirals Akainu and Akiji positioned themselves to his left. The vice admirals, led by Guion, did not stand behind Xiaoyu but were instead aligned neatly opposite him, all gazing intently at the warship slowly entering the harbor. The familiar arrangement exuded an almost suffocating sense of pressure. Perched atop the high wall on one side of the port was Mihawk, bearing his renowned greatsword, his narrowed eyes observing the formidable naval formation, which had undergone a dramatic transformation under Xiaoyu's leadership. Not far from him, Hancock, draped in a floral-patterned cloak, and a military youth cloaked in the garb of the Knights of God, both stood elegantly on either side. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the warships on the deck, bound tightly, was a man nearly 7 meters tall, with a pair of crescent-shaped white mustaches, his corpulent and grotesque visage unmistakable. Edward Weevil, the pirate who had attacked the training ship 3 years ago, indoctrinated from a young age by his mother to believe he was the son of the legendary Edward Newgate, and thus had always referred to himself as the Second Whitebeard, although Edward Newgate had neither confirmed nor denied this claim. Weevil possessed the prodigious strength reminiscent of the young Newgate, and despite his questionable intellect, his formidable power was undeniable. It was this very strength that had allowed him to single-handedly assault the training ship under the command of Zephyr, a former admiral, and achieve a resounding victory. However, his glory ended there. Bound and kneeling, his head hung low, his right arm neatly severed, blood continued to flow from the wound even after a day had passed. Beside Weevil stood a short, wrinkled, and unattractive old woman, also bound. Her sunglasses hung around her neck, and her attire was stained with congealed blood. Miss Bakken, whose real name was Bakin Gomstussy, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, claimed to be the lover of Edward Newgate. Upon catching sight of Weevil, Zephyr, standing at Xiaoyu's right alongside Sengoku and Carp, could no longer suppress the emotions that had been building within him for 3 years. His fists clenched silently while his body trembled slightly with barely contained rage. The incident involving the attack on the training ship, which had left only Ein and Binz as survivors, weighed heavily on his heart like a mountain, forcing him to endure the torment of guilt and hatred towards the assailants. Had it not been for Xiaoyu, a student who had given him hope in the Navy, he would have long since departed the headquarters to seek vengeance against those who had attacked the training ship. Certainly, Xiaoyu is indeed deserving of the hopes and trust placed upon him over the years. The first task of the newly appointed officer is to apprehend the pirates who once attacked the training vessel, and at this moment, he has brought them before him. When he beheld Ein and Binzi appear on the deck, standing behind Borsalino, he could no longer contain himself, feeling as though an immense burden had been lifted from his shoulders, tears streaming down his face in relief. Observing Zifa's reaction, Sengoku let out a silent sigh within, hesitating momentarily before gently patting Zifu on the shoulder. At that moment, Ein and Binzi leaped from the military ship ahead of Borsalino and quickly approached Xiaoyu. Saluting him, "Marshal." Xiaoyu nodded and spoke softly, "You have worked hard." These simple 3 words caused Ein and Binzi to lose control of their emotions, their eyes instantly welling with tears. As the only 2 surviving trainees from the ill-fated ship, they had endured tremendous anguish over the past 3 years, often waking from nightmares, haunted by the vivid memories of the attack that had only grown clearer with time. During this period, they had approached Zifa, seeking Sengoku's permission to lead a fleet in search of the assailants. But Sengoku had always refused, fearing for their safety, promising instead to bring the culprits to justice. However, 3 years had passed without a trace of the perpetrators, while the increasing number of pirates kept the naval officers occupied, leaving them unable to pursue the assailants further. Had it not been for Xiaoyu's coup that elevated him to the position of Marshal, they could have been certain that the Navy would soon forget this matter entirely. In fact, the very pirate who attacked their vessel could very well become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, as Xiaoyu had foreseen. Thankfully, there was Xiaoyu. Gazing upon the gentle young Marshal before him, Ein shook his head vehemently, his eyes reddened, insisting that it was not hard. Xiaoyu stepped forward, his voice as gentle as ever. Return to rest and regain your strength. Tomorrow, when we carry out the public execution, you and Binzi will be in charge. Upon hearing this, Ein quickly straightened his posture and, alongside Binzi, saluted once more, proclaiming in unison, loyalty. After Ein and Binzi withdrew, the softness on Xiaoyu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by the ruthless determination of a commander who had compelled the Holy Land to yield through a military coup. In a mere flash, the fierce aura of Xiaoyu materialized before Weevil and Bakken. Sensing the overwhelming presence of impending violence, Bakken, bound and with her head drooping, suddenly raised her gaze. Fear etched across her face as she exclaimed, "Who are you?" Xiaoyu, towering above Bakken, responded in a deep voice, "Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu." Bakken paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning her head to glance at the naval officers gathered at the port. Upon spotting Sengoku, Karp, and Zifa, she broke into a sinister grin, completely disregarding Xiaoyu's presence, struggling to stand as she sneered. "Sengoku, has your navy no one left? How could you allow a mere youth to become your successor? I advise you to be wise and release both me and my son at once. Otherwise, Edward Newgate will undoubtedly lead his pirate crew to Marineford. Do you recognize the individual beside me? Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance. That's right, he is Edward Newgate's own flesh and blood. Should Newgate learn that you have captured his precious son, you can well imagine the consequences. To instigate a war over a mere ship of cadets, resulting in further loss of life, is not in your character, Sengoku." Bang! Before Bakken could finish his words, a heavy thud resonated abruptly. In an instant, Bakken was sent flying, crashing against the battleship's railing before rebounding to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu swiftly approached Bakken, decisively stepping on him with authority. "Bakken, do you truly believe I am inconsequential?" Xiaoyu leaned down slightly, his murderous intent unmasked. "No matter who he is, attacking the training ship and killing a naval officer is a capital offense. Even if he were the son of a deity, I would not hesitate to execute him." The additional chapter concludes for today. Tomorrow, there will be 3 updates. Chapter 072, Naval Press Release. Public Execution of Edward Weeble II. Naval Headquarters Prison. As Bakken and Edward Weeble, mother and son, were confined in solitary cells, the attention of the inmates was immediately drawn to them, particularly when they beheld Edward Weeble's likeness. Many inmates were struck with astonishment, mistaking him for the formidable Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. What is happening? Has Whitebeard been captured? Truly, a man audacious enough to instigate a coup and ascend to the rank of admiral would not shy away from targeting Whitebeard as his inaugural act. Nonsense. This individual merely resembles Whitebeard. Indeed, Whitebeard is now in his 70s or 80s. How could he possibly appear so youthful, with such a striking resemblance? Could he be Whitebeard's son? That would be monumental. Capturing Whitebeard's son to make an example of him. There's bound to be quite a spectacle ahead. This is astonishing. I have a foreboding that this newly appointed admiral will become a nightmare for all pirates. Whether he will terrify those pirates outside remains uncertain. But I overheard 2 guards yesterday mention that any inmate found guilty of arson, murder, or robbery will soon find themselves on the guillotine. Brothers, our day. Listening to the blatant whispers of the inmates in the adjacent cell, Bakken furrowed her brow slightly. Then, with the remnants of Xiaoyu's footprints still visible on her face, she turned to the group of criminals next door and solemnly inquired, "Do you know the background of this new admiral at Naval Headquarters? Who are you?" One of the inmates approached the iron bars, curiously asking, "Who is this young lad who resembles Whitebeard?" "As you have surmised, his name is Edward Weeble, Whitebeard too." Bakken, shackled in handcuffs and leg irons, rose to her feet, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon the inmates opposite her. "Answer my question. What is the true nature of this young admiral at naval headquarters? Didn't you just arrive? The leading inmate blinked, perplexed. His name is Xiaoyu, a ruthless individual who seized the admiral's position through a coup. Do not underestimate him due to his youth. Even the guards outside are fiercely loyal to him. With a mere gesture or glance from Xiaoyu, they would undoubtedly rush to action, emptying their magazines without a moment's hesitation. What? Bakin's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across her face. A coup? It seems you are indeed unaware of the unfolding events. Observing Bakin's reaction, the inmate relayed all that he had gleaned from conversations with the guard. Upon absorbing the inmate's account, even Bakin, once a member of the Rock's Pirates, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment, feeling a chill run down her spine for having previously disregarded Xiaoyu's presence on the warship. Not only did he instigate a coup to seize the position of admiral, but he also had the audacity to confront the Holy Land, compelling the world government to concede, allowing him to command the Navy while enjoying privileges akin to the Five Elders. Xiaoyu's ability to compel the Holy Land to yield and compromise makes the thought of executing the mother and son akin to crushing two ants. Contemplating this, the flicker of hope that resided in Bakin's heart was instantly extinguished, replaced by a profound dread of death. Suddenly, the recently closed prison gates swung open, pushed by two prison guards. In swift succession, Ein, draped in the coat of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, along with Binzi and several naval officers, approached the door of Bakin's cell. Before Bakin, or the other inmates, could react, Ein opened the folder in his hand and, with a frigid expression, declared, "Miss Bakin, whose true name is Bakin Gomustasi, a former member of the Rock's Pirates, was responsible 3 years ago for inciting her son, Edward Weeble, to assault a Navy training vessel, resulting in the tragic death of numerous training officers aboard. Following a thorough investigation by the headquarters, the evidence is irrefutable. You are to be publicly executed tomorrow at noon in Marineford Square." Damn it. Upon hearing that the Navy intended to execute her publicly, Bakin lunged forward, collapsing at Ein's feet, and cried out hoarsely, "You cannot do this. We are not the only ones who have killed Navy soldiers. So many criminals who have attacked the Navy are being held and impelled down, yet they are merely imprisoned and not executed." Disregarding Bakin's frantic pleas, Ein turned to the next page of the document and addressed Edward Weeble, who had suffered the loss of an arm, with the same icy demeanor. "Edward Weeble, incited by your mother, launched an attack on the Navy training vessel 3 years ago, ruthlessly slaughtering numerous training officers. Following our investigation, your crimes warrant execution, and you shall be publicly executed tomorrow at noon in Marineford Square." Having completed the grim recitation, Ein let out a sigh of relief, slowly closing the folder and handing it to Binzi. He then stepped forward, towering over Bakin, who clutched the iron bars of her cell, and said softly, "Do you know how long I, along with Binzi and Zifa-sensei, have awaited this day? 3 years, an entire 3 years during which I yearned to see you both brought to justice. Alas, my strength fell short, allowing you to roam freely. For we have Lord Xiaoyu. Bakin, you and your son have one more night to repent." At this juncture, Ein revealed a smile, one that had not graced his face in 3 years, before turning on his heel to leave. "Oh, by the way," he remarked, glancing back at Bakin with an unprecedentedly radiant smile, "I shall be the one responsible for your execution tomorrow." Meanwhile, as Bakin and her son languished in the headquarters prison, the Navy's press office promptly released breaking news, revealing Bakin's true identity and the arrest of her son to the world, while simultaneously announcing the impending public execution scheduled for noon the following day. As the latest news from the Navy headquarters spread through major newspapers and the visual telegraph, the Grand Line was soon engulfed in tumultuous waves of shock and uproar at the sudden revelation. In the New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon the vast deck of the magnificent Moby Dick, all captains of the Whitebeard pirates were present, attentively seated before the formidable figure of Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate remained silent, his countenance gradually darkening as he held the latest intelligence he had just acquired. "Father, what is the true nature of the news released by the Navy?" At last, Marco, the captain standing at the forefront, summoned his courage and stepped forward to cautiously inquire. "What is the connection between you and this Edward Weevil, who claims to be Whitebeard too? Who is he truly?" "It matters not who he is," Edward Newgate exclaimed, discarding the newspaper with a swift motion. His presence erupted forth, unrestrained, causing the air around him to tremble slightly. Invisible pressure enveloped the area within 100 paces. Then, abruptly rising from his chair, The embodiment of the world's strongest man unleashed an oppressive aura akin to a volcanic eruption. How dare you bear my name and assault the Navy's training ship, the Bagigum Stussy? You truly deserve to perish. Chapter 073. The Big Mom Pirates and the Three Sweet Commanders. It is indeed a surprising revelation that Miss Bakken is none other than Bakingam Stussy. Mama, what unexpected news this is. In the New World, within the territory of the Big Mom Pirates, lies Whole Cake Island. In the dimly lit hall of a cake-shaped castle, a corpulent elderly woman, nearly 9 meters tall, gazes with great interest at her several children standing opposite her, clad in a striking pink, voluminous dress. Charlotte Lin, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. Once a member of the Rocks Pirates, she is now the queen of Totoland, a user of the Soul Fruit, with a bounty of 4,388,000 berries. On either side of the hall stand several of Charlotte Lin's children, who are also ministers of Totoland. The foremost trio consists of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, the Minister of Flour, Katakuri, the Minister of Juice, Smoothie, and the Minister of Biscuits, Cracker. Upon hearing the laughter of Charlotte Lin, the 3 sweet commanders, initially concerned about the implications of the Navy headquarters announcement for Totoland, were suddenly filled with a barrage of questions. They had heard of the title Miss Bakken, yet the name Bakingam Stussy was entirely unfamiliar to them. Clearly, from their mother's response, she was well acquainted with Bakingam Stussy. After a brief silence, Katakuri stepped forward, curiosity evident in his voice. Who exactly is Bakingam Stussy? Charlotte Lin did not conceal her knowledge, her eyes narrowing slightly as she replied. She was one of the members of the Rocks Pirates back in the day, and had a complicated relationship with Edward Newgate, who was also a member of the Rocks Pirates. However, after the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, Bakingam Stussy vanished without a trace. At this point, Charlotte Lin suddenly picked up a newspaper beside her, a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Whitebeard too. He bears a striking resemblance to a young Newgate. I wonder how Newgate will react to this news. Mother, the pressing issue is not Newgate's potential reaction. The Minister of Juice, Smoothie, who had been standing silently beside Katakuri, slightly raised her head, her expression serious. We can ascertain through appearance and name that Whitebeard too likely shares blood ties with Whitebeard, which is precisely what the Navy desires. This newly appointed admiral, who rose through a coup, will undoubtedly shift his focus to the Grand Line after compelling the world government to concede and sign the Mariawa Treaty. Now that they have seized Whitebeard too, who bears a connection to Whitebeard, and are executing him live, it is not merely to assert their stance for the purpose of deterring pirates, but rather to gauge the reactions of the 4 emperors in the New World. In response, Charlotte Lin waved her hand dismissively. Are you worried that Whitebeard too truly has blood ties to Whitebeard? Fearing that a conflict with the Navy headquarters may spill over to Totoland? Rest assured, I know Whitebeard all too well. He would not venture to rescue Whitebeard too, nor would he care for the life or death of Bakingam Stussy. To him, his true family resides within the Whitebeard Pirates. Whether Edward Weevil or Bakingam Stussy, they are not considered genuine kin in his eyes. However, after a brief pause, Charlotte Lin revealed an unusual seriousness. The young admiral of the Navy headquarters is indeed worthy of attention. At such a tender age, he possesses a formidable resolve. Having not only instigated a coup to ascend to the position of admiral, but also compelled the Holy Land to sign his strength and ambition cannot be underestimated. Before she could finish her thought, Charlotte Lin suddenly convulsed. In the next moment, the once gentle demeanor was replaced by a violent frenzy as she seized the newspaper in her hand and tore it to shreds. Unexpectedly, Charlotte Lin had transformed into a tempest of rage, and Katakuri was the first to react. With narrowed pupils, he regarded the massive figure before, now exuding a terrifying aura, and spoke in a deep voice. Smokey, Cracker, run. Bang, bang, bang. Charlotte Lin grew increasingly agitated, recklessly hurling anything within reach into the hall, causing Smokey and Cracker to dodge frantically. Go. Katakuri stood firm, urgently declaring, Mom's hunger pangs are acting up. You must leave now. I will hold her off. Damn it. Why must it flare up at this moment? Cracker grimaced and turned to, fully aware that once Mom's hunger pangs commenced, even her own children would be in peril. Smokey also turned but hesitated, calling out loudly, We must go together. The 3 sweet commanders dashed out of the hall with utmost speed, only stopping after a considerable distance. Throughout their escape, the sounds of destruction echoed behind them. with heavy objects crashing, and even after they had run far, they could still feel an invisible pressure shadowing them, leaving them all with a lingering sense of dread. Casting a glance back at the castle they had left behind, Smokey exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned his serious gaze toward Katakuri. The recent public execution of Whitebeard II by the Navy, though seemingly unrelated to them, was in fact a signal being sent. This newly appointed admiral does not wish to maintain the so-called balance of the new world established over the years, having forced the Holy Land to acquiesce. He will undoubtedly show no mercy toward us in the new world. In stark contrast to the conservative approach of former Fleet Admiral Sengoku regarding the new world, the newly appointed Summer, you will surely adopt a radical stance, bolstered by his audacious capital and strength. Katakuri remained silent. He was already well informed about the recent significant events through various news outlets and intelligence personnel deployed by the world government. However, he had not given it much thought at the time, for the majority of the New World's power was held by the four emperors, rendering the influence of the world government and navy nearly negligible, with only one G5 branch posing a potential threat. Little did he expect that just a few days after taking office as the Marshal of the headquarters, Xiaoyu would apprehend the renowned Miss Bakken and the second Whitebeard, publicly announcing their impending execution. After a moment of silence, Katakuri, with a hint of a headache, glanced towards the castle, suggesting that discussions could resume once Mother had recovered. For now, they should return to their respective territories. Meanwhile, in the New World, within the royal palace of Dressrosa, the flamboyant Doflamingo raised his glass of juice and drained it in one swift motion. He then stood up, hunched over with his hands in his pockets, and let out a chilling laugh as he looked down upon the grand streets of the palace. The audacity of publicly executing the second Whitebeard during the Seven Warlords meeting. Was this a veiled threat directed at us, Xiaoyu? If that is the case, I must attend the Seven Warlords meeting without fail. As his words faded, Doflamingo suddenly leaped into the air, unleashing his unique string fruit powers. A thread shot forth from his fingertips, ascending towards the heavens, and astonishingly entwined itself around a cloud high above. In the next instant, he soared through the sky, deftly maneuvering beneath cloud after cloud, racing towards the Navy headquarters with astonishing speed. Chapter 074. The Purging Action Before the Public Execution. The era of the iron-blooded Navy has arrived. With the announcement from the Navy headquarters, the journalists from various factions, who had gathered on the unique archipelago of Sabaody, became busier than ever. Enormous screens were swiftly erected in the squares and bustling areas of the islands, displaying the unfolding events. Information brokers remained vigilant, closely monitoring the situation surrounding Sabaody and maintaining intense communication with their contacts embedded within various factions. Pirates, driven by the allure of the imminent spectacle, took considerable risks to land on the islands, blending into the crowds, eager to witness this globally anticipated live execution. The bar owned by Shaki buzzed with excitement, its modest hall brimming with patrons within the span of an hour. Every individual present was a pirate who had arrived in Sabaody over the past 2 days, seeking to transit to the underwater kingdom of Ryugu, situated thousands of meters below the sea. Among them were 2 pirate crews whose ships were under Rayleigh's care. Their vessels had completed the coding process but were delayed in their journey to Ryugu Kingdom due to the sudden announcement from the Navy headquarters. The other group consisted of a mere 7 or 8 pirates, freshly arrived at Sabaody. Captain, do you know the relationship between the so-called Whitebeard II mentioned in the Navy headquarters announcement and the legendary Whitebeard, hailed as the strongest man in the world? A tall pirate from the first booth, his face flushed and words slightly slurred from drink, suddenly stood up, addressing a middle-aged man clad in a coat across from him. Though the Navy's announcement did not specify their connection, the grandiose nature of this public execution suggests they are well aware of the ties between Whitebeard II and Whitebeard, aiming to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates through this live broadcast. Your analysis is astoundingly insightful. The middle-aged man boomed. If Whitebeard II's identity were insignificant, why would the Navy go to such lengths? However, he paused momentarily, then shifted his tone. Rather than dwell on the relationship between Whitebeard II and Whitebeard, I am more interested in acquiring further information about the newly appointed admiral of the Navy headquarters. After all, as pirates, we shall inevitably cross paths with him when we ascend to become the new sovereigns of the seas in the New World. Indeed. This is a matter we must contemplate. Another pirate chimed in. Captain, perhaps we should seize this opportunity to challenge Whitebeard. If Whitebeard II truly is Whitebeard's son, He will undoubtedly come to the Navy headquarters to rescue him. We could ambush them on their way. Once we eliminate the Whitebeard pirates, you shall be the new emperor of the sea, Captain. Ha ha. As the crew members rallied around him, the middle-aged man, caught up in the fervor, squinted his eyes and feigned profundity. Indeed, Whitebeard has grown old. It is time for him to relinquish the throne of the strongest man. Upon hearing this, the crew of pirates surrounding him erupted in a cacophony of shouts, exclaiming, "All hail the captain!" However, standing behind the bar, Shaki did not cast a scornful glance at these ignorant and fearless words. In the Grand Line, throughout any era, there is never a shortage of blind and unknowing warriors. Having drifted at sea for years, they live within their own limited understanding and information bubbles. After experiencing a few fortuitous victories, they gradually become inflated with a naive belief in their own invincibility. Thus, even though figures like Whitebeard, Charlotte Linland, and Kaido have dominated the New World for years, each boasting illustrious titles, there are always the ignorant and fearless who dare to challenge the three of them. To date, only one such contender has emerged, the former apprentice of the Roger Pirates, Shanks. The rest, including the current warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, faced tragic fates. His entire crew perished when he dared to confront Kaido. The raucous pirates in the tavern now, let alone challenging Whitebeard, would not even pass muster against his captains. At that moment, Rayleigh, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, pushed open the bar door and stepped inside. Under Shaki's watchful gaze, he strode directly to the bar, lifted a cup resting on it, and drank deeply. He then looked up with a wry smile and remarked, "The young admiral from the Navy headquarters certainly has a penchant for the unexpected. What has transpired?" Shaki asked, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Rayleigh did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to gaze at the pirates in the bar, his eyes filled with a hint of sympathy. Outside, several naval ships had appeared on the horizon, led by Sakazuki. Furthermore, the Marines from Sabaody Archipelago, under the command of Vice Admirals Stolo Berry and Bastille, had emerged in full force. The pirate crews currently lingering in the Sabaody Islands were in for a rough time. Shaki blinked, her reaction slightly delayed. "What do you mean?" Before she could finish her thought, her pupils dilated in sudden realization. "Are you suggesting that Shiyu intends to eliminate any potential threats from the Navy headquarters and the surrounding waters of Sabaody before the live execution?" Before Rayleigh could nod in affirmation, the 7 or 8 pirates who had been quietly seated in booth number 3 abruptly stood up, turning their heads toward the bar. "Huh, did they hear us?" Rayleigh tilted his head towards them and cheerfully remarked, "If you've heard, then it's time to settle the bill and make your bang." Just as Rayleigh's words fell, the bar door, which had recently closed, was suddenly flung open. Following this, the expressionless Stolo Berry stepped in, his unusually long skull casting an imposing shadow. With a piercing gaze, he scanned the room and coldly declared, "Escape? The Sabaody Archipelago is now under the coverage of cannons. Where do you scum think you can flee?" Departing from the naval headquarters, a large warship was dispatched on a mission to cleanse the naval base and its surrounding waters. On the deck, Sakazuki, donning his military cap, gazed at the approaching naval base port and promptly seized the telephone bug. With an expression devoid of emotion, he issued his commands, "Transmit my orders. All warships are to lock onto their respective target areas. Upon sighting a pirate vessel, engage in immediate attack. No pirate ship shall escape." He further commanded the officers and soldiers stationed across the various districts of the Chambord Islands to commence operations at once, aiming to eradicate all lurking pirates without exception. With Sakazuki's decree, a brutal extermination of the pirates hidden within the Chambord Islands was set into motion. The sounds of gunfire, the clash of swords, and the harrowing cries of the wounded reverberated throughout the islands, persisting from dusk until darkness enveloped the land. At last, when nightfall fully shrouded the Chambord Islands, this targeted massacre of pirates came to a close. In District 13 of the Chambord Islands, not a single pirate within the confines of the bamboo bar escaped. As they were subdued by Stolo Berry and the naval soldiers under his command, they were lined up on the vacant lot across from the bar, kneeling with their hands on their heads. Stolo Berry, with a hefty bounty list in hand, leisurely perused it under the bar's ambient light. Soon, he extracted one of the bounty notices and affixed it to the forehead of a middle-aged man who had boisterously proclaimed that Whitebeard ought to relinquish his claim to the strongest throne. Captain Eric of the Charging Pirates, hailing from the North Sea, had wreaked havoc across 3 villages on the Grand Line, and in collusion with other pirate crews, had invaded a town of 1 million inhabitants, resulting in the tragic deaths of over 100 innocent civilians. His bounty stood at 67 million, and he was not a devil fruit user. As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in Stolo Berry's eyes. Truly, such crimes were unforgivable. Before the middle-aged man could react, a soldier swiftly approached from behind Stolo Berry, skillfully raising his weapon to deliver 2 shots to the heart and 1 to the head. Stolo Berry did not cast another glance at the man, but continued to sift through the bounty list. Soon, another pirate's bounty caught his eye. As before, after reading aloud the pirate's name and transgressions, another soldier briskly stepped forward and executed him with 3 decisive shots. This grim repetition continued, and before long, several kneeling pirates met their end on the spot, not only in District 13, but across the other districts of the Chambord Islands. Brutal execution ceremonies unfolded under the cover of night, with each trio of gunshots marking the permanent departure of a notoriously heinous pirate. The third watch concludes today. Tomorrow shall bring more. Chapter 075. Is Whitebeard 2 a clone? The Curse of Amazon Lily. In the bar of Knockin' Bamboo, even the legendary figures of the bygone era, Shocky and Rayleigh, felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines due to the public execution taking place outside. A tempest was brewing in the Grand Line. Observing the grim scene beyond the door, Rayleigh sighed, acknowledging that the young admiral of the Navy would undoubtedly employ unprecedented iron-fisted tactics to suppress all pirates. With Sakazuki's relentless enforcement, there would be no room for hesitation, as he would unfalteringly pursue his vision of absolute justice. After a brief pause, Rayleigh turned his head slightly to regard the equally grave-faced Shocky at the bar, shaking his head with a wry smile. I hope Whitebeard does not repeat the mistakes made by Bakin Gomu. The order issued by Summer Yu to Sakazuki to cleanse the surrounding seas was evidently a measure to thwart the Whitebeard pirates' preparations. Shocky lit a lady's cigarette and remarked, I am quite curious as to why Bakin Gomu Stussy incited Whitebeard 2 to attack the Navy's training ship. Over the years, she has been vocal about her connection to Whitebeard and the identity of Whitebeard 2. What could her intentions be? Rayleigh chuckled softly, shaking his head. Bakin Gomu Stussy was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Although her strength was rather ordinary, her ambitions were anything but. After the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard quickly ascended to prominence alongside Roger and Shiki, becoming one of the 3 great powers of that time. Consequently, she sought out Whitebeard once more, hoping to ally with him to resurrect the glory of the Rocks Pirates. However, Whitebeard harbored no ambition to conquer the world and become Pirate King. His sole desire was to forge a family. Due to their differing aspirations, the 2 parted ways. Shocky blinked, coming to a realization. So, could it be that Whitebeard 2 is truly Whitebeard's biological son? Who knows? Rayleigh replied uncertainly. Back then, Bakin Gomu also held another identity. She was a member of the Peace Research Institute, MADS. This organization brought together numerous distinguished scientists, some of whom dedicated their efforts to the development of lethal weaponry. Others focused on research that could promote world peace, and some explored the realm of cloning technology. As a member, it is not out of the realm of possibility for Bakin Gomu to have cloned a Whitebeard 2 based on Whitebeard himself. I see. Shocky nodded. If Whitebeard indeed had a relationship with Bakin Gomu and fathered a child, he would certainly come to rescue him. If he does not come, it means there was no relationship between them. Suddenly, Rayleigh appeared to recall something, his expression turning anxious. More than the enigma surrounding Whitebeard 2's lineage. Shouldn't you be more concerned about Hancock? Summer Yu has synchronized the execution with the Shichibukai meeting, clearly aiming to use this opportunity to force the Shichibukai to make a choice. Given the iron-fisted tactics he has displayed, he will certainly not allow the Shichibukai system to persist. The so-called Shichibukai meeting represents a matter of life and death for all its members. Xiachi exhaled a series of smoke rings, her voice tinged with weakness as she remarked, the Navy headquarters has relayed intelligence. Hancock has been shadowing Xiaoyu incessantly. I harbor an ominous premonition. Indeed, matters seem dire. A prominent vein appeared on Rayleigh's forehead. He had originally presumed that Hancock, with her extreme aversion to men, would not succumb to the affliction of infatuation as she once did. However, it now appeared she was no exception. Upon hearing this, a rare, subtle blush graced Xiachi's cheeks. To date, among the illustrious line of Amazon Lily's empresses, 3 had fallen prey to this ailment. Herself, her predecessor, and her successor. The empress before her had been compelled to abandon Amazon Lily to survive, while she, in her early 20s, had nearly perished from longing, ultimately emulating her predecessor by leaving Amazon Lily in search of her antidote. Unfortunately, her successor was not as fortunate. The object of her affection had remained elusive, leading to her untimely demise. It was once believed that this curse would dissipate with her passing, yet unexpectedly, a formidable Marine admiral emerged, compelling the world government to sign the Mariejois Treaty. Hancock, already harboring resentment toward the world government and the descendants of the 20 kings who established it, found herself irresistibly drawn to him, her downfall merely a matter of their first encounter. Xiaqi discreetly turned her head away, concealing her expression from Rayleigh. If she were to fall ill due to Xiaoyu, it might not be entirely detrimental. After all, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu was unlikely to vanish or, like certain individuals of the past, become erratic, nearly leading her to be captured by Carp on several occasions. Rayleigh chuckled awkwardly, conceding that this was indeed the case. Ultimately, the affliction of infatuation was unilateral, regardless of Xiaoyu's feelings, as long as she could see him when she desired. It sufficed. At that moment, Stolo Belli entered, accompanied by 2 officers. After surveying the area to ensure nothing was overlooked, Stolo Belli promptly commanded the officers to take their belongings, incinerate all debris, and confiscate the treasures. The officers' eyes sparkled with excitement as they hastily approached the booths to scavenge the pirates' abandoned riches. Soon, they returned laden with loot, excitedly exclaiming in unison, "Sir, this band of pirates is quite affluent. We struck gold." Stolo Belli's lips twitched slightly as he sternly admonished, "Do not apply your old methods here. All these treasures must be surrendered." After a brief pause, he shifted his tone, permitting them to retain a portion to distribute to the brothers who participated in tonight's operation. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding the Sabaody archipelago, Admiral Akainu, stationed aboard a massive warship, received the latest situation report and learned that the pirates lurking on the island had been nearly eradicated, no longer needing to monitor the surface for potential escapees. He decisively ordered the fleet to return to headquarters. Although, as an admiral, he was not required to engage in such tasks personally. The public execution scheduled for the following day was of utmost importance. Entrusted with this matter by Xiaoyu, he was determined to oversee every detail meticulously. As the vessel commanded by Sakasaki returned to Marlin Vando, Stalavari remained behind in the Shambadi archipelago to oversee the aftermath, marking the conclusion of a purging operation preceding a public execution. At the kicking bar, Stalavari did not depart immediately. Instead, after dismissing his subordinate, he took a seat at the bar and ordered a cocktail. The gentleman appeared somewhat familiar. Just as he raised the glass to his lips, Stalavari abruptly shattered the silence. Gazing at Riley as he spoke, "If my memory serves me correctly, during my last surprise inspection at the human auction house, you were rather literally caged and brought forth for bidding." Riley let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, I had lost everything at the casino and ended up pawning myself. I had hoped to find someone to rescue me, only to be sold to a trafficker instead. I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your inspection of the auction house, I might have become a slave in the household of some wealthy patron." Stalavari, typically stoic, found it difficult to maintain his composure. His hand trembled slightly as he held the glass. He had witnessed the ruin of those who gambled recklessly, yet this was the singular instance of someone pawning themselves. Remarkable, to say the least. Chapter 76, Don Quixote da Flamingo, do not drag me into your demise. Meanwhile, under the veil of night, a figure, akin to a great bird, descended silently upon the shores of the Sabaody archipelago, landing before a human auction house. It was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the warlords of the sea. Upon his arrival at the auction house, da Flamingo, with his hands tucked into his pockets and his body slightly hunched, furrowed his brow and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, taking a moment to sniff the air. A pungent scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. Had a battle recently taken place here? Before he could finish his thoughts, da Flamingo abruptly turned, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he gazed toward the entrance of the auction house. Da Flamingo, emerging from the shadows, Rear Admiral Bastille stood proudly at the entrance, brandishing a hefty cleaver. With a deliberate pace, he spoke, under the orders of Lord Shayu. The Marine headquarters and the waters surrounding the Sabaody archipelago must be cleared before the public execution of Whitebeard tomorrow. No pirate is permitted to roam. Therefore, if you have come to attend the warlord's meeting, you must accompany me immediately. If not, your status as a warlord will be revoked, and I will proceed to apprehend you." At these words, da Flamingo lifted his head sharply, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Oh, so even you have grown so domineering under the new leadership of the Marine headquarters?" However, Bastille, I suggest you temper your tone, otherwise, I may find it difficult to refrain from eliminating you. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Bastille's eyes as he raised his cleaver. So, you are not here for the warlords' meeting? At the port of Zone 7, as two pirate ships slowly docked, Navy soldiers, who had long been stationed at various ports, surged forward, aiming their rifles at the newly arrived vessels. On the deck of a ship flying the flag emblazoned with a red sun, stood a massive merman, a whale shark, towering at nearly 3 meters. His wild eyebrows and sideburns, along with the 2 prominent teeth jutting from his jaw, made him particularly striking. Jinbei, the second captain of the Sun Pirates, a whale shark merman, and one of the warlords of the sea, renowned for his sense of justice and penchant for roaming the seas as a hero. He sighed in disbelief upon seeing the Navy's swift response. I never expected that just a few days could bring such a drastic change in the Navy's demeanor. Remarkable. Warlord Jinbei. Amidst the Navy ranks at the port, a young man draped in a major's coat stepped forward briskly. It was Noah, the major who had previously drawn his sword against Mihawk at headquarters. Gazing across the water at the Sun Pirate's ship, he suddenly lifted his head. His eyes fixed intently on Jinbei, and declared, I am Major Noah of the Marine Headquarters, here under the orders of Lord Shayu to await your arrival. The Sabaody Archipelago and the waters surrounding Mariewa are under strict martial law. You now have 2 choices, cooperate with my directives and accompany me. No cooperation with my endeavors. And thus the identity of the 7 warlords shall be stripped away, leading to their demise at my hands. After a brief pause, Noah swiftly turned his gaze towards another pirate ship, scanning the deck where a figure stood, Hanafuda, one of the 7 warlords. Am I being sufficiently clear? Ha ha ha. How utterly audacious. A mere major dares to speak to me in such a tone. It appears the newly appointed admiral at Navy headquarters has bestowed upon you a considerable audacity. As the words fell, the figure on the pirate ship's deck stepped forward, revealing a head adorned with a bat-shaped hood, clasping a massive scythe in hand, reminiscent of a reaper who traverses the dark night, emanating an unsettling, eerie aura. Hanafuda, a member of the warlords of the sea. After numerous confrontations with the Yonko Kaido, he forged a profound friendship, often wandering the Grand Line in pursuit of ancient Zoan-type devil fruits to bolster Kaido's beast pirates. His formidable strength has drawn the attention of the world government. Upon reaching the edge of the deck, Hanafuda gazed up at the shambolic islands shrouded in night. His remarkable sense of smell detecting the lingering scent of blood in the air, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, Indeed, it is a night dark and stormy, perfect for murder. If we fail to cooperate, it seems this venture may be our last. As he spoke, Hanafuda suddenly turned his attention to Jinbei on the opposite ship's deck. Wouldn't you agree, the sea knight Jinbei? Jinbei nodded and promptly leaped down from the deck to stand before Noah, extending a polite invitation. Major Noah, please. Hanafuda followed suit, descending from the deck while brandishing his enormous scythe. I appreciate your cooperation, both of you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Noah's eyes. During previous meetings of the 7 warlords, each one had displayed an air of superiority, with some daring to bully staff members in the presence of Admiral Sengoku. He had hoped to seize an opportunity for distinction should anyone dare to act out during this assembly. Yet he was taken aback by the unexpected compliance of Jinbei and Hanafuda. While he was aware of Jinbei's amiable temperament and sense of justice, Hanafuda was a wild card, having once clashed with Kaido and ultimately forging a deep bond with him. It seemed rather unbecoming for him to suddenly adopt such a congenial demeanor. Could it be that the Admiral's renown had left an impression? Missing this chance to shine was indeed disheartening. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion pierced the air in the next moment, a terrifying wave of sword energy erupted from the direction of Zone 1, sweeping through the surroundings and mercilessly cleaving towering. This is, despite the distance, Major Noah was able to discern the source of the sword energy, his expression fervent. It's the slicing wave of Vice Admiral Bastille. Who dares to defy us? Could it be Crocodile? Or perhaps Don Quixote da Flamingo? Or even Moonlight Moria? As he spoke, Noah, who had felt a tinge of disappointment at the seamless collaboration between Jinbei and Hanazuki, found his body acting of its own accord and darted outside. However, he soon regained his senses, halting abruptly and expressing his reluctance. Never mind, with General Bastille around, any credit will not be mine. Observing Noah's reaction, Jinbei and Hanazuki, standing side by side, were somewhat perplexed. What was happening? Why did it seem that this admiral was not particularly pleased with their cooperation? Could it be that their lack of synergy would somehow bring accolades to Admiral Noah and the soldiers present? Just as the two were grappling with their confusion, a figure suddenly flashed beneath the night sky. Moments later, the flamboyantly dressed Don Quixote da Flamingo landed lightly before them, his feet adorned with pointed. With a hand on his hip, he bent slightly, unleashing an unmistakably wicked grin. Bastille, you truly intend to eliminate me. Before Da Flamingo abruptly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Jinbei and Hanazuki. Are you both so in sync? He exclaimed with a malevolent chuckle. Hanazuki, this is not your usual style. Care to join forces for some grand escapade? Da Flamingo, if you wish to meet your end, do not drag me into it. Hanazuki retorted, glancing up at the rapidly approaching figure. Tomorrow marks the execution of Whitebeard too. Causing a ruckus at this moment will surely lead to a most Can you sense the scent of blood in the air? Before our arrival, the Navy must have conducted a thorough cleansing of the entire Sabaody archipelago. Before Da Flamingo could respond, Jinbei interjected, Wake up, Da Flamingo. The Navy will no longer allow the warlords to run rampant, as they once did. Chapter 077. Clearing the path for the Navy personnel are more arrogant than ever. Naval Headquarters. As the public execution of Edward Wilbur and Miss Bakine approaches tomorrow, both high-ranking admirals and soldiers are bustling about in a well-organized manner. With the execution platform erected prominently in Marineford Square, preparations have come to a close. The night is profoundly dark. The rotating soldiers have completed their handover, and officers of all ranks have returned to their respective homes or dormitories, leaving only the light in the Marshal's office aglow. Seated at his desk, Marshal Xiaoyu reviews documents before casually passing them to the standing Guillaume across from him. Marshal, allow me to review these documents, Guillaume says, cradling the papers in her arms. Having already reminded him countless times, she speaks again. The night, it is time to rest. Xiaoyu seemingly ignores her, picking up another document while stating, I intend to amend the system that has remained unchanged in the naval headquarters for a century. Particularly concerning the 3 admirals, I plan to add 3 more positions. You have lingered long enough in the candidate position. It is time for you to ascend. When the time comes, your troops shall bear your code name and be called the Peach Rabbit Army. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Guillaume shook her head with a, Are you soliciting my opinion or merely informing me? If it is indeed a matter of opinion, I would prefer to remain by your side than to be promoted to admiral and lead the Peach Rabbit Army. The role of a marshal is not to be compared with that of a vice admiral. In the past, you only needed to manage your own responsibilities, but now, significant decisions for the naval headquarters and all its branches rest upon your shoulders. Without me, you will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Of course, if you have already made your decision and are simply notifying me, I shall not decline and will certainly lead the Peach Rabbit Army to clear obstacles for you. At her words, Xiaoyu set down the documents and gazed at Guillaume, who has steadfastly stood by his side through the years. Guillaume represents both a mentor and a friend to him. If he were to choose the most trusted individual among all, Guillaume would undoubtedly take the top spot. However, he did not wish to confine her to the role of an assistant, for she possesses a strong sense of responsibility, a heart filled with true justice, and her prowess surpasses that of all vice admirals. To have her by his side merely as an aide would be a grave misallocation of talent. After sharing a moment of eye contact with Guillaume, Xiaoyu suddenly smiled and said, Admiral Peach Rabbit, could you pour me a cup of coffee? Still drinking? Guillaume instinctively retorted, If you continue tonight, you might as well forget about resting. I had no intention of resting. Xiaoyu shrugged helplessly. You have no idea how chaotic it is at home right now. My hawk is staying with me. Hancock refuses to go to the guest house, and with Hancock not leaving, Gizi decides to join the fray. The 2 women are constantly at odds, one saying that whatever mistakes she makes will be forgiven, while the other brandishes bandages, intent on wrapping the first one up like a mummy and hanging her. This has forced my hawk to flee to the guest house in dismay. In such circumstances, do you believe I would dare to return? Observing the helpless expression on Xiaoyu's face, Shizuku could not help but stifle a laugh. However, she quickly regained her composure and gently suggested, since returning home is not an option, why not seek refuge at the home of General Hezhong? After all, he is currently at the headquarters of the Holy Land, assisting Lord Kong in integrating CP9 into CP0 following the demise of the CP9 commander. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly. Are you genuinely unaware or simply feigning ignorance? If I were to stay at General Hezhong's residence tonight, do you believe rumors wouldn't circulate by tomorrow at the Navy headquarters, reigniting speculation about my relationship with Peacock? Indeed, Shizuka blinked, ultimately offering the best suggestion. then come to my home. Ever since the investigation team began looking into you, my mother has been quite concerned. Even though matters have settled, she inquires about your well-being almost daily. At this hour, I wouldn't want to disturb the elder. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. Once I finish processing these documents, I shall make do in the office. Just as Shizuku was about to speak, the phone bug on the desk suddenly rang. Noticing this, Shizuku promptly stepped back and instantly shifted into work mode. Marshal, this is Noah. As Xiaoyu picked up the phone bug, the voice of Major General Noah immediately resonated through. The two warlords, Hakuza and Jinbei, have been brought to the Navy base at Sabeti Archipelago by my subordinates, and they will set off with General Bastille and Don Quixote da Flamingo tomorrow morning. Report concluded. Loyalty. Xiaoyu chuckled and remarked, why does your tone carry a hint of melancholy? Is it because these three warlords are so cooperative that your charm has nowhere to manifest? Ah, so you noticed? Noah's voice held a trace of embarrassment. There is indeed a hint of melancholy. My subordinates found Hakuza and Jinbei quite amenable. Although Doflamingo clashed with General Bastille, it was merely a superficial skirmish. Marshal, what is going on? When Admiral Sengoku was in charge, these warlords were insufferable, particularly Doflamingo. At the last warlord meeting, he audaciously used his devil fruit powers to control two soldiers in front of Admiral Sengoku. I had intended to confront him alongside General Bastille if he continued his, but unexpectedly, he has backed down. Listening to Noah's incessant chatter on the phone bug, Xiaoyu could not help but interject with amusement. You seem eager to take down anyone you encounter, don't you? Is it because Mihawk once aided me? And since you cannot seek revenge on him for your former superior, you are venting your frustrations on other warlords? That is not the case at all, Noah replied without hesitation. From the moment I pledged my loyalty to the Marshal, my personal honor and disgrace are of no consequence. Well said. Personal honor and disgrace are of no consequence. Xiaoyu praised with a hint of ire. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure Mihawk provides an account to your former superior. While I believe in repaying kindness, I cannot allow my comrades to suffer injustice. Until tomorrow then. Loyalty. Noah shouted a rallying cry before reluctantly concluding the call. Had it not been for Xiaoyu's words, see you tomorrow, he might have engaged in conversation with this formidable and charismatic marshal, who was of a similar age, for an entire evening. Especially the phrase "we cannot let our brothers suffer" struck a chord in him, making him yearn to rush back to headquarters and proclaim his loyalty to Xiaoyu. Standing quietly beside them, Shizuyuan nearly chuckled aloud upon witnessing Xiaoyu's animated exchange with a subordinate. It was worth noting that when Xiaoyu mentioned Hancock, Junzi, and Peacock, his tone and expressions were filled with both helplessness and distress. Yet, in conversing with his subordinate, he appeared invigorated, even concerned about the subordinate's unspoken thoughts, which was rather amusing. Though she found it humorous, Shizuyuan comprehended Xiaoyu's behavior entirely. For over the years, Xiaoyu had captured the hearts of countless officers and soldiers through such interactions, and his radiant charisma garnered the devotion and allegiance of nearly all personnel at headquarters. At the Navy base in the Sabeti Archipelago, Noah felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration after his conversation with Xiaoyu, a broad smile spreading across his face. After a hearty laugh, he turned to face the two vice-admirals, Bastille and Stolo Berry, who had just returned from District 13, and boasted, "Gentlemen, can you guess what the Marshal just told me?" "What?" Bastille looked at Noah with a bewildered expression. "The Marshal said we cannot let our brothers suffer." Before he could finish, Noah erupted into another round of triumphant laughter. "Brothers? The Marshal called me brother. Ha ha." Suddenly, as he laughed so hard he coughed, Noah turned to see Doflamingo, who was also looking at him with a similarly baffled expression, a wicked grin plastered across his face. "Doflamingo, if you keep that smile up, do you believe I won't take you out right now? I feel invincible." As soon as those words left his mouth, Doflamingo's smile froze, and his eyes nearly bulged out from behind his sunglasses. What on earth was happening? Was laughter now a crime in the Navy? Before Doflamingo could respond, Jinbei and Hanazuki, who stood beside him, turned on their heels without hesitation and walked away in unison. "This is madness. The Navy, from the officers to the soldiers, has all gone insane. Did you see those soldiers? They looked at us like cats eyeing a mouse, their eyes gleaming with greed." Once they had distanced themselves from Doflamingo, Hanazuki lowered her voice to complain. "The Navy wasn't like this before. Why do they seem more like pirates?" Jinbei remained silent, merely nodding vigorously. Today's third update concludes here. We shall continue tomorrow. Chapter 078. Danger and opportunity coexist. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. The time for the Seven Warlords Conference has arrived as scheduled. However, the Navy headquarters has not directed its attention towards the impending arrival of the Seven Warlords. Instead, their focus is entirely on Edward Weevil and his mother, Miss Backen. Surrounding the execution platform, standing in the center of the square, naval officers and soldiers of various ranks gradually gather, neatly spreading out on either side of the platform, extending all the way to the prison gates, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, the personnel from the headquarters news office responsible for broadcasting the execution are setting up imaging devices and gradually connecting permissions with the outdoor screens located in the Sabaody archipelago. Early on, journalists from major news outlets have congregated in front of each outdoor screen in the Sabaody archipelago, ready to broadcast the execution live to the world via their imaging devices and standard communication tools. Once the Navy headquarters feed is successful, the preparations for the public execution are proceeding in an orderly manner, awaiting the appointed time and the commencement of the broadcast. At the Navy headquarters port, several warships responsible for transporting the Seven Warlords are slowly docking. The first to arrive is the ship carrying Bastille. Without waiting for the vessel to stabilize, Bastille and Don Quixote da Flamingo leap off the deck and stand on the dock. Following them, Jinby and Trafalgar Law, who have shared a ship with Vice Admiral Stalaberry, also disembark. As the three warlords gather, a throng of naval soldiers surges forward, positioning themselves on either side of the road leading directly to Marineford Square, glaring menacingly at the trio. The three warlords, including Da Flamingo, have grown numb to such displays, each lost in their thoughts as they leisurely follow Bastille, Stalaberry, and Vice Admiral Noah up the steps. Just then, two more warships arrive at the dock. As Da Flamingo ascends the steps, he instinctively turns to glance at the newly arrived vessels. Upon spotting figures on the decks of the ships, a grin spreads across his face. It seems we are not the only ones here after all. Aboard these two ships are Sir Crocodile and Gecko Moria, fellow members of the Seven Warlords. Moria, towering nearly 7 feet with a rotund figure, looks quite different from their memories. Not only does he possess a formidable physique, but his appearance is also distinctly fearsome. Yet, at this moment, Moria hangs his head submissively, resembling a wronged bride standing quietly among hounds. Clearly, like the others, Moria has lost his temper due to the relentless pressure from the ambitious naval soldiers eager to achieve military merit. In stark contrast, Crocodile maintains his usual arrogance. Standing alone on the ship's deck clad in a black fur coat, slicking back his hair, and puffing on a cigar, exuding an air of sovereign superiority as he gazes down at Da Flamingo and the others, who disembarked before him. Da Flamingo, your current expression is quite unsettling. When Crocodile cast his gaze upon Da Flamingo, he suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. Were you threatened by the Navy soldiers assigned to escort you? If so, you certainly have broadened my horizons. To dare to assault a celestial dragon, threatening the world government while becoming a member of the Shichibukai, and yet endure such indignity. Ha ha ha. It seems you are not in a favorable position either. Da Flamingo turned with his hands in his pockets, grinning widely. How about a wager? If you dare to glance back at those soldiers behind you without being threatened, I shall concede. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's lips twitched slightly, and he swiftly turned around. What are you looking at? As Crocodile turned, an officer from the Navy ranks immediately stepped forward, ruthlessly confronting him with a barrage of orders. Get down. Crocodile inhaled sharply on his cigar, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Observing this scene, Da Flamingo's mood instantly brightened. Ha ha ha. Crocodile, you are rather unremarkable after all. Da Flamingo, Jinbei, and Brooke. Before Crocodile could respond, Noah, who had been following behind the two, abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at the three Shichibukai. Hurry up. If you make me late, once the Shichibukai meeting concludes, I will petition the Admiral to set sail and eliminate all of you. At this, even Strawberry struggled to maintain his composure, promptly intervening. Noah, enough. Da Flamingo, seemingly immune to Noah's reprimand, fixed his gaze on Crocodile and Brooke as they descended from the warship. A sly smile curved his lips as he leaned closer to Crocodile, ominously suggesting, San Crocodile, this meeting is far from simple. Should any untoward incident occur, how about we escape together? I trust you have sensed that the Navy today is vastly different from before. Even the ordinary soldiers dare to point fingers at us, indicating that the newly appointed Admiral's intentions in convening this Shichibukai meeting are far from innocent. My instincts warn me that he might seize this opportunity to eliminate us all. Crocodile disregarded Da Flamingo's words, silently moving past him alongside Brooke. As a seasoned member of the Shichibukai, he was acutely aware of the peril inherent in this meeting. Particularly after being intercepted by the Navy ship, he distinctly felt the unmasked hostility emanating from the Navy headquarters towards him, a Shichibukai. The soldiers accompanying the warship seemed as if they had consumed an overabundance of stimulants, maintaining a heightened vigilance since they had intercepted him, giving him the impression that any slight deviation in his behavior would provoke them to pounce and rend him to pieces without hesitation. He was certainly unafraid of the naval soldiers aboard the warship. Should he wish, none of the individuals on that vessel, including the accompanying Vice Admiral Stelis, would survive. However, he neither desired nor dared to act in such a manner, for once he laid hands on the naval personnel, he would undoubtedly invite the most frenzied retribution from the naval headquarters, and it was entirely possible that he himself would become the next to face public execution. Furthermore, this newly appointed Marshal had ascended through a coup, and his ambitions were surely not confined to merely commanding the Navy. To discern the true extent of this new Marshal's aspirations, he must remain still and observe the unfolding events. If the opponent's ambitions were sufficiently grand, he could leverage this daring venture to attend the Seven Warlords meeting to create an opportunity for a mutually beneficial outcome. After all, danger coexists with opportunity. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Accompanied by several rear admirals and majors, a group of 5 traversed the vigilant naval formation and stepped into Marineford Square. The moment they entered the square, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them, catching the renowned figures of the Grand Line off guard and causing their eyes to widen in surprise. Before them loomed a towering gallows, starkly positioned at the center of the square, surrounded by thousands of soldiers, each bearing an air of grim determination. The fortifications encircling the square were manned every few steps, their sentinels standing resolutely beneath the fluttering banners emblazoned with the seagull emblem. Their elevated positions granting them a vantage point from which they scrutinized the newcomers. On the opposite side of the gallows stood an elevated platform, upon which rested a rectangular conference table draped in white linen. Flanking the table were over a dozen rear admirals, each clad in their distinctive capes. Maintaining a uniform stance with hands clasped behind their backs, their postures tall and imposing. Despite the assembly of thousands in the square, not a single sound broke the oppressive silence, and an atmosphere thick with foreboding engulfed the 7 warlords, including Doflamingo, leaving them with an inexplicable sense. Amidst the stillness, the flags of the Navy, symbolizing justice and honor, fluttered fiercely in the ocean breeze. Chapter 079. Good afternoon, scum and villains of the Grand Line. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere permeating the air, along with the imposing presence of meticulously organized naval soldiers and officers, even the audacious Don Quixote Doflamingo fell into an unprecedented silence, his expression gravely serious. Likewise, Crocodile was compelled to reassess his own identity and position in order to confront this seemingly transformed naval force. Although Trafalgar Law and Gecko Moria harbored their own thoughts, they concealed them well, appearing calm while internally they were a bundle of nerves. The most relaxed among them was Jinbei. Even before receiving the summons from the 7 warlords, he had acquired knowledge of recent events at the Navy headquarters through various news outlets and channels. He formed a relatively rational judgment regarding the newly appointed young admiral. Observing the admiral's actions, from instigating a mutiny to purging dissenters within the Navy headquarters and all bases, as well as compelling the world government to concede to the Mariejois Treaty, he did not believe that this young admiral would resort to forceful suppression of the 7 warlords during their meeting. At most, he considered it a public display meant to intimidate the members of the 7 warlords and the lawless pirate crews roaming the seas. Quite chilling indeed. After a brief silence, Doflamingo hunched forward, walking at a pace that lacked his previous arrogance. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, he felt a peculiar sensation of scrutiny, prompting both Trafalgar Law and Gecko Moria to follow obediently. Even Crocodile merely surveyed his surroundings before adjusting his posture and ascending to the high platform, where they took their seats at the rectangular conference table in 2 rows. All present. Just as they settled in, a loud shout erupted from the entrance of the square. Before anyone could react, all officers and soldiers in the square, including those on the high platform such as Stolo Berry, turned simultaneously, their gazes fixed in one direction with fervor unprecedented. The Admiral has arrived. Attention! Salute! With a resounding and synchronized voice, all officers and soldiers straightened their bodies, raising their right hands in unison, shouting, "Loyalty!" Amidst the orderly chant, a procession emerged from the entrance of the square. At the forefront was the newly appointed admiral. Xiaoyu, draped in his admiral's coat, exuding vitality and confidence. Following closely behind him were the three admirals and the recently promoted Admiral, Guillaume. As they passed through the throngs of fervent soldiers and officers flanking either side, the five warlords seated at the conference table, though accustomed to tumultuous encounters, were nonetheless taken aback. Particularly Doflamingo, despite having seen the group photograph of Xiaoyu with the officers and soldiers published by the Navy headquarters, could not help but widen his eyes and reveal an uncontrollable malicious grin upon witnessing Xiaoyu's entrance. Had he witnessed the legend of Chu and Han, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, much like Liu Bang upon first encountering the Emperor Qin, a true man should be like this. Just as the five warlords were captivated by the fervent scene ignited by the young commander Xiaoyu's entrance, three figures abruptly emerged from the direction of the square's entrance, striding forth with purpose. At the forefront was none other than the world-renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk, adorned with his magnificent great sword, moving with an elegant gait. Following closely behind were the Amazon Lily Empress Boa Hancock, whose mere presence stirred a commotion among the formerly disciplined Navy soldiers and officers, and a military youth clad in an unusual ensemble of pants worn over his cloak and a newsboy cap. An unexpected character has made an appearance. Observing Mihawk as he entered the square alongside Xiaoyu, Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned, astonished to discover that Mihawk resided at Navy headquarters and had chosen to accompany Xiaoyu. Had he truly submitted? With a sinister chuckle unique to him, Doflamingo's gaze swiftly shifted to the military youth standing alongside Hancock. His smile gradually fading as his eyes fixated on a symbol emblazoned on the youth's arm, wide-eyed with disbelief as he silently pondered. Is that the emblem of the Knights of God? At that moment, the four admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, Kazan, and Guillaume, swiftly ascended the platform, taking their positions at the head of the conference table. The admirals did not sit down. Rather, they stood flanking Xiaoyu on either side. After removing the gloves from his hands and placing them on the table, Xiaoyu surveyed the seated five warlords with a warm smile, as if greeting long-lost friends, and spoke in a gentle tone. Good afternoon, you scum of the Grand Line. This remark left the five warlords taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's cordial greeting, they had prepared to nod in return. But before they could react, Xiaoyu's abrupt insult left them momentarily speechless, the words they had intended to voice caught in their throats. Fortunately, at that moment, Mihawk and Hancock ascended the platform, taking seats flanking Xiaoyu. Even without their presence, the warlords would have found themselves at a loss for words. For disregarding Xiaoyu's identity and prowess, the mere aura of strength exuded by Akainu, Kizaru, Kazan, and Guillaume standing on either side was enough to... As Xiaoyu settled into his seat, Hancock immediately fixed her gaze upon him. However, the moment she began to speak, a single glance from Xiaoyu silenced her, leading her to realize that her sole task was to remain quiet. All right, very well. Suddenly calling out Hancock's name, Xiaoyu caused her cheeks to flush crimson, after which she obediently straightened her posture, her mind weaving delightful fantasies, even contemplating names for their children. This unexpected interlude prompted the other five warlords, who had already grown numb, to synchronize their glances between Hancock and Xiaoyu. Clearing his throat, Xiaoyu broke the sudden silence with a couple of coughs, and then leisurely spoke. I believe you are all already aware of the events that transpired between the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land, as well as my identity, through news reports. Nonetheless, I find it necessary to introduce myself. My name is Xiaoyu, and I am currently the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Due to a most agreeable agreement reached with the Holy Land, from the moment this agreement takes effect, the warlord system will transition from the world government to the Navy headquarters. This signifies that, from this point onward, you shall all heed my command. Chapter 080. A thief is a thief, and thieves must be eradicated. Without waiting for the members of the seven warlords to react, Xiaoyu suddenly shifted the tone of his discourse, stating that the relationship between the seven warlords, the Navy, and the world government has always been ambiguous, a situation he finds highly unsatisfactory. Thus, he announced his intention to reorganize the seven warlords. Those willing to accept this reformation would find their past transgressions forgiven. But upon agreeing, they must bear the responsibilities that come with being part of the Navy, which upholds justice and order. Conversely, those who refuse this transformation would face immediate capture, and their previous crimes would be met with severe punishment. Given that most among them possessed devil fruit, exterminating them would prove troublesome. Therefore, he reassured them that until he finds a means to transfer their devil fruit abilities, they would not meet their demise, but rather endure considerable suffering. As Xiaoyu concluded his speech, Don Quixote Doflamingo let out a low, mocking laugh. You convened this meeting under the guise of negotiation, yet you never intended for us to leave alive, did you, Admiral Xiaoyu? You may interpret it that way, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Perhaps some among you were coerced into the life of piracy, while others may wear the pirate title without having committed wanton acts of violence against the innocent. However, such distinctions are inconsequential. As Admiral of the Navy, under the banner of the seagull flag that symbolizes justice and peace, I have no desire to conflate myself with thieves. A thief is a thief, and thieves must be purged. Therefore, I now extend to you an opportunity to forsake the shadows and embrace the light. Renounce your titles as warlords, accept reformation into genuine Navy personnel, and atone for your past misdeeds. At this juncture, Xiaoyu glanced at his watch and continued, You need not respond immediately. The time for execution approaches. I am not an unreasonable man. A response before the execution is sufficient. Of course, you may also choose to rise in defiance. Provided you possess absolute confidence in defeating the 4 admirals by my side and breaking through the encirclement of all officers and soldiers. Upon hearing this, the previously silent Jinbei stood up, his tone earnest. Admiral Xiaoyu, is there truly no room for negotiation? Must we choose between becoming Navy personnel or facing death? Indeed, Xiaoyu replied, raising his gaze slightly. To be candid, several among you have committed crimes warranting execution in public. Left to bake under the sun for 10 days or more. Granting you the chance for reformation is the utmost mercy I can offer. I have heard many tales of your exploits. Since taking the helm of the Sun Pirates from its first captain, you have not only refrained from unjustly slaying innocents, but have also garnered the respect of many formidable individuals, earning the title of the Sea Hero through your chivalric deeds. Yet, I do not deem you a worthy sea hero. The true embodiment of a hero should don the mantle of justice, upholding the peace that arises from a just order, dedicating oneself to the eradication of all evil, rather than mingling with a band of pirates, feigning camaraderie, and losing oneself amidst hollow praises. After a brief pause, Xiaoyu shifted his tone, declaring, I understand that your descent into piracy stems from either the oppression faced in your homeland or the corruption of the world government, fueled by the trampling of certain privileged classes. In the face of such a world, you were once powerless, yet now you possess a choice. For under my command, the Navy shall no longer be beholden to the world government. We shall pursue 3 tenets: justice, justice, and once again, justice. Even should the celestial dragons, who indulge in privileges and claim to be descendants of deities, err, the Navy will apprehend them, dispatching overseers to the knights of God for judgment. Those deserving of death shall meet their end, and those warranting imprisonment shall be confined. As long as I draw breath, I shall not permit justice to be trampled by anyone or any privilege. True justice must transcend all. Having uttered these words, Xiaoyu diverted his gaze from Jinbei, sweeping over the likes of Trafalgar Law, Gecko Moria, Crocodile, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, his previously gentle demeanor shifting to one of fierce authority. Is it not my benevolence that allows you wretches to undergo reform? As I have dared to inscribe the right to apprehend even the celestial dragons into the Mariehua Treaty, compelling the world government to yield? As Xiaoyu's words echoed, the Marineford Square fell silent once more, the sound of the Navy flag snapping in the wind resonating like a countdown in the hearts of the warlords of the sea. Flanking Xiaoyu were the 4 admirals. Whether it was the ambivalent justice of Borsalino or the laid-back justice of Kazan, both now bore awakened eyes. Sakazuki, too, though aware that Xiaoyu's assembly of the warlords was a prelude to a trap, underestimated Xiaoyu's resolve and audacity, casting the choice of life and death before the warlords. Of course, he cared not for how the warlords would choose. What ignited his fervor was the declaration of true justice must transcend all. No one and no privilege shall be allowed to trample upon it. In the silence, Sakazuki raised his gaze, revealing eyes ablaze with fervent flames, his heart fervently proclaiming, This is true justice, the epitome of justice. Just as the atmosphere grew tense following Xiaoyu's proclamation, Hancock, who had remained obediently silent, suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes sparkling with emotion as she gazed at Xiaoyu and impulsively declared, I am willing. Hancock was not being thoughtless. Rather, she had conjured countless images in her mind while absorbing Xiaoyu's words, particularly when she heard him assert, I dare to inscribe the right to apprehend even the celestial dragons into the Mariehua Treaty. She nearly succumbed to the overwhelming joy, almost fainting on the spot. With Hancock's sudden declaration, one could hardly say that she would relinquish her identity as a warlord of the sea. should Summer-Yu be she could instantly marry him on the spot. After all, this was not an unexpected proposition for her, as she had just vividly imagined their wedding and even envisioned giving birth to a robust baby boy with Summer-Yu. Hancock's unexpected words somewhat alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. Sensing the surge of affection emanating from Hancock, dark lines appeared on Summer-Yu's forehead. He truly could not comprehend why Hancock harbored such feelings for him. It should be noted that he had neither acted towards her in any way over the past 2 days, nor had he returned home, opting instead to stay in the office to avoid this infatuated mindset. This confounded infatuation. After silently scoffing to himself, Summer-Yu responded with a smile, saying, "Understood. I shall maintain my silence moving forward." "All right," Hancock replied, her heart brimming with joy as she nodded in agreement, and she indeed fell silent, quietly leaning back in her chair to continue her daydreaming. At that moment, On-Ing, donning the uniform of a rear admiral and draped in the corresponding coat, strode confidently towards the platform, saluting Summer-Yu with a raised hand. "Marshal, the execution will commence in 10 minutes. Shall we initiate the live broadcast now?" "Just joking. A break is certainly out of the question. The 3rd shift ends today. We shall continue tomorrow." Chapter 081. The execution begins. The identity of Whitebeard 2. As the time for the public execution drew near, all the journalists gathered before the outdoor screen, along with various intelligence operatives, anxiously awaited the illumination of the screen. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the execution, why had the Navy headquarters not yet commenced the proceedings? Surely, they would not wait until the execution moment to begin. Quiet down. Hasn't the Navy headquarters issued a news announcement? This public execution will coincide with the Shichibukai meeting. A slight delay is entirely normal. In the bubble square of District 13, the journalists and intelligence traders, unable to contain their anticipation, gradually grew restless. For both journalists and intelligence operatives, such a significant event was a rare opportunity. The first to seize the headline would stand to profit immensely, as not every location would be privy to this public execution. Only through them could it be relayed. In a corner of the square, Rayleigh, equally intrigued by the live broadcast, sat before a chair beneath a tree, while Shucky stood beside him, a cigarette in hand, her gaze fixed upon the screen suspended in midair. Just then, a man clad in a straw hat swiftly approached, discreetly passing a note to Shucky as he brushed past her. Without raising her eyes to regard the man, Shucky accepted the note, glanced at it, and then nonchalantly crushed it into powder. She spoke calmly. "It seems that the execution of Whitebeard 2 has not drawn the attention of Whitebeard himself. Thus far, the Whitebeard pirates have shown no signs of movement, and the Moby Dick remains anchored within their territorial waters." "Predictably so," Rayleigh replied with a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated this all along. If Whitebeard 2 were truly his son, he would never allow him to wander the world, exposed to the elements. Meanwhile, within the territorial waters of the Whitebeard pirates, the massive deck of the Moby Dick witnessed Marco, the captain of the 1st division of the crew, hastily approaching Whitebeard, who sat at the bow of the ship. "Father, shall we truly do nothing?" As Marco's words resonated, the other captains on the deck rose in unison. Observing this, Whitebeard, adorned with numerous 4 tubes, sighed inwardly. "Though Edward Weevil bears my name, he is not my son. My sons are only you." He sighed again silently, fully aware in his heart of the truth regarding Edward Weevil's identity. If Edward Weevil were truly his son, Bakken would have long since sought him, knowing the importance he placed on family. Bakken's restraint in not doing so indicated her understanding of the true identity of Whitebeard 2 and her reluctance to bring him forth. After a brief silence, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Marco and, shedding the fierce demeanor of the world's strongest man, spoke gently. "Marco, my son, the execution of Bakken and her child is not necessarily a misfortune for you, because if that mother and son were alive after I depart from this world, your greatest threat would not stem from the Navy, but rather from the so-called Whitebeard 2. Father, I do not comprehend." Marco blinked in confusion. Whitebeard patiently elucidated. "Miss Bakken's true name is Bikinem Stussy. We were both members of the Rocks Pirates. For various reasons, she harbors immense resentment towards me. The reason she has remained out of my sight all these years is that I am still alive. Should the day arrive when I am no longer here, she would undoubtedly transfer her hatred onto you, utilizing Whitebeard 2, whom she keeps by her side, to eliminate you one by one, and subsequently seize control of all territories belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. Although Whitebeard 2 is related to me, he is but rather a clone created in my likeness. Based on my understanding, Buckingham Stussy initially cloned the first specimen via the MADS Scientific Research Institute, using herself as the prototype. I am uncertain whether her cloning was successful, but it is evident that the clone she fashioned in my image has thrived. After a brief pause, Whitebeard suddenly changed his tone. Although it is not entirely successful, it is said that this Whitebeard too lacks intellectual capacity. Goo la la la, the familiar hearty laughter inexplicably eased the tension felt by all the captains and crew, including Marco. It is important to note that upon receiving the news from the Navy regarding Bakken and Whitebeard too, their father's mood had soured significantly. At that time, they all believed Whitebeard too to be their father's biological son, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to him. How could a father remain in good spirits knowing his own son was captured and on the brink of public execution? However, they had not anticipated such a twist. This Whitebeard too was not their father's true son, merely a clone? If he is a clone, there is no need for them to interfere blindly. Otherwise, even if their father did not come to rescue him, they would still feel compelled to take action in gratitude for the years of care, shelter, and salvation their father had provided. Meanwhile, the other 3 sea emperors of the New World had also received intelligence regarding the unusual silence from the Whitebeard pirates. In the territory of Whole Cake Island, Katakuri stood outside the Cake Castle, surprised as he gazed at the open castle doors, muttering to himself, "Mother was indeed correct. Whitebeard truly does not care about Edward Weevil's fate. Could it be that this so-called Whitebeard too is not his son?" The live execution is about to commence at that moment. A familiar voice reached his ears. Following the sound, he saw a group of men and women hastily approaching him. Leading them were the formidable stars, Snack and Cracker, along with several members of the Charlotte family. Leading the way, Smoogie held an image phone worm. Although her device could not connect with the Navy headquarters image phone worm, it was capable of relaying footage from the outdoor screens of the Chambord Islands through the intelligence agents of the Charlotte family stationed there. I held no interest in the execution of Whitebeard too. Before Smoogie could activate the image phone worm, a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Soon after, a young woman with fair skin, clad in a red skirt and red high heels, draped in a purple cloak, gracefully approached Smoogie. Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, just past her 25th birthday, was an extraordinary user of the yellow fruit ability. Due to Smoogie's towering height of over 4 meters, Garrett, who possessed a naturally tall physique for a woman, appeared somewhat petite and delicate beside her. She leaped forward, snatched the image phone worm from Smoogie's hand, and with a crescent-eyed smile, remarked, "I am quite eager to meet the newly appointed admiral of the Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu, who has instigated a mutiny." As her words faded, the image phone worm clicked on, and the transmitted footage swiftly appeared on a screen opposite them. Simultaneously, the outdoor screen located in the Chambord Islands lit up. As the screen brightened, the scene of Marineford Square at the Navy headquarters vividly came into view. Gradually, the camera zoomed in, revealing Xiaoyu standing on the platform, adorned in the Admiral's cloak. Chapter 082, The Conclusion of the Age of Great Voyages. For Justice. As the live broadcast commenced, individuals across the globe who were intently following this public execution held their breath in anticipation. Some gazed eagerly at the youthful fleet admiral of the Navy appearing on screen, while others, deprived of visual communication devices, gathered around ordinary telephones to listen intently. The 4 emperors of the New World, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, major news agencies, and even the power chambers within the Holy Land World government's headquarters were all riveted to this event. While some were fixated on the notorious criminal, Whitebeard too, who dared to assault a Navy training vessel, the majority were eager to discern the message the newly appointed fleet admiral intended to convey through this public execution. At the Marineford Square of the Navy headquarters, as the broadcast began, Xiaoyu disregarded the 7 warlords and stepped towards the edge of the platform, facing the image-transmitting device set before him. The moment he stood before the device, his presence captured the attention of all, whether physically present or watching via the live feed. As if the world had been momentarily paused. Even the 7 warlords seated at the conference table found their gazes fixated upon Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu did not speak immediately. He stood resolutely, one hand resting on the hilt of his Guillaume sword, allowing the sea breeze to billow his admiral-esque cloak, creating a tumultuous rustling sound. As his cloak danced wildly in the wind, his formidable silhouette, with a muscular build and poised demeanor, suddenly captivated the gaze of the 7 warlords and Navy generals, causing Hancock's expression to momentarily falter, and even Guillaume seemed momentarily distracted. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, Xiaoyu stepped forward, maintaining a measured pace, and spoke. Good afternoon to all the just souls and the despicable scum who are tuning in to witness this public execution. I am Xiaoyu, the current Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Please take heed of this name, for in the time to come, it may very well become a topic of conversation over your meals, or perhaps the source of nightmares for certain individuals. Those of you who are able to witness this public execution through the live broadcast or its retransmission are likely already aware of the circumstances surrounding this event. As you may have heard, the infamous Miss Bakken, formerly a member of the Rocks Pirates and known as Buckingham Stussy, has been apprehended for instigating her son, Edward Weevil, to attack a Navy training vessel, resulting in the demise of all but 2 training officers aboard. Following our thorough investigation, both Buckingham Stussy and Edward Weevil are deserving of capital punishment. Of course, executing this mother and son duo does not necessitate such grandiosity. The reason I chose to conduct this public execution via live broadcast. This is an opportunity to address the world and make it clear to those criminals who continue to trample upon justice and order before his words could fully escape his lips. Xiaoyu stepped forward, his aura surging with intensity. His previously gentle gaze transformed into a piercing glare. He intended to make them aware that the valiant Navy must not be trifled with. He sought to convey that justice shall not be violated. With the resolute declaration of justice shall not be trampled, all the officers and soldiers, led by Admiral Sikorsky, stood tall, stepping forward to salute. In the next moment, loyalty, the rallying cry, infused with the fervor of every officer in the Navy headquarters, detonated like a heavy bomb, shaking the very hearts of the 7 warlords present in Marineford Square and all those watching the live broadcast. Ah, how exhilarating it is. Even the notorious Doflamingo, seated at the table of the 7 warlords, had no choice but to acknowledge that this young admiral was a born leader. Similarly ambitious Crocodile found himself plunged into contemplation at this moment. Upon entering the headquarters, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, seeking to broker a deal with the young admiral during the 7 warlords meeting for mutual benefit. However, upon hearing Xiaoyu's proclamation of justice shall not be trampled, his momentary optimism evaporated, and he came to the stark realization that in Xiaoyu's eyes, he was merely a pirate. Once the impending execution concluded, they would face the specter of life and death. Sitting alongside Moria, the flower card also grasped their precarious situation. Once the execution unfolded, they would be left with 2 choices, either submit at Xiaoyu's feet or perish. Submission was utterly inconceivable. Once a prominent figure in the Beast Pirates, he had distanced himself from the crew over the years, yet that did not signify betrayal of Kaido. Not only would he remain loyal to Kaido, but he would also strive to fortify the Beast Pirates by seeking more devil fruits for Kaido. Jinbei remained unperturbed, his expression focused on Xiaoyu, seemingly eager for the Admiral's forthcoming address. The quietest among them were Mihawk and Hancock, particularly Hancock, who was completely absorbed in her imaginative reveries. At this juncture, the eloquent Xiaoyu, after a brief silence lasting several seconds, raised his hand to check the time before once again facing the camera, sweeping away his earlier intensity and adopting a gentler tone. 16 years ago, the so-called Pirate King, Roger, uttered a phrase before his execution, thereby ushering in the great age of pirates. In the years that have followed, countless individuals have taken to the seas as pirates in pursuit of the great treasure hidden on the final island, inflicting suffering upon innumerable innocent civilians living in the lower strata of society, leading to the destruction of families and the scattering of loved ones. To this end, I wish to convey a few words to the persecuted people of the world through this broadcast. As I reach this point, Xiaoyu's speech gradually quickened. What your nations cannot govern, the Navy shall oversee. The world government cannot eliminate them. The Navy shall take action. In one statement, I declare the end of the long-standing age of exploration that has persisted for 16 years, be it pirates, human trafficking syndicates, or other nefarious organizations, as well as the once privileged aristocracy. All who stand in my way shall be vanquished, for the sake of justice. Upon hearing these words, the audience captivated by the live broadcast fell into a momentary silence. Subsequently, the squares housing the outdoor screens in the Shambadi archipelago and across the globe erupted in fervor, igniting a passionate response among all who witnessed this moment. Long live Lord Xiaoyu! Long live the Navy! Long live justice! In the Shambadi archipelago, the deafening shouts echoed like a volcanic eruption, swiftly spreading from one square to the entire island. The populace, long suffering under the tyranny of pirates and the exploitation of the aristocracy, whose lives had been shattered, reacted with intense emotion, some raising their fists in fervent slogans, others embracing in tears. Before the camera, Xiaoyu did not emphasize his words with deliberate inflection. Instead, he abruptly shifted his gaze toward Ein and Binz, who had been waiting at the foot of the platform, his eyes sharp as he commanded, "Bring the criminals to the gallows. Execute immediately." I would rate this a 9.0. It surprisingly has a certain rhythm when read aloud. Chapter 083. Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to bow before me? Within the vast expanse of nations, the members of the Charlotte family fell into silence as they observed the imposing figure standing before the camera. Broadcasted through the image-transmitting telephone worm, the young admiral of the Navy had articulated with great clarity the forthcoming endeavors of the naval forces. Evil must be eradicated, and the glory of justice shall endure eternally. What a magnificent and commanding man he is. After a brief moment of silence, Charlotte, who had been fixated on the screen, stepped forward, her lips parting softly. However, to bring an end to the age of discovery is far more challenging than mere words imply. The renowned General, Smuggy, was evidently taken aback by Charlotte's declaration, her brows furrowing as she diverted her gaze towards the unresponsive Katakuri, her expression grave. If he were to unleash such thunderous tactics against the pirates, the Navy's focus might very well shift to the New World, potentially deploying all their forces for an assault. In that event, the Yonko reigning over the New World would be the first to bear the brunt of their onslaught. Katakuri, we must prepare in advance. Among the young members of the Charlotte family, a petite girl stepped forth, her small face etched with worry. If the Navy truly launches a large-scale attack on the New World, Cake Island and Wano country will undoubtedly become their primary targets. For although the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates possess their territories, they do not remain fixed on any specific island, particularly Whitebeard, who resides on the Moby Dick, making it difficult for the Navy to track their whereabouts. What is there to fear? Another member of the Charlotte family interjected dismissively. If they dare to come, Mother will ensure they never return. Silence. Katakuri, who had remained silent until now, cast a glance at his siblings who had spoken out, his voice low and firm. This matter is not for us to decide. We must heed Mother's. Before Katakuri could finish his statement, a familiar laughter rang out abruptly, and soon Charlotte Linlin, adorned in a floral dress and possessing a robust figure, strolled over leisurely. "Ah, so you are all here?" Under the watchful eyes of her children, Charlotte Linlin made her way directly to the screen, tilting her head to gaze at the young admiral appearing before them. Just a single glance, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. What a formidable naval admiral! I have heard that he compelled the Holy Land to concede, not only signing the Mariewa Treaty, but also granting the Navy autonomy. His audacity is truly remarkable. Since the Navy has gained autonomy, it signifies that they are no longer bound to obey the commands of the world government. After a brief pause, Charlotte Linlin suddenly turned to Katakuri, exclaiming with undeniable fervor, "Katakuri, prepare to extend an invitation for a tea party to this promising young admiral, if he is willing to come." At this point, Charlotte Linlin swiftly shifted her gaze to the assembly of her daughters, pointing and declaring, You, all of you are already married. It shall Garrett. As long as this young admiral is willing to attend the tea party, you shall be the one to unite with him, allowing him to become a son-in-law of the Charlotte family." Almost simultaneously, all the children of the Charlotte family widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in unison. Thus, it was decided. Without waiting for anyone to object, Charlotte Linlin emphatically concluded the matter and hurriedly turned to leave, leaving her children in a state of bewilderment, staring at one another in shock. After watching Charlotte Linlin depart, Smuggy gazed blankly at Garrett beside him, questioning silently, was Mother just sleepwalking? Unlikely. Garrett shook her head and then raised her gaze to the screen, her eyes narrowing as she mused. A union with the naval admiral? That sounds rather novel. But would he agree? What are you thinking, Garrett? Unexpectedly, Garrett seemed somewhat intrigued, prompting a startled response from Clyjack, who widened his eyes and exclaimed in exasperation, "Mother is confused. How could you follow her folly?" Garrett smiled gently and replied, "Brother Clyjack, Mother is not confused." Katakuri chimed in, agreeing. Such a thing would have been impossible in the past, but now the Navy possesses autonomy. In a sense, the Navy has become an independent entity. Everything is dictated by Admiral Shanks. As long as he desires it, the world government has no authority to interfere. However, even if Shanks accepts the Tea Party invitation, he would never consent to a union. Unless the New World comprises only nations and the Big Mom pirates cease to exist. As long as the Big Mom pirates endure, Admiral Shanks will not ally himself through marriage with pirate forces. Upon hearing this, Smuggy furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, should we send the tea party invitation to Shanks?" "Yes." Katakuri nodded. "If Shanks accepts the invitation, it indicates he is not entirely confident about attacking the New World and seeks to test us through this opportunity. If he declines, we must prepare to face the war that could arrive at any moment." Before Katakuri could finish, someone in the crowd suddenly raised their voice, announcing, "Whitebeard 2 has emerged." At this, the crowd once again turned their attention to the screen. There, the camera revealed Edward Weevil and Bartholomew Kuma, shackled and escorted by several officers, as they traversed the long line of the Navy towards the execution platform. As the mother and son knelt before the executioner, a figure draped in a vice admiral's cloak and holding the decree of execution, Ein, leaped forward to stand before them. Casting a glance at the kneeling duo, Ein's eyes reflected no emotional turmoil as he succinctly declared, "Execution." With Ein's command, the executioners standing behind the mother and son raised their blades simultaneously and, with decisive swiftness, brought them down. In that instant, blood splattered forth. All those who were watching the live broadcast fell into a profound silence at that moment. The Chambered Archipelago. Through the live feed, 2 heads were seen falling to the ground. After a brief pause, Rayleigh, seated on a long wooden bench beneath a tree, rose decisively and spoke. "Where will the 7 warlords go from here?" Shaki shook her head with a smile, her gaze fixed intently on the screen, where a formidable figure stood beside the gallows. She remarked softly, "The fate of the other 7 warlords is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I can understand why Hancock succumbed. Such a commanding presence, indeed, if I had encountered him in my youth, I too would have been captivated. Let alone Hancock." At the Navy headquarters, at the very moment the 2 heads struck the ground, a sudden gust of sea wind swept over the high walls of the headquarters, causing the naval flags to flutter and emit a sharp sound as it rushed past the square, lifting the marshal's coat from Shayu, who stood on the platform. Simultaneously, Shayu, with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, turned abruptly, allowing his cloak to billow wildly in the turbulent wind. His piercing gaze swept over the members of the 7 warlords before he addressed them directly. "The execution has concluded. It is now your turn to make a choice." Before his words had fully settled, Shayu stepped forward, his formidable aura unabashedly emanating, an invisible pressure enveloping the members of the 7 warlords gathered at the conference table. "Esteemed guests, are you willing to bow before me?" The 3rd chapter concludes today. We shall continue tomorrow. Rating 9.0 Chapter 084. Witness the slaughter. Instant annihilation of the 7 warlords. Neither the assembled 7 warlords nor the various naval officers present, nor those who were intently watching the live broadcast, could have anticipated that the moment the head fell from the execution platform, Xiaoyu would swiftly pivot his weapon, exerting extreme pressure upon the 7 warlords on the high platform. As Xiaoyu's words reverberated through the air, the atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Sakazuki raised his head slightly, his cold, piercing eyes sweeping across the members of the 7 warlords seated at the conference table, while the numerous officers flanking the high platform instinctively gripped their weapons. Undoubtedly, anyone who dared to resist or refuse at this moment would be met with swift and merciless execution by Sakazuki and his cadre of officers. Viewers of the live stream fell silent, particularly the journalists and various factions gathered in the plazas of Sabaody Archipelago, all holding their breath as they focused intently on the 7 warlords appearing on their screens. This profound silence enveloped the entirety of Sabaody Archipelago, broken only by the sound of bubbles rising into the air. Riley and Shaki, initially intent on departing, found themselves halted in their tracks as Xiaoyu's sudden declaration, "Will you bow before me, Commander?" echoed from the screen. Turning to face the camera, Shaki, with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword and the other casually behind his back, narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Over the years, many ambitious heroes and young kings have emerged, yet they all pale in comparison to him. Forceful, domineering, and utterly unyielding." Riley nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I never anticipated this. I truly did not foresee that the descendant of the D family, whom Roger had long awaited, would not appear. Instead, a young king has emerged from the Navy." In the frame, the members of the 7 warlords seated at the conference table, even Mihawk, felt the intangible pressure emanating from Xiaoyu. Despite being the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk inexplicably experienced a sense of trepidation. This unease was not merely due to Xiaoyu's formidable strength, but rather the innate regal aura which instilled a profound sense of oppression. Not only Mihawk felt this sudden pressure, but Jinbei, Trafalgar Law, the ambitious crocodile, and Don Quixote da Flamingo also found themselves inexplicably stirred by an impulse to pay homage as Xiaoyu approached the conference table, the oppressive aura intensifying around them. Ha ha ha. You truly leave us no room to maneuver, Commander Xiaoyu. Da Flamingo suddenly cackled ominously, rising with a hunched posture to gaze at Xiaoyu, his voice grave. However, employing such forceful tactics to pressure us, should we capitulate due to the Navy's formidable presence? How can you ensure that we will not renege once we depart from the Navy's grasp? Commander Xiaoyu. Before Xiaoyu could respond, Law, overwhelmed by the palpable pressure, abruptly stood, his gaze fervently fixed upon Xiaoyu. Do not forget. The Seven Warlords system was instituted by the world government to maintain balance in the tumultuous waters of the Grand Line, not because we wish to become the Seven Warlords. Your disdain for the existence of the Seven Warlords system is evident. You could simply declare its cancellation. Why, then, summon us here? Don Quixote da Flamingo speaks truthfully. Even if we were to concede now, it would be solely due to the formidable strength of your assembly. However, were you to adopt a different approach in communicating with us, I am confident that all present would be more than willing to continue serving you. At this juncture, Hakuza turned his gaze toward the two silent warlords beside him, Jinbei and Crocodile. Am I not correct? To Hakuza's surprise, he invoked his own name, leaving Jinbei momentarily taken aback. Hakuza's intention was unmistakable. He sought to rally support against Xiaoyu while Doflamingo took the initiative. Yet, Jinbei could hardly suppress his frustration. This is the Navy headquarters. Did you not notice the four admirals eyeing Xiaoyu with predatory intent? Did you see the eager young officers on either side of the elevated platform, itching for action? Could you sense the murderous intent emanating from every corner? Even if all the warlords joined forces, their chances of escape would be virtually non-existent. Most crucially, Mihawk had remained entirely non-committal, having previously accompanied Xiaoyu. This indicated a likely alliance with Xiaoyu, making his involvement improbable. Hancock, on the other hand, had no need to deliberate. This meant that two of the warlords had already chosen Xiaoyu. Under such circumstances, to attempt to draw him out would be tantamount to courting death. Though such thoughts coursed through his mind, Jinbei maintained his composure, subtly directing his gaze toward Crocodile, who was equally taken aback by Hakuza's mention of his name. At that moment, Crocodile nearly dropped his cigar, and the golden hook resting on his knee almost slipped from his grasp. Damn it! Observing the lack of response from both Jinbei and Crocodile, Hakuza silently cursed, then shifted his attention to Moria. Huh. Upon glancing at Moria, Hakuza nearly gasped in disbelief. Moria was actually meditating. Noticing Moria as silence, Hakuza steeled himself, decisively returning his gaze to Xiaoyu, and stated solemnly, You must be well aware of my alliance with the Yonko Kaido. Should you attempt to eliminate me? Before Hakuza could finish, Xiaoyu, who had been waiting in silence for their decision, suddenly stepped forward, drawing his sword, Kenpira. Hakuza, you have already made your choice. As the words left his lips, Xiaoyu's figure blurred as he brushed past Hakuza. There was no overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki, nor was there a dazzling display of sword energy. Instead, there was only the ripple left in the wake of Xiaoyu and Hakuza's encounter, accompanied by Hakuza's severed head, still wide-eyed, held aloft by Xiaoyu. The moment the severed head was raised by Xiaoyu, everyone present, be they the seven warlords or naval officers of various ranks, or even the spectators of the live broadcast, were struck by disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. How is this possible? Following a brief moment of stunned silence, Mihawk was the first to regain his composure. His face contorted in horror as he beheld the figure that wielded a sword in one hand while holding the head of Hua Zha in the other. Even someone as composed as he could not suppress a gasp at that moment. Although Xiaoyu's speed was astonishing, achieving a near-perfect synchronization of man and blade to swiftly sever Hua Zha's head, the assembly included numerous formidable practitioners of Kenbunchika haki, especially Hua Zha himself, who, as one of the seven warlords of the sea, had once engaged in fierce battles with Kaido, ultimately becoming one of his three foremost subordinates after a fierce rivalry. This alone attested to Hua Zha's exceptional abilities in both fruit powers and haki, far surpassing that of ordinary warriors. However, just moments ago, not only had Hua Zha been instantaneously defeated, but nearly all present, including Mihawk, had failed to sense even the slightest hint of Xiaoyu's presence. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Mihawk's pupils narrowed, his gaze sharpening to a predatory intensity. He silently mused to himself, Kenbunchiku kill, Xiaoyu, having discerned everything. was regarded by Mihawk with the eyes of one who beheld a monster. Clearly, at the instant Xiaoyu struck, he had not only suppressed Huajia's Kenbunchika haki, but also quelled the perceptions of all the 7 warlords present. Xiaoyu's actions were not merely about eliminating Huajia. He was unequivocally signaling that even outside the naval headquarters, he could single-handedly dismantle each of them one by one. At that moment, Huajia's body thudded to the ground, and Xiaoyu turned, tossing the still-quivering head onto the conference table. An overwhelming and commanding aura surged forth as he enunciated, "Who else? Step forward." Chapter 085. The 7 warlords of the sea bowed down. The wrath of Kaido. As the chilling proclamation, laden with insatiable malice, echoed through the atmosphere, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene once more. Don Quixote Doflamingo's audacious demeanor was utterly extinguished upon beholding the severed head of Flower Card. Once poised to rise, he fell into a heavy silence, fixating on the unblinking eyes of the fallen for a fleeting moment before retreating to his seat, his countenance unusually grim. Doflamingo, the most astute among those present regarding Flower Card, knew well that the latter had been one of the prominent figures of the Beast's pirate. Not only was he immensely powerful and deeply trusted by Kaido, but he had also tirelessly roamed the seas over the years, fervently seeking out more Zoan-type devil fruits to present to Kaido in a bid to strengthen the crew. Now, with Flower Card's head claimed by Summeryu in public view, should Kaido be watching this live broadcast from his concealed stronghold in Wano, his fury would undoubtedly be unleashed. It is paramount to comprehend that Kaido had been meticulously preparing for an apex war over the years. The demise of his most trusted subordinate, Flower Card, would provoke Kaido's wrath, compelling him to initiate conflict without hesitation. Yet, at this critical juncture, Doflamingo found himself at a crossroads. To bow before Admiral Summeryu meant confronting the formidable Kaido, renowned as the strongest being across land, sea, and air. Conversely, should he choose to assert himself like Flower Card, he was certain that Summeryu would not hesitate to eliminate him. As Doflamingo took his seat, experiencing genuine trepidation for the first time in history regarding his predicament, Hancock, who had been lost in her own reverie, suddenly stood, instantly shedding her previous infatuated expression. She stepped forward, bowing her head slightly towards Summeryu, her tone resolute. The Empress of Amazon Lily, Hancock, willingly bows to Admiral Yu. Hancock's decision did not elicit much surprise among the gathered crowd, yet for Summer's allies, Shaki and Rayleigh, who were situated in Sabaody Archipelago, it came as an unexpected turn. They had anticipated that Hancock would indeed side with Summeryu, but not with such earnestness, envisioning her adopting a different persona. Upon reflection, however, both of them found solace in the realization that, given the gravity of the moment, it would be unfathomable for Hancock to remain ensnared in romantic notions. After all, they had once supported her ascent to the title of Empress of Amazon Lily for a reason. The matter at hand was not solely about individual choices, but also the immense forces backing each of the warlords, Hancock included. Particularly for Hancock, her allegiance as one of the 7 warlords of the sea was intertwined with the safety of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Her acceptance of the invitation to become a warlord had been predicated on ensuring that her homeland remained unthreatened. Now that the warlord system had been transferred to the Navy headquarters, Hancock was compelled to make a decision once more, this time as the Empress of Amazon Lily. As Hancock bowed her head in submission to Summeryu, an unexpected figure rose. Accompanied by a familiar chuckle, the previously meditative Gecko Moria stood, bowing before Summeryu, proclaiming, "Gecko Moria willingly bows to Admiral Yu." Moria paused slightly, stepping forward under the incredulous gazes of the crowd. He then knelt on one knee before Xiaoyu, addressing him as Marshal, and expressed, "I have an uncharacteristic request. I trust that you are well aware of the intricacies surrounding the Flower Cards. Hence, I shall refrain from elaborating further." After his habitual chuckle, Moria lifted his gaze towards Xiaoyu, stating, "With the Flower Cards eliminated by you, Kaido, our ally with whom we share profound trust, is bound to be incensed. Should a conflict arise between Kaido and the Navy in the future, I implore you to take me along." Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. "You seek vengeance for your crew members who fell to Kaido, correct? Very well. I can grant you this, but from this moment forth, your pirate crew must be disbanded, and all your crew members must report to the Navy headquarters for reorganization within 7 days." Having said this, Xiaoyu shifted his gaze away from Moria, not allowing him a chance to respond, and directed his attention towards Jinbei and the others. Before Jinbei, Crocodile, and Don Quixote Doflamingo could react, Mihawk, who had remained silent until now, stood up first and spoke in a deep tone, "Xiaoyu, do not forget our agreement. With that, Dracul Mihawk suddenly drew his black sword and stepped forward, planting it into the ground before him, bowing his head as he declared, Dracul Mihawk. Willing to submit to the Navy Marshal. Crocodile and Doflamingo were evidently taken aback by Mihawk's willingness to bow before Xiaoyu before them. They exchanged knowing glances as they gazed at the world's greatest swordsman, now lowering his head. At that moment, Jinbei also rose, bowing his head towards Xiaoyu with utmost sincerity, proclaiming, Jinbei, willing to submit to the Marshal. Witnessing this, Crocodile and Doflamingo followed suit, standing up in unison. Crocodile, Doflamingo, willing to submit to the Navy Marshal. With their declarations, the atmosphere fell silent once more. However, while the scene grew quiet, many viewers of the live broadcast erupted with excitement, notably within the confines of the Dressrosa Kingdom in the New World. Members of the Don Quixote family had been monitoring Doflamingo's movements since he departed the palace for the Navy headquarters. Upon the commencement of the live broadcast, they were all present, anxiously observing Doflamingo's appearance on screen. As they witnessed Doflamingo bowing his head, numerous members of the Don Quixote family rose in agitation, exclaiming, This is intolerable. Once the young master returns, we will surely avenge this affront. Just as one member finished speaking, a middle-aged man adorned in a fringed hat and a red cloak, resembling a native, stood up in a fit of rage, exclaiming, How could the young master attend this 7 warlords meeting? If I had been there, I would have stopped him. Diamante, a user of the Flare fruit and one of the 4 highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family. Diamante, another figure, stood up, his expression grave. There is no point in discussing this now. The young master has no choice. If he wishes to leave the naval headquarters alive, he must proceed as such. Meanwhile, in the New World, in Wano country, on Onigashima, 2 figures raced forward at astonishing speed towards a towering mountain not far ahead. Soon, they arrived at the mountain's base, where a formidable figure sat, the sharp scent of alcohol permeating the air, mingled with the faint sound of weeping emanating from below. Hanazuki. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the atmosphere, followed by a wave of terrifying energy surging from the foot of the mountain, obliterating all flora and fauna within 100 meters and sending the 2 rushing figures sprawling away. Governor, we are in grave danger. The 2, disregarding the blood surging within them, rose to their feet and shouted towards the imposing figure at the mountain's base. The great banner of Hanazuki has been beheaded. Furthermore, Doflamingo has also chosen to submit to the Navy. As their words echoed, an overwhelming wave of fury ignited at the foot of the mountain. Immediately, the towering figure rose with ferocity, an unmatched aura of power expanding recklessly in all directions. Chapter 086. The great war machine of the Grand Line has begun to turn. Within the realms of the world, the members of the Charlotte family, who had been intently watching the live broadcast, were struck with shock as they witnessed the beheading of the flower card. One by one, the remaining warlords chose to bow before the Marine Admiral, and the previously lingering dissonance vanished into thin air. Standing in the front row, Katakuri's expression grew exceedingly grave. War was on the horizon. After a brief silence, Katakuri slowly raised his head, his gaze intensely fixed on the warlords depicted on the screen bowing before Seiyu. He spoke solemnly. The death of the flower card will undoubtedly provoke Kaido's wrathful revenge. Should Kaido declare war on the Marines, Mother will inevitably be embroiled as well. Damn it. How could the situation take such a swift turn? Brother Katakuri, what is happening? It was merely the beheading of the flower card. How does it involve Kaido? Fool. The flower card was once one of Kaido's 3 foremost subordinates. Though he withdrew from the Beast Pirates, he has not severed ties with Kaido. Quite the contrary. He has maintained an alliance, and over the years has continued to seek out devil fruits under the guise of a warlord. Even so, how does this concern our Charlotte family? It concerns us greatly. Mother and Kaido were once members of the Rocks Pirates. It is said that Kaido was. Oh, you're still too young to know such things. In any case, you must understand that if Kaido truly intends to wage war, he will likely come for Mother. As Katakuri listened to his younger siblings, who were speaking in hushed tones, the usually silent Smoothie furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she turned to Katakuri. What about the tea party invitation? Suddenly, a violent tremor resonated from the direction of the castle, interrupting Katakuri's thoughts. Almost immediately, the voice of Charlotte Linlin echoed from within the castle. Kaido, do not act impulsively. Initiating a war against the Marines at this moment is not a wise decision. Under the leadership of that young admiral, the Marines are more united than ever before. Hey Kaido, enough already. I know the death of the flower card has upset you, but your tears make communication impossible. Calm yourself before contacting me. Before her words could fully settle, Charlotte Linlin's voice rose sharply. Katakuri, smoothie, cracker, snack, get in here at once. Hearing the commanding call from Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri and the others dared not delay and hurried towards the castle. Inside the castle hall, Charlotte Linlin had ceased her conversation with Kaido, her expression grave as she sat rigidly in her grand chair. The four siblings who entered the hall understood the gravity of the moment and refrained from uttering a word. Acutely aware that Charlotte Linlin was on the brink of frenzy, that bastard flower card, glancing at her four children who had approached, Charlotte Linlin clenched her fists and struck the arm of her chair with force, her voice laced with fury. His death might have brought closure, yet it has left me in turmoil. After a brief pause, Charlotte Linlin abruptly lifted her gaze towards Katakuri. Kaido is preparing to wage war and vengeance for the Hana and seeks my assistance. Katakuri, what are your thoughts? Katakuri, with a composed demeanor, stepped forward and retorted, doesn't Mother wish for Gerald to marry Xiaoyu? If the Charlotte family chooses to ally with Kaido at this juncture, Mother's aspirations may be dashed by this impending conflict. Xiaoyu initially instigated a mutiny to ascend to the position of Marshal, subsequently compelling the world government to concede and sign the Mariewa Treaty. He then publicly executed Whitebeard too, beheaded Hanafuda, and forced the remaining warlords to submit. Each of these actions, when considered individually, would be monumental events capable of shocking the world. Yet he accomplished them within a matter of days, leaving no respite for the globe. The once relatively conservative navy, which sought equilibrium and stability, ceased to exist the moment Xiaoyu assumed the role of Marshal. Under Xiaoyu's command, the navy, the grandest war machine of the Grand Line, is now operating at an unprecedented pace. Anyone who stands out at this moment will undoubtedly become their primary target. Thus, my perspective is to avoid the spotlight. Having expressed his thoughts in one breath, Katakuri glanced at Charlotte Linlin and then retreated to stand alongside Smoothie. As a pivotal figure within the Charlotte family, lauded as its finest creation and the foremost star of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri's singular aim has always been to protect every member of his family. Therefore, on a personal level, he would never ally with Kaido. To him, Kaido embodies not only boundless ambition, but also an unrestrained thirst for war. Joining forces with him to incite conflict against the Navy would only bring endless turmoil to the Charlotte family, which has enjoyed stability for years. Of course, this is merely his personal opinion. Ultimately, the Charlotte family does not operate solely on his will. As the second son of Charlotte Linlin, he will unreservedly obey and steadfastly execute whatever decision she makes. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, the flag adorned with a seagull emblem billowed in the wind above Marineford, producing a resounding rustle. Tens of thousands of naval soldiers stood in complete silence, hands clasped behind their backs, standing erect and facing the platform. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, and Gion were no exceptions, standing in orderly fashion on the platform, their gazes following Xiaoyu's movements. All the warlords, except for Hanafuda, bowed their heads towards Xiaoyu. As Xiaoyu remained unresponsive, they maintained their stance, motionless. After surveying the 6 former warlords, Xiaoyu silently returned to the head of the conference table amidst the sound of fluttering flags. He casually retrieved Kinemon from his waist and handed it to Gion, who stood nearby. Upon receiving Kinemon, Gion's gaze suddenly swept over the 6 individuals. Discarding any prior intimidation, he smiled warmly and said, "What is this? Has bowing to me caused you loss of face? Have you felt wronged? Please, take your seats." Xiaoyu gestured for everyone to take their seats before speaking. "The distinction between your former status as warlords of the sea and your current submission to me is negligible. Particularly you, Don Quixote Doflamingo." Xiaoyu's gaze settled on Doflamingo, his tone as unyielding as ever. "Undeniably, your audacity, bolstered by the celestial dragons and the allure of heavenly gold, showcases a certain ruthless charisma. Yet, that is where it ends. The world government did not elevate you to the position of warlord due to the mere trifles of a few celestial dragons or the fleeting value of heavenly, but rather because you once hailed from a celestial dragon lineage and possessed knowledge of certain secrets of the Holy Land. Furthermore, your desperate alliance with the Yonko Kaido in a bid to return to the Holy Land only served to reveal your childishness before him. Thus, Doflamingo, you are but that, nothing particularly remarkable. Bowing before me is not a matter of disgrace. Rather, it is the wisest decision you will make in this lifetime. Of course, this applies equally to all present. In the past, due to Mr. Sengoku's relatively conservative approach and his desire to maintain balance upon the seas. Your existence has been tolerated until now. Otherwise, do you truly believe that the strength of the Navy headquarters could not quell your arrogant defiance? However, such a situation will no longer persist. For the great voyage ahead, the tides of offense and defense shall shift. The day's chapter concludes here, with more to follow tomorrow. Chapter 087. The rotation of the 5 elders commences. One achieves enlightenment, elevating all. As Xia Yu's serene proclamation, the offense and defense have shifted. Echoed through the air, the much-anticipated live broadcast came to a close. Those who heard Xia Yu's words, be it the Revolutionary Army, the various factions of the Grand Line, or the authority within the Holy Land, found themselves bewildered, akin to a monk in confusion. The rationale was straightforward. Despite the escalating fervor of the age of exploration and the burgeoning number of pirates, the Navy had always assumed the role of aggressor. Whenever a pirate was detected, the Navy would promptly initiate pursuit. Most pirates, especially in the first half of the Grand Line, did not dare confront the Navy head-on. Their instinct was to flee at the first sight of naval forces. This established the Navy as the offensive party. Yet Xia Yu's statement about the shifting dynamics suggested a potential transformation in the Navy's strategy. Would they now adopt a defensive posture, allowing the pirates of the Grand Line to pillage unchecked? In the Holy Land's Chamber of Authority, the 5 elders exchanged glances in perplexity following the broadcast's conclusion. The finance warlord, Izambalin, brandishing a katana, was the first to voice his confusion regarding Xia Yu's final remark. The law warlord, Topman, pondered briefly before gesturing dismissively, asserting that while the meaning eluded him, it was certainly not as they presumed. He suggested it would be wiser to observe the developments rather than indulge in chaotic speculation about Xia Yu's next intentions. Ultimately, he remarked that since Lord M had opted to allow events to unfold naturally, it would be prudent for them to refrain from intervening. Inviting Xia Yu's wrath was one matter, but incurring Lord M's displeasure could lead to dire consequences. After a moment's pause, Topman shifted his focus to the agriculture warlord, Shepherd Ten Pitt, and the environment warlord, Marcus Maz, expressing a sense of resignation. You too should prepare. Sengoku and Zephyr have arrived at the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, the agriculture and environment warlords exchanged reluctant glances, yet promptly rose to depart. Once they exited the Chamber of Authority, Topman redirected his attention to the empty seats they had vacated, muttering to himself, "Once our subordinates, now they stand on equal footing with us. Izambalin, have you both considered how to engage with them?" Meanwhile, in the world government's headquarters, within the office of the Supreme Commander, Sora exhaled deeply after watching the broadcast with Sengoku, Zephyr, Carp, and Admiral Tsuru. He then turned to Sengoku and Zephyr, hesitating momentarily before reminding, "You 2 elders should head to the Chamber of Authority." "No need to rush," Sengoku replied, cradling a box of senbei. "We are all 5 elders now. What does a little extra time matter? Let Topman and the others wait. Remember, back when I was a fleet admiral, they always made me wait whenever I wanted to see them. Now that I stand as their equal, it's time they experience the taste of waiting." As the conversation unfolded, Sengoku picked up a piece of rice cracker and tossed it into his mouth, turning to Zephyr with a smile. "I owe my youthful glory at this age to the fact that Zephyr has taken on such an excellent student. With a student like this, what more could a teacher desire?" Haha. Although Zephyr chose not to respond to Sengoku's antics, the expression on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. Indeed, it was not only Sengoku who benefited. He too had basked in the brilliance of Xia Yu. Of course, whether one became an Elder Star or not was of little consequence. What mattered was that he had not anticipated that Xia Yu would alleviate his worries so soon after taking office, capturing the pirates who had attacked the training ship back in the day and publicly executing. Having fulfilled this long-held wish, he had originally intended to continue serving as a trainer at the Navy headquarters, helping Xia Yu cultivate more outstanding naval commanders. However, he was taken aback when Xia Yu elevated him to the position of Elder Star. He understood the intent behind Xia Yu's actions. For the sake of his most prized student, how could he falter at this critical moment? He must raise a banner for Xia Yu in the Holy Land, preparing for even grander schemes. "Hey, don't ignore my presence." Carp, seated nearby and still wrapped in bandages, suddenly interjected, exasperated. Zephyr only acted as Xia Yu's teacher for a brief period during officer training camp. After he left, I took great care of him. By all accounts, I too am half his teacher. Thus, it should be me and Zephyr sharing the position of Elder Star, not letting Sengoku reap the benefits. Sengoku retorted sharply, Carp. If we are to compare, you and Zephyr should be ranked behind Tsuru. Right, Tsuru? With that, Sengoku turned to the quietly seated Vice Admiral Tsuru. Aware that while others might not know, he, Carp, and Zephyr were all too aware that she had treated Xiaoyu like a grandson-in-law all these years. Indeed, I almost forgot about that. Carp chimed in, playfully snatching a rice cracker from Sengoku's grasp. What about Kong Chiu? Is she still with the Blade Unit? She can return to headquarters now. After all, the rumors about her relationship with Xiaoyu have been circulating for years. Although they are mere rumors. We could make them a reality, couldn't we? Ahaha. Two old rascals. Tsuru glared at the pair, scolding them. Stop bringing up things that should remain unmentioned. Enough. Kong, seated at the commander's desk, glanced at Tsuru, then at Sengoku and Carp, finally fixing his serious gaze on Zephyr. So one person ascends. And all around him rise as well. Is that it? I've become an outsider? Haven T.I.? At his words, the office fell silent. And the four instantly turned their attention to Kong. Huffed, someone else feeling jealous. After a brief moment of quiet, Sengoku couldn't contain himself, bursting into laughter and calling out to Zephyr, What are you waiting for, Zephyr? Hurry up and leave. With Sengoku and Zephyr's departure, the office once again fell into a tranquil hush. Crane gazed at the sky, then turned to Carp, her expression grave as she spoke. Based on the intelligence I possess, there exists a profound bond between the flower cards and Kaido. After publicly executing Whitebeard II, Xiaoyu will undoubtedly incite a new war by beheading him before the world. My impression of Xiaoyu is that he seeks not merely to establish his image as a ruthless marshal through this live broadcast, but is preparing to shatter the existing equilibrium entirely. Kong nodded in agreement, remarking, his final words regarding the shifting of offense and defense were not directed at the pirate factions of the first half of the Grand Line, but rather aimed at the four emperors of the New World. Over the years, the Whitebeard pirates have continuously expanded their territory, even incorporating the underwater Ryugu Kingdom into their domain. Although Kaido has long been entrenched in Wano, his beast pirates exert significant influence over many surrounding nations. Furthermore, Charlotte Linley, leading the Big Mom pirates, has expanded from Whole Cake Island, establishing numerous islands and kingdoms. Even the red-haired pirates, having recently ascended to the status of four emperors, swiftly claimed their territory upon entering the New World. In contrast, the Navy, due to the relentless growth of the four emperors, has nearly lost all control in the New World, with only the 1st Division still holding its ground. Surprised that Kong grasped the significance of Xiaoyu's final statement, Crane rose from her seat and decisively addressed Carp. Carp, do not entertain thoughts of retirement just yet. Xiaoyu will undoubtedly require the assistance of us old-timers in the times to come. From my understanding of him, he will not remain at headquarters like Sengoku, directing operations. Should he lead the Navy fleet into battle, our absence from headquarters would be untenable. Come, let us return to headquarters. Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, I just got here. Chapter 088, The Ultimate Pressure, the survival moment of the Don Quixote family. At the Marine headquarters, in the Marineford Square. Although the soldiers and officers in the square had dispersed and the execution platform had been cleared away, the open warlord meeting continued unabated. Don Quixote Doflamingo, whose face had been unceremoniously exposed by Xiaoyu, displayed a remarkable array of emotions: anger, defiance, and humiliation. Particularly when Xiaoyu recounted the disgraceful experience of his rejection when he applied to return to the Holy Land. He nearly lost his composure and overturned the table. Fortunately, Xiaoyu knew where to draw the line. He refrained from unearthing more of Doflamingo's sordid past and instead chastised the other warlords as well. Now, the live broadcast had concluded. At that moment, Xiaoyu abruptly shifted the topic, stating, Next, we must address your arrangements. You cannot leave the headquarters immediately. Not only must you remain, but you will also undergo a period of ideological reformation. Ideological reformation? Mihawk exclaimed, raising his head in surprise. Do I have to participate as well? Everyone must participate. Xiaoyu affirmed with a nod. Although you have not opposed the Navy since becoming warlords, I am well aware of the activities you have engaged in under the guise of the warlord title. Particularly you, Doflamingo, and Crocodile. One of you operates various illegal enterprises in the underworld under the alias Joker, while the other established a Baroque works in Alabasta under the moniker Mr. Zero. Upon hearing these words, both Doflamingo and Crocodile visibly shifted in demeanor. Crocodile, in particular, was taken aback by Xiaoyu's profound knowledge of his clandestine activities over the years. Before either could fully react, Xiaoyu suddenly turned his gaze towards Crocodile, stating, "Crocodile, your plan for Fantasy Island has yet to be executed, I presume? It is best if it remains that way." Xiaoyu's unexpected remark caused Crocodile, already shaken by the revelation of his Baroque works, to narrow his eyes in disbelief. He instinctively stood up, incredulity etched on his face as he regarded Xiaoyu. After a few moments of silent scrutiny, Crocodile took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and gravely inquired, "Admiral Xiaoyu, what else do you know? What are you afraid of?" Xiaoyu replied, lifting his gaze with a charming smile. "Is it my knowledge of your Baroque works, or the so-called secretive plan for Fantasy Island? Or perhaps it is the fact that among the members of your Baroque works, there exists a devil child named Nico Robin?" As soon as the name Nico Robin escaped Xiaoyu's lips, Jinbi and Moria, who had remained observant, instinctively raised their heads. Doflamingo turned to Crocodile in surprise, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Although Crocodile did not display much outward reaction, an internal storm surged within him, rendering him rigid in place. Xiaoyu's awareness of Nico Robin's involvement in Baroque works was staggering. It is essential to recognize that Nico Robin is the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident. Due to her identity as an archaeologist and her unique ability to decipher ancient texts, she has been placed on the world government's most wanted list. He, recognizing her exceptional skill, has taken the perilous step of keeping her close, meticulously guarding her identity. Should the world government discover that he has sheltered Nico Robin, not only would his status as a warlord be stripped away, but he could also face dire consequences. Yet, this clandestine matter was casually revealed by Xiaoyu, a clear indication that his every move had been under Xiaoyu's watchful scrutiny. The reason Xiaoyu brings this up now is evidently because he understands that loyalty to the Navy is out of the question for him. Observing Crocodile's reaction, Xiaoyu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, "Do not be anxious. In my eyes, neither you, nor Doflamingo, nor that defeated wretch who has languished since his loss to Kaido, holds any secrets. If I wished to, there would have been no need to wait until now. In essence, I shall personally lead you all towards justice. The first step towards justice is to undergo ideological reform. As for your subordinates or family members." At this point, Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards Doflamingo, stating, "You have two choices. Firstly, like Moria, the members of the Don Quixote family must report to headquarters within 7 days. Secondly, Admiral Sakazuki will take command of the Dressrosa Kingdom, with all members of the Don Quixote family placed under his authority." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo nearly toppled from his chair. Regaining his composure, he stood upright, his eyes fixed intently on Xiaoyu. "It seems that seizing the Dressrosa Kingdom from me is your true objective, Admiral Xiaoyu. I can submit to you, but I wish for the Don Quixote family to retain control over Dressrosa. Understood?" Xiaoyu nodded and decisively called out, "Sakazuki." "Present," responded Sakazuki, who had been standing quietly beside Xiaoyu without hesitation, stepping forward. "Immediately lead your Akainu army to apprehend all members of the Don Quixote family." Before he could finish, Xiaoyu abruptly changed his command. "No, do not apprehend them. Eliminate them all." "Understood." Sakazuki showed no sign of hesitation and promptly retrieved a din-din mushi, intoning in a deep voice, "Akainu army, assemble. Target." However, before Sakazuki could finish his orders, he was taken aback by Xiaoyu's ruthless decisiveness in dispatching Sakazuki, the embodiment of absolute justice. Doflamingo, frightened, quickly interjected, adopting the most submissive tone he had ever used since entering Marineford. "Xiaoyu, must you leave no survivors? The Dressrosa Kingdom belongs to the Don Quixote family." At this juncture, Doflamingo hesitated, knowing that once Xiaoyu made a decision, it could not be altered. He took a deep breath and bowed his head towards Xiaoyu, murmuring, I choose option 1. "You have missed the opportunity to choose." Xiaoyu shook his head resolutely and declared, "Sakazuki, let us set forth. Upon our arrival at the Kingdom of Dressrosa, should any members of the Don Quixote family dare to resist, eliminate them without hesitation. Remember, all of them. If they show compliance and do not resist, integrate them into our ranks and await my further instructions." "Understood." Sakazuki straightened his posture, saluted, and promptly seized the din-din mushi, swiftly turning to issue further commands, with the target being the Kingdom of Dressrosa. "You have 10 minutes to assemble." With Sakazuki's command, a multitude of admirals, rear admirals, and commodores from the Akainu forces immediately surged forth from the headquarters. Simultaneously, officers of the rank of commodore and below, along with 1,200 soldiers, marched in unison towards the port, rapidly boarding the 4 warships docked at the shore. Chapter 089, The Path of the Bold. So must the commander. To his astonishment, Xiaoyu's overwhelming strength left Doflamingo utterly flustered. It was none other than Sakazuki. Should Xiaoyu have dispatched either Kizaru or Akiji, Doflamingo might have entertained a flicker of hope. Yet, he had chosen to send forth Sakazuki. Merely envisioning Sakazuki descending upon Dressrosa, engulfing the palace in molten lava, sent a chill racing down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, as Sakazuki leapt from the platform and made his way towards the port, Doflamingo frantically retrieved his transponder snail. Disregarding the multitude present and casting aside his previous poise, he shouted into the snail, "Members of the Don Quixote family, heed my command. Once Admiral Sakazuki's fleet reaches Dressrosa, no one is to resist. You must cooperate with Admiral Sakazuki, young master." A voice from the transponder snail responded, slightly delayed, "What is happening?" Doflamingo, with no time for explanations and desperate to avoid total annihilation, commanded, "Execute the order." He hastily ended the call, lifting his gaze, an unprecedented plea evident in his expression. The renowned and fearsome presence of the infamous Don Quixote had vanished in that moment. Understanding Doflamingo's thoughts, Xiaoyu spoke calmly. "Your only recourse is to pray that the members of the Don Quixote family comply unconditionally. Otherwise, Sakazuki will undoubtedly eliminate them without mercy. Even if a few manage to escape, they will merely be like lost dogs. Of course, you have another option, to eliminate me and charge forth from the Navy headquarters to stop Sakazuki." As Xiaoyu finished speaking, Ji Yuan, standing beside him, instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, stepping forward with a piercing gaze fixed on Doflamingo. Kazan and Palyasolino also cast sidelong glances. The formidable aura of the Navy admirals enveloping the scene. Feeling the oppressive pressure emanating from the admirals, the last remnants of Doflamingo's defiance were extinguished, leaving him powerless as he slumped back into his chair, his face a mixture of resentment, helplessness, and overwhelming. Xiaoyu's strength and decisiveness far exceeded anything he had anticipated. Initially, Doflamingo believed Xiaoyu merely sought to subjugate the Shichibukai. It was now clear how naive he had been. Xiaoyu's intention was not only to compel the Shichibukai to bow, but to seize this opportunity to eradicate the very forces he had painstakingly cultivated over the years, thereby severing any potential escape routes they might have sought. Though Crocodile and Moria did not exhibit overt reactions, the extreme pressure Xiaoyu exerted on Doflamingo sent a cold sweat cascading over them. Jinbi and Mihawk's responses were particularly intriguing. As they observed Xiaoyu's relentless pressure on Doflamingo, stripping him of his usual sharpness, both men instinctively narrowed their eyes, focusing their attention intently on Xiaoyu. At this moment, they perceived not merely an admiral, but a sovereign whose every gesture exuded an innate regal aura. Xiaoyu chose to disregard Don Quixote Doflamingo, allowing his gaze to settle upon Crocodile. Although Crocodile was mentally prepared, the instant Xiaoyu directed his attention towards him, he felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety in his chest. This sensation was most unwelcome. After all, he was a seasoned member of the Seven Warlords, having once confronted the world's mightiest man, Edward Newgate, without flinching. Even though he was ultimately defeated by Newgate, he did not crumble as Moria did after his fatal encounter with Kaido. Instead, he emerged with even greater ambition, dreaming of becoming the next pirate king. Possessing such lofty aspirations and having weathered numerous storms, he believed himself unafraid of any formidable presence. Yet, after witnessing Xiaoyu exert pressure on Doflamingo and discern their secrets with ease, he found himself unable to meet the gaze of this considerably younger. "What is this reaction, Crocodile?" As he turned his head towards Crocodile, he noticed the cigar nearly slipping from his lips. Xiaoyu blinked in confusion and inquired, "Am I truly that terrifying?" "Terrifying? It's an understatement." Crocodile internally scoffed, then took a deep drag from his cigar, steeling himself to respond. "What orders do you have, Admiral Xiaoyu?" "Ah, now that's more like it." Xiaoyu spread his hands towards Doflamingo. "If you could cooperate like Crocodile, we would have finished our business and gone to dine by now." Before Doflamingo could react, Xiaoyu swiftly addressed Crocodile. "Gather all members of Baroque Works to the Navy headquarters. Do not engage in any whimsical plans, for the Alabasta Kingdom does not possess the Pluton you seek." Crocodile's pupils widened once more as he stared at Xiaoyu in shock. "How much do you know about us? Didn't I just mention? You harbor no secrets from me." Xiaoyu shrugged slightly and continued, "Since I am aware of all your schemes and ambitions, I naturally know that Alabasta lacks what you desire. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall personally escort you to the Alabasta Royal Palace for an on-site inspection. I trust the King of Alabasta will grant me a favor. Of course, I have no interest in your Baroque works. The reason I want you to bring your members to headquarters primarily concerns Nico Robin. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's expression darkened. You intend to hand Nico Robin over to the world government? Hand her over to the world government? No, I require her ability to decipher ancient texts. As he spoke, Xiaoyu rose and approached Crocodile, patting him on the shoulder before walking to the edge of the platform. Turning his back to the crowd as he gazed into the horizon where the sky met the sea, calmly stating, when I declare the end of the great pirate era, I shall undoubtedly see it through. To bring an end to the age of exploration, merely eradicating the lawless pirate factions upon the seas is far from sufficient. The root of all this turmoil lies in Raftel, the so-called great treasure spoken of by Roger. Thus, I shall seek out this origin and sever its ties. To discover Raftel, one must gather the four-road poneglyphs and decipher their inscriptions to chart a course upon them. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's calm declaration of intent to venture to Raftel, not only were the 7 warlords taken aback, but the admirals Borsalino, Kazan, and Guion also turned their gaze towards their young commander. Even the typically composed Mihawk was moved at this moment, exclaiming, "Are you sending a warship to Raftel?" Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, his aura suddenly surging, causing the marshal's cloak draped over him to billow as if stirred by an unseen wind. He then slightly turned to regard the assembly of 7 warlords, a smile gracing his lips, his previously nonchalant tone now resonating like thunder breaking upon the stillness. If the enemy can go, then so can I. Today's third update concludes. Chapter 090. Who is not important? The target is the 4 emperors. The meeting of the 7 warlords concluded as the sun dipped below the horizon. Jinbei, Moria, Croc, and Don Quixote da Flamingo stood before a communal dormitory, each displaying varied expressions. Jinbei remained the most composed. Through this gathering and the execution of Whitebeard II, he had discerned the prevailing trends. Particularly, Xiaoyu's audacious proposal to bring Nico Robin, the notorious demon child wanted by the world government, to the Navy headquarters indicated that the Navy had entirely severed ties with the world government. Xiaoyu could pursue his ambitions without regard for the world government's stance. This also implied that choosing to submit to Xiaoyu, the master of this formidable military apparatus, was his most prudent course of action. Although aligning with the 7 warlords entailed some loss of freedom and an increase in constraints, this was not necessarily a detriment for him, as aligning with the Navy headquarters and the legitimate Navy king, Xiaoyu, was a privilege not afforded to many. In summary, aside from the unfortunate Hachi, the members of the 7 warlords considered themselves fortunate, for Xiaoyu had granted them an opportunity to choose. Had Xiaoyu not convened this meeting but instead declared the dissolution of the 7 warlords, swiftly apprehending them, it was likely that more than just Hachi would have perished, possibly leading to their complete annihilation. Nevertheless, from another perspective, it underscored their worth, as they were deemed valuable enough to warrant this chance from Xiaoyu. While he was uncertain of the value of the other warlords, he had a rough inkling regarding his own significance. Xiaoyu sought not just him, but the entire fishman populace behind him, even the Ryugu kingdom situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Xiaoyu aimed to eradicate pirates, and the Ryugu kingdom served as a critical passage for all pirates entering the new world from the paradise of the Grand Line. By choking off this vital route, all pirates who ventured into the Ryugu kingdom would find themselves ensnared. "Where's Mihawk?" Moria suddenly inquired, glancing around and noting the absence of Mihawk and Hancock. He continued, "Aren't they required to stay here?" "Moria, have you not grasped the situation?" Remarkably, Doflamingo interjected, grinning as he spoke, before bowing to Marshal Xiaoyu. He made a point to remind the Marshal not to forget their agreement. Thus, Mihawk is the first to bow. Moria blinked in surprise. Crocodile seized the opportunity to contribute, his expression serious. "It should be Hancock." At that moment, the Shinto priestess responsible for arranging accommodations for the 7 warlords emerged from the dormitory. Hearing their exchange, she smiled and patiently explained, "Mihawk initially resided at the Marshal's residence, but after Hancock and Miss Military Officer moved in, he relocated to the guest house. Rest assured, your rooms have been thoroughly cleaned, and all necessary amenities are provided. As for meals, for the time being, you will need to make your way to the cafeteria." With a courteous nod towards Jiyuan, Jinbei expressed his acknowledgement. Upon hearing the name Junzi mentioned by Jiyuan, Don Quixote Doflamingo slightly lifted. Is this Miss Junzi, the woman with the newsboy cap who had been standing behind Xiaoyu? Guillaume confirmed. Indeed, she is a member of the Knights of God. Not concealing the truth, Guillaume continued. The Marshal intends to invite the celestial dragons to participate in a certain plan, and thus, the Holy Land has dispatched Miss Junzi to ascertain the details of this initiative. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo, who had long harbored suspicions about Junzi's identity, found his doubts substantiated, causing him to momentarily forget the fear instilled in him by Xiaoyu's overwhelming authority. He broke into his signature grin, laughing hard. She truly is a member of the Knights of God. However, with the Marshal keeping her close, isn't he concerned that Junzi might report your plans back to the Holy Land? Guillaume smiled in response. Do you think the Marshal would harbor such concerns? Even if his plans are of utmost importance, how do they compare to a coup against the Holy Land? Doflamingo, you should focus on your own affairs. Before Doflamingo could respond, Guillaume shifted the conversation abruptly. If you dare to exhibit even a hint of disloyalty in the future, not only will you face dire consequences, but every member of the Don Quixote family you have infiltrated into the Navy, including Vice Admiral Virgo, will meet their end. Guillaume's sudden proclamation caused Doflamingo's pupils to constrict involuntarily, and his sunglasses nearly slipped from his nose. Do not be surprised. Guillaume observed Doflamingo's reaction with a smile. The Marshal has made it clear that you hold no secrets from him. Clockter, witnessing Doflamingo's response reminiscent of his own when Xiaoyu uncovered his secrets, could not help but laugh heartily, giving Doflamingo a thumbs up. Truly impressive, Don Quixote. You managed to infiltrate the Navy and rise to the rank of Vice Admiral. What a remarkable feat. As he spoke, Clockter's mood inexplicably brightened. He adjusted his coat while puffing on his cigar, striding confidently towards the dormitory. He. The sand crocodile relishes the sight of others getting drenched, just as he has. Moria chuckled, following closely behind, grateful that he had remained relatively low-key in recent years, avoiding any deceitful schemes aboard the thriller bark. Otherwise, Moria shuddered at the thought of Xiaoyu's extreme pressure tactics directed at Doflamingo. Meanwhile, in the headquarters building's Marshal's office. In the Marshal's office within the headquarters building, Xiaoyu glanced at Borsalino and Kazan, who had just entered. This is the latest intelligence just submitted by the Information Department. According to the report, Kaido has already made contact with Charlotte Linlin and is preparing to ally with her for revenge against the Navy. As of now, the Big Mom pirates have yet to make any moves. They are likely still weighing their options. However, this is of little consequence. Xiaoyu produced another document and handed it to Kazan, continuing, what truly matters is that I have no intention of passively waiting for them to act. The public execution of Whitebeard II was, in fact, a trial of the Whitebeard pirates. I harbor doubts about whether Whitebeard II is truly the son of Whitebeard. If he is, then Whitebeard will undoubtedly take action. Even if he does not, I shall eliminate Hualon. My ambition is to confront the identity of the individual is inconsequential. Any movement on their part will suffice. Kazan, who had been attentively listening while examining the document, suddenly looked up, astonished, and pointed at the content. Gradually relocating the Navy headquarters to the first branch in the New World? Xiaoyu nodded. This task necessitates your collaboration with Sakazuki. Sakazuki's journey to Dressrosa to enlist the Don Quixote family serves merely as a guise for your covert operations. Depart tonight, leading the Green Pheasant forces through the Holy Land to reach the first branch in secrecy. You will personally oversee the first branch and coordinate with Sakazuki, who will be taking control of the Dressrosa Kingdom, keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Should either party engage in behavior that raises your alarm, without hesitation, suppress them with utmost swiftness. If war escalates, and Kaido forms a deadly alliance with the Charlotte family, you must relay intelligence at the earliest opportunity. At that time, I shall personally arrive in the New World to stand alongside you. Chapter 91. No need to await the torch. The sun of the Navy has already risen. Upon hearing that Xiaoyu would personally arrive in the New World to stand alongside them, Akiji's hand grasping the document trembled slightly. Go forth. Observing this subtle reaction from Kazan, Xiaoyu revealed a faint smile, reminding him to contact him once he reached the first division. Kazan nodded and promptly turned to leave. Just as he was about to exit the office, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Kazan, does the burning justice you upheld before the O'Hara incident still reside within you? At this, Kazan's heart jolted. He straightened his posture and turned to face Xiaoyu. His eyes, devoid of their previous languor and confusion, now rekindled with the flame of justice. He raised his hand in salute towards Xiaoyu, declaring, "It has never been extinguished." With that, Kazan wasted no more time and briskly exited the office. Kazan had not spoken falsely. The fire of burning justice he once championed had never been snuffed out, merely buried deep within him. As the O'Hara incident had cast a shadow of doubt upon the justice upheld by the Navy. Stepping out of the office, he felt a lightness within, the lethargy dissipated, replaced by a long-forgotten vigor, reminiscent of the passionate days of his youth. At that moment, two officers approached him. Due to the transformation in Kazan's demeanor, they were momentarily taken aback. It was only as Kazan approached them, nearly brushing past, that they snapped to attention, raising their hands in salute. "Admiral Kazan." "Loyalty." Kazan returned the gesture, emphatically echoing the words of loyalty. Without waiting for the officers to respond, he strode confidently into the elevator. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, he was met with the sight of soldiers and officers rising to salute him, to which Akiji responded with timely acknowledgement. As he stepped through the door, a sudden wave of crimson washed over him. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a sun hanging low in the sky, its dying rays casting a blood-red hue upon the ocean, enveloping Marineford in a breathtaking twilight glow. Staring at the sun suspended above, a forgotten memory surfaced. It was an encounter from 2 years prior. During his leave, he had been leisurely cycling over the sea when he unexpectedly crossed paths with Xiaoyu, who was engaged in a mission. The adversaries faced by Xiaoyu's navy were a pirate crew that had recently risen to prominence. Their captain, a supernova with a bounty of 180 million berries, commanded several subordinates, each with bounties exceeding 30 million, perhaps emboldened by their formidable backing. The pirate crew fought fiercely against Xiaoyu's navy, with their captain and 2 officers launching a frenzied assault on Xiaoyu. Unfazed by the three-pronged, Xiaoyu maintained his composure, leveraging his formidable strength to gain the upper hand. In less than 30 seconds, he dispatched one assailant with the Navy's 6 powers. Using the Shurgan technique, and without a moment's pause, executed a swift kick from the Erasure technique, obliterating the head of another. After swiftly eliminating 2 adversaries, Xiaoyu's assault intensified. Seizing the moment, he unsheathed his sword and executed a devastating whirled wave slash, decapitating the remaining pirate captain on the spot. The morale of the naval officers and soldiers accompanying Xiaoyu surged to its zenith, igniting a fervent final charge against the now chaotic pirates. Not a single pirate aboard the ship survived. All were executed on the spot. Once the battle concluded, the naval soldiers flocked to Xiaoyu. He refrained from joining the celebrations, instead grasping the pirate captain's head and raising it high at the bow of the ship. Delivering a stirring oration that ignited the blood of his comrades and moved them deeply. No need to await the torch. Henceforth, if there is no torch, we shall be the sun in this tumultuous era of the Grand Line. Glory to the Navy. Brothers, glory to us. The notion of being the sun prompted a recollection from 2 years prior, as Kazan, having exited the headquarters, turned slightly to gaze back at the main building. The sun belonging to the world was about to set, yet the Navy's sun, once risen, would ultimately illuminate the world once more. Suddenly, Kazan resolutely pivoted and strode out, a long-forgotten flame of justice igniting in his eyes. He promptly summoned a snail phone and commanded, "Relay the message. All officers of the Blue Pheasant Corps assemble at the port in 2 hours." In the Marshal's office, Paulicelino stood before the desk, observing Xiaoyu, who was silently perusing documents after watching Kazan depart. He lingered for nearly a minute, and as Xiaoyu finished reading, he could no longer contain himself and tentatively inquired, "Marshal Xiaoyu, what about me? Is there no task for me?" "Do not fret," Xiaoyu replied, setting aside the completed document and smiling. "After such a lengthy meeting, I find myself rather hungry. Let us eat while we converse." Before Paulicelino could respond, a soldier entered the office carrying 2 bowls of miso ramen. "Marshal, the noodles are ready," the soldier announced, placing the bowls down cheerfully. "Enjoy your meal. You and Admiral Kizaru. If it's not enough, there's more. Thank you for your hard work," Xiaoyu said, retrieving a stack of berries from his drawer and tossing them to the soldier to distribute among the brothers in the mess hall. The soldier accepted the berries, straightened his posture, saluted, and declared loudly, "Loyalty." Upon hearing Xiaoyu refer to the mess hall soldiers as brothers, Paulicelino frowned slightly and candidly remarked, "Marshal Xiaoyu, is it appropriate for you to be so familiar with the soldiers at this juncture? Why, cannot a marshal be friendly?" Xiaoyu retorted with a smile, tossing another stack of berries into Paulicelino's arms. "This is from the spoils seized from those warlords. Though I kept them at headquarters, they cannot dine and reside without recompense. With that, Xiaoyu disregarded Palyasolino, approached the nearby coffee table, and began to devour a bowl of ramen voraciously. Observing this, Palyasolino glanced at the berries in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. Indeed, it is no surprise that Xiaoyu, having ascended to the rank of Marshal, remained steadfast in his original pursuits. Were Xiaoyu still a lieutenant general, he would undoubtedly refuse such monetary offerings. However, when bestowed by the esteemed Marshal, one cannot simply decline. With this thought, Palyasolino gladly accepted the offer, swiftly pocketing the currency and positioning himself opposite Xiaoyu, lifting a bowl of noodles as if to engage in a contest of appetites. Relishing each bite with fervor. Take a trip to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Xiaoyu suddenly articulated, his enunciation slightly muddled due to the noodles still lingering in his mouth. Convey my greetings to Dorak. Should he genuinely aspire to forge a harmonious, free, equal, and dream-filled new world, not merely for the benefit of the D-Clan, perhaps there exists an opportunity for collaboration between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy. At this juncture, a thought struck Xiaoyu. After swallowing his food, he deftly retrieved a piece of ginger from his bag and tossed it to Palyasolino. He continued, the Revolutionary Army is overly idealistic in its ambitions to establish an entirely new world. Simply overthrowing the world government will not suffice. Setting aside whether they can indeed topple it, even if they succeed, the notions of freedom and dreams may emerge or even amplify. Yet true equality and harmony will remain unattainable, unless there are no thieves in the world. Chapter 092. Admiral Crane and the Superhuman Washing Fruit. Kizaru remained engrossed in his extravagant display of noodles. It was not that he lacked the ability to articulate his thoughts, but rather that Xiaoyu's sudden suggestion for him to meet with the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon, left him in a state of discomfort. On the night Xiaoyu instigated the coup, he had meticulously investigated Kizaru's background and presented the findings before him, compelling Kizaru to choose silence during the upheaval. This lingering sense of unease had accompanied him for days, as the young naval commander, now wielding immense power, could eliminate him at any moment. What astonished him further was Xiaoyu's decision to openly discuss this matter and to send him as a representative of the Navy to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. This implied that the young fleet admiral harbored no fears of Kizaru acting inappropriately, and it subtly indicated that even if Xiaoyu was aware of his dual identity, he still held expectations for him. For this alone, Kizaru could not help but admire Xiaoyu's magnanimity and resolve. He was certain that anyone in the Navy headquarters, upon discovering his other identity, would not engage with him as amicably as they currently did, let alone prepare his favored ginger. At that moment, having consumed all the noodles in a whirlwind, Xiaoyu abruptly shifted the conversation. This is the moment for you to make a choice. Should you meet with Dragon and return to the Navy headquarters, it will signify your abandonment of the other side. If you do not make that choice, then remain there. Rising from his seat, Xiaoyu wiped his mouth with a tissue and continued, I grant you your freedom, but when we meet again, I shall personally gauge your speed and weight. In response, Borsalino adjusted his glasses with a finger and replied solemnly, finally, it is my turn. Rest assured, Admiral Xiaoyu, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. With that, Borsalino resumed his indulgence in noodles. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang. Xiaoyu, undeterred by Borsalino's presence, approached the device and answered succinctly, Navy headquarters, Xiaoyu speaking. Yes, it is I. The voice on the other end, reminiscent of a throat-constricted inquiry, belonged to him. You intend to bring Nico Robin to the Navy headquarters to interpret ancient texts? Xiaoyu, taken aback, glanced at the wall clock and replied, You just received the report from the military? I assumed she would have briefed you immediately following the conclusion of the Seven Warlords meeting. I indeed plan to assemble a fleet tasked with uncovering the historical records of the road poneglyphs, thereby reaching Laugh Tale. Pausing momentarily, Xiaoyu's tone turned icy. Moreover, refrain from using such an accusatory tone when contacting me in the future, lest I find myself seeking refuge in the flower between during a moment of As Xiaoyu's words echoed, the line fell into silence. Perhaps, at that very moment, some enigmatic being, neither male nor female, in the flower between was caught off guard by Xiaoyu's remark. However, it was evident that the voice on the other end did not exhibit anger or indignation. Due to the quiet nature of the telephone bug, there was no emotional response from the person on the line. After a brief silence, and perhaps managed to adjust his mindset and spoke slowly, Your coup d'etat and the treaty with the world government, as well as those lawless pirates at sea, are of little consequence to me. What I truly care about is the one capable of deciphering ancient texts. I can refrain from interfering with your actions, but you must agree to one condition. Xiaoyu, uninterested in further banter with him, interjected, I am aware of your concerns. It pertains to the void of that century of history, does it not? This matter has been shrouded in secrecy for 8 centuries. Even if the truth were laid bare before us now, I would hold no interest in it. Upon hearing this, Im's tone visibly relaxed, and he curiously inquired, what do you intend to do? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu replied, locate Raftel and erase it completely from the map. This should be something you would welcome. Thus, it would not be fair to you. Should I indeed find Raftel and obliterate it, you must show your gratitude. Im responded decisively, if you honor, I shall agree to 3 of your conditions. Xiaoyu affirmed, it is settled then. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk began to descend. After a brief exchange with Kizuru, Xiaoyu departed from the headquarters and made his way towards the staff quarters. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed 2 garments hanging on the clothesline in the yard. To his surprise, although clothes were drying, there was an eerie silence enveloping the atmosphere. What is happening here? As Xiaoyu pushed open the gate, he glanced around, muttering in confusion, have they grown tired of the noise? And have both parties signed a ceasefire? The reason he had lingered in the office with Borsellino, indulging in ramen, was to avoid returning too early and reigniting the conflict between Hancock and Junzi. Though he could not comprehend why the two were at odds, their coexistence had been anything but peaceful since their arrival. He understood Hancock's capriciousness, as she was the empress of Amazon Lily, accustomed to being spoiled and headstrong. However, Junzi had initially appeared as a cool, aloof figure. Yet, after merely 2 hours in Hancock's company, she had transformed into a fiery spirit, causing even the world's greatest swordsman to hesitate in her presence. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu soon found solace in the notion that despite Junzi's seemingly haughty demeanor, which stemmed from her pride as a member of the Knights of God, it was merely a fade. Beneath that exterior lay the heart of a young girl, for in the original narrative, she was an unabashed fan of the Soul King. Brooke, one who idolizes stars and another consumed by romantic notions. If they could coexist peacefully, it would indeed be remarkable. But what on earth is going on today? As Xiaoyu stepped into the courtyard, he surveyed his surroundings once more, ensuring that no cacophonous sounds emanated from any corner or room. Blinking in bewilderment, he pushed open the grand door to the living room. Upon entering, he found himself momentarily frozen in surprise. There, seated elegantly on a chair, was Admiral Crane, clad in a general's coat, leisurely perusing a newspaper. Admiral Crane? Xiaoyu was taken aback, realizing that the Admiral had returned to the headquarters and was now in his own home. After a brief moment of astonishment, he swiftly removed his marshal's coat and approached with quickened steps. When did you return? Why didn't you notify me? In response, Admiral Crane lowered the newspaper and looked up at Xiaoyu. The esteemed marshal is undoubtedly swamped with affairs. How could I dare disturb you? Absolutely not, Xiaoyu exclaimed, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Admiral Crane due to the recent coup. He hastily pulled a chair to sit across from him, chuckling. I could overlook the return of anyone else, but your return demands my utmost attention. Could I possibly refrain from returning? Admiral Crane retorted with a hint of annoyance. While others may be oblivious to you, I am not. As a marshal, you certainly remain stationed at headquarters issuing commands like in the Warring States period. Should you, in a fit of fervor, rush out to apprehend pirates one day, who will oversee the Navy headquarters? Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. That person must be Admiral Crane. Good to know. Admiral Crane's expression softened slightly as he gestured towards the kitchen. You must be starving after a long day. I've prepared some food for you. Help yourself in the kitchen. It's all your favorites. All right. Xiaoyu stood up with a sense of determination. Had he known that Admiral Crane would return and prepare dinner for him, he wouldn't have boasted about his enormous bowl of ramen to Polysolino in the office. However, since the system had elevated all his abilities to their zenith, his appetite had likewise surged, making another meal inconsequential. After bringing the dishes from the kitchen to the dining table and grabbing chopsticks, Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something. Turning to Admiral Crane, who had resumed reading the newspaper, he inquired, Admiral, when you returned, was there no one at home? There is. Admiral Crane nodded, his gaze still fixed on the newspaper, gesturing towards the clothesline outside where 2 garments fluttered in the breeze. Xiaoyu turned to see the 2 garments hanging on the line, which were none other than Hancock and Gunzi, transformed into human-like clothing by Admiral Crane's superhuman washing fruit ability. Watching the two women swaying on the Xiaoyu's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. This was truly wonderful. Finally, he could enjoy a quiet meal at home. The third update concludes today, more to come tomorrow. Chapter 093. I would rather be cleaved by the supreme blade than endure such humiliation. Seated at the dining table, Xiaoyu had just picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth when he abruptly rose to change his position, facing the door while turning his back to Admiral Crane. Admiral Crane, her gaze still fixed on the newspaper, calmly remarked, "Rest assured, they won't die." "I'm not concerned about their demise," Xiaoyu replied, blinking in curiosity as he observed the humanoid garments fluttering on the clothesline outside. "I am merely intrigued as to how they managed to offend you so greatly, inciting such wrath." "They haven't truly offended me," Admiral Crane explained with remarkable cooperation. "Upon entering the courtyard, I saw them poised for confrontation, thus I admonished them. In response, Hancock approached and pointed at me, insisting I mind my own business, claiming that whatever she did would be forgiven. She even kicked a small cat that followed me into the courtyard." At this, Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. Hancock was hardly unjustified. Within the realm of the Amazon Lily, she could behave as she pleased, for she was the Empress of the Amazons. However, this was the Navy headquarters, and her target was none other than Admiral Crane. One must understand that Admiral Crane, in her youth, was an exceptionally formidable female officer. Having fought alongside Karp and Sengoku in numerous battles against pirates, exemplifying the notion that women could stand shoulder to shoulder with men in valor. To have fought alongside such legendary figures and to have endured through the years, it was inconceivable that she could be trifled with. In the original narrative, even Don Quixote da Flamingo, known for his arrogance, would temper his demeanor in the presence of Admiral Crane. The reason was simple. Admiral Crane possessed the powers of the wash-wash fruit and adhered to a strict code of pure justice, ready to wash away any transgressor without hesitation. Furthermore, beyond being an admiral, she held the esteemed position of a staff officer at the Navy headquarters. To simplify, she once stood just beneath Sengoku in rank, commanding respect even from the three admirals. Yet, these were tales of old. No one escapes the passage of time, regardless of her former stature. It was now nearly impossible for Admiral Crane to defeat Hancock, the Empress wielding the powers of the three-color hockey, and the capable military officer from the Knights of God, who possessed the arrow fruit abilities. Reflecting on this, Xiaoyu inquired, "And what of the military? What transgression has she committed?" A glint of cold light flashed in Admiral Crane's eyes. "She reported the contents of the 7 warlords meeting to the Holy Land in my presence." "Ah, I understand now," Xiaoyu nodded. "You took the opportunity to cleanse her spirit while she was in communication with the Holy Land, catching her off guard. Hancock likely did not anticipate that you would not only withhold forgiveness, but also act decisively." With that, Xiaoyu swiftly devoured the remnants of his meal, placing his bowl and chopsticks down before rising and exiting the living room to confront the now ensnared Hancock and the military officer. Despite their predicament, both Hancock and the military officer remained alert. They had seen Xiaoyu the moment he entered the courtyard but chose to remain silent, wishing to conceal their disheveled appearance from him. To their astonishment, Xiaoyu unexpectedly lifted a chair and positioned himself directly in front of them, leaning in to scrutinize their faces from side to side. "Xiaoyu, I feel a bit dizzy. Could you please let General He lower me down first?" Hancock, unable to evade the situation, was the first to speak up. Hanging upside down from the clothesline, she swayed in the breeze before Xiaoyu, her voice fragmented and comical. Although the soldier was also hanging upside down, when Xiaoyu approached, she promptly closed her eyes, adopting a demeanor that suggested if she couldn't see, the embarrassment belonged to others. Marshal! At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the courtyard. Moments later, a group of over 10 naval officers stumbled to the entrance, yet none dared to step inside. Xiaoyu gazed at the officers, his eyes widening in surprise. Each one bore bruises and wounds, evidently having just endured a beating. "Marshal, you must take a stand for us." One officer stepped forward, his tone pitiful. "Major Noah got into a fight with Mihawk. We feared for Major Noah's safety and rushed to assist, but that scoundrel Mihawk struck us with a wooden plank. We would rather face his infamous blade than endure such indignity. Marshal, indeed, we are your soldiers. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. Marshal, Mihawk has gone too far." Hearing the officers' animated clamoring, Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "Calm down, everyone. First, tell me what transpired. Did Major Noah seek revenge against Mihawk?" "Not exactly revenge." The leading officer lowered his head, his voice dwindling. Major Noah said he wanted to measure Mihawk's swordsmanship. What? Xiaoyu thought he had misheard, his expression one of disbelief. Noah? Measuring Mihawk's swordsmanship? Before he could finish his thought, understanding dawned upon him, for this was entirely in line with Noah's temperament. Noah had been assigned to his command after being promoted to Rear Admiral. Due to certain talents, he often accompanied Xiaoyu, who introduced him to the concepts of armament hockey and observation hockey. Yet, those details were trivial. What mattered was that under Xiaoyu's men, Noah had rapidly advanced in skill, adopting many of Xiaoyu's sayings, gestures, and habits in the process. With a newfound clarity, Xiaoyu surveyed the bruised officers outside the courtyard and couldn't help but chuckle, since it was Noah who wanted to measure Mihawk's swordsmanship. What business do you have in this affair? We just wanted to measure ourselves too. At this, the corners of Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. These officers weren't genuinely interested in measuring their skills. They were simply eager to improve, yet found themselves without productive endeavors, thus channeling their frustrations towards Mihawk alongside Noah. As for the underlying reason, it was undoubtedly because Noah's previous superior had fallen to Mihawk's hand. Upon reaching this conclusion, Xiaoyu decisively rose to his feet, seizing the opportunity to resolve the matter between Noah and Mihawk. As Xiaoyu departed, Hancock and Junzi, who were hanging on the clothesline, were suddenly filled with alarm. Although Junzi did not outwardly display her concern, each time the wind rustled, her gaze towards Xiaoyu held an additional plea. Hancock, on the other hand, blurted out anxiously, "Xiaoyu." The unexpected exclamation immediately captured the attention of the officers following Xiaoyu, several of whom instinctively turned their eyes towards the courtyard. Just then, a gust of sea breeze swept through, lifting the two garments on the clothesline high into the air, perfectly diverting the gaze of the officers. What was that sound? It seems someone is calling the Marshal. It must have been an illusion. There is no one here. Perhaps we should leave. As they spoke, the officers withdrew their attention and hastily followed Xiaoyu out. Hancock. Junzi. Chapter 094. Hawkeye Mihawk challenges the Navy Admiral. Under the moonlit sky, the city of Pangu in Mariawa was adorned with elegantly arranged mansions, their occasionally punctuated by laughter and the sounds of anguished cries as if enduring some unspeakable torment. In one such opulent residence, the recently appointed 5 elders, Shepherd Tin Pit and Marcus Matz, sat together, their expressions heavy as they gazed at the moon suspended high above. Suddenly, a white figure darted past. Moments later, a man clad in a flowing white robe and wearing a mask appeared before them, bowing respectfully. Lord Marcus Matz. Another naval contingent has entered the Holy Land under the direct command of Admiral Akiji. Upon hearing this, Marcus Matz turned to Shepherd Tin Pit beside him. During the day, it is the red-haired army led by Admiral Akainu. At night, it is the Akiji army. What is Summer planning? Is he preparing to strike the New World with full force? Shepherd Tin Pit narrowed his eyes, his tone dark and foreboding. Rest assured, they shan't bask in glory for long. Marcus Matz shook his head with a knowing smile. In my view, all that Summer is doing is not detrimental to us. Rather, it is advantageous. Oh, Shepherd Tin Pit tilted his head, intrigued. What do you mean by that? Marcus Matz gestured for the bowing figure to withdraw, and once the man had vanished beyond the estate walls, he continued, Summer now wields the naval war machine, standing at the pinnacle. Lord M has lowered his stance to meet all his demands, seeking to grasp this sharp blade, intending for it to pierce the Grand. Should he fail, the lowly denizens of the Grand Line will tear him apart without our intervention. Even if he succeeds, it will not affect us, for he will age like Garp, Sengoku, or Kong. A century from now, the power dynamics will remain ours. Moreover, even if he eradicates the pirates, Nika will inevitably appear. Thus, Lord M has acquiesced to all his terms, aiming to bind him to the world government. For Lord M, the true threat lies solely with Nika. Though he spoke with a facade of calmness, Marcus Matz unconsciously clenched his fists. The humiliating memory of being forced back to their original forms by Summer U.S. Conquerors hockey in the Palace Hall resurfacing vividly. Noticing Marcus Matz's reaction, Shepherd Tin Pit thoughtfully lifted the teacup beside him. It is undeniable that Summer U is a formidable weapon. However, in the act of vanquishing foes, he may also inflict wounds upon himself. If Lord M cannot exert complete control over him, this weapon might very well spiral out of control and strike at the heart of the Holy Land. Furthermore, I fear that all of this may not unfold as we wish. Pausing briefly, Shepherd Tin Pit raised his gaze once more to Marcus Matz. Let us not forget, within this Holy Land, we also face our own threats. Marcus Matz abruptly turned around. The Figolando family? Shepherd X pointed his head in acknowledgement. I have always sensed that Gringo is rather indifferent to Xiaoyu's coup and ascension to the Holy Land. In fact, I can see ambition gleaming in his eyes. Makasma's pupils narrowed slightly as he gravely inquired, "Is this your intuition?" Or, Shepherd X waved his hand dismissively, asserting that no intuition was necessary. Gringo is desperately yearning for power. Were it not for Lord M's restraint, would he remain compliant while wielding the Knights of God? I was not particularly concerned before, as many family members from the Holy Land have joined the Knights of God, making it nearly impossible for the Figolando family to fully dominate the Knights and pose a threat to us. However, with Xiaoyu's emergence and his seizing of 2 seats among the elders, this presents Gringo with an unprecedented opportunity. I dare assert that if he secures even 1 seat, his son Shamrock will undoubtedly ascend as the new commander of the Knights of God. At that moment, the Figolando family will supplant us as the foremost family in the Holy Land. Makas, once Lord M's presence is no longer a secret in the Holy Land, many will see their ambitions swell. After all, the 19 celestial dragons of the Holy Land are all descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government. With Lord M seated upon that void throne, it is only natural that others will wish to test their mettle. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, in a training ground, Noah, having battled for over an hour, leaned on his sword to keep himself upright, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Mihawk, who stood opposite him wielding an imposing blade and a small cross knife. Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, Noah had not noticed that Xiaoyu and others had been observing the duel from outside the training ground for quite some time. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he slowly raised his long sword and stepped forward, gritting his teeth. "Hawkeye, bring it on." No sooner had he spoken than Noah plunged forward without hesitation, expending his last reserves of strength to charge at Mihawk. Mihawk did not wait idly for Noah, and as Noah rushed towards him, he merely remarked before swiftly sidestepping, suddenly standing back to back with Noah. "Impressive perseverance, though your swordsmanship is mediocre. After nearly 2 hours of passing the time with you, it is time to conclude this meaningless battle." As Mihawk's words echoed, Noah stumbled forward. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Xiaoyu's figure flashed beside him, lifting him up. Taken aback by Xiaoyu's sudden appearance and assistance, Noah was momentarily stunned before weakly calling out, "Marshal." Yet, before he could finish, his exhausted head leaned against Xiaoyu's chest, succumbing to slumber. Casting a glance at the sleeping Noah, Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled. "Though Mihawk was merely passing the time with you, enduring for 2 hours is quite commendable. Xiaoyu, your timing is impeccable." Long had Xiaoyu perceived Mihawk's gaze sweep over Noah, and in an instant, he deftly grasped the hilt of the unparalleled great sword slung across his back. With a sudden uplift of his head, he declared, "The promise you made to me shall now be fulfilled." After a brief pause, Mihawk stepped forward, the world's strongest black blade firmly in hand, unleashing an imposing aura that swept across the arena, creating visible ripples in the very fabric of the air. "Your timing is impeccable," exclaimed Xiaoyu, as he pushed Noah towards the group of 7 or 8 officers gathered outside the arena. He then seized Noah's sword, standing resolutely to face Mihawk. "Before we proceed, I wish to inquire about something. Is it regarding Major Noah's former superior?" Mihawk, gripping the hilt of his black blade, slowly inclined his body, his hawk-like eyes igniting with a piercing brilliance. "Indeed, I have dispatched numerous Navy personnel in the past, including honorable officers and corrupt commanders colluding with pirates. I am aware of your esteemed reputation for being fiercely protective. If you seek justice for those Navy men who fell by my blade," as Mihawk's voice resonated, a wave of terrifying energy erupted from beneath him. "Do not dwell on our encounter from 6 years ago. Instead, let us engage in battle. Come." Before his words could fully dissipate, the formidable might of Mihawk's unparalleled great sword descended with ferocity, unleashing a burst of violet flames that reverberated through the air with a low-frequency tremor, as if to distort reality itself. Amidst the disorienting, low-frequency vibrations, the purple sword flames surged forth like a bolt of thunder, bearing the terrifying power to cleave through all, aimed directly at Xiaoyu. Chapter 095, The Supreme Blade arrives. The sword opens the heavenly gate, cleaving the clouds to reveal the sun. As dusk quietly descended, the night gradually enveloped the surroundings. In the dormitory prepared for the members of the 7 warlords, Jinbei, Moria, Crocodile, and Doflamingo gathered in the living room, exchanging glances in silence. For a full 2 hours, none uttered a word, the atmosphere steeped in profound awkwardness. The reason was simple. Prior to moving into this dormitory, their transponders and funds had been thoroughly confiscated by Xiaoyu, leaving them utterly destitute apart from the clothes on their backs. What troubled Crocodile the most was that his cherished cigars had also been seized, rendering the act of indulging in a cigar to alleviate his frustrations a distant luxury. "I need to take a walk." Finally, Jinbei broke the silence, resolutely rising to his feet. "Let us go together." In an unprecedented gesture, Crocodile extended an invitation. Acknowledging their unique circumstances, any misstep could easily provoke discontent among some officers in the headquarters, especially Doflamingo, who, if memory serves, had bullied numerous officers and soldiers during the last 7 warlords meeting, treating them like puppets. Doflamingo grinned. I suddenly find myself reminiscing about the warlord era. 3 of you should just go together." Jinbei glanced back at the trio and, as if performing magic, produced several bills of belly from his person. At this sight, Crocodile's eyes sparkled with incredulity. After all, it was Jinbei, the Sea Knight, displaying such camaraderie. However, these few bills were insufficient even to purchase, as Crocodile was about to remark. "Who said anything about buying you cigars?" Jinbei interjected, wide-eyed. Suddenly, a disorienting low-frequency vibration approached, sending visible ripples sweeping across from above the dormitory. "What is this, a cutting wave?" In the fleeting moment the ripples passed, both Doflamingo and Crocodile simultaneously turned their gazes to the window, exclaiming in unison, "Hawkeye?" Before the words had fully left their mouths, the two leapt out in quick succession, utilizing their respective fruit abilities to reach the rooftop of the dormitory. Jinbei and Moria soon followed, landing beside them as they all gazed towards the training ground from which the cutting wave had erupted. In the direction of the training ground, a terrifying purple blade of flame collided with a more formidable black-red sword wave, unleashing a cataclysmic power that resonated through the air. The low-frequency vibrations continued to ripple through the void, waves of pressure crashing into one another, sending tremors that echoed outward in all directions. Before the 4 could fully comprehend the scene, the intertwined cutting waves suddenly soared skyward, disappearing into the now darkened night. Boom! Thunder erupted from the heavens. Immediately, the night sky split open, and beams of golden light cascaded down, illuminating the recently shrouded Marineford. At first glance, it seemed as though a celestial gate had opened in the night sky, astonishing the 4 warlords of the sea, who swallowed their astonishment in silence, while other officers in the headquarters either opened windows or stood transfixed, gaping at the suddenly revealed portal. The sword cleaved the heavens, parting the clouds to reveal. Outside the training ground, a group of naval officers who had followed Xiaoyu was entirely knocked to the ground by the collision of Mihawk Slash and Xiaoyu Shockwave. Yet, seemingly oblivious to their plight, they stared wide-eyed, entranced by the golden light cascading down. In that moment, Xiaoyu, having effortlessly deflected Mihawk Shockwave with a casual sword strike, suddenly furrowed his brow. The next instant, a resounding explosion echoed unexpectedly, halting Mihawk, who was poised. Turning towards the sound, he beheld Xiaoyu's sword shatter into fragments, which then scattered like dust upon the wind. Even someone as formidable as Mihawk gasped in shock upon witnessing a scene that could astound every swordsman across the globe. As the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk understood all too well the implications of this event. It signified that the sword in Xiaoyu's grasp could not withstand the overwhelming might of his swordsmanship. For the sword Xiaoyu wielded was utterly inadequate to counter the blows from Mihawk's renowned Black Blade, the strongest in existence. Xiaoyu had merely encircled the blade with haki upon gripping its hilt, and had reinforced it with Conqueror's haki to withstand Mihawk's attack. However, the sword ultimately crumbled under the strain, disintegrating into powder. In that moment, Mihawk finally grasped why Xiaoyu, despite possessing the strength of a grand swordsman, had not brought his own blade to the Warlords' Conference, opting instead for the Kintoki of Gion. Ordinary famed swords simply could not bear the weight of Xiaoyu's terrifying sword techniques. But wait, just as Mihawk was inwardly astonished, Xiaoyu abruptly turned towards the weapon rack at the edge of the training ground, declaring his intent to select another sword. Hearing this, Mihawk's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Not to mention switching to a different blade. Even exhausting all the weapons on the rack would be futile. After silently mocking the situation, Mihawk glanced up at the sky, which had darkened once more as the celestial gate closed. Although he hadn't engaged in a thrilling battle, the world's foremost swordsman understood well that had Xiaoyu wielded the Kintoki instead of an ordinary sword, the outcome would have already been determined. After a brief silence, Mihawk took a deep breath and called out to the figure now at the weapon rack, saying, "There is no need to continue. Our agreement ends here." Xiaoyu, having selected a suitable longsword, turned with a head full of questions. What did he mean by no need to continue? This was about the coveted reward of the supreme great blade, the 12 works. How could he not continue? Just as Xiaoyu prepared to call out to Mihawk, a notification has suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! It was detected that Mihawk, who had initiated the challenge, had forfeited the fight. After system evaluation, you are declared the victor. A random reward of the supreme great blade, 12 works, has been bestowed. Shall it be extracted immediately? Taken by surprise at the unexpected reward, Xiaoyu blinked, not in haste to claim it. Instead, he raised his gaze towards Mihawk and stated plainly, "Since our agreement concludes here, let us discuss your matters with Major Noah. Although I was not yet a member of the Navy when you eliminated his former superior, he is now under my command. However, you once aided me, and it is well known throughout the Navy that I repay my debts of gratitude. Therefore, let us find a compromise. You shall assume the role of the swordsmanship instructor at Navy headquarters, honing the sword skills of officers like Noah." At this point, Xiaoyu raised his voice, ensuring his offer was compelling. "A monthly salary of 100,000 berries. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Mihawk turned his head towards Noah, who was being carried by an officer, and coldly replied, "Have them gather at the training grounds by noon tomorrow." Noon? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Mihawk smirked slightly, remarking, "Were you not intending to have the 7 warlords undergo ideological reform?" Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly, realization dawning upon him. Yes, I almost forgot about that." Mihawk, no longer wishing to engage in idle chatter, strode out of the training grounds. "What are you still doing?" After Mihawk departed, Xiaoyu swiftly turned to the officers outside the training grounds, urging them to escort Noah back. The officers, still entranced by the miraculous display of swordsmanship they had just witnessed, felt a twinge of regret for having joined Noah in confronting Mihawk. Fortunately, they had the Marshal's protection, which dissuaded Mihawk from striking them down. Otherwise, collectively, they would not have been enough to withstand even a single blow from him. Most importantly, they had taken advantage of the Marshal's backing to confront Mihawk multiple times, disregarding the implications for their esteemed leader. They ought to remember that without Mihawk rescuing their Marshal from that isolated island years ago, they would not be in their current position. Realizing this, the officers collectively lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet Xiaoyu's gaze, and silently turned to leave, carrying Noah. Observing their reactions, Xiaoyu shook his head with a faint smile. Since the signing of the Mariawa Treaty, he had noted the growing arrogance among many officers and soldiers. Yet he had no intention of intervening, for a new war was likely on the horizon. As the saying goes, a single surge of energy can lead to diminishing returns. Thus, suppressing the morale of officers or soldiers at this juncture would be unwise. Ding! The host has successfully obtained the random reward of the Supreme Great Blade, 12 works. Shall it be extracted immediately? The system's prompt echoed once more, drawing Xiaoyu's focus back. Without hesitation, he chose to extract it. As he made his choice, a distortion appeared in the air before him. Subsequently, a long blade with a western sword hilt, a slender blade, and a crescent-shaped tip wider than the body of the blade materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully extracting the Supreme Great Blade. This blade is known as Ace, the sword of the former pirate king, Roger. Given that the name Ace was bestowed by Roger himself, the host may choose to retain this name or opt for a new one. Shall it be renamed Roger's sword? Grasping the hilt, Xiaoyu raised it high, surveying it from all angles before he couldn't help but voice his discontent. Am I, the esteemed fleet admiral of the Navy, truly being presented with a weapon once wielded by the pirate king? Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Xiaoyu resolutely made his decision. For even a small advantage is better than none. A new name shall be bestowed. He pondered for a moment and declared, "Justice." Today's update primarily serves as a transitional moment, allowing a brief respite as we prepare for the forthcoming exhilarating narrative. The third installment concludes today, and the saga shall continue tomorrow. Chapter 096, The Timeless Duel with Pirate King Roger. Prompt, Supreme Great Blade of Justice, successfully named. As the system notification resonated, the Supreme Great Blade that Xiaoyu grasped in his hand emitted a sudden hum, its blade vibrating gently. Almost instantaneously, an unfamiliar aura erupted forth, as if protesting its newfound identity. Before Xiaoyu could respond, this strange essence quickly revealed a series of fleeting images, akin to cinematic frames. Dominating these visuals was none other than the previous owner of the supreme Great Blade, Joel D. Roger. The first image that flashed before him depicted a youthful Roger, adorned with a straw hat, extending an invitation to an individual aboard a ship. Though the vision was ephemeral, Xiaoyu recognized that Roger was inviting the legendary Dark King, Rayleigh, who was then residing in the Sabaody archipelago. In that fleeting moment, Roger's audacious and fervent voice echoed, asking, "Do you wish to join me in turning this world upside down, Rayleigh?" Despite the transience of each image, Xiaoyu's formidable observation haki allowed him to capture every moment. Among the swiftly passing scenes were those of Roger leading his crew against the formidable marine giant, Shiki the Golden Lion, and instances of him wielding the supreme Great Blade to strike down Kazuki Odin, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, culminating in the breathtaking clash with Whitebeard himself. Suddenly, the rapid succession of images slowed. There, kneeling before the execution platform, was Roger, shackled and bound. In this poignant frame, he proclaimed the dawn of the great pirate era. "Do you seek my treasure? Find it. I have left everything there." As if sensing the future, he abruptly lifted his gaze to meet that of Xiaoyu, who held the rebranded Justice Supreme Great Blade, engaging in a transcendent exchange across time. In the next heartbeat, the vision shattered and dissipated, causing the blade to tremble violently, emitting a dizzying chant. Following this, an unparalleled pressure surged forth from the blade, manifesting as fiery clouds, seemingly attempting to escape Xiaoyu's grasp. Stored Conqueror's haki? Intriguing. Sensing the sudden and intense tremor of the blade, coupled with the overwhelming pressure, Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. His grip on the hilt tightened as he unleashed his Conqueror's haki, pouring it into the blade like a tempestuous tide. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Xiaoyu infused the blade with his Conqueror's haki, the terrifying pressure emanating from it surged again, clashing violently with his own power. This collision sent ripples through the surrounding void, creating waves that expanded outward with astonishing speed. The sudden clash of Conqueror's haki, without any prior warning, startled not only Mihawk, who had already departed, but also Crocodile, who was preparing to return to the dormitory, as well as the other Shichibukai. At that moment, even Tsuru, who was at the home of Xiaoyu, and Carp, who was leisurely enjoying his time in his courtyard, along with all the officers and soldiers in the headquarters, were all roused from their thoughts. Before anyone in Marineford could fully comprehend the situation, a dizzying low-frequency vibration in the air surged dramatically, followed by a series of overwhelming shockwaves generated from the collision of Conqueror's haki. In that instant, racing towards the training ground, on the rooftop of the dormitory, Crocodile and his companions were equally perplexed, particularly Doflamingo, who had already distanced himself, abruptly halted and swiftly turned back, racing towards the training ground with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, the 4 men on the rooftop of the dormitory and Moria hastened towards the training ground. The clash of Conqueror's haki was undeniable. After arranging accommodations for the 7 warlords, Guion, witnessing the escalating distortion of the atmosphere towards the training ground, hesitated not a moment, grasping her sword, Kempira, before dashing out. And Moria wasted no time and swiftly followed suit towards the training ground. The clash of Conqueror's haki. After ensuring the accommodations for the Shichibukai, Guion, his expression one of horror as he exclaimed, the haki colliding with Xiaoyu's. "Is it Roger's Conqueror's haki? Impossible. Roger has been resurrected?" Before and dashed out. In Carp's courtyard, he had been startled by the emergence of the Conqueror's haki and stood up abruptly. After a few moments, officers and soldiers from all ranks at the naval headquarters surged forth like a tide, converging on the same direction. The first to return to the training ground was Mihawk. Has returned? Without waiting for his wounds to heal, he unleashed a terrifying surge of energy and launched himself into action. Simultaneously, Carp, Guion, Crane, and Hancock, along with others such as Gungzi and Ein, gathered from their respective directions, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the young admiral standing in the training ground. Doflamingo and his companions descended from 4 different directions, landing 100 meters away from the training ground, just as the tide of officers and soldiers in circle who had regained her composure, along with others such as Ein, converged from their respective directions. As his words fell, the blade emitted an even more formidable wave of destructive energy. In the next moment, the densely packed Doflamingo and his companions landed from 4 different directions, 100 meters away from the training ground. Just as they touched down, the rushing officers and soldiers from the Marine headquarters surrounded the training ground. "Do not approach," Suddenly, Xiaoyu, wielding the supreme great knife, turned sharply to face the throng of figures encircling the training ground. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Immediately vacate this area." With a resonating hum. As soon as Xiaoyu's words left his lips, the blade erupted with an even more formidable wave of destructive energy. In the next moment, the densely packed soldiers who had just approached fell in droves. Even the formidable 7 warlords and the various vice-admirals felt the immense pressure, with many nearly succumbing to asphyxiation. What on earth is happening? Standing beside Doflamingo, Moria almost stumbled to the ground due to the overwhelming conqueror's haki sweeping through. His experienced eyes gleaming as he remarked, "That sword contains conqueror's haki." That is, suddenly, the pupils of Vice Admiral Crane, standing in front of the soldier in handcuffs, having timely unleashed his own conqueror's haki to shield himself, was not significantly affected and let out his signature sinister laughter. No, Admiral Xiaoyu is not contending with that sword. He is subduing it. From a distance of 100 meters away on the training ground, the soldier accompanying Hancock and Crane observed the terrifying pressure being released by the supreme greatsword grasped in Xiaoyu's hand. His experienced eyes gleaming as he remarked, "That sword contains conqueror's haki." That is, suddenly, the pupils of Vice Admiral Crane, standing in front of the soldier in Hancock, constricted as she blurted out, "Carp, that sword." Carp, who had also arrived in haste, leaped beside Vice Admiral Crane, his gaze fixed intently on the supreme greatsword firmly held by Xiaoyu, incredulously stating, "Roger's treasured sword, Ace." Chapter 97, Stand Up. The thunderous roar. A resounding crash echoed once more, accompanied by a series of deafening detonations that sent shockwaves through the air. The space surrounding Xiaoyu visibly distorted, resembling ripples on a tranquil lake. In an instant, Xiaoyu took a decisive step forward, his fingers gripping the hilt of the blade with renewed strength. "Roger, you truly are a troublesome individual. Even after 16 years of death, you remain so restless. How could such overwhelming conqueror's haki be stored within this blade? However, Ace is now a thing of the past. This is now the embodiment of my justice. The justice that reigns supreme." As his words faded, Xiaoyu raised his right hand, which clutched the hilt, to chest level. He concentrated the armament haki in his left hand, which swirled with the conqueror's haki, and grasped the blade, rapidly sliding his hand along its length towards the tip as if threading skewers. The moment Xiaoyu's left hand reached the blade's tip, the previously vibrating void fell into an eerie silence. The ferocious clash of conqueror's haki abruptly ceased, and the invisible pressure that had enveloped the area dissipated, leaving those within 100 meters of the training ground in an unexpected relief, with many collapsing to the ground in a state of liberation. Mihawk, who had arrived at the training ground first and had endured the overwhelming pressure without retreating, was no exception. As the immense weight above him vanished, he exhaled deeply, feeling an absurd sense of reprieve wash over him. Yet, this was of no consequence. What mattered was that his pride was once again shattered by Xiaoyu's terrifying prowess, which had nearly claimed Karp's life on several occasions. Yet, this supreme blade, which had sailed the seas alongside Roger and vanquished countless the world's foremost swordsman, astonished by Xiaoyu's actions, but Karp, who had repeatedly cornered Roger in the past and had once fought alongside him, was nearly rendered speechless upon witnessing the crude alteration of Roger's blade.